Welcome to Myths to Sleep, a realm where timeless tales awaken and weave their magic into calming bedtime narratives. Before we embark on this journey together, I invite you to share in the comments where in the world you are tuning in from. I am eager to witness the journey of our narratives, and if you have a passion for mythology, be sure to subscribe so you will not miss a single tale. Now gather around, take a deep breath, and let us embark on an enchanting voyage into the realm of the divine. In the lofty chambers of Olympus, where deities danced like beams of sunlight, there existed a presence so unwavering and tender that most hardly acknowledged her. In the grand tapestry of the cosmos, there lived Hestia, the firstborn of Cronus and Rhea. This goddess, revered as the guardian of hearth and home, dedicated her days to nurturing the sacred flame that flickered at the summit of the divine realm, casting warmth and light upon all who dwelled there. She emerged as the first of her kind, yet was the last to be expelled from the grasp of their formidable father, an intriguing contradiction that shaped the very essence of her existence. In the hearts of mortals, her name was uttered with a sense of awe at every gathering around the table. Her presence warmed every flickering flame, yet seldom did they weave grand verses to honor her name. She found no delight in the grand displays of spectacle. In the quiet moments, she found her peace. In that moment, Hestia sat quietly by the eternal flame, her gaze fixed on the shifting tides of time around her. In the center of a magnificent courtyard, there stood a shrine, humble yet significant, a beacon of reverence amidst the splendor of the gods. A multitude of torches adorned the edges, their warm light caressed by the dance between day and night. In the vicinity, the lively banter of youthful deities filled the air, with Apollo strumming his lyre, Artemis animatedly recounting her most recent hunt, and Hermes darting about sharing tidings from the realm of mortals, all resonating against the grand marble columns. Hestia observed their merriment from the sidelines, her heart warmed by a sisterly or aunt-like affection for each of them. She found solace in her position, nestled within the gentle embrace of the warmth she presided over. On this day, she sensed a gentle whisper in the fabric of the universe. Below the ethereal clouds, the mortal realm was undergoing transformations that echoed all the way to Olympus. In a time long past when humanity thrived on the warmth of togetherness and the flickering light of communal fires, it appeared that they were gradually drifting from the cherished ties of their former ways. Hestia felt it deeply, the whispers of apathy, the soft extinguishing of once lively household shrines, the dwindling essence of offerings that once floated up from the realm of mortals. With grace she stood from her seat and made her way to the balustrade, a masterpiece of milky marble gazing down at the bustling world beneath her. In the distance the seas roiled with the whims of Poseidon, while the forest danced gently beneath the vigilant gaze of Artemis, and the fields sparkled with the generous gifts of Demeter. In the twisting alleys of human settlements, she could almost glimpse the fading wisps of smoke rising from humble hearths. In her realm, the hearth stood as the heart of every home, a sacred space where warmth and stories intertwined. Yet this cherished center began to fade, eclipsed by the allure of distant treasures and the clamor of trade conflict and the machinations of power. A soft breeze danced through her hair, whispering a distant voice. Hermes, ever the wanderer, ever watchful. She sensed the rhythm of his footsteps drawing near. Hestia, he murmured gently, resting against one of the grand marble pillars. He donned his familiar attire for the journey, with winged sandals poised for adventure. Ah, it seems you carry a weight upon your shoulders. With a calm elegance, she pivoted unfazed and unbothered by his straightforward observation. In a realm where contrasts danced together, she and Hermes wove a delicate bond, one embodying the essence of motion, while the other embraced the tranquility of stillness. Perhaps, she replied softly, I sense a change in the realm of mortals, a waning of their dedication to the warmth of the hearth. With a subtle nod, Hermes acknowledged the moment. Indeed, the journey of mortals continues, ever evolving and creating anew. While some drift away from their roots, there are those who hold on to their memories, though they seem fewer in number than they once were. Seasons shift, beloved sister. His words resonated with the truths she had long held in her heart. The winds of change were destined to blow. Yet in the ebb and flow of change, Hestia felt a deep unease, for the gentle pulse of civilization seemed at risk of fading away. In her role as the goddess of the hearth, she often found herself gracefully lingering in the shadows. Once she had gracefully stepped aside from her throne, on Olympus, allowing Dionysus to take her place, all in the name of harmony. She possessed neither vanity nor a yearning for glory. Yet she pondered whether the mortals had started to overlook the essential blessing that fire bestowed: the warmth of connection, the sharing of tales, and the embrace of love. With a sly grin, Hermes' clever eyes sparkled with understanding. He playfully suggested you could embark on an adventure among them. While it may not align with the conventional narrative, who is to say that the goddess of home cannot embark on a journey beyond her familiar shores, Hestia permitted a faint smile to grace her lips, even though she was not a deity given to spontaneous fancies. She nurtured the flame at Olympus, for that was her destined role. She stood firm, resolute yet. Maybe a journey of discovery, she pondered, to find out if my flame still flickers in the hearts of the living. With a light nod, Hermes gave an airy shrug, as if to suggest, why not take a chance? Then before she could utter a word, he disappeared in a flash, leaving her solitary by the majestic hearth. Though she possessed a soft spirit, Hestia held a steadfast resolve within her heart. The deeper she delved into her thoughts, the clearer it became that merely lamenting from above would not suffice if the fires of mortal hearts were dimming. She must embark on a journey to reignite their spirits, even if it means offering gentle guidance and a warm understanding presence. With a final lingering look at the sacred flame in Olympus, she made sure it remained safe and steady. The flame was always her companion. It would flicker and glow, unwavering in the void she left behind. With a subtle nod of determination, Hestia made her way down the steps from her courtyard, gliding past the archways that opened into Zeus's magnificent throne room, paying no mind to the faint sounds of divine disputes echoing in the distance. The tempest raged above, yet she stood unfazed, untouched by the tumult that once loomed large. She held a deep worry for the world of mortals. With a gentle grace, she descended through the ethereal mists that formed a veil between Olympus and the realm of mortals. In a moment of quiet transformation, she embraced the guise of an unassuming woman, her hair neatly woven into a humble braid, a hand-woven shawl draped gracefully over her shoulders, and sandals that bore the dust of countless imagined journeys. Should she gain the recognition of mortals, the entire dynamic could transform. Yet from her perspective, people perceived only what they anticipated, merely another wanderer on the paths, perhaps in search of a refuge for the evening. The roads of Greece unfurled like a tale waiting to be told, meandering through valleys adorned with olive groves, traversing ridges that offered glimpses of towns cradled by the gentle embrace of rivers. With each step, she moved with purpose, staff in hand, attuned to the whispers of the earth around her. The arid whispers of the air and the tentative silence that blanketed the fields were not heralds of an impending doom, yet they conveyed a gentle shift away from cherished customs of yore. In days of yore, the sacred shrines of Hestia greeted travelers with an everlasting flame. Yet now they often lie silent, their once vibrant altars abandoned or transformed to honor different deities. Her heart remained calm, untouched by the flames of jealousy. Indeed, Hestia had always understood her role within the grand tapestry of the pantheon. Yet she understood that the essence of humanity craved the comforting embrace of connection. The journey of humanity surged forward, yet it was the warm light of the hearth that infused this advancement with a sense of compassion and heart. Without it, the journey of advancement threatened to freeze, consuming those who dared to forge it. Finally, she reached a quaint village nestled upon a rugged hillside known as Pranthos. The hamlet embraced its age with a sense of dignity. The buildings, steadfast and enduring, had weathered the passage of time, their stone walls rich with the echoes of countless stories from days long past. The inhabitants of this place appeared resilient, accustomed to the gusts that blew in from the ocean. But as she stepped through a humble gate, a disquieting chill enveloped her. A stillness enveloped the streets, despite the sun reigning high in the sky. A small group of villagers moved through the streets, their hands full of grain-filled baskets and their goats in tow, yet their faces bore the weight of weariness and concern. Hestia took a moment to observe her family as they moved by. A mother held tightly to her little one's hand, her other arm skillfully cradling a clay pot. They existed in a delicate balance, caught in the space between mere survival and the weight of concern. There was no open hostility or overt gloom, yet one could feel the absence of a vital spark in the air. In her wanderings, she stumbled upon the heart of the town, a central square that whispered of a time when a communal hearth would have warmed the spirits of its people. At the center of the plaza, a stone fire pit stood resolute, yet it held no flickering flame, merely a somber mound of gray ash. In countless Greek villages, the tradition of a communal fire flickered brightly during festivals and gatherings, where tales were woven under the vast starry sky. Yet in this moment, the stillness of midday enveloped everything in a heavy quiet. There were no children frolicking in the fields, no elders gathered around the comforting glow. The whole town seemed to hold its breath wrapped in a quiet stillness. Hestia felt a wave of empathy wash over her, tightening her chest. With a sense of wonder, she drew near the forsaken hearth, letting her fingers glide through the rough ash, as if seeking the whispers of stories long gone. The delicate remnants of charcoal marked her fingertips, yet she sensed no flicker of flame. Once upon a time there lay a stone, its surface chilled by the whispers of the night. A subtle shift at the periphery of her sight beckoned her to look. An elderly gentleman, bent and slender, observed her intently. Clad in a tattered tunic, he leaned with great effort on a gnarled walking stick. Though age had cast a veil over his eyes, a flicker of curiosity still danced within them. "Ah, seeking a touch of warmth on your journey, are you?" he inquired, his voice rough and gravelly. With a graceful assent, Hestia offered a courteous nod. "Indeed I am, yet this place holds merely a whisper of flames." He sighed, taking a step forward. "This was the heart of our gathering place. My father would ignite it during every festival, drawing the whole village together, where they would sing, feast, and share stories. But," he let his words hang in the air, shaking his head slowly. "Ah, how the tides of time have shifted. More and more souls drifted away, losing interest. There were whispers among the people, a growing belief that the gods had turned their backs on us. Some claimed that a shared flame belonged to a bygone era. And so it met its end." She took a final look at the sacred flame in Olympus, making certain it remained safe and unwavering. The flame was always her companion. It would flicker and glow unwavering in her absence. With a subtle nod of determination, Hestia made her way down the steps from her courtyard, gliding past the archways that opened into Zeus's magnificent throne room, paying no mind to the faint echoes of divine disputes in the distance. The tempest roared above, yet she stood unshaken, untouched by the weight of those concerns. Her heart was heavy with thoughts of the mortal realm. With a gentle grace, she descended through the ethereal mist that formed a veil between Olympus and the realm of mortals. She assumed the guise of an unassuming woman, as she had on those rare occasions in the past, her hair neatly woven into a humble braid, a hand-woven shawl draped across her shoulders, and sandals worn and dusty from the journeys she envisioned. Should she gain the recognition of mortals, the entire dynamic could transform. Yet through her eyes, it seemed that humans perceived only what their minds anticipated, merely a wanderer on the winding paths, perhaps in search of a haven to rest for the evening. The winding roads of Greece unfolded like a tale, meandering through valleys adorned with olive groves, traversing ridges that revealed entire towns, cradled by the gentle embrace of rivers. With each step she moved with purpose, staff in hand, attuned to the whispers of the earth around her. The arid air and the uneasy silence that blanketed the fields were not heralds of an impending doom, yet they whispered of a gentle departure from cherished customs. In days gone by, the shrines to Hestia stood proud, their eternal flames, inviting all who approached. Yet now many of these sacred spaces lie silent, their once vibrant altars abandoned or transformed to honor different deities. Her heart remained calm, untouched by the flames of jealousy. Indeed, Hestia had always understood her role within the grand tapestry of the pantheon. Yet she understood that the essence of humanity craved the comforting embrace of connection. The journey of humanity surged forward, yet it was the warm light of the hearth that infused this advancement with a touch of humanity. In the absence of it, the journey of advancement threatened to freeze, consuming those who dared to forge it. Finally, she reached a quaint village nestled upon a rugged hillside known as Prenthus. The hamlet embraced its age with a sense of dignity. Countless buildings had weathered the passage of time, their stone walls rich with the echoes of history. The folks in this place appeared resilient, accustomed to the gusts that rolled in from the ocean. As she stepped through the unassuming gate, a disquieting chill washed over her. A stillness enveloped the streets, despite the sun reigning high in the sky. A small group of villagers moved through the streets, their arms laden with baskets of grain and their goats in tow, yet their faces bore the weight of weariness and concern. Hestia took a moment to observe her family as they moved by. A mother held tightly to her little one's hand, her other arm skillfully cradling a clay pot. They existed in a delicate balance caught in the space between mere survival and the weight of concern. There was no open hostility or overt gloom, yet one could feel the absence of a certain spark in the air. In her journey, she stumbled upon the heart of the town, a central square that once cradled the warmth of a communal hearth. At the center of the plaza stood a stone fire pit, its presence undeniable yet devoid of life. Only a heap of gray ash whispered of the flames that once danced there. In many Greek villages, a shared fire flickered to life during festivals and gatherings, casting a warm glow as tales were spun beneath the vast starry sky. Yet in this moment, the stillness of midday enveloped everything in a heavy quiet. In the stillness, there were no children laughing and chasing each other in playful delight, nor were there any elders gathered basking in the comforting glow of companionship. The whole town seemed to hold its breath, wrapped in a quiet anticipation. Hestia felt a swell of compassion in her heart. With a gentle curiosity, she stepped closer to the forsaken hearth, letting her fingers dance through the rough ash as if seeking whispers of the past. The delicate remnants of charcoal marked her fingertips, yet she sensed no flicker of flame. The stone lay there, its surface chilling to the touch. A subtle shift at the periphery of her sight beckoned her to look closer. An elderly figure bent and lean observed her with keen eyes. He donned a tattered tunic and relied on a sturdy walking stick for support. Though his eyes were clouded by age, they still glimmered with a spark of curiosity. Seeking warmth, the wanderer inquired, his voice rough and worn. Hestia rose with grace, offering a courteous nod. "Indeed I am, yet this place holds merely a whisper of flames past." With a heavy sigh, he took a step forward. "Gather round, for this was our shared hearth, a place where stories were woven and memories ignited. My father would ignite it during every festival, drawing the whole village together, where they sang, feasted, and shared stories." Yet there were those who whispered that the gods had turned their backs on us. Some claimed that a shared flame belonged to a bygone era, and thus it met its end. His words resonated with the deep-seated fear that had compelled Hestia to leave the heights of Olympus. She felt the weight of the old man's sorrow, not merely for the extinguished flame, but for the vanished sense of togetherness. With a soft smile, she hesitated, weighing the depth of her words. "Do you long for it?" she inquired. "Each and every day." With a gentle motion, he bent down to retrieve a small piece of charred wood, its darkened surface telling tales of flames long extinguished. He held it delicately, turning it over in his hands. Yet the town seems to lack the spirit for it at this moment. In the hustle and bustle of life, individuals find themselves caught up in a whirlwind of activities. Ah, the passage of time, it flows ever onward, like a river that knows no end. A hush enveloped them, and within that hush, Hestia sensed the unvoiced lament of the whole village. In a hushed tone, she inquired, could the flames be stirred anew by the will of a single brave heart? The old man gazed at her face as if he were on a quest to uncover something extraordinary hidden within the familiar. In his gaze, she caught a glimmer of tentative hope. At long last, he mused, maybe if a great many of us hold on to the essence of what it truly signified. With a gentle grace, she approached the edge of the pit and lowered herself to her knees. Should she summon an eternal flame right before his gaze, it could astonish him, or perhaps unveil the essence of who she truly was. Yet the goddess of the hearth possessed a remarkable skill for nuance. She required neither grand celebrations nor dramatic displays. With a tender touch, she laid her hand upon the ash. In that fleeting moment, silence reigned supreme. Then, almost unnoticed, she allowed a breath of divine warmth to flow from her being into the frigid remnants. No flames danced in the air, yet a solitary coal, glowing a muted red, shimmered softly amidst the remnants of the fire. With a gentle motion, she pulled her hand back and rose to her feet, casting her gaze upon the old man. In that moment, she whispered gently, "Sometimes all it takes is a single coal," as a half-smile lingered on her lips, leaving him with a sense of warmth. The man's brows knitted together, a blend of confusion and curiosity dancing in his eyes. He leaned in, narrowing his eyes in curiosity. In the depths of the darkness, a subtle glow danced, casting its gentle light upon the shadows. Yet how did? She provided no clear narrative to illuminate her thoughts. "May I inquire your name, good sir?" He took a moment to clear his throat. "Once upon a time there was a figure known as Orion. Orion, should you hold faith in the ancient traditions, nurture that ember. A solitary spark has the power to reignite a gathering spirit. With that, she bid farewell and floated away, leaving him to contemplate the tender wonder that had just unfolded. She moved on, not pausing to witness him gently breathe life into the coal, watching as it gradually unfurled into a warm glow. Hestia was intimately familiar with the dance of flames. Once ignited, it yearned for sustenance. She felt that deep within Orion was a nurturer, someone who tended to the needs of others. Should there be anyone capable of breathing life into that flickering ember, it would undoubtedly be him. As Hestia ventured past the square, the sun commencing its gentle decline, she pondered if the spark in Paranthus could transform into a guiding light. She understood that this was merely one village among many. In every corner of the region, a multitude of homes stand on the brink of losing their warmth. It all started with a solitary piece of coal igniting the spark of her adventure. Yet it is a start after all. As she made her way to the outskirts of the village, she wove through the low stone walls and quaint, well-kept farmhouses that lined her path. Above her, flocks of starlings danced in the sky, their calls weaving through the stillness like whispers of the wind. The journey pressed on toward the hills where a wider road awaited promising passage to distant towns beyond. Deep within her heart, a gentle warmth blossomed, a soft whisper of reassurance, guiding her along a path less trodden, one that the goddess of home seldom ventured. The journey from Paranthus unfolded before Hestia, revealing a mesmerizing array of shifting vistas. Once upon a time, she wandered through vast undulating fields adorned with wildflowers, a vibrant tapestry that danced gracefully in the warm summer wind. In the next chapter of her journey, she found herself traversing rugged highlands where fierce gusts whipped around her, showering her with gritty dust. Wherever she wandered, the memory of that solitary glowing coal in Paranthus's hearth accompanied her like a cherished tale. Should that glow extend its reach, it might just breathe new life into the hearts of humankind. Yet her journey unfolded with twists and turns. Though she donned the guise of an ordinary wanderer, whispers began to weave through the pathways of a captivating woman who kindled hearth fires with a radiant glow, whose very essence offered solace to tired hearts. Hestia understood the magic that flows through the whispers of the crowd. Even in their disillusionment, mortals held tightly to tales that ignited a flicker of hope. On the seventh day of her travels, she arrived at a vibrant settlement known as Selenia, a fortified town alive with bustling markets, winding alleyways, and impressive stone edifices. Rows of olive trees stood sentinel along the perimeter, while a grand gate swung wide, welcoming merchants and travelers alike. As Hestia stepped inside, she was embraced by a vibrant tapestry of existence. In the bustling market, vendors called out with enthusiasm, showcasing their fresh produce, while cloth merchants proudly displayed their vibrant dyed fabrics. Street performers captivated the crowd, juggling skillfully or playing enchanting melodies on their pipes. The aroma of roasted meat and freshly baked bread danced through the air, intertwined with the vibrant notes of pungent spices. With purpose in her step, she approached the heart of the town, where a grand circular plaza unfolded before her, crowned by the imposing figure of Athena. Surrounding it, trees offered a cool refuge for deep conversations and quaint little shops. The conversation flowed with enthusiasm, yet she could feel a subtle tension lurking beneath the surface. The townspeople appeared prosperous, yet a palpable sense of restless ambition lingered in the air. In a bustling realm where trade and commerce flourished, Selenia found herself basking in the glow of prosperity. Yet amidst the wealth and abundance, a subtle shift began to unravel the threads of their once tight communal spirit. Yet the location held on to its traditions, weaving them into the very fabric of its existence. She caught sight nestled to one side of a temple devoted to Zeus, its columns adorned with intricately carved lightning bolts. A modest shrine dedicated to Demeter nestled beside the farmland just beyond the city walls, yet there was no official hearth or altar adorned with the symbols of Hestia in sight. Once more she sensed the bittersweet ache of her dwindling existence in the realm of the living. As she meandered through the bustling streets, fragments of dialogue danced around her ears. In the bustling marketplace, one merchant lamented the burden of increasing taxes, while another regaled listeners with tales of newly discovered trade routes leading to far-off islands. In hushed tones, clusters of women exchanged tales of a local nobleman's extravagant soirees whispered to be celebrations in honor of Dionysus. Amidst the thrill, the tension, and the whispers of mystery, there lingered a void, where the simple, heartfelt connections of families and neighbors once flourished. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, Hestia made her way to a quaint little inn. The sign proclaimed the Stag's Rest, and within its walls a whirlwind of bustling energy unfolded. Adventurers gathered closely around tables, relishing in robust meals and exchanging tales of their journeys. The flustered innkeeper hurriedly moved behind the counter, pouring cups of diluted wine for the weary travelers. In a world where many modern inns proudly showcase their large cooking stoves, this particular establishment held onto a piece of the past with its sizable brick hearth in the common room. Yet to her dismay, the hearth lay cold and unlit, its presence diminished by the shine of the new stove in the kitchen. With a purposeful stride, she made her way to the innkeeper, a woman of middle age whose strong arms spoke of hard work and whose careworn eyes held countless stories of life's trials. Could there be an opportunity for me to enjoy a light meal? With a gentle demeanor, Hestia inquired, setting a handful of coins upon the counter. You can take a seat at that table yonder. The innkeeper remarked, his gaze fixed elsewhere, as if lost in a tale of his own. Gather round, for we have a hearty stew and fresh bread to share, and if your purse allows a fine wine to accompany our feast. Hestia graced them with a warm smile full of kindness. Thank you, and may I inquire what is the reason behind keeping the hearth unlit? The nights continued to take on a crisp chill. She cast her eyes upon the grand hearth, its expansive opening brimming with remnants of bygone flames. The innkeeper took a moment, scrutinizing Hestia with keen interest. No one cares for it anymore, she remarked, her shoulders lifting in a casual dismissal. In the back there lies a stove, quietly waiting to share its warmth and stories of meals yet to be made. It operates with greater efficiency. The main room has seen a reduction in smoke. Hestia nodded, reflecting on how people no longer come together around the fire as they once did. Do you long for those days gone by? A glimmer of a memory tinged with nostalgia danced across the woman's face. She offered a faint smile, a hint of a story lingering in her expression. I do indeed. In my girlhood, the whole town would come together around the warm glow of the hearth, sharing tales that lingered into the night. Each night my mother would share her wisdom on banking the coals, ensuring they would always remain warm and alive. Ah, life has taken on a more bustling rhythm, has not it? Ah, the tale of progress, they say. Hestia pondered the goddess of progress, a figure revered in some corners of the realm, yet never at the expense of the cherished bonds of community. She spoke gently, reminding us that moving forward does not require the abandonment of cherished pleasures. These two can beautifully exist together. The innkeeper let out a brief, mirthless chuckle. Perhaps, just perhaps. Yet rekindling that hearth would demand more than mere wood. A compelling reason must draw people together. A vision took shape in Hestia's mind. With a soft touch, she rested her hand on the innkeeper's arm. If I could offer you a reason, perhaps a cherished event, or a joyful celebration, would you be willing to ignite it tonight, just for the memories we hold dear? With a moment's pause, the woman found herself at a crossroads. She had her duties, a bustling establishment filled with patrons, a daily rhythm to follow, yet the serene assurance of the goddess was hard to resist. It seems that after much consideration, she ultimately gave in to the wishes of the crowd. We possess an abundance of wood, yet I hesitate to ignite a flame for merely one or two wanderers. Hestia inclined her head with a warm and gracious gesture. Got it. Let us observe if the atmosphere shifts. She settled into a sturdy chair at a long wooden table tucked away in the corner, where a small band of wanderers animatedly shared tales of the dusty roads they had journeyed. In their midst stood a poet draped in a tattered cloak, yet his words flowed with grace, painting vivid pictures of far-off lands. His companions, two younger men, hung on every word he spoke. Hestia, with a gentle air of mystery, spoke of herself as a wanderer, and before long, the dialogue embraced her presence wholeheartedly. Selmar the poet captivated his audience with a tale of a distant desert city, nestled far to the east, where an everlasting flame flickered in reverence to a long-forgotten goddess. With fervor in his voice, he painted a vivid picture of the locals, who, despite their waning faith in the goddess's name, continued to gather around the flame, hands outstretched seeking blessings and fortune. Hestia leaned in, captivated by the unfolding tale. Why do they continue to keep the flames alive if her worship has faded away? She inquired. With a casual shrug, Selmar lifted the cup to his lips, savoring the diluted wine within. It's all about the customs that have been passed down through the ages. a feeling of belonging, or perhaps they tremble at the thought of what might unfold if they set it free. Even a forsaken shrine can possess a unique kind of magic. The words echoed within Hestia's heart. They resonated with her own reflections, revealing that the warmth of the hearth was not merely an act of reverence, but a thread of continuity weaving together the past and illuminating the path to the future. As the evening shadows deepened, she observed the common room becoming increasingly lively. As the sun dipped low, a steady stream of travelers emerged from the winding road, their laughter and stories mingling with the familiar faces of local townsfolk who gathered for the evening's wine. The air thickened with the vibrant hum of conversation, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences and camaraderie. Yet still the large hearth remained cold and dark at the heart of the room, an unused focal point waiting for stories to be shared. With a gentle grace, Hestia rose and made her way towards Selmar, and the eager ears gathered around him. "Have you ever shared your verses by the warm glow of a fireside?" She inquired, her gaze radiating warmth. He inclined his head, a gesture that spoke volumes. Indeed, in the quaint villages of yesteryear, as the flames dance and flicker, listeners are drawn in, captivated by the warmth and glow of the moment. The interplay of light and shadow weaves a rich tapestry that enhances a captivating tale. She cast a meaningful gaze at the darkened hearth. "Imagine if we wove that enchanting ambiance into our surroundings here." Selmar cast his eyes in the direction she was looking, then let out a casual shrug. "If the innkeeper's on board and there are enough eager ears to hear, I am all for it." From across the room, Hestia's gaze met that of the innkeeper, a moment charged with unspoken tales. The woman caught up in her task offered a subtle nod, a silent invitation that whispered, "Your moment has arrived. Let's see if you can spark some curiosity." As Hestia moved further into the heart of the common room, she raised her voice, soft yet resolute enough to capture attention. She referred to them as good souls. "Gather round, dear friends, for I present to you our esteemed companion, Selmar, a wandering poet whose fame stretches far and wide. Gather round, dear friends, for I have a tale to share by the warm glow of the fire." It seems a while has passed since the warmth of the hearth graced this space. Some gazes shifted, intrigued by the unfolding scene, while others remained oblivious, engrossed in their own conversations. Yet the poet, inspired by the moment, rose gracefully, bowing with a flourish. "Gather round, dear friends and wanderers, for I have a tale to unfold, a journey through tempestuous seas and hidden mysteries from far-off realms." A group of weary wanderers, weary from the long stretch of road, thought it could be quite amusing. A small group of locals as well discovered the concept intriguing. Once upon a time, when the world had yet to embrace the grandeur of formal theaters, the mere whisper of a performance was enough to ignite the flames of curiosity and excitement. As the warmth of the fire beckoned, individuals moved about, drawn to the comforting glow of the hearth. The innkeeper, noticing the modest yet eager gathering, let out a hearty sigh filled with warmth and went to retrieve some logs from a nearby room. Hestia lingered nearby, her heart softly aglow with joy. This was her realm, where souls converged in a circle, lured by the glow of warmth and the allure of shared tales. With a gentle grace, she knelt beside the innkeeper, assisting in the careful arrangement of the wood, ensuring each piece was placed just right to catch the flame's eager embrace. As she had done in times past, a flicker of her celestial essence ignited within the kindling. With a deft flick of flint, the wood ignited, bursting into a dazzling dance of flames that twirled and flickered in the night. A stillness enveloped the scene as all eyes were drawn to the flickering flames that swayed and twirled in the night. The poet took a moment to gather his thoughts, then began to weave his narrative, a grand adventure across arid dunes and secretive caverns. Hestia observed the crowd inching forward, captivated not only by his tale, but also by the warm embrace of the dancing flames. The murmurs faded into silence. In that moment, the flicker of the hearth took on its timeless role, drawing together the hearts and souls of the community. Little ones who once dashed about now sat spellbound at the feet of their parents. Once filled with boastful chatter, the young men now sat in captivated stillness, their attention fully captured. An elderly woman, her back slightly bent, as she leaned on her cane, found solace near the warm glow, a gentle smile dancing upon her lips. And amidst them all, Hestia sensed the ethereal warmth of her essence, a feeling that they were united, that for a fleeting hour or two, they transcended the roles of strangers, townsfolk, or weary travelers. In the heart of their shared existence, they were a family bound not by blood, but by the essence of their spirits intertwining. As the poet's narrative drew to a close, the audience erupted into scattered applause, only for a profound silence to settle in once more. And so laughter filled the air. Conversations flowed and questions arose for the poet. Another wanderer took the stage, eager to share a humorous tale from his own adventures. A voice from the shadows called out for a song. Before long, the room buzzed with a vibrant sense of togetherness, a feeling that had long been absent. The innkeeper cast a glance about the room, a flicker of concern crossing his face at the commotion, but soon his expression softened with understanding. With a gentle tap on Hestia's shoulder, she leaned in her voice a soft whisper amidst the joyous clamor surrounding them. "You did it," the woman whispered softly. It had slipped from my memory, that feeling of familiarity. Folks came together lured by an allure that transcended mere sustenance or a place to rest their heads. She paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that she bravely held back. "Much appreciated." With a gentle touch, Hestia rested her hand upon the innkeeper's shoulder, a gesture filled with warmth and understanding. At times, a simple invitation is all that is needed to bring people together, and the flames will weave their magic from there. As the last flickers of flame surrendered to the gentle embrace of embers, the vibrant energy of the crowd transformed into a serene sense of contentment. Some meandered up to their chambers above, while others lingered by the flickering flames, engaging in soft conversation. As the evening settled in, Hestia lent her hands to the innkeeper, carefully banking the coals for the night, her mind wandering back to the ancient traditions of yore. Though the goddess yearned for the hearth to burn brightly forever, she recognized that even the smallest of steps could ignite the spark of renewal. At long last, she bid her farewell. The innkeeper, with a heart full of gratitude, attempted to persuade her, offering free lodging as a token of thanks. Yet Hestia remained resolute, for the call of the open road was too strong to resist. The innkeeper offered her a freshly baked loaf of bread, its warmth radiating through her fingers, along with a small pouch filled with sweet dried fruit. With a heart full of gratitude, Hestia ventured out into the refreshing embrace of the cool night air. Above her, the stars unfurled like a vast tapestry, a silent choir twinkling in the embrace of the night. As the wind whispered through the olive groves, she paused to absorb the gentle symphony of nature. The inn's fire flickered softly in the background, a tiny ember illuminating the darkness around her. Hestia experienced a soft wave of victory. There were no clashes of swords, no roaring storms, just a single spark brought back to life. It was a modest triumph, yet a triumph nonetheless. The shimmering light from the Stag's Rest danced in Hestia's mind as she strolled away from Selenia beneath the vast expanse of twinkling stars. She journeyed towards the east, led by a silent intuition that whispered to her soul. With each passing day, she journeyed through quaint hamlets and charming villages, igniting little flames of connection wherever her path led her. At times, it was just a matter of nudging a neighbor to lend a hand in fixing a fence, or proposing that the village midwife weave tales in the communal square once the harvest was gathered. Her influence danced softly in the air, like a whisper of encouragement, a warm exchange amidst the chill of the night. Yet as she journeyed deeper, she felt a peculiar kind of shadow rising within the hearts of mortals, an indifference that transcended simple forgetfulness. Whispers danced through the air, carrying tales of a burgeoning cult that spoke of the emptiness found in the worship of ancient deities and the traditions of yore. Initially, she brushed off the whispers as mere passing chatter of the world, yet with each tale that reached her ears, a growing sense of unease began to take root within her. In the shadows of Nixian ceremonies, a somber tale unfolds where the participants indulge in the flavors of bitterness and despair, forsaking the embrace of communal warmth. These movements had a history of their own. Throughout history, humanity has danced on the edge of extremes, yet there was an unsettling quality to these whispers that stirred her deeply. The tales spoke of the snuffing out of home fires, the deliberate dismantling of shared hearths, not merely a lapse in care, but a conscious forsaking of warmth and illumination. This was not merely a change in devotion, it was an attack on the essence of belonging itself. Hestia had always preferred the warmth of the hearth to the heat of battle, yet this issue pierced her very essence. She pursued the clues with unwavering determination, each step guiding her deeper into a secluded valley embraced by towering cliffs. The scene unfolded before her, a tapestry of gnarled cypress trees standing sentinel over the rich dark earth beneath. The locals fondly called the place Athenian. As she drew near to the valley, a profound silence enveloped her. Silence enveloped the landscape where not a single bird dared to sing, and the soft stirrings of small creatures were absent. A weary wind swept through the desolate fields, carrying with it a sense of stillness and solitude. Scattered throughout the landscape, huts and houses leaned at odd angles, with some left to the whispers of time, abandoned and forgotten. The doors of others stood firmly sealed, as if guarding secrets within. At the edge of the village, she stumbled upon a small gathering of travelers, their expressions somber as they exchanged tales of the peculiar happenings that had befallen them. Once an elderly woman, noticing Hestia's simple clothing, cautioned her, "Turn back, traveler. The hearths here have long since extinguished, taking with them the warmth of neighborly kindness." In the shadow of the ancient ruin, the people come together, their voices rising in reverence. An alternative. With a gracious nod of appreciation, Hestia pressed forward, her determination unwavering. She wandered along the lonely main road where silence reigned supreme. Dark windows gazed at her, resembling hollow eyes filled with secrets. Every now and then she caught sight of a face peering through the shutter, observing her in quiet stillness. She sensed a subtle wave of fear, yet there was an odd numbness within her, as if these individuals had woven a belief that warmth was merely a mirage. At the heart of the village stood a weathered stone temple, a remnant of a time when it served as a sacred shrine to the gods. Though the columns bore the scars of time, chipped and broken, and the roof sagged under the weight of years, she could still discern the ancient carvings that told tales of the harvest, the sea, and the sky. Near what had once been an altar, a delicate image of a robed figure tending a flame flickered into view, whispering secrets of the past. Her own symbol, now marred by deep claw-like marks, as if someone had attempted to erase her essence from the stone, filled her with sorrow at the sight. With careful steps, she navigated the debris, crossing the threshold into the hollowed heart of the temple's inner chamber. At its heart lay a yawning chasm, littered with moist ash and scorched beams. She knelt down, her fingers brushing against the ash, searching for any lingering warmth. Instead, a biting chill enveloped her, piercing her fingers with its icy grip. This was not mere neglect. It was a calculated extinguishing, a ceremonial casting away of warmth. "Can you sense the cold in the air?" a voice inquired, resonating through the empty expanse. Hestia turned to behold a towering figure, draped in dark robes with pale hands emerging from the flowing sleeves, while a hood obscured much of the person's visage. Yet Hestia felt an essence that transcended the ordinary realm of humanity. A subtle shimmer of divinity surrounded the figure, yet it bore a distorted and fragile quality. "I do," she replied with a serene composure, rising to meet the gaze of this unfamiliar figure. "Pray tell, who might you be?" The figure tilted its head slightly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Melas, a once celebrated deity of the dim stars, the guardian of those quiet, forgotten spaces. In a realm that lay still and hidden, eclipsed by the radiance of my kin, I stumbled upon a fresh gathering of souls, those who turn away from the seductive mirage of warmth and ease." Hestia observed Melas intently, feeling the sharp bitterness that emanated from the shadows of the hood. She saw the familiar tale unfold, the ancient figure eclipsed by mightier deities, yearning for followers among the disenchanted souls. Yet the animosity directed at the hearth was quite unsettling. "What compels one to sow discord with the embrace of warmth?" she inquired, her voice unwavering. "The night unfolds its serene charm, embracing a tranquil beauty that does not disturb the warmth of the hearth." Mela's laughter slithered through the air like a chilling whisper. "Ah, dear sister, you speak of beauty. Yet what do the souls of mortals truly seek in the shadows? Before them lies an infinite abyss mirroring their most profound uncertainties. I provide solace in embracing that emptiness, a reprieve from the deceptions of togetherness and the transient mirages of security. The hearth, a mirage of warmth and comfort, deceives the heart. In the end, every flame finds its final breath. As the flames die down, they confront reality in its purest form, stripped of all embellishments." Hestia's heart throbbed with a deep, poignant ache. The flame extinguishes, yet from its ashes it rises anew time and again. A chilling viewpoint that shuns fresh flames can bind a whole community in hopelessness. She drew nearer. "A hearth stands as a truth, a connection, a gentle reminder that solitude is but an illusion. Melas flicked a wrist, and the ashes in the pit danced upward in a delicate spiral, teasing Hestia's cheeks with their gritty embrace. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he dismissed them as mere words. Here your hands are tied, and action is but a distant dream. This temple belongs to me now, as do the hearts of these mortals. They cherish the quiet embrace of the night over the deceptive dance of your fire. A chilling wave of dread washed over Hestia. She was not one to seek out battles, yet she would fiercely defend the very heart of her sanctuary. I will not allow you to turn them all away from each other, she said, her voice a gentle yet resolute whisper. Melas cast a disdainful glance in her direction. In this realm there is no place for you, divine one of the blazing hearths. Even in the heights of Olympus you linger in the shadows. Allow me to slip away quietly among these souls who embrace my shadows. In silence he slipped away into the shadows, leaving Hestia alone in the decaying temple. For a long moment she stood there, hands clasped together, gathering her courage like a treasure before the journey ahead. The following chapter did not involve pursuing Melas through the darkness. In a face-to-face clash, victory would elude her grasp. Her strength resided in a soft, unwavering presence, in the profound truth that a flicker can be reignited if a heart chooses to have faith. As she emerged from the temple, she found herself bathed in the singular light that broke through the heavy, low-hanging clouds. In the fractured streets, she stumbled upon a small group of villagers, their figures hunched as they searched for supplies, their heads lowered against the biting cold wind. With a gentle demeanor, she drew near, her voice imbued with a touch of celestial warmth. Is there a cozy nook where I might lay my head for the night? They cast cautious looks at one another. A solitary figure finally gestured toward a weathered house, its frame leaning as if weary from the weight of time. Ah, behold the inn, a once vibrant place now left to the whispers of time, for no soul tends to its care any longer. If it pleases you, you may find refuge there. With a grateful heart, Hestia crossed the threshold into the worn and weathered building. The floor was cloaked in a layer of dust, while fragments of broken furniture were strewn haphazardly around the room. In one corner, a weary hearth lingered, its surface darkened by the passage of time and the remnants of countless fires. Yet again, there was no fire to be found. With a gentle thud, she placed her traveling pack on the ground, kneeling to inspect the remnants of the fire, the ashes whispering tales of warmth and light. Chilly, oh, so chilly. As the day drew to a close, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a stark twilight over the village. She whispered to herself, a gentle reminder that her essence transcended the bounds of mortality. She found no necessity for the fire's warmth. Yet her heart ached for these souls who denied themselves the warmth of the fire's embrace. With a spark of inspiration igniting her spirit, she stepped out of the inn and made her way to the ancient temple ruins. Amidst the remnants of shattered columns, she gathered pieces of aged timber and fragments of combustible material that had been forsaken. A handful of villagers caught sight of her, their eyes filled with bewilderment, yet she remained silent. With each careful step, she transported the wood back to the inn, one piece at a time. With a gentle touch, she set it in the cold hearth, arranging it with care and intention. With her delicate flint and steel, a gift returned from a traveler she had once aided, she set about igniting a flicker of warmth. Hestia paused, sensing the weight of Melis's presence in the air around her. Would the flames dance to life, or would the shadows extinguish their glow? With a single strike, a delicate shower of sparks danced in the air, followed by yet another attempt and then another. Finally, a delicate wisp of smoke began to dance upward from the tinder. She knelt down, a gentle breath escaping her lips. The glow deepened, gently urging itself into a delicate flame. She sensed her celestial spirit intertwine with that ember, igniting its flame. Slowly the wood ignited, casting a warm orange glow that danced upon the dusty walls. In that fleeting instant, the whole inn appeared to pause, as if time itself had taken a breath. With a gentle touch, Hestia nurtured the fire, adding twigs one by one, coaxing the flames into a steady dance. A soft glow enveloped the space, wrapping it in a tender embrace. A shadow lingered at the threshold, stirring her instincts. As she turned, her gaze fell upon a child, eyes sparkling with wonder, a face dusted with the remnants of play, likely around 8 or 9 years of age. He gazed into the flames, envisioning them as a fierce dragon dancing in the night. Hestia's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Hello," she greeted with a warm smile. He crept closer, captivated by the unfolding tale. Could that truly be the case? He spoke softly. It feels like ages since I have witnessed the dance of flames. My father shared that embracing the cold is the wiser choice. Hestia's eyes sparkled with warmth and understanding. Indeed it is true, she replied. Is not it a lovely thought to wish for a touch of warmth, just a flicker of it perhaps? The young one shook his head, a spark of curiosity triumphing over his fear. With cautious steps, he approached the hearth, extending his hands toward the warm, flickering glow. A gentle breath slipped from his lips, carrying with it a blend of astonishment and solace. It's quite lovely, he whispered softly. A small group gathered around them, a mix of children and a few women among them. The men, caught in a web of weariness or steadfast loyalty to Melus's teachings, lingered just outside. Yet as the fresh onlookers gathered close, the tiny flame started to emit more than mere warmth. It stirred a long-forgotten feeling within them, a recollection of intimacy, of solace, even amidst the encroaching shadows of despair. That flicker of warmth holds immense power. With a gentle touch, Hestia selected a piece of aged, half-rotten wood, placing it with care upon the flames to ensure their warmth continued to flicker and dance. She spoke not of grand deities or lofty convictions. She allowed the flickering flame to weave its own tale. In a lively scene, a group of children gathered around, eagerly tossing twigs into the fire. Each one burst forth with delight as the flames danced and shimmered, filling the air with a warm, crackling symphony. Outside, the thunder rumbled, its source a mystery. Was it a natural occurrence, a portent from some temperamental deity, or perhaps a whisper from the realm of Melis? She could not say. Yet amidst the crumbling walls of the inn, a flicker of normalcy began to emerge. A handful of villagers, their gazes drawn through the shattered windows, wore expressions that danced between curiosity and uncertainty. Some chose to turn away steadfast in their commitment to the shadows they had embraced. Some remained captivated against their own will. For Hestia, the number of souls embracing the flame that night held no significance. A solitary flame flickered, piercing through the thick veil of despair. Where once they had been ensnared by the grip of unyielding cold, now a glimmer of hope danced before their eyes, revealing a path to something different. As the children's smiles grew brighter, Hestia felt a growing certainty that Melis's reign of darkness was not as unyielding as it seemed. As the night deepened, she lingered by the fire, weaving gentle tales of heroes from days gone by. Whispers of gentle kindness and unwavering determination of wanderers who discovered refuge amidst tempestuous nights, and of souls who forged friendships by the warmth of a flickering flame. Her identity remained a mystery, and that was just as it should be. Her mission was to reveal that even in the deepest shadows of night, a tiny beacon of light can dispel the loneliness that surrounds us. For decades, Althea Stavros delved into enigmas that many scholars chose to overlook. As the sun dipped low over the horizon, casting a golden hue across the rugged landscape, Althea found herself drawn away from the bustling crowds of her fellow archaeologists. While they reveled in the famed marvels of Greece, her spirit whispered to her of the hidden corners of the Peloponnesian countryside. There, in the quiet solitude of forgotten ruins, lay the secrets of ancient deities once revered, but now left to the whispers of the wind, waiting for someone to uncover their stories once more. After 3 decades of unwavering pursuit, she stumbled upon a delicate mention in a 14th century manuscript hinting at a grotto once devoted to Demeter, the timeless goddess of harvest and grain. Once upon a time, this sacred place was whispered about as the long-lost cradle of seeds. With a spark of curiosity igniting her spirit, Althea set forth on a journey that held the potential to reshape the very essence of classical mythology, feeling as though this might be her ultimate and most significant adventure. As Althea arrived at the rugged hillside in northern Arcadia, her eyes fell upon a landscape filled with twisted olive trees and parched sun-baked grass. She experienced that all-too-familiar pang of disappointment. Many paths had brought her to desolate fields or ruins, so completely worn down by the passage of time that no significant treasures could be unearthed. Yet the atmosphere on this hillside hummed with a unique melody. Each gentle breeze carried a hint of promise, as if the very earth held a hidden tale eager to unfold its mysteries. In a quaint little clearing, Althea made her camp the very spot marked by the ancient texts of yore. A retired academic, she advanced with purpose, each step measured and thoughtful, ensuring the earth beneath her remained undisturbed. With a small trowel in hand, she carefully peeled away the layers of dirt, each scoop revealing secrets of the past. Every stone was meticulously marked with her geospatial equipment and hand-drawn sketches, as if she were uncovering a hidden tale waiting to be told. As the days unfolded in her excavation, Althea stumbled upon a slab of carved limestone, its intricate details partially hidden beneath a veil of ivy. The carving portrayed bushels of wheat dancing around the graceful figure of a woman, likely a goddess. At the figure's side, the unique staff of Demeter stood out adorned with a pomegranate and a sheaf of barley, telling a tale of abundance and fertility. With a heart full of excitement, Althea delicately peeled away the ivy one strand at a time. In her quest, she stumbled upon a collection of enigmatic inscriptions, each one weaving a tale more intricate than the previous, with symbols that whispered of a time long before the classical Greek script she had come to know so well. She sensed whispers of Mycenaean influences, yet the full story eluded her grasp. Amidst the inscriptions, one phrase in archaic Greek shimmered with a unique brilliance. Here rests the instant when the fields lay in a gentle slumber, lost to the whispers of time. The door of opportunity swung open even further. With a sense of reverence for what could be a gateway to an ancient underground shrine, Althea dedicated 2 more days to fortifying the surroundings of the limestone. As she assessed the structure, convinced it was stable enough for deeper exploration, fatigue washed over her, a result of the relentless heat in her tireless efforts. Yet the thrill of what could be uncovered ignited her spirit. With a sturdy metal lever in hand and the assistance of a curious local villager drawn to her endeavor, Althea skillfully maneuvered the heavy slab, shifting it a few precious inches. The stone let out a deep, resonant groan, echoing like an ancient hallway, awakening from a long slumber, breaking the stillness that had lingered for ages. A shadowy void emerged. With a gentle press, she maneuvered the flashlight into the narrow space, illuminating a hidden chamber that sank into the shadows. A delicate scent of damp stone wafted through the air, laced with a hint of sweetness, an aroma that whispered tales of ancient soil and the remnants of dried flowers or incense held captive in the stillness of time for ages untold. That night, as Althea nestled into her tent, sleep eluded her, and her thoughts danced restlessly in the quiet darkness. The thrill of questions danced in the air, making rest a fleeting dream. What mystery lies behind the presence of a shrine to Demeter in this secluded spot far removed from the bustling city-states where other grand temples flourished? Could this be connected to the more obscure facets of Demeter's veneration tales that lie beyond the renowned Eleusinian mysteries? She sifted through the depths of her mind, piecing together fragments of mythological trivia, like a master craftsman assembling intricate jigsaw puzzles. She wove tales of ancient times, recounting how Demeter's fierce fury erupted following Persephone's capture, a wrath so powerful it had seared the land and left humanity bereft of sustenance. In the whispers of forgotten lore, there lies a tale of Demeter who wandered the earth in disguise, imparting to mortals the sacred knowledge of sowing and reaping. A dance of fleeting tales wove through Althea's mind, holding her captive in the embrace of night until dawn's light broke through. With the first light of dawn breaking, she stirred from her slumber, filled with anticipation to delve into the hidden depths of the chamber. With her sturdy boots laced tight, a headlamp illuminating the path ahead, and a heart full of respect for the journey, she began her descent. The tunnel was a tight squeeze, compelling her to hunch low as she made her way across the damp, moss-covered ground. It dawned on her that an earthquake had likely caused the original structure to partially crumble, as the walls of the corridor bore deep, jagged cracks. She stumbled upon fragments of shattered pottery adorned with timeless designs. Several portrayed a woman cradling grain in her arms, evoking the essence of Demeter. At long last, she stepped into a round chamber, its walls whispering secrets of the past. At the heart of it all, there rose a stone dais. Upon the walls, intricate engravings danced in a complex frieze, each telling a tale of its own through a multitude of scenes. In a land where mortals' toil seeds are sown with hope, while an older woman stands in sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks as the fields lie desolate. Yet amidst this despair, a figure emerges, triumphant, adorned with a golden wreath of wheat upon her head, a symbol of resilience and victory. At the base of the frieze, delicate lines of text whispered of a long-lost ritual, one that promised abundance to those who held faith in Demeter's timeless guardianship. The final lines lay in ruins, marred by the relentless touch of water, yet Althea felt the lingering power of the ancient vow that had once echoed through that sacred space. An unusual aura lingered in the atmosphere. It felt like the weight of countless prayers and hushed supplications once destined for the skies had found a home in the crevices of the ancient stone. In the heart of the dais, Althea stumbled upon a shallow bowl, intricately carved from onyx, a material both rare and precious. In stark contrast to the surrounding chamber, the bowl stood out with its flawless smoothness, untouched by the passage of time or the wear of the ages. With a sense of hesitation, she delicately caressed its surface, using her gloved fingertips. A sudden wave of warmth coursed through her hand, causing her to pull back instinctively. In a moment of disbelief, Althea found herself questioning whether it was just the vivid workings of her own imagination playing tricks on her. Yet the bowl continued to exude warmth, emanating a soft heat reminiscent of a creature alive. She came to understand that she could be at the center of a hidden narrative in Greek worship, a tale that neither the established historians nor the passionate Hellenic reconstructionists had completely explored. A flutter of nerves danced with a spark of excitement. Could it be that the essence of the goddess still hovered in this place, patiently awaiting recognition? Althea felt a stirring curiosity to explore the warmth more deeply, maybe with a temperature gauge in hand. Yet an instinct whispered to her that mere instruments could never truly grasp the essence of the experience. Instead, she delved into her bag, retrieving a small tin of water, the very one she employed to cleanse her precious artifacts. With a gentle hand, she let a few droplets fall into the onyx bowl, each one a whisper of intention. As the water met the surface, it danced and sizzled, vanishing into thin air in a heartbeat. From the bowl, a delicate steam danced upward, carrying with it a fragrance that whispered of fresh blooms in the springtime. Althea felt her heart race with intensity. As a woman of reason, she understood that her perceptions might lead her astray. Yet as someone attuned to the profound enigmas of life, she experienced a remarkable moment of enlightenment, as if a forgotten portal within her mind had been gently ajar. A gentle stir in the atmosphere whispered from behind her, reminiscent of a breeze dancing through a space untouched by the outside world. With a sudden twist, she cast her headlamp's glow across the walls, illuminating the shadows that danced in the flickering light. Once upon a time, there was a moment filled with silence, a space where nothing stirred. In this stillness, one could almost hear the whispers of possibilities waiting to unfold. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the gentle dance of dust motes caught in the glow of her light. Once more, she turned her gaze to the dais, realizing that the onyx bowl had lost its once vibrant glow of warmth. The feeling had slipped away as though it had never been there at all. "This is bigger than me," Althea whispered, her voice quivering, and indeed she was correct. With her notebook in hand, she carefully captured each nuance and detail that unfolded before her. Dimensions of the dais, illustrations of the frieze. The translations of the remaining inscriptions await discovery. She was convinced that the journey ahead would demand a blend of scholarly partnership and a bold leap into the unknown. In times long past, faith held the weight of the divine's treasure. Yet the contemporary realm had transformed, slowly separating from the ancient deities. Who would dare to believe her tales? Who among us would possess the heart to safeguard this place rather than seek to exploit it for tourism or personal profit? Weary yet revitalized, Althea stepped out of the chamber that evening, greeted by the sunset's brushstrokes of rose and amber adorning the sky. With great care, she sealed the slab entrance, once more resolute in her mission to protect the site from disturbance until she could devise a plan for its preservation. She sensed the enduring warmth of the onyx deep within her bones, as though an unspoken promise had tethered her to the legacy of Demeter. In that fleeting moment, she came to understand that the countless hours spent in the shadows of her research might at last yield the rewards she had yearned for. In a concealed realm, a stirring was taking shape, and Althea found herself as its unsuspecting messenger. In the heart of Athens, Althea's quaint little apartment overflowed with a treasure trove of boxes filled with notes, photographs, and fragments of half-translated inscriptions, each holding a story waiting to be uncovered. A solitary lamp hung above, casting a warm glow on the dancing dust motes in her small study as the shadows of the rest of the apartment lingered in quiet obscurity. Her windows stayed tightly shut, not out of disdain for the lively Athenian streets, but from a deep-seated fear of the scrutinizing eyes of her peers, who might mock her untested assertions. She sought the counsel of Dr. Elias Markopoulos, an old friend, and sometimes rival from her university days at Crete. He was a master of the ancient rites that echoed through the hills of the Greek countryside, possessing the very wisdom she sought. In the dim light of a cozy cafe with the rich aroma of black coffee swirling around her, Althea unfurled her sketches, her voice weaving a tale of the hidden shrine beneath the earth and the enigmatic warmth of the onyx bowl. Elias's eyes sparkled with wonder as he traced a finger along the contours of one drawing. As he gestured toward the staff held by the goddess, he noted, "This carving of Demeter is quite remarkable." At the tip of the staff, a pomegranate gleams, accompanied by the golden grains of barley. Pomegranates often weave a tale of Persephone entwined with the mysteries of the underworld. Barley symbolizes the bounty of the harvest. Perhaps this marks a crossroads where the essence of fertility meets the delicate line that separates life from death. Absolutely captivating. With a spark of determination, Althea nodded in agreement. Indeed. It could embody a distinctive facet of Demeter's strength, intertwining the life-giving essence of the harvest with the somber rhythms of decay. Elias gently tapped the parchment, a soft sound echoing in the quiet room. The reference speaks to a time when the field lay in a deep slumber, perhaps reminiscent of the period when Demeter allowed the earth to wither in sorrow or rage. Yet this narrative hints at a transformative ritual or a promise to revive the land after it has been shrouded in darkness. Althea drew closer, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps it serves as a symbol of new beginnings or rebirth following a profound period of introspection. Elias paused, his mind racing with possibilities, then declared, "We must examine that chamber with great care." Ah, the wonders of radiocarbon dating and the intricate dance of residue analysis weaving together the threads of time and discovery. If this site remains as pristine as you suggest, we might just stumble upon something truly remarkable regarding the rituals of ancient worship. It could very well illuminate the hidden local cults dedicated to Demeter, those elusive practices that have remained shrouded in mystery and untouched by the pages of history. A delightful rush of anticipation danced within Althea's heart. "First, we must ensure the site is secure," she declared. "There's a lingering concern that treasure seekers, or perhaps even the authorities, might swoop in, bulldozing the site without grasping the true worth it holds. We should tread lightly as we engage with the Ministry of Culture." Elias softly rested his hand upon hers, a silent agreement passing between them. "Let us hold our tongues until we gather more proof. At that point, we shall unveil a well-crafted proposal fortified with robust support." With that plan woven into their thoughts, the two set off on their separate journeys. For the following week, Althea embarked on a quest to gather her tools cameras, designed to capture the faintest glimmers of light, cutting-edge scanning devices, and a team of trusted allies to accompany her on this adventure. With great care, she selected the handful of colleagues who would accompany her on this journey. Each individual had either stepped away from the tumultuous world of university politics or had shown unwavering dedication to safeguarding the lesser-known treasures of Greece's heritage. As dawn broke, the group made their way to the hillside in Arcadia. The villager who had once extended a hand to Althea felt a warm satisfaction as he observed the growing interest in their beloved community. "I always had a feeling there was something extraordinary about that hill," he remarked, tipping his cap with a knowing smile. With a gentle hand, Althea led them into the secret chamber, a place shrouded in mystery. As the dust swirled in the air, beams of light flickered and played upon the walls, while whispers of wonder echoed softly in the tight confines. In the dim light of the excavation site, a delicate figure named Katerina, an archaeologist of keen insight, carefully inspected the onyx bowl, her hands protected by latex gloves, as if cradling a precious secret from the past. She remarked how uncommon it is to encounter onyx in such a pristine condition. "It seems to thrum with a life of its own." Althea cast a fleeting look at Elias, who responded with a subtle nod. Both of them hesitated to speak of the warmth she had felt, waiting instead for solid evidence or a pattern to emerge. Yet the team carefully arranged the scanning equipment, ensuring every detail was just right. With a 3D laser in hand, they meticulously captured the chamber's dimensions, while countless high-resolution photographs immortalized the intricate engravings. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they stepped forth weary yet victorious. As the thrill of the moment faded, they settled down close to the location, weaving tales around a humble campfire. One of the local farmers, drawn in by curiosity, remarked, "It is funny. In the tales of my grandparents, there was an ancient spirit that roamed these lands, a wise old woman who strolled through the fields under the cover of night, watching over the crops to ensure they flourished. Each autumn, they would place humble gifts of bread and salt upon their doorsteps." Elias lifted his gaze from the meal before him. That tale may indeed resonate with the essence of Demeter's spirit. Gathered close to the flickering flames, the group shared tales of all they had encountered in the chamber. Katharina pondered the possibility that the site could predate the Eleusinian mysteries. One archaeologist passionately argued for the intriguing notion that it could be an offshoot cult originating from the classical era, cleverly concealed in the shadows of history. Their debate sparked with a fervor that rivaled the dancing flames before them. Amidst the shadows, Althea sensed an unsettling presence, as if unseen watchers hovered just beyond the warm glow of the firelight. That night she tossed and turned in her tent, the shadows dancing around her as sleep eluded her grasp. Visions danced before my eyes, rich and powerful. A towering figure draped in a gown woven from golden wheat, her hair shimmering like sunlit hay, and her eyes profound and timeless, echoing the very essence of the earth. With a silent gesture, she called to Althea, guiding her through the boundless expanse of fields that stretched on forever. The breeze whispered secrets of the earth, bringing with it the scent of freshly turned soil, and Althea found herself weeping, though the reason eluded her grasp. As the first light of dawn crept in, she stirred from her slumber, the remnants of tears still glistening on her cheeks, chilled by the crisp morning air. The days that followed unfolded in a whirlwind of exploration and discovery. The group carefully chronicled every corner of the chamber, preserving remarkable detail for all to see. A curious development unfolded. From time to time, a gentle hum reverberated through the chamber, reminiscent of a delicate tuning fork. A low vibrating sound echoed through the air, sending a ripple of unease among the crowd. In her quest for understanding, Katerina pondered the possibility that the hum might be tied to the Earth's restless movements beneath the surface. Yet the geological surveys revealed no signs of fault lines or tremors to shed light on the mystery. Another idea floated was that the wind or shifting temperatures outside could stir up a resonance within the chamber's enclosed confines. However, the circumstances beyond continued to be steady throughout the humming episodes, rendering that explanation improbable as well. In the midst of it all, Althea's dreams continued to weave their enchanting tapestry. As the tale unfolded, the details became richer at times, sending shivers down the spine. She meandered through a desolate expanse, the relentless sun beating down upon her. The fields stood barren, and the creatures lay lifeless upon the earth. In the distance, she beheld the familiar figure of the woman clad in wheat-colored robes, her head shaking in a gesture of deep sorrow. The message rang out with unmistakable clarity. In a realm where shadows loomed, the land faced a perilous fate, besieged by an invisible menace. As the data collection unfolded, Althea felt a stirring of restlessness within her. The team appeared satisfied to explore the archaeological importance, yet she felt an enigmatic essence connected to that onyx bowl. If it indeed served as a channel for the goddess's might, then perhaps the age-old promise carved into the stone still resonated in the air. She was convinced that the spirit of Demeter, with her remarkable ability to renew and restore, was intricately tied to this very land. On a sun-drenched afternoon, as the others busied themselves with the careful documentation of artifacts, Althea approached the onyx bowl, cradling a precious offering in her hands. Only a few precious seeds she had brought along from a nearby farm. With a delicate gesture, she cast the seeds into the bowl, half anticipating them to ignite or disappear into thin air. Instead, the seeds remained still dormant in their quiet slumber. With a heavy heart, she let out a sigh, burdened by the sting of her own folly. She was not a priestess. She was a contemporary scholar delving into the depths of knowledge. At times, the boundaries between belief and reality danced perilously close, but her instincts held firm, refusing to waver. As she gazed at the seeds nestled in the bowl, memories of desolate fields and that enigmatic silhouette danced in her mind. "If you are listening, Demeter," Althea murmured, "grant me the wisdom to comprehend. Share with me your desires." The seeds lay in quiet repose, yet a subtle change whispered through the chamber, and unseen movement in the air. Althea felt a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck. She found herself pondering whether it was the whisper of time-worn air or something far more significant resonating within. In that moment, she took a breath, collecting her thoughts like precious gems, and gently placed the seeds down, a humble offering to the unseen spirit that hovered nearby. As the day drew to a close, the sun gracefully descended behind the hills, casting a fiery tapestry of oranges and reds across the sky. Althea stood there, her presence felt among the silent stones and the gnarled olive trees, as if the very earth held its breath in anticipation. She found herself reminiscing about the ancient rituals of women who once called upon Demeter to ensure the survival of their families and communities. In their prayers, they recognized the intricate dance of life growth and decay, all woven together in the same eternal cycle. In the whirlwind of modern society, where the allure of technology and convenience reigns supreme, this profound truth often slips through the cracks, unnoticed and unappreciated. She pondered whether the goddess still held wisdom to share, if only the hearts of the people were willing to truly hear. As Althea made her way back to the camp, a spark ignited within her, urging her to delve further, transcending the boundaries of mere scholarly observation. Indeed, the realm of data and methodology held great importance, yet equally significant was the ethereal world of myth and devotion. Perhaps connecting those realms held the secret to deciphering the chamber's enigma, and perhaps it could even prevent the ominous dreams of a fading world that plagued her slumber. As the weeks rolled by, whispers began to circulate among the learned minds that Althea Stavros had stumbled upon something truly remarkable in Arcadia. A gentle ripple of curiosity transformed into a robust flow of questions, leading to a notable request from a distinguished European institution seeking exclusive rights for publication. Meanwhile, the Greek Ministry of Culture began to take notice, arranging for an official inspection. As these events unfolded, they held the potential to cast Althea's discovery into the annals of history, yet they also risked veiling the shrine's profound enigmas in shadow. Suddenly, the shadows of bureaucracy, funding, and scholarly fame began to cast their weighty presence. Althea found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, she yearned for acknowledgement of the journey she had embarked upon throughout her life. On the other hand, the site was more than just another ruin waiting to be documented and managed. She had a feeling that when the government agencies stepped in, the subtle nuances, those peculiar hums, the fleeting warmth, would either be overlooked or taken advantage of. In the quiet hours of the night, she wrestled with her dreams, torn between the drive for success and the deep-rooted instinct to protect. In the midst of it all, the research team delved deeper into their analyses, uncovering layers of insight with each passing moment. Katerina stumbled upon remnants nestled in the onyx bowl, revealing pollen traces from plant species that had long vanished from the region. It is believed that some of these species flourished over 2,000 years ago, only to disappear as a result of changing climates and the clearing of forests. This suggested that the bowl could have played a pivotal role in an agricultural ritual now faded into the mists of history. Elias discovered that the inscriptions encircling the chamber whispered of a timeless ritual held once every generation, designed to rejuvenate the earth's bounty. Once upon a time, there was a sacred agreement forged between the mortals and the goddess, a solemn promise to cherish the delicate beauty of the land in return for abundant harvests. The narrative suggested that if left unattended, the land might fall into a deep, unending slumber. Althea's earlier translation of the moment field, once shrouded in forgetfulness, now stirred with newfound significance. It was not merely a tale of one historical moment. Rather, it wove a narrative of a persistent threat that loomed over time. Yet amidst their remarkable discoveries, the elusive mysteries remain. The gentle embrace of the onyx's warmth and the soft, resonant hum that would occasionally dance through the chamber. With great anticipation, the group set up their sensitive audio equipment and thermal cameras, eager to uncover the secrets hidden in the shadows. Yet as the night unfolded, the data they captured remained shrouded in mystery, leaving them with more questions than answers. Strange hums akin to the whispers of resonance waves would emerge unexpectedly, while the heat signatures on the bowl would surge dramatically, only to dissipate moments later. Feeling the weight of the growing tension, the allure of academic inquiry, the intrigue of official curiosity, and the enigma that remained unsolved, Althea resolved to take a fresh look at her strategy. She delved into ancient texts, seeking out hidden prophecies that whispered of recurring rituals dedicated to Demeter. One evening, under the warm glow of her old desk lamp in the Athens apartment, she discovered a rare gem, a text by the second-century philosopher Chorus of Phegalia, waiting patiently to share its wisdom. In this tale, Chorus painted a vivid picture of a ritual that embraced both the sorrow and joy of Demeter, beautifully represented by the act of blending seeds with the pure water from a sacred spring. Upon the altar, the seeds were gently laid and trusted to the earth, a testament to the belief in the promise of renewal. Althea recalled the seeds resting in the onyx bowl, each one a promise of what was to come. She felt a shiver run down her spine, frozen in place, too afraid to approach or examine them once more. Is it possible that they are beginning to sprout? With a heart full of excitement, she picked up her phone and dialed Elias. "We require fresh spring water," she declared, diving straight into the matter at hand. Should this text hold true, cascading that water over the seeds while in the presence of Demeter's emblem could awaken the echoes of an ancient promise long forgotten. Elias found himself caught between doubt and curiosity. He remarked that discovering a pristine natural spring in today's world is quite a challenge, yet I remember an ancient mountain spring close to that location. The townsfolk weave tales of its crystal-clear waters. They made the choice to give it a go. As the shadow of the Ministry of Culture's inspection approached, Althea sensed a fleeting opportunity to embark on a more spiritual experiment before the bureaucrats made their entrance. As dawn broke, the duo set off on their journey to the spring, carefully gathering water in pristine glass containers, each step filled with purpose. The water, a chilly embrace, sparkled with clarity, whispering secrets of minerals while remaining untouched by the hands of modernity. As they made their way back to the shrine, they discovered Katerina immersed in her task, carefully recording the details of pottery shards. In a hushed tone, Althea sought a brief respite from the world around her, yearning for a moment of solitude within the chamber. Honoring Althea's keen sense, Katerina agreed, and set off to capture the essence of the outer corridor through her lens. As Althea and Elias stepped into the circular chamber, their hearts raced, caught in a dance between cautious doubt and bold anticipation. A solitary ray of sunlight slipped through a narrow crack in the ceiling, casting a warm glow upon the dais below. With a sense of wonder, Althea stepped closer to the onyx bowl, her heart racing with anticipation. The seeds she had left earlier appeared just as they were, tiny brown flecks dotting the smooth black stone, like whispers of a forgotten tale. With a careful touch, she lifted the lid of the container filled with spring water and let a gentle stream flow just enough to kiss the seeds with moisture. In a flash, the impact was both immediate and breathtaking. The seeds sparkled under the golden rays of the sun, while a gentle warmth radiated from the onyx, reminiscent of the feelings Althea had experienced in the past. Elias inhaled sharply, retreating as if faced with a specter from another realm. The onyx appeared to radiate a subtle warmth from its core, not in a dazzling or glaring manner, but as though a hidden ember had come to life. A soft, low hum echoed through the space, wrapping around them like a warm embrace, sending gentle vibrations that thrummed in their very chests. Althea sensed her heartbeat briefly align with the gentle hum that surrounded her. The seeds lay still unchanged, not bursting forth with life in an instant. Yet a gentle change in the air wrapped the moment in reverence, as though they were poised at the brink of a time-worn gateway. Elias steadied himself, regaining his focus, as he began to take measurements with a handheld thermal sensor. In a curious turn of events, the device revealed a sudden surge, leaping from a steady 25 C to an intriguing 30 C right around the bowl's edge. For several minutes, the temperature held steady, a calm presence amidst the usual coolness of the chamber surrounding it. And just like that, the radiant light vanished into the shadows. The hum faded away. Once again, the temperature settled into its familiar rhythm, returning to the realm of the ordinary. In the stillness, the only sound that dared to break the quiet was the rhythmic drip of water echoing from the corridor. With reverence, Althea knelt beside the dais, her hand hovering near the bowl filled with wonder. She sensed a profound certainty that something extraordinary, perhaps even celestial, was awakening beyond the realm of ordinary science. Elias's veil of doubt had slipped away. He placed his measuring device down, his eyes widening as he turned to Althea. This is truly remarkable," he murmured. As I delve deeper into my experiments, I find myself compelled to uncover the truth of what is unfolding before me. Just as the conversation began to deepen, Katerina's voice echoed from the tunnel, laced with a sense of urgency that demanded attention. They have arrived. The inspectors from the ministry have arrived. Althea and Elias shared a knowing look, their eyes dancing with unspoken tales. Any further exploration into the shrine's enchanting qualities would now be clouded by the watchful eyes of authority. With a sense of urgency, they rushed to welcome the officials, leaving the seeds to soak in the onyx bowl, quietly teeming with their newfound promise. A modest gathering of ministry representatives, accompanied by a few news reporters, assembled at the entrance. In the heart of their ranks stood a remarkable woman, Dion Papadakis, a figure of strength and precision revered for her unwavering commitment to the rules that guided them. With a swift motion, she glided past Althea's courteous salutations, driven by an insatiable curiosity to explore the site on her own. With a hint of indifference, Dion remarked as her gloved hand glided over the intricate carvings that adorned the corridor. It will be essential to cordon off the area, enlisting a team sanctioned by the state to delve deeper into excavation and ensure preservation efforts are meticulously carried out. With a gentle insistence, Althea sought to convey the exceptional nature of their discovery, highlighting the dedication and ongoing efforts of her team in their research. Dion graced the room with a delicate smile. Indeed, yet these matters require careful attention, following the proper channels and official direction. It is imperative that we safeguard our precious national treasure from the hands of those who should not interfere with its integrity. Her tone dripped with condescension, as if Althea were a mere child having stumbled upon a mystery beyond her grasp. A slow, unsettling dread twisted within Althea's belly. Should the government assert complete authority, the site might find itself ensnared in bureaucratic red tape, or even worse, transformed into a mere tourist destination adorned with superficial plaques. The profound phenomena that echoed Demeter's enduring spirit could easily be obscured beneath a shiny facade of institutional management. With a heart full of concern, Althea led the way into the depths of the chamber, her courage shining through the shadows. The officials captured images, jotted down observations, and exchanged whispers as they conferred with one another. Reporters posed questions that barely scratched the surface, focusing primarily on the site's historical era and pondering if it could ever match Lucis in renown. It appeared that no one inquired about the vibrant energy it seemed to hold within. As the entourage departed, Althea and Elias were enveloped by a heavy sense of urgency, acutely aware that their time to uncover the shrine's true meaning was slipping away. Once the wheels of bureaucracy began to turn, their access could very well be curtailed significantly. A plan was essential, one that would pay homage to the solemn promise etched in the ancient carvings, while also gathering sufficient proof to sway the contemporary authorities. As the days unfolded, Althea found herself ensnared in a web of increasingly vivid nightmares. Every evening, she beheld the same haunting image of a dry landscape splitting apart like ancient ceramics. In the distance, a quiet Demeter cast her gaze aside, retreating into the shadows. Althea felt a stirring within her, a whisper of warning, that if they did not revive this forgotten ritual, the repercussions could resonate far beyond the pages of history. It might have held a deeper meaning, or it could have been just as it appeared. A time of impending environmental downfall stands at humanity's threshold, exacerbated by the disregard for nature's cherished rhythms. Yet how might Althea weave her words to persuade the officials or even her fellow colleagues that a legendary promise must be rekindled for the well-being of the land? It danced on the edge of madness by the standards of today. Yet all that she had witnessed and experienced within that chamber hinted at a truth that transcended the bounds of science and delved into the depths of ancient legend. In the shadows of fate, the goddess Demeter lingered, her heart yearning for a true act of devotion as the sands of time slipped away. A sense of unease washed over the team as they confronted the increasing scrutiny from the government. In a bid to buy some precious time, Elias passionately championed the creation of a comprehensive academic paper, one that would meticulously capture the historical significance of the site. He urged the ministry to tread carefully, weighing each step with the gravity it deserved. Katerina immersed herself in the meticulous task of completing a thorough inventory of artifacts, believing that the depth of detail would delay any swift transformation of the shrine into a tourist attraction. As the hands of the clock moved steadily forward, Each tick resonated like a heartbeat in the quiet room. Althea, with unwavering determination, delved into the depths of ancient lore, seeking to uncover the long-lost ritual that held the promise of rekindling Demeter's sacred bond with the earth. The words suggested a shared endeavor, a collective contribution, rather than merely an individual gesture. There was an essence to Demeter's blessing that called for a communal reverence, a shared understanding that the richness of the earth flourished through the people's respect and gratitude. This stood in stark contrast to contemporary beliefs that regarded the earth as nothing more than a resource to be exploited. Once upon a time, Althea ventured into the quaint village, eager to uncover the ancient customs that might still whisper the name of Demeter. In a cozy kitchen, the aroma of strong coffee filled the air, as an elderly woman named Gianna wove tales from her childhood, each word a thread in the rich tapestry of her memories. In the days of my youth, there was a charming little festival that graced our springtime, she reminisced. With a wreath of flowers in hand, we strolled through the fields, our hearts filled with hopes and prayers for a bountiful harvest. My mother spoke of an ancient tradition, a ritual we performed to honor the earth. Yet as the years rolled on, the festival gradually dimmed, eclipsed by the rise of contemporary farming techniques and shifting economic landscapes. Althea felt her heart race. This was the moment a trace of collective reverence. Perhaps it was something deeper woven into the fabric of our shared history. As the flowers were gathered and woven into a delicate wreath, each petal whispered a prayer resonating with the timeless tradition of honoring the shifting seasons. Though the act itself may not summon a divine being, it could very well bring forth the harmony she had longed for in the hearts of many. With a heart full of determination, she made her way back to the dig site, ready to uncover the secrets that lay beneath the surface. With a gentle step, she made her way to Elias Katerina and a handful of others, weaving her vision of a humble ceremony at the shrine, a beautiful tapestry that intertwined local tradition with the timeless promise of old. Despite the doubt etched on some faces, Elias boldly stepped forward, fueled by his resolve to lend a hand. If the goddess's presence is indeed felt among us, he murmured, perhaps it is our duty to history and to our own era to pay her the respect she deserves. They chose the approaching Sunday, a day when the majority of the villagers would find themselves free from the toil of fieldwork or other duties. Althea longed for them to join in, for it was a piece of their legacy as well. In hushed tones, she wove a tapestry of invitations, beckoning farmers, shopkeepers, and local families to gather for a humble blessing ceremony as the sun dipped below the horizon. She tread carefully, mindful not to alert the ministry or the press, wishing to keep the event from becoming a grand spectacle. On that fateful day, the sun shone warmly, casting its golden rays beneath a vast, unblemished sky. By the gentle slope of the hillside, the villagers came together, carrying flowers, seeds, and lovingly crafted wreaths. Their faces sparkled with wonder and a hint of thrill. A handful of seasoned residents exchanged knowing smiles, as if they were greeting an old companion in this rekindled tradition. With a hint of curiosity, the younger faces gazed on their expressions, reflecting a mix of anticipation and uncertainty about the unfolding events. With grace and purpose, Althea guided the procession toward the entrance of the hidden subterranean chamber. With a gentle voice, she shared her purpose to pay tribute to the land, to recognize the timeless guardianship of Demeter, and to reaffirm a humble promise of gratitude and care. In a world devoid of grand illusions or rigid beliefs, there lay a simple desire to bond with the rhythms of nature that had nurtured humanity through the ages. They gathered in a gentle arc around the dais. In the heart of the gathering, Althea stood poised, her hand gently placed upon the onyx bowl, which brimmed once more with the pure spring water and seeds a promise of new beginnings. The chamber shimmered in the flickering torchlight. The intricately carved images of Demeter danced as if they were breathing alive in the ever-changing shadows. A stillness enveloped the gathering, as even the little ones felt the weight of the extraordinary moment that was about to unfold. Yet the true essence of the discovery reached far beyond mere laboratory findings. Althea felt that the true wonder lay in how an age-old tale had connected the past with the present, inspiring individuals to remember their collective duty to the earth. Once upon a time, the goddess Demeter, once a figure of ancient tales, stepped back into the light, reminding humanity of a vital truth, that nourishment is not merely a given, but a fragile bond that demands our respect and nurturing. On a gentle autumn afternoon, Althea found herself wandering alone through the fields that stretched near the shrine. The harvest was bustling with activity. As she inhaled the rich aroma of freshly turned earth and luscious olives, her thoughts wandered back to that pivotal moment in the chamber, where the air vibrated with a soft hum and the onyx shimmered with an enchanting glow. In a moment of profound realization, she understood that her life's work had found its true worth, a validation far beyond any academic accolade or government grant could ever provide. She had beheld the unseen, the crossroads where legend intertwines with the everyday. Though Demeter may no longer be honored in the traditional sense throughout the contemporary world, a fragment of her essence lives on, captured in each seed, sown with optimism, and every harvest reaped with thankfulness. Althea climbed to a gentle rise where she could gaze out over the sprawling countryside below. She took a moment to envision Demeter herself gracefully wandering the earth, safeguarding the rhythm of the seasons. Perhaps the goddess took on various forms: a devoted farmer, a diligent scientist, anyone who seeks to nurture and cultivate rather than diminish and devastate. The boundaries between myth and the lives of mortals had woven together in a captivating dance. From her perch, Althea beheld the fresh green shoots emerging in the fields beneath her gaze. With her eyes gently shut, she summoned the memory of the soft murmur that had graced her ears during the ritual. "Tend the earth, and it shall tend to you." The words lingered in her mind, a soothing balm of wisdom and warmth. As she opened her eyes, a vast expanse of potential unfolded before her. A realm that felt both timeless and fresh, carrying the unmistakable imprint of a promise reborn. With a final wistful smile, Althea began her descent down the slope. Deep within her, she sensed that Demeter, despite being largely overlooked by contemporary devotion, had never truly disappeared. In the stillness of the world, she lingered poised to share her gift with those who dared to recall. In that moment of reflection, Althea understood that remembering was the essential beginning of growth, of flourishing, and of crafting a future where the vibrant tapestry of myth intertwined seamlessly with the delicate balance of the earth's reality. Leaves danced softly in the breeze, their gentle tremors casting shadows that took on forms as if they were breathing beings. In the depths of this timeless wilderness, Artemis stood proudly, her bow gripped firmly, sensing the very pulse of the earth beneath her feet. Her eyes drifted skyward, finding the moon her eternal companion, ever watching from its celestial perch beyond the world of mortals. Even in the depths of night, the world held a glimmer of light for her. With a gentle touch, she laid her palm upon the weathered trunk of a venerable oak. The bark radiated warmth, a gentle reminder of sunlight, even as the night air turned crisp and cool. A ripple of unease whispered through the trees, as if the very heart of the forest was stirring from its slumber. Creatures that once wandered the wild with ease, wolves, stags, boars, now exhibited an unusual restlessness. A deep ancient silence enveloped them. In the stillness of the night, they nestled into the hollows and concealed themselves behind the brambles, as if haunted by the presence of an unseen danger lurking in the moonlight. Artemis's ears picked up the delicate whisper of leaves rustling in the breeze. Only a huntress of true skill would recognize that the sound was more than just a squirrel flitting through the underbrush. Yet Artemis was far from inexperienced. She felt the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the trees, as if they were sharing secrets meant only for her ears. With her gaze fixed ahead, she gently shut her eyes and extended her awareness, tapping into the profound connection that tied her to the untamed wilderness. A presence was suffering. She could nearly savor the biting essence of anguish that lingered in the atmosphere. With a quiet inhale, she ventured further into the thicket, her movements as silent as a whisper. Twisted roots emerged from the earth, resembling the gnarled fingers of an ancient being. As she moved through the lush greenery, the vines playfully caressed her arms, catching on the delicate edges of her unadorned tunic. A soft light danced between the branches up ahead. Artemis came to a halt, raising her hand to beckon her companion closer. High upon a branch, an owl sat, its golden eyes gleaming perfectly motionless. The bird took to the air, gliding silently as it searched for any lurking threats while she pressed on ahead. At long last, she uncovered the origin of that enchanting, otherworldly glow. A wounded deer, its sides shimmering with a ghostly glow. Its eyes were filled with a haunting mix of fear and anguish. By the measures of humanity, this creature was far from ordinary. It bore the mark of the extraordinary, a gentle glow that embraced its fur as if kissed by the cosmos. In a time long past, beings such as these wandered the earth, imbued with a hint of divine enchantment from the gods above. In those moments, they became a fleeting glimpse, often concealed in the most secluded corners of the world. Kreos Artemis murmured gently, her voice a tender echo of the past, as she recalled the noble lineage of deer that once flourished by her most sacred shrines. The deer stirred its legs, quaking beneath it as it tried to rise, only to falter and fall again with a soft, muffled cry. Crimson droplets painted the emerald moss below. Artemis knelt, her fingers brushing softly against its neck. Soft, glistening droplets pooled at the edges of the deer's deep, expressive eyes. The goddess sensed the rhythm of its heartbeat, a pulse of fear that seemed to acknowledge her presence while simultaneously trembling at the thought of any being nearby, whether celestial or not. She stumbled upon a profound wound stretching across its hindquarters, the edges singed and blackened. This was not a mark left by an ordinary beast. The burn marks whispered of a weapon imbued with otherworldly might, crafted from an energy that eludes the understanding of mere mortals. Artemis clenched her jaw, a storm brewing within her. She knew the moment had come to take action. With a graceful motion, she reached into the weathered leather pouch at her hip, retrieving a delicate pinch of moonlit herbs, each leaf carefully collected from hidden clearings that only she knew. With a gentle squeeze, she pressed the leaves between her hands, murmuring a delicate incantation that echoed through the ages, predating the very tongues of mortals and even the youthful deities of Olympus. A shimmering light flowed from her fingertips, gently enveloping the deer's wound. As she completed her task, the gentle rhythm of the deer's breathing found its calm once more. The shimmer in its fur flared momentarily, casting a brief glow before fading back into the rich, dark fabric of the night. With great care, Artemis lifted the creature to its feet, guiding it gently as it found its balance once more. It trembled, yet held its ground. "Go!" she urged, her voice a soft murmur that danced in the air. "Embrace your freedom." The deer gazed at her, an expression that hinted at gratitude before it carefully made its way into the thick underbrush. The moonlight gracefully split, granting a gentle passage through the night. As the final shimmer of its radiant coat faded into the night, Artemis gently shut her eyes, allowing a wave of relief to envelop her. Yet a shadow of unease lingered, softening that feeling. A presence, be it creature or force, dared to invade her realm, bringing harm to one of her cherished beings. Her owl companion settled on a low branch, releasing a solitary hoot of warning. With a swift motion, Artemis pivoted her head, her keen eyes sweeping the boundary of the forest. A shadow danced among the trees, a fleeting glimpse of something that stirred the imagination, just out of reach yet unmistakably present. Shrouded in mystery, whether by a hood or a helmet, she could not tell yet, the aura enveloped her senses. The air was thick with the scent of past hostilities and strange enchantments. With a swift and graceful motion, she knocked an arrow, the act flowing from her as effortlessly as the very air she breathed. With a steady hand, she drew back the bowstring, her gaze fixed on the very place where the figure had once lingered. Yet all that met her eyes was an expanse of darkness. Whoever it may have been, they slipped away into the shadows with an eerie swiftness. The presence hung in the air, a metallic taste dancing on her tongue. It brought to mind the sleepless nights following a confrontation with Orion, or the lingering resonance of her fury when Actaeon faced the consequences of his intrusion. A most unusual threat had emerged. Neither a mere mortal wandering into her sacred bathing spot, nor a boastful hunter declaring himself the finest archer. The peculiar scorch upon the deer's hide hinted at a power that transcended the familiar rules of Olympus. With a gentle sigh, Artemis lowered her bow, the tension easing from her shoulders. There was an essence here, rich and ancient, resonating with a profound depth. A stirring of disquiet took root in her, a whisper of ancient tales about the primal forces that lay dormant, hidden even from the wisdom of the Olympian deities. She cast her gaze skyward once again. The moon looked down, a quiet observer, yet its steady light brought a sense of solace. In her presence, the forest held its breath. In that moment, she understood that every creature, wolf, hare, owl, was observing her, poised in anticipation of her response. The untamed world sensed the unease of its sovereign and mirrored her feelings in its own way. A gentle breeze began to weave its way through the lush canopy, carrying secrets of the forest with it. Leaves whispered softly above, sharing secrets carried on the breeze, mingling scents of distant seas, pine trees, and the subtle promise of storms on the horizon. With her eyes gently shut, Artemis surrendered to the caress of the wind as it danced over her skin. She envisioned her father Zeus seated majestically on Olympus, ruling over tempests and the fates of mortals. She envisioned her twin brother Apollo, the brilliant archer, who thrived in the warmth of the sun's embrace. In the space between them, she discovered her role as the guardian of the wild and the essence of purity, carving a journey that rarely crossed into the realm of human affairs, unless they were foolish enough to stir her anger or threaten her beloved beings. Yet alas, misfortune had truly arrived. It was something she simply could not overlook. A reckoning was on the horizon, a relentless pursuit awaited. She had always been a guardian to those in her care, be they nymphs dancing in the glades, or the revered creatures roaming her enchanted woods. Those who dared to threaten them would find themselves at the mercy of her unerring arrows. With a steadying breath, Artemis placed her hand once more against the sturdy oak trunk. Her promise to protect the deer, the nymphs, and all the innocent souls who roamed the forest was etched in her memory from times long past. This time, however, the promise resonated with a heightened intensity, a pressing urgency that could not be ignored. She felt deep within her that the lurking danger in her domain was far more than just an intruder. The quiet of the forest enveloped her again, and she sensed the very pulse of the earth beneath her soles. In that profound silence, a fresh resolve began to take shape. She was determined to hunt down this intruder, regardless of how old or mysterious its roots might be. She had wandered the untamed lands since the dawn of time, and every nook of the natural realm was open to her exploration. With each careful step over the gnarled roots and winding vines, Artemis glided forward, embodying the stealth and grace of a panther stalking its prey. With each breath, she found her rhythm and her steps echoed with confidence. The owl trailed behind her, a haunting figure etched against the luminous night sky. Before long, she stumbled upon an ancient path seldom trodden, where the delicate impressions of deer hooves, goat prints, and perhaps even the fleeting traces of a wandering satyr whispered tales of the forest's secrets. She recalled that the path wound its way to the remnants of an age-old shrine, a sacred place honoring her most primal selves when she was more than just a huntress. She was a sentinel of crossroads, a guardian for those who roam the world. It could have been ages since she set foot in that forsaken spot. Yet the echo of that memory lingered in her thoughts, whispering that certain secrets can slumber for ages only to stir when peril approaches. Perhaps within those ancient crumbling stones lay secrets waiting to be uncovered. With unwavering determination, Artemis embarked on her journey. The moon above cast its gentle glow, illuminating her path like a soft beacon in the night. With every step, the air was filled with the enchanting scents of pine resin, rich damp earth, and the boldest of blooms. The silence that enveloped the forest slowly began to fade, giving way to the soft buzz of insects and the far-off melodies of nocturnal birds. Yet an unspoken tension hung in the air, akin to a breath held just before the climax of a tale. Indeed, she made her choice. She would uncover the identity of those who dared to tarnish her realm and harm a cherished being under her guardianship. Once she tracked them down, they would come to understand the true meaning of awakening the huntress of the moon. In the hushed whispers of the leaves, her vow found its eternal seal. In the depths of the shadows, an unseen adversary could be setting cunning snares, yet Artemis pressed on, fearless and resolute. The moonlight danced upon the forest, a realm she claimed as her own, just as the fierce resolve burned brightly within her heart. She would peel back the layers of this enigma, one arrow at a time, if that's what it took. At the path's first bend, she took a moment to pause, her hand gently gliding over the soft feathers of her owl companion. A quiet moment of connection lingered between the divine and the feathered creature. With a fluid elegance, they pressed onward into the night, the forest parting before them, as if paying homage to its true protector. As the first light of dawn broke, Artemis made her way to the ancient shrine, its weathered stones whispering tales of old. Soft beams of pale light filtered through the towering cypress trees, casting a gentle glow on a once majestic stone edifice, now tenderly embraced by the wild embrace of nature. The ivy wove its way around the crumbling pillars, while moss flourished in the crevices of marble steps that whispered of footsteps from a time long past. The place evoked the essence of a dream that lingered in her mind, significant yet softened at the borders, like a memory that danced just out of reach. A section of the roof had collapsed, with shattered tiles strewn across the ground like a cascade of fallen dominoes. Artemis moved with grace among the fragments, each piece whispering a tale of the devoted souls who once sought her favor. In those ancient days, she extended her hand, granting safe passage, bestowing luck in hunts, and whispering promises of untouched wilderness. Yet as the sands of time flowed, the fervor of mortal devotion transformed. Once grand temples rose to the heavens, only to be left to the ravages of time, fading into the whispers of history. Some devotees found themselves drawn to new deities or alternative shrines seeking fresh paths for their reverence. Even those who defied time found it challenging to remember every crack in their vast history. Within those walls, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of moist soil. Columns that still stood loomed like towering guardians in the dim light. As one ventured a few steps further, the remnants of the past revealed a central courtyard encircled by crumbling walls and wild brambles. Artemis came to a halt as her gaze fell upon the remnants of an altar where a shallow basin hewn from a single block of marble lingered at its heart. At the edges, subtle carvings revealed stags and nymphs, their forms etched in delicate lines whispering tales of ancient woods. With each step, her presence resonated through the ancient stone, a whisper of tales untold. As she drew nearer, a captivating sight caught her eye. Charred streaks reached up the side of the altar as if they were desperate fingers grasping for something lost. Newly minted, kneeling, she gently brushed her fingers against the charred remnants. A pungent scent assaulted her senses, reminiscent of the acrid air after a storm or the remnants of peculiar ceremonies long forgotten. No ordinary flame had left this trace. It bore the essence of a sinister enchantment that had harmed the revered deer. As she cradled the charred remnants in her hand, a memory whispered from the depths of her mind. In a time long forgotten, there existed deities far more ancient than the Olympians, ethereal beings that wandered the earth in an age before Zeus claimed dominion. Some were cast away or tamed, yet seldom were they utterly vanquished. Should any of those ancient forces have returned, it would illuminate the growing unease that whispered through her forest. A subtle flicker at the periphery of her sight drew her gaze. With a swift motion, she turned an arrow poised and ready to fly. The courtyard, bathed in the gentle embrace of early dawn light, unveiled a dance of shifting shadows cast by the vines. As the birds outside sang their morning greeting, a subtle unease hung in the air, a flicker of motion or perhaps the shadow of a presence lurking behind the columns. "Reveal yourself," she urged with authority. Her voice resonated through the remnants, a haunting reminder of the power that once commanded entire hunting parties to bow in respect. For a few moments, silence lingered in the air, as if time itself held its breath, waiting for a response. From the shadows, a figure materialized, slender and draped in a rich green cloak, their face obscured beneath a mysterious hood. With an eerie grace, it slipped into a pool of dappled sunlight. With a steady hand, Artemis drew her bow, ready for what lay ahead. "Do you stand by my side or against me?" A gentle chuckle floated out from the shadows of the hood. The figure raised a ghostly hand, a delicate offering of tranquility in the air. "I bear no ill will towards you, mistress of the wilderness," came a voice steady and balanced, neither distinctly male nor female. Yet it appeared that another had taken on that role. Artemis cast a keen eye upon the stranger, studying every detail with an air of intrigue. She sensed no immediate ill will, yet the presence exuded a strange energy, akin to the elusive forest spirits that seldom revealed themselves to either mortals or deities. "Pray tell, who might you be?" "Throughout my journey I have carried various names, yet none have held the weight to linger in memory." The hooded figure raised their head, and a subtle shimmer in their eyes caught the light mirroring the lush greenery that surrounded them. "Once your realm embraced me, and in return I offered my light to those wandering through your darkness." Artemis eased her grip on the bowstring, allowing it to relax just a bit, yet she held it steady, refusing to let it fall completely. With a keen eye, she examined the figure's cloak, adorned with elaborate designs of leaves and twinkling constellations. "So you see yourself as a guide, do you, in a way? I observe the meeting points of journeys and destinies where souls stand at the brink of choices filled with doubt and trepidation." The figure came to a halt, casting a wary eye upon the scorched altar. "I arrived here drawn by the unsettling taste of the air, as if a shadow of corruption had infiltrated a once sacred space bearing your name." Artemis nodded, her mind drifting back to a time when lesser spirits pledged their loyalty to the gods, dwelling within shrines and sacred forests. Do you feel the echoes of what transpired in this place? The stranger raised a hand toward the scorch marks as if sensing the lingering vibrations etched into the stone. I do indeed. A force sought to penetrate the depths of an ancient mystery, one that predates even your existence, divine being. Artemis sensed a cold wave wash over her heart. The very idea of a being more ancient than the Olympians stepping into her realm sent a shiver down her spine. She recalled the way the deer's wound had festered a burn unlike anything a mortal blacksmith could ever create. A force that hails from a time long before the New Order. Could it be? The mysterious figure offered a vague shrug, leaving the air thick with intrigue. If that's the case, it's quite clever. It seeks to uncover the hidden weaknesses within your domain. It does not focus on your devoted followers or the familiar places of reverence. Instead, it seeks out those aged, somewhat faded locales that cradle the earliest fragments of your identity and the treasures you hold dear. Just as she was about to speak, a soft rustle of pebbles shifting reverberated from the shadows of the ancient ruins. With a swift motion, Artemis lifted her bow, once more ready for what lay ahead. The figure beside her grew taut with anticipation. A mysterious figure hovered just beyond the shattered wall, its movements whispering against the ancient stone. With a careful step, Artemis inched closer, her back resting against the weathered column that leaned ever so slightly. The figure clad in green slipped silently into the shadows, likely maneuvering for a more advantageous view. With great caution, Artemis gazed over the debris. Initially, her gaze fell upon the fallen corridor, littered with the broken remnants of nymphs and lions, their once proud forms now reduced to fragments. Then in the midst of the dusty gloom, her eyes caught a faint glow, pulsing with a sickly red hue. Whatever entity cast that glow crept along, gliding with a deliberate, almost serpentine grace across the floor. Her heart raced with anticipation. With a heart full of anticipation, she inched forward, each step taken with the utmost care. The corridor led to a side chamber, its roof only partially intact, shrouded in an enveloping darkness. In the shadows, a gnarled figure crouched low over a small pit in the earth, a place that may have once served as a site for offerings. It stood before me, a figure that was humanoid, yet stretched and twisted its limbs, extending at angles that defied the natural order. A cascade of dark locks draped over its visage. From behind that curtain, a pair of eyes glimmered, with a fiery red hue, much like the last embers flickering in a cold, forgotten fireplace. Its hands delved into the depths of the pit, seeking something elusive. The silence of the dilapidated shrine enveloped them. Artemis felt her heart race not from fear, but from the thrilling, measured excitement of a hunter pursuing formidable prey. With a steady hand, she lifted her bow, focusing intently on her target. The creature's voice rasped a sound that echoed through the shadows. "Pray tell, where might it be found?" Artemis cast her eyes toward the opening in the earth. In a time long past, these pits were believed to hold relics or sacred tokens, gifts bestowed upon the goddess. Once this place thrummed with life, but now it lay silent, as if the very essence of its treasures had faded into the ether over countless ages. Yet if this entity was in pursuit of a long-lost artifact of Artemis, it might just be the first step in a more sinister design. With a steady breath, she entered the chamber, her arrow aimed squarely at the creature's heart. In her search, she inquired, her tone sharp and cutting. With a deliberate motion, the creature pivoted its head, its eyes squinting in the faint glow. As one drew nearer, the sight was nothing short of terrifying, with skin pulled tight over skeletal limbs and a mouth twisted into a grimace of age-old fury. Dark streaks of grime or unpleasant residue clung to its arms. Artemis felt a primal instinct surge within her, warning that this was not just a creature of nightmares, it was a vessel for something far more sinister, a marionette dancing to the whims of an unseen master. "I see you have made yourself quite comfortable." Artemis continued, her voice reverberating through the stone walls. "A perilous location you have selected for your scavenging adventure." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the creature's throat as it lifted a long, spindly arm, wielding a jagged piece of obsidian that glowed with a strange, haunting light from within. Artemis beheld a shard of an otherworldly relic pulsating with an energy that seemed to mock the very laws of nature. "You cannot halt his advance," the creature whispered, its voice slithering through blackened teeth. "The ancient ties are fraying, the familiar paths are coming undone." Artemis's lips formed a tight, determined line. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she released her arrow, a seamless dance of precision and purpose. The projectile soared with precision, embedding itself in the creature's shoulder. With a piercing shriek, it stumbled backward, the obsidian shard tumbling to the ground with a sharp clatter. From the wound, a stream of oily black fluid oozed forth, thick and sinister, evaporating into foul smoke before it could kiss the earth below. The shot was meant to bring down any creature that dared to breathe. Yet the creature surged ahead with a wild intensity, as if the agony itself ignited its madness. In a swift motion, it lunged at her, its claws shimmering like polished onyx. With a swift movement, Artemis evaded the strike just in the nick of time. Her breath quickened, each inhalation laced with the foul scent of its wicked sorcery. With a surge of celestial power, she leaped through the chamber, moving with the effortless elegance of a graceful deer. With a graceful motion, she reached behind her, retrieving another arrow, its barbed tip glinting with a silver sheen, a treasure blessed beneath the luminous full moon. With her aim steady, the creature let out a howl, a chilling sound that echoed through the shrine, shaking loose the dust from the rafters above. With a flicker at the periphery of her sight, the cloaked figure draped in green stepped forth from the shadows, casting a handful of shimmering powder upon the creature's back. In a brilliant burst of emerald light, the powder ignited, compelling the monstrous creature to turn, thus presenting Artemis with an impeccable opportunity. Another arrow soared, cutting through the air with deadly precision. It pierced the creature's chest, embedding itself deep to the fletching. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from its lips as the malevolent force that had brought it to life began to fade away. The eyes, once a fierce shade of crimson, flickered like a dying flame before they finally faded into darkness. Like a marionette severed from its strings, the figure crumpled, melting into a dark ooze that trickled through the crevices of the polished marble floor. With her bow held high, Artemis surveyed the surroundings, ever vigilant for lurking dangers. Yet the corridor was enveloped in an eerie hush. A delicate sizzle hung in the atmosphere, the final whisper of a lingering, uninvited presence. The figure draped in green advanced, their face shrouded in the shadows of the hood. Whatever force had unleashed that creature was on a quest for something. It whispered, its voice heavy with worry. They shall not rest until they have made their mark, for one attempt is merely the beginning of their tale. This is more than just one ambush. With a knowing nod, Artemis reached for her arrows, readying herself for what lay ahead. The first lay in ruins, engulfed in searing ichor. The second shimmered softly, a remnant of silver magic lingering upon it, though its tip bore the marks of corrosion. A fire of anger sparked within her chest. A shadowy presence has begun to encroach upon the hallowed grounds of my ancient shrines. One must face it right at its origin. With a fleeting look, she regarded the figure, a swirl of doubt about their intentions, dancing in her mind, yet an undeniable warmth in their gestures spoke of genuine purpose. If you truly are a guide, lead me on this journey to uncover this power and reveal the path to attain it. The mysterious figure inclined their head in a gesture of reverence. Indeed, I shall but take heed, Lady Artemis. The journey we embark upon takes us into forgotten realms, shrouded in mystery where neither mortals nor deities dare to tread. We embark on a journey through the dusky realms where boundaries fade away. Artemis drew herself up, her posture firm and resolute. Then we shall forge a new trail, if it is our destiny. With the moon as my beacon, shadows hold no terror for me. The cloaked figure raised a hand, unveiling a small obsidian disc adorned with ancient symbols. This could be our first clue, they remarked, lifting it from the earth where the creature had discarded it. In every corner of this relic, one can sense the lingering essence of whatever entity once graced it with its presence. As she examined the disc, she observed the symbols dancing just out of focus, a swirling sensation beckoning her thoughts if she lingered too long on their intricate designs. A restless energy coursed within her. With the artifact held tightly, the figure locked eyes with her. In the gentle embrace of the foothills near Arcadia, there lies an oracle shrouded in mystery and whispers of ancient wisdom. She is the one who can unravel the mystery behind these markings. Artemis took a moment to inhale deeply, savoring the stillness around her. She cast her eyes upon the charred altar, the crumbling walls that whispered tales of ruin, and the putrid remnants of the beast that once was. This shrine, a once sacred symbol of her guardianship, now lay tarnished. Let it remain as a haunting reminder of the dangers that lie just beyond our understanding. With a nod, she replied, "Very well. We shall embark on a quest to seek out this oracle and unveil the true essence of our foe. Then I shall make certain that no more shrines and no more of my beloved creatures succumb to this vile corruption." As the first light of dawn emerged, a golden hue enveloped the landscape, casting a warm glow upon the leaves and the scattered stones that lay beneath. With a steady stride, Artemis ventured forth from the ancient ruin, the guide trailing closely behind, eager to uncover the secrets that lay ahead. The silence that cloaked the forest slowly lifted, giving way to the tentative melodies of birds and the gentle stirrings of leaves. Yet the tension in the air lingered, reminiscent of a distant thundercloud waiting to unleash its storm. In that fleeting moment, Artemis found her determination. Regardless of how old the menace was or the terrors it brought forth, she stood resolute, unwavering in her determination. She was the huntress bound by her oath to safeguard and to deliver justice when the moment called for it. And should an ancient deity or primordial spirit have the audacity to contest her reign, she would confront it with the steadfast accuracy of her arrows glimmering in the moonlight. They journeyed beneath the thick embrace of ancient oaks and towering pines, led by the mysterious stranger, whose sense of direction seemed almost otherworldly. With every mile, the forest spirit seemed to transform ever so slightly. The trees murmured secrets, and the wind danced with a hint of unease, as if the very essence of nature prepared itself for the unfolding tale that awaited. With a determined stride, Artemis advanced, accompanied by her guide draped in green. Every now and then she would catch sight of quiet observers, deer peering through the ferns, birds resting on gnarled branches, all captivated by the essence of their guardian. As the sun ascended to its zenith, its radiant rays wove a tapestry of flickering shadows upon the carpet of leaves that adorned the winding path. At long last they stepped into a glade, embraced by delicate birches, their bark glistening with the marks of curious pecking. At the heart of the scene, a quaint time-worn edifice rose, echoing the essence of a forgotten wellspring. Vines entwined themselves around the weathered stone columns, while a sturdy iron gate stood resolute, guarding the entrance to a shadowy underground cavern. "Welcome to the Oracle's Glade," the guide intoned as they lowered their hood, revealing a face etched with the wisdom of ages. Artemis cast a fleeting look at the unveiled visage, delicate traits, and emerald eyes shimmering with a soft glow. A whisper of the spirit is ethereal lineage. With a determined stride, she moved ahead, her eyes sweeping the surroundings. "I feel the magic intricately threaded within these stones," she whispered. A soft murmur lingered in the atmosphere, as though the whispers of countless seekers had woven a tapestry of their inquiries, dreams, and anxieties through the ages. The guide unveiled the obsidian disc they had unearthed at the shrine, its surface adorned with a mesmerizing swirl of enigmatic symbols that sparkled in the bright midday sun. The guide spoke of the oracle, a being of ancient wisdom, neither of this world nor fully divine. She engages in a dialogue with the flowing currents of wisdom that lie beneath the surface of the earthly realm. With a knowing nod, Artemis approached the iron gate, confident that she was the one who could unravel the mystery of these runes. She felt the intricate wards woven into its essence, safeguards that required a tribute or a just purpose to cross their threshold. With great caution, she let her fingers graze the frigid surface of the metal. A soft glow reminiscent of moonlight radiated from her hand. The wards acknowledged her celestial essence. The gate released with a soft click, swinging open gracefully on its hinges. The air, heavy and stale, drifted up from the hidden passage below, infused with the earthy aroma of damp stone and the whisper of decaying leaves. A twisting staircase spiraled down into the shadows. With a careful hand, the guide secured the obsidian disc within a pouch at their waist, then set off in pursuit of Artemis, descending into the unknown. As they journeyed further into the depths, the gentle hum from above transformed into a resonant throb of energy, reverberating off the cavern walls. In the flickering torchlight, cast by Artemis' conjured orb of lunar glow, ancient murals would occasionally spring to life, their colors dancing in the shadows. The paintings unfolded tales of the past, where mortals implored the oracle for visions of the future. Enigmatic forms glided through the celestial tapestry, and a woman adorned with antlers emerged, perhaps a timeless embodiment of Artemis herself. At long last, the narrow corridor gave way to a vast chamber, its expanse inviting curiosity and wonder. In that serene underground realm, a tranquil lake glimmered softly, nourished by gentle drips from the stalactites above. Amidst the tranquil waters of the lake, there rose a majestic platform of natural stone standing proud and timeless. A delicate bridge, barely more than a time-worn path, stretched across the expanse from the shore to the platform. A solitary figure stood in the shadows, bathed in the soft glow of a single beam of light, filtering through a crevice in the cavern's ceiling. Shrouded in ethereal veils, her silhouette danced on the edge of perception, illuminated by a soft radiance that enveloped her like a celestial halo. Veiled in delicate layers of white cloth, her face remained a mystery shrouded in intrigue. Artemis paused, her breath hitching, as an unseen force filled the room, stirring a sense of unease within her. This was no ordinary oracle, unlike the famed one at Delphi tethered to the divine offerings of Apollo. This entity resonated with a raw essence, a true embodiment of the earth and waters that cradle our world. Oracle Artemis intoned, her voice resonating over the tranquil surface of the water. We embark on a quest for understanding. A dark and ancient presence has crept into my realm. In our quest, we stumbled upon a relic imbued with dark and sinister magic. A soft, ethereal voice drifted through the layers of fabric. Come closer, Huntress. Fetch the ancient artifact. Allow me to uncover the haunting shadows that linger upon its facade. With a cautious heart, Artemis made her way onto the ancient stone bridge, each step measured and deliberate. The guide trailed closely behind. Gentle ripples played upon the water's surface, casting a mesmerizing display of shimmering reflections that waltzed across the cavern walls. The silence enveloped the scene, as if each drop of water paused, waiting for the unfolding tale to begin. Upon arriving at the platform, Artemis gave a knowing nod to the guide, who then revealed the obsidian disc with a flourish. With a sense of solemnity, they gently set it upon a modest elevated stone before the oracle. The mysterious figure reached out with delicate hands, their fingertips shimmering with a soft light. As her fingers glided over the artifact, a haunting moan appeared to emerge from the depths of the water. In the depths of her thoughts, Artemis found herself questioning the nature of her experience. Was it a reality or merely a whisper of her imagination? The uncertainty lingered like a shadow, elusive and haunting. This is not a creation of mortal forging. The oracle intoned, her voice a soft melody that danced through the air. From a realm tucked away between chaos and the mortal coil, known to some as the Deep Veil, there exist exiled powers that occasionally linger in the shadows. Artemis sensed a flicker of discomfort in the air. She had listened to the hushed tales of deities and phantoms banished to distant realms beyond the grasp of mere mortals confined by the new order of Olympians. Who holds this mighty force? The oracle's hands quivered above the disk, where swirling patterns of red and black energy danced and flickered with an otherworldly glow. It carries the signature of Callistrix, a timeless being once honored for its dominion over the thresholds, separating existence from the void. In an era shrouded in shadows, it called for offerings steeped in sorrow and sacrifice. As the Olympian pantheon ascended, they were shrouded in the mysterious embrace of the deep veil. Now it awakens, eager to seize its rightful throne once more. The name Callistrix echoed ominously through the cavern, sending a chill that whispered of ancient tales and forgotten legends. Artemis felt the metallic tang of iron on her tongue, a haunting reminder of ancient blood rituals long past. Though she had never crossed paths with this entity, whispers of ancient tales depicted it as a cunning shapeshifter, reveling in the shadows of despair. What path does it take to enter my realm? Artemis inquired, her voice unwavering, even as the tension twisted within her gut. The oracle spoke, revealing that Callistrix is in pursuit of the ancient remnants of your power. Long before you were revered as Artemis the Huntress, you carried other names and stories. Warden of the Junction, custodian of the wild depths. In the shadows of forgotten places, the ancient echoes of your essence remain nestled within hidden shrines and abandoned altars. In the shadows of time, Callistrix weaves through the ancient, lesser-guarded corridors, slipping back into the mortal realms with a cunning grace. Artemis nodded with a heavy heart, her mind drifting back to the moment she felt a change in the air around those long, neglected corners of the world. Once upon a time, the goddess wore many hats across the tapestry of history, though not all of her roles have stood the test of time. Some had faded into the background, eclipsed by her more renowned features. The forgotten recesses of her strength could very well serve as channels for this sinister energy. Shall we close off these routes? The guide gently chimed in. How can we stop Callistrix from breaking through their defenses? The oracle paused, enveloped in a stillness that seemed to draw in whispers from ages long past. With a gentle motion, she lifted her hand and placed it softly on Artemis's shoulder. A chilling tremor ran along the spine of the goddess. It is essential to reignite the ancient wards at the earliest altars that carry your name to restore the sacred agreements you once forged with the very essence of the land. Only then can you seal the doorways that Callistrix takes advantage of. A wave of hesitant understanding washed over Artemis, settling heavily in her chest. Once upon a time, in an age of ancient reverence, she crafted sacred bonds with the untamed silent pledges to protect the purity of the earth and in return to be strengthened by its fierce energy. Through the passage of time, those age-old connections may have faded, eclipsed by the rise of new sanctuaries and expansive legends. "What is the count of altars that still stand?" she inquired. "Three," the oracle murmured softly, "scattered throughout the lands that were once known as Baronia, Aetolia, and Locris. Within each lies a secret legacy, a facet of your being that only a select few remember. Revive every sacred place, and let the earth remember your promise. Then the gateways Callistrix wields will shut tight like fists drawn in a fierce embrace." The guide cast a glance at Artemis, a flicker of tension dancing across their features. "What if Callistrix decides to confront you head-on during this unfolding tale?" A soothing resolve wove through Artemis' voice. "Then I shall face him directly, yet I feel he possesses the cleverness to evade a straightforward clash until the moment has passed. Swift action is essential." The oracle's veils danced aside, unveiling eyes that shimmered like moonstones. "There is more," she whispered, her voice resonating through the air. "In the realm of mortals, Callistrix has discovered a champion, a soul who commands the dark, shimmering power of obsidian magic. This champion stalks your revered creatures and desecrates your holy places, seeking to diminish your strength before the ultimate showdown. Should you fail to intervene, the very earth shall weep." A surge of fury surged through Artemis. She remembered the injured deer, the scorched altar. Everything led back to a mere mortal ensnared by the alluring promises of Callistrix. Ah, but the hearts of mortals are often led astray, captivated by the shimmering allure of power or the haunting call of vengeance. With a graceful nod, she lowered her head before the oracle. "I am grateful for your insightful direction." From deep within the layers of veils, a soft, tired breath emerged. "May your arrows find their marks, skilled huntress. The journey is filled with ancient spirits lingering both inside and around you. Prepare yourself." With deliberate steps, Artemis and the guide withdrew from the stone platform, the silence in the chamber thickening once again. As they approached the brink of the hidden lake, Artemis paused for a moment, casting one last glance at the oracle, who remained still, a figure cloaked in the ethereal glow of the moonlight. A whisper of fate danced through the atmosphere, hinting that a pivotal moment had been reached. As they stepped out of the dark cavern, the golden rays of the afternoon sun embraced them warmly. Artemis squinted, transitioning from the soft, muted glow of the oracle's realm to the brilliant, dazzling light beyond. Amidst the vibrant greenery of the forest, a heavy burden lingered in her heart, refusing to fade away. She felt the weight of her earliest vows, her fundamental purpose, compelling her to rise against a darkness that had long been allowed to fester. The guide, with a contemplative expression, shattered the stillness. "We must hasten our steps if we are to reignite those sacred altars." With a gentle nod, Artemis acknowledged the moment. "Ah, Praronia, the nearest of them all. Our journey begins there. As I recall, that altar rests close to a ravine, nestled within a lush and wild sanctuary. With a deep inhalation of the fresh, invigorating air, she found her balance. With each stride she took, she delved further into the realm of ancient magic, uncovering the very essence of who she was. Yet that was the journey she had embraced long ago, a tale woven with threads of guardianship, fierce spirit, and unwavering loyalty to the untamed wilderness. The forest whispered secrets, teeming with both promise and peril. Creatures watched from their hidden perches as if aware of the approaching confrontation between ancient forces. With a gentle caress, Artemis's fingers brushed against the quiver, resting at her back, a silent promise of the silver-tipped arrows it held within. With determination in her heart, she embarked on her journey, the guide keeping pace beside her. In the quiet dance of light and dark, the goddess of the hunt sensed her heart race with anticipation. She had faced many a challenge, standing firm in the defense of her own. Yet this time an older wound had reopened, revealing the unsettling truth that even a goddess could turn her back on her primordial roots, leaving them exposed to the whims of exploitation. At this moment she was determined to set things right. With every step she took, Artemis recalled the solemn promise she had reaffirmed at the deer side to safeguard her realm, to exact justice on the invaders, and to secure the ancient gateways once more. At the fringes of her recollection, Callistrix stirred, yet she found herself in the company of others. The forest, its inhabitants, and even the humble spirits surrounding her were united in a silent pact, waiting for her to reignite those ancient connections. As the path wound gracefully around a bend, her eyes were drawn to a hawk gliding majestically above. She halted, allowing its cry to resonate within her. The chase had begun, with the ultimate reward being the protection of the wild, and maybe even the rediscovery of her truest self. Atlas had always carried an unyielding strength within him, even before Zeus decreed his fate. Even among his own kind, those colossal titans who walked with the assurance of the eternal Atlas loomed like a mountain amidst mere hills. Whispers floated through the air, suggesting it was the strength of his broad shoulders and the unyielding granite of his jaw that drew attention. Some claimed it was the sparkle in his gaze, a reflection of unwavering determination that set him apart from the rest. In those ancient times when Kronos held dominion and the worlds were mere flickers of dreams in the dusky haze, Atlas embraced burdens that none of his brothers and sisters desired. He crafted strongholds, devised intricate plans, and led legions into battle. A valiant leader in the Titanomachy, he charged into battle, the first to clash with the enemy's sword. Despite his formidable strength and cleverness, triumph slipped through his fingers in that ultimate celestial battle against the Olympians. As the last reverberation of clashing swords faded into silence, his fate was irrevocably determined. The instant of judgment seared itself into his mind, a vivid imprint that would never fade. The remnants of the battlefield lingered on Atlas's skin, a testament to the struggles faced and the stories etched into the very fabric of his being. He was worn down, exhausted in a manner he had never imagined before. In the shadows of the fallen, the once mighty Titan lords found themselves vanquished, their ancient reign extinguished beneath the overwhelming power of the Olympians. From his lofty perch, Zeus observed the unfolding drama below, lightning flickering playfully at his fingertips, a testament to his commanding presence. As their gazes met, there was no trace of animosity or triumph, just the chilling certainty of an impending verdict. With a voice that echoed through the ages, Zeus delivered a punishment that was both swift and unyielding. He condemned Atlas to bear the immense weight of the sky for all eternity, a solemn decree to safeguard the heavens from crashing down upon both mortals and gods alike. It was a punishment that echoed with both respect, demanding undeniable strength, and with a harsh mockery, sealing Atlas's steadfast resolve into an endless confinement. In the beginning, Atlas stood firm, not with arms or speech, but with the unwavering pride of a Titan. He yearned to challenge the decree, to demonstrate that regardless of the might of the gods, they could never shatter his indomitable spirit. Yet the Olympians, brimming with the vigor of their latest victory, possessed a strength that surpassed any chain or lock. A tempest of celestial energy enveloped Atlas's limbs, drawing him to his knees in surrender. The sky descended, a grand tapestry of tempestuous clouds and dancing stars enveloping him as it pressed against his back. He sensed the vastness of the universe pressing down upon him, the dance of galaxies, the unseen fabric of the night, the radiant essence of the sun and moon intertwining in a celestial embrace. It bore a weight greater than any mountain, more profound than the very world, for it served as the guardian of existence, silencing Atlas's rebellion in a heartbeat. The cosmic yoke settled into place, and a profound silence enveloped the scene. A gentle swirl of winds emerged from where Atlas knelt, as if the very air acknowledged the weight of its newfound burden. In that hush, Atlas scanned the surroundings for a glimmer of compassion. He surveyed the countenances of the freshly triumphant deities, seeking a flicker of empathy amidst their divine triumph. Should it have existed, it lay hidden beneath the facade of victorious fervor. With a final gaze from Zeus, a last dance of lightning illuminated the sky, and the shroud of eternal night enveloped Atlas. As time flowed on, the once tumultuous energies that had driven him downward transformed into a profound connection, an unyielding link to the heavens above. He was not bound by any earthly chains, Rather, it was the weight of a celestial command that held him in place. As he traversed the landscape, the skies loomed above a constant presence that weighed upon him, a reminder that his existence was now bound to the singular purpose. Days melted into weeks, and before long, centuries danced forth like ribbons caught in the breeze. Atlas realized that shouldering such a celestial weight required far more than mere physical strength. To keep the heavens steady, preventing the stars from crashing down upon the world, demanded a relentless concentration of the mind. With each inhalation, he sensed the galaxies in motion, the fleeting waltz of constellations gliding over his shoulders. At times, the weight of expectation felt as if it surged in waves, perhaps when the faithful called out in droves, or when fresh deities wove their intricate designs into the tapestry of destiny. He became familiar with the thunderous symphony of planetary orbits in his ears, a sound no human could perceive reverberating deep within his bones. Sleep transformed into a collection of disjointed recollections. In the vast expanse of time, titans were known to withstand long stretches without respite. Yet in the endless moments that unfolded, Atlas found himself haunted by a deep yearning for genuine rest, a quiet agony that lingered in the shadows of his existence. In the endless stretch of time, his only comfort lay in the vivid dreams that danced before his eyes. In the days of yore, when the cosmos was still in its infancy, memories danced in and out of his mind, reminiscent of that inaugural sunrise when Kronos held dominion over the dawn. In those vivid memories, Atlas roamed with a spirit untamed, weaving bonds with his brothers and sisters. He recalled the hearty laughter of Iapetus, the serene wisdom of Themis, and the sly glimmer in Prometheus's eyes. Those ephemeral visions whisked him away from the weighty, now granting him a brief passage into the echoes of yesteryears. Amidst the trials he faced, the burden on his back remained unyielding, perpetually pulling him back to the harsh truth of his penance. Among these memories, one in particular lingered in the shadows, refusing to fade away. On the day he encountered Pleione, the mother of his daughters, the Pleiades and the Hesperides, their coming together had seemed like a twist of fate from the stars. Pleione's laughter danced in the air, a sweet melody spun from the very fabric of starlight. She was a being of the depths, neither a Titan nor an Olympian, but rather a daughter of the vast enigmatic seas. In that moment, their encounter ignited a flicker of hope, a dream of a life rich with purpose that transcended the endless cycle of war and conquest. It was a vision of crafting a future that could rise above the turmoil, tearing apart gods and titans alike. Yet that vision, too, had transformed into a memory of a time consumed by conflict and judgment. As the days passed, Pleione's visits grew less frequent. There were moments when she would approach a figure of quiet sorrow standing beside Atlas. Her fingertips would glide softly across his arm, the soul-tender touch allowed as the weight of the sky bore down upon him. She whispered soothing words, yet soon understood that her presence only weighed down his chains, a constant reminder of his losses. With a heavy heart, she vanished into secret coves and celestial realms, allowing him to bear the weight of his sorrow in solitude. In the vast stretches of time, humans wove tales of the Titan who bore the weight of the sky upon his shoulders. Whispers of Atlas echoed through the ages, painting him as a formidable figure, a colossal giant whose reach spanned the very corners of the earth. Others wove narratives of kindness, envisioning him as a tired sentinel, shielding them from the brink of cosmic ruin. These tales traveled from bard to bard across the ages, molding the understanding of humankind. Atlas occasionally caught the faint echo of their voices drifting softly on the breeze. He experienced an unusual sense of duality. On one hand, he had transformed into a figure of lore, an unwavering cornerstone of reality. Yet he found himself bound to a solitary, unappreciated endeavor. The very power that once rendered him a force to be reckoned with now bound him to a never-ending duty. As the years passed, Atlas emerged as the silent divider, standing resolute between the realm of mortals and the infinite expanse of the heavens above. Vessels upon the vast ocean charted their course by the celestial bodies he grasped. Farmers sowed their seeds in harmony with the constellations that danced above, guiding their hands with celestial whispers. The intricate dance of existence wove itself around the celestial rhythms that marked his very being. In a curious turn of fate, he had woven himself into the very fabric of necessity. Though he seldom ventured into the realm of mortals, his gaze was frequently fixed upon the horizon, where celestial lights danced in a mesmerizing swirl. He sensed its heartbeat, its moments of creation and demise, its victories and downfalls. In this light, his condemnation transcended mere punishment. It was a timeless journey through the vastness of the universe. Yet beneath the sturdy exterior, whispers of uncertainty and irritation lingered in the shadows. In fleeting moments of vulnerability, Atlas unleashed his fury against the chains that bound him. He lamented the moment he decided to ally with Kronos, pondering the destiny that had led him to bear Zeus's wrath. He attempted to move, searching for a way to outsmart the weight that pressed down upon him. With every effort, a tumultuous wave surged forth, winds howling and stars quaking, until he stood paralyzed by the fear that he might unwittingly bring the heavens crashing down. His fury always yielded to the undeniable truth that any reckless move could unravel the very fabric of all realms, be they mortal Titan or Olympian. And within that understanding resided the most treacherous element of the retribution. It turned his own sense of duty and integrity into a weapon against him. Thus Atlas accepted the burden, crafting a solitary balance with it. He grew deeply aware of the subtle changes in the universe around him. He felt the moment a new star sparked to life in the vast darkness, or when a far-off comet skimmed the fringes of the atmosphere. He sensed the whispers of the mortal realm's prayers, weaving into the cosmic tapestry, each one a delicate, nearly undetectable shift in the burden he bore upon his shoulders. In a curious twist of fate, he came to cherish that elusive connection, a blend of the tangible and the ethereal that intertwined him with the universe. He wandered alone among the divine, yet he was the very thread that wove the fabric of the universe together. And thus ages flowed by, shaping Atlas into a watchful sentinel. He seldom pondered the unfairness of it all these days. In the stillness of countless nights, he merely endured, his back-pressed firm arms stretched against an ever-watchful sky. The war that had sealed his fate had become a tale whispered softly among the new deities, as mortals spun their legends, oblivious to the profound solitude of his watch. Atlas stood resolute, neither seeking forgiveness from Zeus, nor yearning for pity from any other deity. In this moment, he found himself accompanied solely by the vast silent dome overhead, a mesmerizing tapestry woven from starfire, and the wonders of the cosmos forever etched into his very being. What he remained unaware of, what none could foresee, was that even a consequence as definitive as grasping the heavens could evolve with the passage of time. Whispers of destiny, gentle as a sigh through the heavens, were weaving their intricate patterns, poised to challenge the limits of Atlas's decree. New visitors and fresh bargains were on the horizon, ready to weave their influence into the fabric of his life, testing the limits of his calm acceptance. In that challenge, Atlas would come to realize that even centuries of oppression could not extinguish the flickering fire of his resilient spirit, nor the unexpected outcomes of letting those sparks ignite into a blazing flame. One fateful day, the steadfast watch of Atlas was put to the ultimate test as the legendary Heracles made his grand entrance. In those days, centuries had accumulated like neglected stones, and humanity had embarked on an era of heroes mortals who laid claim to a touch of divine lineage or recounted remarkable deeds. Even from his celestial perch, where the vastness of the universe enveloped him, the whispers of their daily battles found their way to his ears, resonating through the cosmos. He listened to tales of fearsome creatures vanquished, intricate mazes unraveled, and daunting adventures that challenged both flesh and spirit. Occasionally the stars appeared to twinkle with delight at these human endeavors, as if they sensed a shared essence in their eternal waltz. But none of it could have steeled Atlas for the bold entrance of Heracles, the very son of Zeus. One morning, Atlas felt a change in the air, a peculiar metallic tang dancing on the breeze. Footsteps of the living drew near, with a newfound assurance that surpassed any pilgrim or wanderer who had encountered him in the past. The figure ascended the final ridge of rugged terrain, approaching the realm of Atlas. Though burdened by the unseen heavens, the Titan's eyes were irresistibly pulled toward the arrival of the stranger. With a broad-shouldered lion skin draped across his torso and a club firmly in hand, his eyes blazed with an unwavering determination that spoke of untold adventures. Heracles radiated an unusual presence, a captivating blend of human resilience and celestial brilliance. As he stood before the towering figure of Atlas, he felt no fear, nor did he shrink away. Instead, he looked upon the Titan with a curious blend of wonder and pressing need. Heracles proclaimed his noble journey. In his quest, he sought the fabled golden apples from the enchanted grove of the Hesperides. In the twilight hours, these enchanting fruits, watched over by the ethereal nymphs, whispered tales of immortality, or perhaps just a touch of celestial grace. One of the legendary tasks set before Heracles was the retrieval of these creatures, a challenge imposed by King Eurystheus, serving as a punishment in its own right. In a secret world, the grove rested, known only to Atlas, the proud father of the Hesperides. Whispers floated through the air, tales of a titan, mighty and grand, who found himself denied entry, cast away by the very decree that bound him to the heavens. Yet in his heart, Heracles was convinced that only Atlas possessed the power to guide him to the fabled orchard. Atlas stood silent, his expression unyielding, as Heracles wove a tale of bargains made with hesitant deities and clever humans. He graciously extended his hands to support the heavens, if only for a fleeting moment, allowing Atlas the chance to gather the precious apples. In that fleeting instant, a spark of yearning ignited within Atlas's mind, the tantalizing notion of liberation, if only for a moment, from this overwhelming celestial weight. Is it possible to achieve this? Though Zeus' decree held the weight of the heavens, Heracles was a hero unlike any other. In his veins flowed the essence of Olympus, and destiny danced around him like a guardian spirit. Imagine, if you will, a moment when Heracles, in a display of strength, lifted the weight of the heavens for just a fleeting instant. In that brief pause, the universe might hold its breath, and Atlas at long last could experience the liberating sensation of his spine unshackled from its eternal burden. For a fleeting instant, Atlas felt his heart roar within him, awakening from a long, dreamlike stillness. He pondered the notion of trickery, of perhaps never coming back once he laid the heavens to rest. The swirling stars beckoned with a sense of urgency, as though whispering warnings against hasty choices. Yet the allure was impossible to resist. A moment of liberation called to him, reminiscent of pure spring water after a long trek through the desert. He nodded in agreement, yet his true desire to escape lingered unspoken in the air. He masked his excitement with a veneer of caution. He spoke to Heracles, sharing that if the demigod truly desired to lift the weight of the sky from his shoulders, even for a fleeting moment, he must brace himself for the darkest of trials. Heracles, full of confidence and flair, proclaimed that he was prepared, and so the time for the exchange arrived. With a slow and deliberate motion, Atlas began to move the vast cosmic canopy, each inch a testament to his struggle, as it transitioned from the weight of his burden to the welcoming embrace of Heracles' outstretched arms. The winds howled in defiance, the fringes of the sky danced in uncertainty, yet in time they found their calm, embracing their newfound tether. Atlas rose to his feet, towering higher than he had ever recalled. With a resounding crack, the bones in his neck and back released their tension, the sound reverberating through the stillness that enveloped them. The galaxies danced and twirled, retreating from his skin, no longer a weight upon him. He felt as if he were floating, a delightful thrill coursing through him, like a wanderer discovering solid ground after an eternity of drifting. Heracles let out a grunt, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The demigod's knees quaked beneath the weight of the world, yet his eyes held firm, unwavering in their resolve. Atlas found himself captivated by the unwavering spirit of the mortal. A brief flicker of gratitude washed over him, quickly eclipsed by a wave of exhilarating potential. Could this be the moment for him to break free, to wander the world without any burdens holding him back? In the depths of his imagination, Atlas envisioned boundless horizons, oceans yet to be explored, and towering mountains calling him to ascend. A deep yearning surged forth from within him, bursting forth like a mighty geyser. With no additional words of comfort, he pivoted sharply and made his way toward the grove where his daughters awaited. With each step, it was as if I was dancing on a whisper of the wind. With a swift motion, he would gather the golden apples, pondering whether he would ever choose to return. In a realm not too distant, there lay a secret grove of the Hesperides, a sanctuary where the gentle embrace of twilight lingered forever. The trees of the orchard danced in the gentle breeze, their leaves sparkling like jewels of emerald and gold, while each apple seemed to pulse with a magical glow, inviting all who passed by to pause and marvel at their beauty. A serpentine guardian named Ladon coiled around the trunk of the central tree, his 100 heads weaving in a dance of restless vigilance. At the edge of the grove, the Hesperides, Aegle, Erythea Hesperia, and their sisters gathered, their eyes fixed on the figure of their father as he drew near. Amidst the unexpected, a sense of unease took hold. It had been eons since Atlas had ventured beyond the confines of his celestial confinement. In hushed tones, they pondered the mystery of how this could be. Some rushed forward to welcome him, their eyes shimmering with emotion, while others lingered in the shadows, torn between reprimanding him and rejoicing in his unexpected return. Atlas provided scant details, merely declaring that he had arrived for the apples sent forth by a courageous mortal who had the audacity to bear the weight of the heavens. A blend of pride and worry danced across his daughters' faces. They held deep reverence for their father's immense strength and felt a profound understanding of his everlasting sorrow. These apples were no mere trifles. They were cherished treasures bestowed by Gaia herself, intended to be safeguarded from the hands of mortals. As the sisters shared their secrets in soft, intertwining whispers, Ladon felt a surge of unease, his instincts alerting him to the presence of an unwelcome visitor. Yet with just one piercing look, Atlas subdued the creature's thrashing movements. He remained, after all, a titan, and Ladon grasped the subtle hierarchy that elevated Atlas above the lesser guardians. In that quiet moment of tension, Atlas experienced a gentle pang in his heart. He came to understand the depth of his longing for his daughters, the echoes of their laughter that once filled the air, the radiant joys of a time that felt like a distant memory overshadowed now by his unending fate. Their voices held a warmth that no celestial arrangement of stars could ever hope to match. He remembered the gentle touch of their tiny hands in his youth, how they would scramble onto his shoulders, laughter bubbling up as they pointed at the drifting clouds above. In that moment, they stood as ethereal beings of exquisite allure and unwavering determination, dwelling in a paradise from which he found himself forever excluded. A cascade of sorrow surged within him, a lifetime of heartache swelling in his throat. Did he have the courage to stay yearning to restore what once was? Once again, a new temptation took root within his heart. He could linger among the Hesperides tucked away in this dusky haven. Heracles possessed great strength, yet even he could not endure the weight of the sky for all eternity. In time, he would either shatter under the weight or plead for a moment of respite. Perhaps Zeus would choose to intervene, yet one must remember that he had allowed Atlas to endure this fate for centuries, showing no sign of remorse. It is possible that the ruler of the divine realm might not take the time to save a son of humanity. For a heartbeat, a million rebellious ideas danced in Atlas's mind, each one a shimmering thread of possibility waiting to be woven into a grand tapestry. As he looked deep into his daughter's eyes, he beheld the shimmering echoes of the universe's grand design that connected them all. If the skies were to crumble due to his greed, even the Hesperides could face ruin. The orchard would fade, and the world of mortals would meet its end. The weight of that cataclysmic outcome burned into his mind, overshadowing even the deep yearning for freedom. With determination, he pulled his thoughts back to the matter before him. Once he soothed the fierce Ladon and persuaded his daughters of the importance of the task, collecting the golden apples became a simple endeavor. The enchantment of the orchard acknowledged Atlas's dominion. The branches leaned in with elegance, inviting him to gather 3 glistening fruits. Every apple shimmered with a radiant light, embodying the essence of life and magic. The Titan cradled them gently, as if they were the keys to an ancient and revered treasure. In the grand tapestry of adventure, this was but one thread woven into the saga of Heracles, a labor destined to carve his name into the annals of glory. Yet for Atlas, it was but a brief venture into the realm of hope. Yet the question lingered in his mind, haunting him with each step he took backward. Should he venture back to the realm where Heracles battled against the weight of the heavens? Did he find himself bound by the silent principles that had once steered his path, an unvoiced promise to safeguard the harmony of the universe, even if it meant sacrificing his own freedom? Was it not in a haunting way his fate to bear that weight for all eternity? The orchard was draped in a timeless twilight, wrapping around him like a soft embrace, while the worried expressions of his daughters lingered in his mind as he took his leave. In their eyes he glimpsed a haunting fear, the dread that he might disappear once more into the abyss, or even more terrifying, provoke a celestial upheaval by forsaking his responsibilities. Upon Atlas's return to Heracles, he discovered the demigod in a quivering half-kneel, struggling to uphold the weight of the heavens above. The scene stirred a deep sense of compassion within Atlas. Before him, the sinewy muscles of Heracles' arms trembled, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. It brought to mind the Titan's own early days under the vast cosmic burden. Heracles looked up, a grimace crossing his face, yet he managed to conjure a half-smile at the sight of the apples. Atlas lingered, the golden fruits in his grasp, shimmering like far-off stars. A fresh vision took shape in his thoughts. He decided to take it upon himself to deliver the apples directly to Eurystheus, allowing Heracles to persist in his task of holding up the sky. He dared to speak the thought into existence. In a moment of sheer desperation, the hero teetered on the edge of agreement, yearning for solace. But then Heracles, clever in a manner that many overlooked, asked Atlas to bear the sky for just a brief moment so he could make some adjustments to the lion skin padding resting on his shoulders. With a spirit of eagerness and a hint of newfound strength, Atlas stepped forward, ready to lend a hand. He lifted the star-studded vault from Heracles' back, showcasing his willingness to assist. As Heracles finally felt the shackles of restraint fall away, he seized the apples with a triumphant grin, his heart swelling with relief. The brilliance of his cunning plans sparkled in his eyes, illuminating the victory he had just claimed. In a heartbeat, Atlas discovered himself once more under the immense, unyielding burden of the heavens above. With a thunderous roar of frustration, he felt a tempest of fury coil tightly within his chest. Yet the weight of the universe bore down upon him, a silent taunt for his audacity to envision a different fate. He found himself ensnared, held fast by the unyielding command. Heracles had outwitted him, a cleverness that the Titan had believed was beyond the reach of mere mortals. Ultimately, Heracles, with his cleverness, managed to part ways with the apples, leaving Atlas filled with a fresh sense of bitterness and an unexpected reluctant admiration. That brief moment of liberation stirred a profound struggle within Atlas. He came to understand that he was not entirely surrendered, nor as unyielding as he had feigned. The question lingered in the air, a whisper of hope and despair. Would destiny ever grant him another opportunity for freedom? Long after the legendary Heracles graced the land, the centuries wove themselves together, folding and unfolding in a timeless dance. Atlas took up his lonely watch, once more the vast sky draping endlessly over his shoulders. Yet a profound transformation had taken root within him. The recollection of taking a step back, of savoring a fleeting pause, lingered like a haunting refrain that would not diminish. He observed the gentle shifts in the world around him. Maybe it was the world of mortals transforming, crafting new civilizations that brushed against the horizon with their towering structures and grand cathedrals, or perhaps it was the emergence of new deities and the fervent cults that revered them. Whispers of these changes occasionally floated on the breeze, delicate and fleeting, like prayers carried through the air. He felt a change in the air, as if the Olympians were beginning to relax their watchful gaze on the fragmented destinies of the Titans. They appeared deeply absorbed in their own tales, the disputes of Aphrodite, the prophecies of Apollo, and the crafting of heroic intellects by Athena. Even the mighty Zeus, the revered father of gods, found himself increasingly entangled in the intricate web of the pantheon's politics, overshadowing the distant Titan who knelt at the very edge of the world. Atlas experienced a shadow of satisfaction tinged with a sense of foreboding. Should the Olympians overlook his existence, maybe they would not realize if he discovered a means to cast aside his weight once more. In a time long forgotten, a mysterious figure emerged from the swirling mists. A woman cloaked in robes that shimmered like moonlight, her visage hidden beneath a shadowy hood. Her steps were a whisper in the night, yet Atlas sensed her presence with a sharp clarity, as if the very breeze conspired to usher her closer. Initially, he believed it to be one of his daughters, or perhaps another nymph visiting him. Yet there lingered an essence in this presence that felt far more ancient. She paused a few steps, distant, her eyes fixed on Atlas, a blend of melancholy and determination flickering within them. With a gentle motion, she pulled back her hood, unveiling eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Her features captivated the eye, holding a certain allure that felt both intriguing and distant. She gracefully presented herself as Métis. Atlas found himself at a loss for words, caught in a fleeting moment of silence. In the ancient tales, Métis emerged as a being of profound wisdom, often intertwined with the threads of cleverness and shrewd insight. Once upon a time, it was whispered that she had shared a bond with Zeus himself. There were those who murmured that she had lent her hand during the great clash of the Titans. Yet here she stood neither triumphant nor allied with the Olympians, but rather exuding a gentle understanding that spoke volumes. She knelt beside Atlas, her spirit undaunted by the cosmic forces swirling around him. In soft whispers, Metis shared tales of a growing discord weaving its way through the domain of the divine. The realm of mortals stood at the brink of transformation, where fresh insights and daring aspirations danced with the shadows of ancient traditions. As the shadows of the pantheon began to fade, the spark of mortal creativity ignited like a flame in the dark. Meanwhile, the deities, caught in their own tangled web of ambition and rivalry, remained blissfully unaware of the shift unfolding below. Metis, however, perceived the grand narrative taking shape. She arrived with a sense of urgency, bearing news of a looming crisis, a disturbance in the cosmic balance that could jeopardize the very fabric of the heavens. Should the events unfold without restraint, the fragile balance that Atlas upheld would waver. The outcome could spell disaster for both mortals and immortals, weaving a tale of chaos and despair. His initial response was one of doubt. What force could possibly disrupt the harmony of the cosmos? While he steadfastly upheld the heavens without pause, he was the heart of it all, the one who held everything together. Metis shared a tale of new forces emerging from the depths of mortal dreams and anxieties that were beginning to gather. As the mortals delved deeper into their inquiries about the ancient pantheon, the Olympians found themselves increasingly adrift. Should the faith of mortals shatter the very foundation of the divine's might start to unravel. If that were to occur, the unseen connection binding Atlas to his weight could waver or unravel, potentially unleashing turmoil throughout the cosmos. Atlas's role, a relentless burden, was not untouched by the profound tides of human faith and celestial power. A silence enveloped the space between them. Atlas pondered Metis' words, a tempest of bitterness churning within him. What concern is it of his, a titan marked by fate, if the balance of the Olympian realm were to falter? Metis must have sensed the turmoil within him, for she reached out and touched his forearm softly, a gesture so uncommon it nearly took him by surprise. "I see the anger in your heart," she whispered, "but consider a path that leads beyond retribution. Should the celestial balance falter, the stakes extend beyond your personal freedom. In the shadows of fate, you gamble with the very essence of existence, for yourself, for your daughters, for the realm you once sought to command. This burden you carry, though it weighs heavily upon you, also serves to avert a great disaster." Though he longed to keep his distance, Atlas found himself deeply moved by the echoes of Metis' words. For an eternity, he had shaped his identity through the weight of his chains, burdened by the injustice and the grand responsibility that rested heavily upon him. Yet should the divine order waver, it might unravel the intricate fabric he was sworn to protect. The conflict with the Olympians was a tale of ambition, a quest for dominion rather than a desire to obliterate all that is. As much as it stung his pride to acknowledge Metis indeed had a valid argument. It was not in his nature to allow the cosmos to crumble simply out of spite. In the days that followed, Metis came, often sharing tales of mortal happenings, of fresh philosophies taking root in far-off places, and of the gentle fading of divine sway. She implored Atlas to contemplate the possibility of forming alliances beyond the realm of the Olympians. Ancient powers lingered, beings that predated even Kronos and Rhea, the very forces that crafted the first dawn. Should Atlas manage to win their favor or seek their guidance, he might just steer clear of the impending crisis without needing to depend on the very pantheon that had once confined him. Yet to connect with these ancient entities demanded a unique convergence of human and celestial forces, a scene reminiscent of an ancient rite unfolding in locations where the very essence of the earth surged with vitality. To bring such a vision to life, Atlas would require more than mere idle intent. He would have to transform his view from simply accepting his chains to taking an active role in preventing the cosmos from unraveling. What an unexpected twist of fate it was. Once a titan who clashed with the gods, now he toils to maintain the delicate balance of the cosmos, challenged by the shifting convictions of humanity. But how could he move while still held captive by the vastness above? Metis proposed an intriguing method. She spoke of the unseen threads that tethered Atlas to his burden, suggesting they were secured by laws that even the deities themselves scarcely understood. Rules crafted from the musings and convictions of human hearts. Imagine a world where mortals could shift their perspective on Atlas, viewing him not as a fearsome titan, but as a vital protector. Such a transformation in understanding could reshape the very essence of their connection to him. As the days turned into weeks, that transformation might bestow upon Atlas a newfound ability to move with grace. Though he may not completely shake off the heavens, he could still seize enough liberty to sway the course of events in a remarkable way. The notion danced on the edge of imagination, teetering between the whimsical and the absurd. Yet Atlas, after countless ages of stillness, discovered a newfound openness to possibilities. Metis proposed that they start by reaching out to a chosen circle of mortal scholars and mystics, individuals who longed for profound truths. In the realm of dreams and signs, Metis wove a delicate tapestry, leading them to grasp the profound meaning of Atlas. Should these mortals craft a fresh tale, one that transforms Atlas from a feared titan into a revered cosmic guardian, the shared consciousness of humanity might in essence alter the very fabric of his connection. Thus commenced an unusual and clandestine partnership. Though Atlas stood with his burden, Metis wove her influence, bridging the gap between the worlds of mortals with her delicate touch. In the stillness of night, she journeyed into the dreams of learned sages, softly imparting fragments of lost prophecies, weaving stories of a mighty titan who bore the heavens not just as a burden, but as a sacred vow to maintain the balance of the cosmos. Before long, clusters of curious minds, thinkers, philosophers, and priests set out to delve deeper into the ancient tales woven around Atlas. They pondered the ancient tales. Perhaps the act of holding the heavens was not a cruelty, but a sacred duty performed by a titan who had once been an enemy, now transformed into a steadfast guardian against the encroaching void. In the bustling city-states and the secretive schools of the arcane, fresh chants echoed through the air, and new hymns were crafted with care. A seed of reverence started to unfurl cautiously and with a gentle hesitance. For Atlas, these changes unfolded like whispers in the wind, barely noticeable at the outset. After years of Metis's gentle persuasion, he began to notice the delicate shifts that had taken place. The corners of his realm seemed to lose their weight, becoming lighter and more inviting. In those quiet moments before dawn, he felt a subtle shift, a gentle loosening of the cosmic ties that had held him, allowing his shoulders to stretch just a bit further than they had before. Though he was unable to stand tall, a whisper of movement stirred within him. It felt like an unseen orb had enveloped him, granting just a hint of freedom in his restraints. Metis kept coming by, sharing tales of the changes unfolding in the mortal realm. Empires emerged and crumbled, while ideologies battled for supremacy. Yet the subtle whispers of Atlas's new legend lingered on. Certain mortals started to offer their prayers directly to him. They regarded him as a steadfast champion, the keeper of universal harmony. In the secluded corners of ancient temples, statues emerged, each one a testament to Atlas, not in torment, but standing tall with a calm strength. He bore the weight of the heavens with a resolute spirit, embodying both fierce determination and an undeniable grace. The Olympians hardly took note. To them, the reverence mortals held for Atlas seemed trivial, much like paying homage to ancient primal waters or the elusive spirits of the land. Their attention was steadfastly anchored to their own sacred spaces, to the domains they ruled with unwavering authority. It was a twist of fate that let this fresh wave of human belief rise quietly hidden from view. In the stillness of the night, Atlas pondered the fate that lay before him. Did this awakening of belief genuinely hold the power to confront the turmoil that Metis had foreseen? Might a transformation in the hearts and minds of mortals mend the fissures appearing in the very essence of divine strength? Even more troubling was the question of whether crafting a new identity within the mortal mind might inadvertently change Atlas' very essence in ways yet to be imagined. The Titan grappled with these uncertainties, yet deep within him, a flicker of timeless pride stirred, compelling him to press on. Should he find the strength to rise beyond mere endurance, to actively mold a future where the cosmos stands whole, perhaps it would bestow purpose upon the countless ages of his torment. He found himself reflecting on Metis herself. Her quiet alliance with him revealed much about her true feelings toward the Olympians. Had she begun to lose faith in the rule of Zeus? Did she carry the weight of remorse for her role in the Titan's demise? These questions danced in the air, yet she provided no simple resolutions. Instead, she labored beside him, intertwining the thoughts of mortals into a unified tale that could very well alter the course of destiny itself. And Atlas, after an eternity, discovered a flicker of purpose that transcended the bounds of simple atonement. Amidst the oppressive heavens, a subtle flicker of resolve ignited within him. Unbeknownst to him, this carefully crafted fragile scheme was not without its obstacles. In the vast expanse of the outer darkness, ancient forces predating even Medi began to stir. These entities, driven by an insatiable hunger for the unraveling of gods and titans, sensed a shift in mortal beliefs. With this shift, the shadow of cosmic catastrophe grew ever larger, casting a foreboding pall over the realms. If Metis was right, the only chance rested in creating a fresh balance between the worlds, and it would be Atlas who once wielded a sword against the skies, tasked with protecting them in a manner beyond the imagination of any Olympian. The frail hands of the old woman quivered gently as she ignited the last oil lamp, casting a flickering glow in the shadowy room. Shadows wove a lively tapestry across the polished stone walls, where delicate carvings of grapevines intertwined and spiraled as if yearning to break free from the embrace of the subterranean vault. In a time long past, there existed a priestess, her name lost to the winds of history, serving in a temple that had faded from the memories of many. This sacred place was devoted to a deity on the cusp of ascendance, a god whose very name was spoken only in the softest of murmurs, shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Whispers traveled far and wide about the realm of this deity, joy and chaos, spirits and transformation. Yet the mystery lingered as no one could quite pinpoint his identity or the origins of his arrival. In the town above, weary farmers and traveling merchants exchanged whispers of strange happenings, goats dancing under the moon's glow, and waters transforming into the sweetness of aged grapes. Some whispered of it as a grand deception, while others trembled in hushed awe. Unbeknownst to many hidden beneath the veil of everyday perception, a celestial transformation was quietly unfolding, leading to the tale of a child who straddled the line between the earthly and the ethereal. This child, whispered about as a new god, was none other than Dionysus, a being born from the essence of both the eternal and the ephemeral. His beginnings were as mysterious as the swirling whirlpools in an oracle's bowl. In a time when the skies crackled with power, Zeus, the mighty ruler of the gods, found his heart captivated by a mortal woman named Semele. In a realm where legends danced and tales were spun, she was not a celebrated princess nor a visionary of remarkable might. Yet within her lay a subtle strength and a tender grace that captivated the wandering gaze of the king of the gods. In the shadows of Olympus, Hera, the scorned wife of Zeus, simmered with rage over her husband's unfaithfulness. With a heart full of vengeance, she schemed to erase every trace of his treachery. But fate had woven a different tale. As Semele's pregnancy unfolded, Hera kept a vigilant gaze, and the air in Olympus thickened with mounting tensions. In a twist of fate, Hera donned a clever disguise and softly breathed insidious doubts into Semele's ear. If the mighty Zeus holds genuine affection for you, let him unveil the full extent of his divine nature. Driven by a blend of curiosity and trepidation, the mortal woman summoned the courage to request that Zeus reveal himself in all his celestial glory. In a heart-wrenching twist of fate, no human can endure the raw essence of a deity, and thus Semele's delicate existence was consumed by a torrent of divine flames. Yet the unborn child cradled by the fleeting embrace of the divine endured. In a moment of desperation and sorrow, Zeus seized the fetus from the remnants of Semele, and in a remarkable twist of fate sewed him into his own thigh, an extraordinary deed even for the divine. From this strange womb, Dionysus emerged not once but twice, first from the flesh of a mortal, and then from the divine essence of his father. Such an origin challenged the norms, igniting a blend of curiosity and doubt among both the eternal beings and the fleeting souls. From the very moment he entered the world, Dionysus was enveloped in a mesmerizing aura of endless potential. Whispers started to spread that this young one could challenge the status quo. Whispers spread that he was destined to be a guardian of humanity, a beacon of joy and laughter. Some spoke of him as a harbinger of turmoil, a plunge into the depths of instinctual celebration, a revival of the age-old ferocity that society had kept at bay for so long. In a moment of great foresight, Zeus understood the danger that loomed over his newborn son, a threat born from his own wrath. With a heavy heart, he entrusted the infant to his devoted companions, the nymphs and satyrs who resided in hidden valleys far from the watchful gaze of the Olympians. With great care, they journeyed to a concealed grotto nestled within the embrace of Mount Nisa, cradling the precious infant in their arms. A realm woven with lush vines where the gentle murmur of trickling streams fills the air. Whispers spread through the air, hinting that even the very earth bore witness to the child's miraculous rescue as the landscape transformed in ways that defied explanation. Grapes emerged where wild shrubs once stood vines, entwining tree trunks, as if by magic overnight, and the sight of a wandering donkey with purple-stained teeth added a whimsical touch to the scene. In the realm of mortals, a dance of confusion and curiosity unfolded. An elderly seer residing close to Thebes, his vision clouded by cataracts, proclaimed a foretelling. A new deity shall emerge from the fringes, from the realms of lost delight. He will enchant and instill fear. He shall weave a change so profound that the limits of your earthly understanding will struggle to grasp it. The townsfolk regarded the old man as nothing more than a rambling fool. Amidst the rhythm of daily life, they found themselves engrossed in the toil of plowing fields, gathering grain, and striving to ward off the specter of famine. Yet from time to time, wanderers shared tales of peculiar events. A shepherd's flute weaves a spell, calming the wild wolves into gentle submission. A sudden swirl of blossoms emerging from the desolate ground, or clusters of workers caught in a joyous dance at dusk, momentarily shedding the weight of their day's burdens. In a realm unseen by human eyes, Dionysus flourished rapidly, cradled by the tender embrace of the nymph's nurturing spirit. In the grove of his upbringing, the air danced with the sweet aromas of fruit and honey, weaving a tapestry of memories. Soft murmurs of creatures and gentle winds welcomed him like a cherished visitor. Beasts that would normally scurry away at the sight of humans, like the stag, the fox and the hare, were drawn near to this extraordinary child as if sensing something special in their presence. As the days passed, the boy's laughter wove its magic through the secluded valley, infusing the air with an enchanting energy that coaxed flowers to bloom out of season and made the streams glisten with a sweetness that was almost irresistible. Yet tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. News of the child's survival reached Hera, igniting her fury with the sting of renewed betrayal. She had devised a cunning plan to erase every hint of Semele's progeny. Unfazed by the boy's celestial essence, Hera schemed once more. Should the child be somehow deprived of favor or pushed into the depths of madness, the path to full power may forever remain beyond his reach. She wove illusions and nightmares into the secret valley, transforming the once protective satyrs into fierce phantoms, while bending the shadows themselves to threaten the young god. One can only envision the bewilderment that must have enveloped Dionysus. A young one caught in a whirlwind of emotions hears the joyous laughter transform into chilling shrieks, witnessing the gentle nymphs morph into terrifying figures, only to return to their serene forms once more. The boundaries of reality and illusion intertwined, crafting within him a distinct strength and understanding for the delicate line that separates sanity from madness. Silenus, the sagacious and ever so slightly tipsy satyr elder, observed the boy's extraordinary talents with keen interest. Amidst the torment of illusions, a deep and fierce curiosity propelled Dionysus forward. Silenus perceived that this child was far from an ordinary offspring of Olympus, not simply fated to hurl thunderbolts or govern the oceans. Instead, he felt a future bound to transformation and freedom, ideas richer than simple festive indulgences. This child shall redefine the very essence of how the realms of mortals and the divine view their boundaries. Silenus whispered, his breath heavy with the scent of mead. In a quest to safeguard the beloved Dionysus, Silenus embraced the noble role of mentor and protector. He shared with the boy the secrets of herbs that heal, the deeper meanings woven into sacred dances, and the enchanting power of music to soothe the soul or stir the heart. In a pivotal moment, he led him to the grapevine, a once ordinary plant now whispered to be the origin of a legendary elixir capable of lifting spirits and revealing hidden truths. As Dionysus grew older, his intrigue with the vine's possibilities deepened. In his quest, he discovered that by gently pressing the grapes, nurturing their juice through fermentation, and granting time the opportunity to weave its enchantment, he could conjure wine and elixir that connected the world of human concerns with the bliss of the divine. Yet it was not merely a tale of intoxication. Dionysus felt an intricate, more profound essence woven into the very fabric of the experience. The wine worked its magic, easing the rigidness of existence, breaking down the walls of class, and trepidation, revealing the unfiltered feelings that the genteel world had long concealed. In a quiet, sacred moment, the nymphs and satyrs beheld a sight of wonder. In the early days, a gathering unfolded for the wine harvest, guided by the youthful spirit of Dionysus. In a lively scene, the satyrs danced upon the grapes, their feet turning a deep shade of purple as they belted out boisterous tunes that resonated through the secret valleys. Meanwhile, the nymphs, with their graceful fingers, crafted beautiful baskets from vines and blossoms. The air was alive with laughter, weaving through the atmosphere and carrying a vibrant new scent on the breeze. Whispers floated beyond the boundaries of Mount Nisa, finding their way to the ears of those in mortal towns. Their wanderers shared tales of a hidden festival nestled in the hills, a realm of unrestrained joy and profound change. Throughout the ages, the half-remembered temple nestled beneath the humble town persisted in shimmering with a fresh glow. Each night, the old priestess would sit in silence, her ears attuned to the whispers of the wind, catching the distant sounds of drums and pipes that danced through the air. In her dreams, she beheld a youthful figure, adorned not in gold or laurel, but in a crown of ivy and grapes, a symbol of nature's bounty and the sweetness of life. A stirring was felt in the hearts of mortals, and the divine alike, an awakening that danced on the edge of joy and dread. As the boy god blossomed in strength, the powerful influence of his mixed lineage, mortal frailty, intertwined with divine destiny, echoed throughout the realm. What neither mortals nor immortals could yet grasp was that Dionysus was far more than just a fleeting curiosity in the pantheon. He wielded the power of thresholds, standing at the crossroads of joy and despair, wisdom and lunacy, life and death. From the union of mortal and immortal, he emerged as both a portent and a wonder, with the prophecy laid out before him in unmistakable clarity. A fresh era was about to unfurl, much like a grapevine, steadily and inevitably reaching for the warmth of the sun. As time flowed on, Dionysus found himself increasingly captivated by the mysteries of the world beyond his own. The secret valley nestled within Mount Nisa, vibrant and captivating, could no longer hold his wandering soul. Amidst the revelry of satyrs and nymphs, he learned the art of grape harvesting, the craft of mead brewing, and the enchanting dances that could mesmerize even the most steadfast observer. Yet despite these lessons, the fiery questions in his mind remained unanswered. He sensed a beckoning that drew him away from the comforting shadows of concealment. Day after day, whispers of powerful kings, tragic lovers, and solitary farmers laboring beneath the scorching sun in the world below reached his ears. From time to time, he would glimpse travelers journeying along far-off paths, and a curious thought would arise in his mind: what tales do they hold within? As the first light of dawn broke, a refreshing breeze danced through the air, sending dewdrops shimmering across the vines. There at the valley's edge, Silenus discovered Dionysus lost in thought as he peered down the mountain slope. The sagacious old satyr perceived the yearning reflected in his ward's gaze. "You must go, child," Silenus said softly, his voice unwavering like the sturdy trunk of an ancient oak. "Venture forth into the world, share the wisdom you have gathered, and in turn embrace the lessons that await you." With that gentle blessing, Dionysus collected a humble assortment, a few wineskins, some dried fruits, and a handful of grapevine cuttings. He departed from Mount Nisus, stepping onto an uncharted trail that promised to lead him far from the known. In those early weeks of his journey, he roamed through meadows ablaze with wildflowers and made his way over rugged foothills where the cries of eagles echoed above him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he would take a moment to pause by the gentle streams, crafting cozy shelters from the supple branches and lush leaves that surrounded him. His companions drifted in and out, a curious spirit drawn to his inviting warmth, while a solitary wolf approached, sniffing at his essence with a gentle curiosity rather than hostility. At times he wandered through solitude, his mind weaving tales of the contrasts he had witnessed. What compels men to escape the wilderness, even as their hearts yearn for its embrace? What compels the divine to intervene in the lives of mortals, even while they scoff at the frailties of humanity? These questions danced through his prayers and songs, infusing them with a bittersweet undertone that lingered beneath their typical cheerfulness. At long last, he arrived at a quaint little settlement nestled right at the border of an expansive, mysterious forest. In a quaint little village, the people lived a humble life, relying on their skills as hunters and gatherers exchanging furs for the grains that sustained them. Whispers of doubt danced in the air as their eyes fell upon the newcomer, a figure adorned with untamed curls and a staff embellished with ivy's embrace. Yet Dionysus, with his vibrant, youthful spirit, extended his wineskin to them, and they felt their hesitations melting away with every delightful sip. He spun tales of satyrs twirling under the glow of the moon and of a magical realm where vines embraced every tree trunk. With wide eyes and eager hearts, the villagers welcomed him to linger among them. In the days that followed, he guided them in the art of grape cultivation, teaching them the secrets of transforming the juice into a creation that transcended mere intoxication, a shared experience that mended the fractures within their hearts. In the beginning, they regarded it with a sense of curiosity. Many had yet to experience a flavor so daring, but soon they gathered around the fire, their voices rising in song, as a newfound warmth blossomed from their bellies and filled their spirits. Yet Dionysus soon discovered that not everyone embraced this life-changing gift. A circle of seasoned men and the village keepers of the old ways regarded him with cautious glances. Whispers filled the air, cautioning that such indulgence might pave the way to moral decay. As the moon hung high in the sky, a hunter made his way back, swaying slightly, his cheeks aglow with the warmth of wine. The wise ones with furrowed brows whispered among themselves, casting their fingers toward Dionysus, labeling him the seducer of the young. The weight of such resistance bore heavily upon him. He perceived in wine a journey toward liberation from the weight of everyday struggles, rather than a descent into careless destruction. Yet the seeds of discord took root, whispering to him that to spark transformation was to welcome both praise and animosity. As he pressed onward, he stumbled upon deeper layers of the intricate tapestry of mortal existence. In a lively trading town, he wove small wonders at tavern gatherings, transforming water into wine, easing the weariness of travelers and rekindling laughter in the hearts of battle-weary soldiers. He was cherished by many for the solace he provided amidst the burdens of existence. Yet as the tale unfolds, a sense of unease began to creep into the hearts of certain influential characters. The tavern keepers fretted over the potential loss of their earnings should the miraculous transformation of water into wine become too effortless. In the shadows of ancient temples, the priests of venerable gods cast wary glances at the horizon, where a new deity began to rise, stirring both intrigue and resentment among those who had long held the hearts of the faithful. In hushed tones, the local lords, convinced they were the sole guardians of prosperity, spoke of a stranger who they feared was threatening their very reign. Dionysus discovered that what was once seen as an overflowing gift of generosity could in the eyes of the fearful morph into a looming menace, a challenge to their grip on authority. In the midst of these challenges, the art of illusions became an even greater domain for Dionysus. The haunting visions that Hera had cast upon him in his youth had in a peculiar way equipped him to traverse the ever-changing terrains of thought. He found that with a delicate movement or a particular tune on his flute, he could summon images that melted the toughest hearts, or in more shadowy times, turned their deepest fears against them. Truly, the boundary separating fortune from misfortune was dangerously delicate. In the midst of a wild celebration, he observed the delicate balance of joy, where euphoria could swiftly transform into reckless abandon, igniting feuds or stirring up long-buried traumas. With each revelation, he found himself more certain that the wine, the dance, the illusions were but gateways allowing mortals to step into truer versions of themselves, whether for better or worse. His journeys took him further and further, ultimately leading him to the legendary city of Thebes, the hometown of his mortal mother. Dionysus felt an irresistible pull to witness it, as if he sought to catch a whisper of Semele's essence lingering within. The towering walls of the city, drenched in the warm hues of the setting sun, whispered tales of magnificence intertwined with a hint of melancholy. As he stepped through the main gate, he noticed the weary faces of the inhabitants, each one bearing the weight of strict laws and an ever-present sense of foreboding. Political tensions brewed, and the looming threat of war with a neighboring territory lingered in the atmosphere, heavy and oppressive, like a noxious cloud. At a lively street corner, he caught sight of a weathered mural showcasing Zeus's grand victories, and tucked away in one corner, a barely recognizable image of a woman engulfed by lightning. Few took a moment to truly see it. Dionysus was suddenly swept away by a wave of unexpected emotion. Did they genuinely forget Semele, or was it simply too painful to recall the mortal who had the audacity to love a god? Captivated by the air of unfulfilled desires that lingered in Thebes, he started hosting intimate gatherings on the outskirts of the city, just beyond the looming presence of its grand walls. In a forgotten orchard, where the trees whispered secrets of old, he transformed the space into a magical haven for nightly revelries. Curious souls seeking respite from the city's oppressive confines gathered under the stars, drawn by the promise of enchantment and camaraderie. As the moon ascended to its lofty perch, they convened around a flickering fire, sharing laughter and stories, while passing around wineskins brimming with the nectar of Dionysus. Gentle beginnings gave way to a vibrant symphony of joyous movement and mirth. Whispers of these clandestine festivities began to circulate, enticing artisans, farmers' wives, and quite unexpectedly, a few city guards who momentarily forsook their duties to indulge in the wine rumored to unveil hidden yearnings. Not all were in favor. In the heart of Thebes, the influential family's protectors of age-old customs swiftly condemned these assemblies as scandalous, viewing them as a harbinger of moral decay, threatening the delicate fabric of the city society. A shadowy force seemed to be at work, igniting the flames of civil unrest and stirring the pot of discord. Indeed, there was a certain truth to their perspective. The freedom that Dionysus ushered in was not about submitting to established hierarchies. It was a journey of unraveling the bindings that kept the joys concealed and the truths tucked away in shadows. Yet the ancient forces clung tightly to their hold over the people, unwilling to let go. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the merrymakers twirled amidst the fragrant blossoms of the orchard, a booming voice suddenly pierced the night, commanding attention. Once upon a time, a messenger from the mighty ruler of Thebes appeared, calling for the cessation of these unsanctioned gatherings. Amidst the palpable tension, Dionysus stepped forward, a charming smile gracing his lips. With a cup of wine extended in invitation, he beckoned the herald to indulge and free his heart from its weight. With a hint of hesitation, the herald lifted the cup to his lips, and in that moment the orchard's unsettling silence blossomed into a jubilant melody. In a moment that shimmered like a dream, the lines that separated obligation from desire, trepidation from freedom, vanished into the night. The herald, too, fell under the enchanting spell of the liberation that Dionysus bestowed. Yet the outcome of any triumph lingered in the shadows of doubt. Amidst the vibrant dance of the festival, shadows lingered just out of sight. The seeds of discord were sown, destined to stir not only the mortal souls of Thebes, but to test the very fabric of Dionysus' divine nature. He felt the thickening atmosphere, noticed it dance in the eyes of the city guards who wrestled with their allegiance to their sovereign, while being drawn to the intoxicating promise of unrestrained happiness. Yet he continued his journey, compelled by an unquenchable desire to unveil the magic of change. In the realm of mortals, he glimpsed a hidden potential, a silent longing for a life unshackled by fear and brimming with the promise of wonder. Yet the whispers of Hera's fury still lingered in the air, and the sly machinations within the shadowy halls of Thebes could very well seek to extinguish this budding light. As the orchard festivities blossomed with excitement, so too did the air of doubt linger among the revelers. Dionysus found himself at the edge of a momentous event, a looming confrontation that would challenge his determination and reshape his standing among the gods. In a secret valley, a child once concealed emerged as a spark of joy, awakening the slumbering spirits of humanity. Thebes, the city that bore witness to his mother's tragic fate, was destined to be the backdrop for a grand tapestry of revelation and strife and fate, where stories would intertwine and destinies would collide. In the ancient city of Thebes, a young king named Pentheus held the reins of power with an unwavering grip. He was a man who took great pride in the virtues of discipline, order, and stoicism, embodying the very essence of a ruler, steadfast in his beliefs. Haunted by the echoes of past turmoil, he was convinced that any danger to the city's orderly existence had to be extinguished before it could take root. News traveled to him about the jubilant celebrations in the orchard beyond, where a mysterious young man adorned with a radiant crown of vine leaves was enticing the townsfolk with sweet promises of wine and merriment. To Pentheus, these gatherings were not just innocent festivities. They were the very seeds of rebellion, a playful disguise for dissent, hidden beneath the veil of laughter and melody. Gathering his trusted advisors around him, he insisted on hearing every detail. "What kind of magic draws our people to dance under the cloak of night?" he inquired, his voice resonating through the vast stone chamber. The advisors, filled with unease and doubt, whispered of mirages of individuals asserting they beheld visions of fantastical beasts and celestial marvels. They shared tales of farmers who returned to their fields weary, yet oddly invigorated, speaking of a joy that rose above the mundane toil of everyday life. Some whispered that the enigmatic youth was a deity, while others branded him a charlatan, wielding cunning to sway the hearts of the people. Pentheus paid little heed to the whispers that danced around him. "Should he be of this earthly realm, I shall bring him to his knees. If he possesses divinity, let him demonstrate it through a test," he proclaimed. And so the king set forth on his grand endeavor to assert his dominion over Thebes. Proclamations were made declaring that gatherings without proper authorization were strictly prohibited. In the bustling marketplace, the city guards moved about in increased numbers, diligently seizing wineskins and vine cuttings from the hands of the vendors. Pentheus sought to cut off this insidious force by severing its access to the illusions and intoxication that fed it. However, as is often the case with efforts to impose restrictions, the outcome turned out to be quite the contrary. With an insatiable thirst for the extraordinary, individuals flocked to Dionysus' gatherings, compelled by a blend of curiosity and a rebellious spirit. Whispers danced through the air of wondrous happenings. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a well transformed its waters, swirling into a cascade of sweet red wine, casting a warm glow in the twilight. A city guard spoke of witnessing swirling galaxies within the eyes of a dancing woman just before she disappeared into the orchard. The allure of wonder captivated a people who had been stifled for far too long by unyielding rules and a decade marked by fragile tranquility. Unfazed, Pentheus devised a cunning scheme. He commanded his guards to slip into one of the clandestine festivals and capture the young man who dared to call himself Dionysus. On a moonlit night, the orchard danced with the glow of torches, while the air was alive with the sweet sounds of music and laughter. The guards, shrouded in cloaks and wielding weapons, blended seamlessly with the festive crowd. As they approached their target, an eerie twist of fate unfolded before them. The orchard appeared to change right before their eyes. The flicker of torches intertwined with the shimmering starlight, casting shadows of dancers that stretched into shapes both human and beastly, blurring the lines of reality. Vines twisted around the guards' ankles, while visions of wild satyrs sprang forth from the shadows of the trees. In a mesmerizing twist of fate, the soldiers were drawn into a serpentine movement, their grasp on time and purpose slipping away like sand through their fingers. As the first light of dawn broke, they stumbled forth, their senses muddled their armor, bearing the vivid marks of grape juice. Their hearts raced, caught in a thrilling dance of fear and exhilaration. Not a single soul had laid eyes upon Dionysus. Upon hearing this tale, Pentheus's fury surged uncontrollably. He gathered the wise elders of Thebes for a council. Some urged for careful consideration, suggesting that this could indeed be a genuine manifestation of the divine. Some argued fervently that no divine being would ever shroud themselves in deceit. They called for a rapid and decisive response. Pentheus dismissed the voices of caution. He proclaimed, "Deities do not dance among the vines with common folk. Here we have a trickster, a sly deceiver, who exploits the unrest simmering in the hearts of the city's people. I shall not yield to mere phantoms." With determination in his heart, Pentheus gathered a band of warriors ready for the clash ahead. With a bold heart, he set his sights on confronting Dionysus in a grand spectacle, a display of strength meant to steer the Thebans away from the allure of this cultural plague. On the night of the raid, the orchard danced once more to the melody of song. At the heart of the scene, Dionysus donned a crown of ivy, a symbol of his divine nature. The festival shimmered with a magical glow, enchanting all who beheld it. From his perch beyond the orchard, Pentheus beheld a mesmerizing scene, men and women twirling joyfully, arms lifted high, their faces radiant with pure, unrestrained happiness. A strange sensation tugged at his heart, as something he could not quite name. Perhaps it was envy, or maybe just a spark of curiosity about the unrestrained freedom they so boldly exhibited. Yet it solidified into disdain. With a subtle gesture, he beckoned his men to move forward. With a fierce determination, they surged into the orchard, spears held high, ready for whatever lay ahead. Suddenly, the music came to an unexpected stop. With a collective intake of breath, the crowd erupted into a flurry of movement, akin to doves taking flight in a moment of surprise. A stillness enveloped the scene, pierced solely by the heavy breaths of the weary soldiers. At the orchard center stood Dionysus, serene yet glowing, as if the very moon had chosen to cast its luminous rays upon him. Though his hands bore no burden, an intriguing confidence emanated from the way he carried himself. Pentheus strode ahead, his gaze fierce and unwavering. "Ah, so you are the brave soul who has chosen to unleash turmoil upon my realm." Dionysus cast a thoughtful look upon the king. "What is the name of your city?" he spoke softly. "Though you may construct barriers and enact decrees, Pentheus, the souls of your subjects are not so readily subdued. They yearn for significance that transcends the limits you set." With a fiery intensity, Pentheus insisted on witnessing evidence of the young man's divine nature. "If you possess true divinity," he spat, "then let my men bind you. Allow me to pose my inquiries within the grand halls of the palace. Should you find a way to break free, I shall yield to your strength. Should that be the case, you will face the consequences for stirring up discord." A soft whisper danced among the crowd, a blend of indignation and trepidation, weaving through their expressions. Dionysus lowered his head in agreement, a silent acknowledgement of the moment's weight. It was a gesture that stirred the soul, both humble and unsettling, for how could a deity allow such indignities to unfold? The guards captured Dionysus. As they took him from the scene, the orchard appeared to mourn, its branches heavy with sorrow. The vines drooped and the flickering torches surrendered to a dim, chilling light. The merry crowd trailed behind, filled with hesitation and a touch of unease. In the heart of the bustling city, close to the grand palace courtyard, Pentheus issued a decree that Dionysus be bound to a stone pillar, a spectacle for all to witness. The morning sun began its ascent, casting a harsh light over the landscape, illuminating every detail with an unforgiving glare. A circle was formed by soldiers and intrigued citizens. The air was thick with anticipation, a heavy cord binding souls to unease. King Pentheus stepped closer to the restrained figure, curiosity and trepidation mingling in his heart. "Proclaim your essence as a liberator, a bearer of truths, and share your story with these gathered souls." And Dionysus spoke, his voice echoing like a far-off drumbeat, weaving a tale that danced through the air. He recounted the tale of his birth, the story of Semele, and the unique lineage that distinguished him from the other gods. He painted the illusions not simply as tricks of the eye, but as portals to unseen dimensions of understanding. At last he shared a cautionary tale. To turn away from this gift is to turn away from the very essence of your own potential for change. "I do not compel the living to yield." With a mocking grin, Pentheus beckoned them to look past the shadows of their fears, urging them to discover a world unseen. Beautifully spoken, yet dreams cannot withstand the steadfast shield of logic. Where does your father Zeus reside at this moment? What evidence do you have to support your claim? In the stillness that ensued, a faint tremor echoed through the ground. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting tremor or the stirring of a profound force that had been roused from its slumber. A few in the assembled crowd trembled with unease. A palpable tension hung in the air, as if the very walls of the city were poised in a moment of suspense, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In an instant, the restraints that held Dionysus captive vanished, as though severed by a phantom edge. Whispers of astonishment spread like wildfire among the gathered souls. The furious king staggered ahead, yet a wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The courtyard faded into a haze. The pillars and statues danced and twirled as though the very essence of the city had unraveled from the threads of reality. A mystical fog enveloped all those gathered, casting an enchanting spell over the scene. For certain souls, it was a chilling experience. For many, it was as if they had wandered into a dream they never realized they held within. Brave warriors faltered, their spears clattering to the ground. As the citizens gazed in wonder, mesmerizing illusions danced and shimmered in the air around them. Whispers of phantom vines entwine with the playful dance of satyrs, while ghostly reflections reveal the secrets of hidden desires. And at the heart of it all stood Dionysus, free and radiant. In a brief enchanting instant, his figure appeared to splinter into a myriad of visions. A victorious child rising from the embers, a spirited youth twirling with panthers, and an eternal traveler adorned with ivy. The myriad illusions wove together, coalescing into one singular figure. As the crowd gathered, they found themselves on their knees, caught in a moment of awe, torn between the instinct to revere and the urge to escape. Pentheus, struggling against the enchanting haze, cast a fierce gaze upon Dionysus. Sorcery, he bellowed, even as his voice trembled with uncertainty. I shall not succumb to this chaos. Yet the illusions lingered, uncovering a truth deep within Pentheus, a quiver of hidden desire, the roots of bitterness that had blossomed into oppression. The audience beheld their once assured monarch momentarily shaken by the haunting image of his own reflection, distorted by unseen powers. With a calm demeanor, Dionysus drew near to Pentheus, placing a soft hand on his shoulder. The veils of illusion began to fade, unveiling a serene vision of Thebes, a realm brimming with shared warmth, unrestrained expression, and open-hearted acceptance. In that brief moment, the king's once stern visage softened. A glimmer could have danced in his eye, or maybe it was merely a play of the morning light. In an instant, he pulled back his hand, swiftly retrieving a dagger from his belt. The illusions crumbled, revealing the city's stark contours, and the onlookers inhaled sharply, bracing for the chaos that loomed ahead. Pentheus's eyes danced with a frantic energy, caught in the spellbinding glow of Dionysus's allure, while grappling with the unyielding grip of his own deep-seated beliefs. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very fabric of reality held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash that would unleash chaos and fury. In that moment, the city's birds fell silent, their morning calls suspended, as if they too felt the weight of this impending clash. In that heart-stopping moment, Dionysus recoiled, the dagger's tip hovering perilously close to his heart. Silence wrapped around the courtyard like a soft blanket. Silence enveloped the room as if time itself had paused. Not a soul dared to utter a word, shift their position, or even flutter their eyelids. The destiny of Thebes, and possibly the rise of a new god, hung precariously on the edge of that blade. The courtyard was enveloped in a stillness that felt almost alive, as if the very air held its breath, poised on the brink of a moment that could plunge Thebes into turmoil or usher in a dawn of transformation. All gazes were fixed upon Pentheus and Dionysus, two characters entwined in a delicate dance between human arrogance and celestial mystery. The king's hand quivered around the dagger, drawing near enough to witness the reflections swirling in Dionysus's eyes, visions flickering like distant storm clouds. With a single nudge, the danger would be vanquished. Yet Pentheus lingered, feeling the profound weight of the unseen force that loomed before him. From the throng of soldiers, a voice emerged, a solitary woman's sorrow that pierced the silence like a swift arrow echoing through the air. It was Agave, the very mother of Pentheus, yet she appeared almost unrecognizable. She was among those captivated by the enchanting gatherings in Dionysus's orchard. Her spirit awakened after years of buried sorrow and obligation. Her hair danced wildly, her dress bore the marks of adventure, and her eyes sparkled with a fervent light as if she had just uncovered a profound truth. With a burst of energy, she dashed ahead, her arms wide open. "Ah, my dear boy, can you not perceive?" She wept, her tears flowing like a river of sorrow. "We find ourselves entwined in a web of illusions, those of power, of right and wrong, of who we truly are. Dionysus unveils the hidden truths that dwell in the shadows. Pentheus remains steadfast, his form unyielding." The crowd drew back in surprise at Agave's sudden exclamation, but there was an undeniable force in her presence that shattered the king's remaining poise. He had always seen his mother as a figure of grace, poised and deliberate in her actions. Witnessing her in such a raw state of vulnerability compelled him to face a truth that had been lurking in the shadows of his mind, that control was a delicate illusion and that life was a torrent of emotions that his rules could never contain. With a deft hand, Dionysus directed Pentheus's attention to the crowd surrounding him, some quaking with trepidation, others aching for belonging, and many shrouded in unspoken grief. With a voice that rolled like thunder, he spoke, capturing the attention of the king and everyone gathered around. "I am neither a conqueror of realms nor a master of deceit. Within each of you lies a force, a joyous unveiling of secrets long kept. Stand against me or welcome me with open arms. In any case, I stand ready to unveil the illusions we hold dear." Pentheus felt his grip weaken, the dagger falling from his fingers and echoing against the stone courtyard as it hit the ground. The crowd drew in a breath, a wave of shared relief washed over them, but in the shadows lingered a quiet murmur of uncertainty. Could this truly signify the conclusion of conflict, or is it simply a brief respite before the tempest arrives? With a quiver in his voice, the king inquired, "If I were to step aside, what fate awaits Thebes?" "Of the structure of everything we have created," Dionysus replied with a mysterious grin, hinting at secrets untold. "Order will forever take on a new form. What you have crafted may endure, yet it will come alive. A city, much like the human heart, must embrace change, or it will surely fade away." And thus Pentheus found himself kneeling, not as an act of reverence, but as a symbol of deep surrender. Whispers danced among the crowd, a mix of wonder and skepticism filling the air. The enchanting illusions that had danced through the courtyard began to fade, unveiling Thebes in the radiant light of mid-morning. Yet a subtle wave of change flowed beneath the surface. Agave hurried to her son, enveloping him in her embrace as though he were a little one again. As he gazed into her eyes, an unspoken connection lingered in the air, and tears silently carved their way down both of their cheeks. As the weeks unfolded, the tension in Thebes began to unravel, much like a strong rope that had started to fray at its center. Pentheus, having been humbled by his profound experiences, chose to retreat from the public eye for a while, entrusting the reins of governance to a council of wise elders. To many it appeared as though the king had been broken and reshaped, transformed from the singularly focused figure he had once been. There were murmurs among the people that Pentheus had succumbed to madness, swayed by the intoxicating power of Dionysus. Some whispered that he had encountered a truth so vast it eluded the grasp of the common mind. In this curious time, the city's dwellers discovered themselves immersed in a realm of unforeseen grace and quiet marvel. New festivities blossomed, vibrant open-air gatherings where wine flowed freely and music soared high, all under the watchful eye of a ruler whose silence was seen as a sign of cautious acceptance. Yet not every heart in Thebes embraced the shifting currents. In the shadows of the city's rigid hierarchy, some formidable families simmered with discontent, their ire directed at the seemingly boundless influence of Dionysus. They called upon ancient deities, beseeching Olympus to take action against this audacious newcomer. How could a deity so young possibly stand against the mighty titans like Poseidon, Ares, or Apollo? Yet Olympus had been keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding events. Whispers floated through the celestial realms, suggesting that Zeus's half-mortal son had not simply appeared as an oddity, but rather as a formidable presence that questioned the very foundations of ancient beliefs. Hera in particular seethed with frustration at her ongoing attempts to thwart the young god, each one ending in failure. Yet to confront him directly was to dance on the edge of a storm, risking the fury of Zeus himself, along with the tumult that divine clashes could unleash upon the world of mortals. As Thebes embraced a fragile calm, Dionysus was quick to depart. Having found a measure of belonging in his mother's homeland, he sensed the call to embark on another journey. Before he set off on his journey, he assembled a close-knit band of loyal companions, individuals who had wholeheartedly embraced the joy and wisdom he shared. They vowed to journey alongside him through faraway realms, sharing the sacred traditions of the vine. Among them was Agave, who, despite Pentheus's initial protests, was determined to follow the living embodiment of that which had stirred her long-dormant spirit. Though she had seen more seasons than many in the gathering, her steps danced with a vibrant energy propelled by a fresh spark of determination. "I will not let sorrow bind me again," she declared to her son. "Allow me to behold the world with a clear gaze." And so they embarked on their journey, departing from Thebes to carve out a new identity, molded by the echoes of illusions that had unveiled the essence of the city. Across vast plains and towering mountain passes, their journey unfolded, weaving through charming coastal villages and the strongholds of fortified city-states. In certain corners of the world, the people embraced Dionysus as a liberator, yearning to shed the heavy chains of constraint. Festivals burst forth with vibrant energy, as whole communities immersed themselves in joyous dances that continued until the first light of dawn graced the horizon. In various lands, they encountered opposition, local leaders, wary of relinquishing their power, and priests who condemned the rituals of the wine deity as blasphemous. Yet despite the challenges faced, clusters of passionate souls consistently arose, lured by the hope of liberation from the constraints of existence. As he journeyed down the twisting road, Dionysus honed the finesse of his offerings. He wove tales of grape cultivation, unveiled the mysteries of fermentation, and brought to life the captivating rhythms of his music. Yet he wove a tale of caution. While wine offered a glimpse into deeper truths, it also had the power to wash away the barriers that concealed our most tender wounds. In a quaint city along the Ionian coast, a lively festival took a dark turn as old rivalries ignited among drunken men. In the wake of the devastation, Dionysus stood in silent reverence, dedicating days to mending the broken and calming the restless spirits with his tender enchantments. These experiences carved profound lines of empathy into his youthful visage. He discovered that revelation had a shadowy counterpart, the tumult of unchecked feelings, the ferocity that could surge forth when facades crumbled without the steady influence of insight. Through every challenge faced, the journey of Dionysus unfolded, weaving a tapestry of ever-growing legend. Legends spread among mortals tales of how he had triumphed over a tyrant king in a fierce duel, how with just a flick of his wrist he could turn an entire river into wine, and how he held the unwavering loyalty of both noble and wild beasts. Ah, the truth, like a tapestry woven with many threads, reveals itself to be far more intricate than it first appears. At his core, he was always a wanderer of limits, a keen watcher of the fragile divide that separates bliss from brutality, the unity of the collective from the freedom of the individual. His genuine miracles often resided in the delicate changes, the soft fading of guilt in a solitary widow's gaze, the initial smile gracing the lips of a battle-worn soldier, the profound silence that enveloped a crowd as they caught a glimpse of a deeper concealed unity amidst the swirling dance of figures. In time, Dionysus arrived at a legendary place close to Eleusis, where age-old rites were performed in reverence to Demeter and Persephone. Amidst the sacred rituals that celebrated the eternal dance of life, death, and rebirth, the guardians of Eleusis embraced the wine god as a companion of the soul. In Dionysus, they beheld a mirror of their own enigmas, a journey of transformations that guided the seeker through trepidation towards enlightenment. He immersed himself in that season, engaging in rituals that deepened his grasp of mortality and the essence of transcendence. In quiet corners, it was said that he conversed with Persephone, absorbing the mysteries of the underworld. These revelations would later tint the essence of his worship, imparting lessons on the delicate balance of life and the ever-turning wheel of joy and sorrow. And so the tale of his greatness continued to unfold. As Dionysus pondered his return to Olympus, perhaps eager to assert his place among the divine temples dedicated to him, began to emerge throughout the Greek realm. Every one of them had a unique essence. Some celebrated with vibrant communal wine feasts, while others preferred the solemnity of midnight rites, where illusions led participants on a journey through the depths of their own psyches. In far-flung realms, wandering minstrels spun grand narratives of the twice-born deity who bore a staff adorned with ivy, an untamed spirit. Hera, though boiling with frustration at this relentless rise, could not overlook the fact that he had woven himself into the very fabric of mortal existence. As Dionysus finally made his way to Olympus, adorned with vibrant ivy, and accompanied by a lively entourage of nymphs, satyrs, and eager mortals granted fleeting access, a profound silence enveloped the divine domain. From their majestic golden thrones, the ancient deities watched with a mix of amusement and unease. Zeus gazed at his son, a flicker of paternal pride in his eyes, yet shadowed by the understanding that Dionysus's realm was woven with intricacies far more elusive than the might of thunderbolts or the depths of ocean tides. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, regarded him with sharp interest, perceiving that his unique grasp of understanding, shaped by illusions and the connection between mortal and divine, mirrored her own quest for truth in intriguing ways. Apollo, in turn, felt a bond in their mutual passion for music and foresight, even as Dionysus danced to a rhythm that was wild and spontaneous, much like the unpredictable pulse of a joyous celebration. Hera, perched next to Zeus, struggled to mask her discontent. Yet she remained silent, for she recognized that much had transformed since the days of Dionysus's youth. He had transformed, shedding the skin of vulnerability that once made him an easy target. He stood as a fully realized deity, cherished by mortals with the quiet weight of universal secrets shimmering in his gaze. With a hesitant elegance, she recognized him exchanging brief niceties that danced around the shadows of her previous confrontations. And thus it unfolded that the pantheon, with a mix of hesitation and eventual acceptance, embraced Dionysus into their esteemed circle. Celebrations burst forth on Olympus unlike anything seen in ages. In a dance of wine and music illusions weave together, creating a symphony that resonates with the starlit cosmos. The realm of mortals could sense the echo of that festivity, an unseen tide of warmth and liberation that flowed through valleys and coastal villages. The priests of ancient deities observed with bated breath, yet the passion for their own gods remained unwavering. In a remarkable turn of events, the faithful began to intertwine the rites of Dionysus with their own cherished traditions, crafting vibrant new expressions of reverence that celebrated the rich and intricate fabric of existence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the grand celebration, Dionysus perched upon a marble balcony, his eyes sweeping across the mortal world beneath him. A tapestry of shimmering lights and diverse landscapes unfolded, each thread woven with the hopes and desires of countless souls in search of purpose, companionship, and something greater than themselves. Silenus materialized beside him, having miraculously found his way through the twisting passages of Olympus, all while in a state of complete inebriation. With a crooked smile, the ancient satyr declared, "Ah, my lord, you have truly accomplished it, a deity amongst deities. Perhaps it was always the design of Zeus, would not you agree?" Dionysus pondered this, the gentle breeze teasing his ivy crown. "Perhaps," he replied softly, "but mere intention would not have brought me to this moment. It was the yearning of the mortal, their boldness to twirl at the brink of the familiar, that secured my destiny." Silenus gave a wise nod, though he swayed slightly on his hooves. "And that edge, it keeps shifting," he remarked. "We must continue to sway with it." As he gazed upon the world that had molded him just as he had left his mark upon it, Dionysus wore a smile of knowing satisfaction. He envisioned Thebes, Pentheus, Agave, and the orchard gatherings where illusions unveiled truths and hearts discovered fresh rhythms. He reminisced about the secret valley on Mount Nisa, where satyrs and nymphs had lovingly raised him among fragrant vines. He reminisced about the tales of warning the turmoil in the Ionian city, the deceptions crafted to bring down the arrogant. Every experience had deepened his insight into the fragile interplay between joy and duty. He was a being who danced on the edges of the earthly and the celestial, balancing mastery and surrender, clarity and madness. And in that straddling, he uncovered a deep well of compassion for the imperfect, longing tapestry of existence. In a realm devoid of earth and ocean, there lay an infinite void, an expansive emptiness that reached out endlessly in all directions. From the depths of the primordial void, Gaia emerged, the earth in its infancy, vast and formless. Slowly it began to take shape, preparing to cradle all life that was destined to flourish within its embrace. Yet Gaia's solitude was fleeting. As she inhaled her first breath of the cosmos, a stirring emerged above her infinite horizons. From the depths of chaos, threads of shimmering azure began to weave themselves, glowing softly, like the first light of dawn breaking the darkness. Through countless ages, these fragile strands wove together, transforming into a magnificent and awe-inspiring expanse, both enchanting and fearsome in its grandeur. Behold Uranus, the vast sky, a silent and majestic entity that gracefully arched over Gaia, harmoniously complementing her every curve. In this age of boundless imagination, the concepts of love and fear were yet to take shape as we understand them today. The cosmos unfolded in its purest form, untouched and ancient, where the meeting of earth and sky felt as destined as the emergence of starlight in the depths of night. As Gaia beheld the wondrous transformation above, her very being resonated with a fresh awareness, a feeling that danced between awe and eager expectation. Uranus, in turn, felt the pulse of Gaia beneath him, a vibrant foundation extending endlessly beneath his ethereal realm. Their bond shimmered at the edge where the sky kissed the earth, hinting at the marvels and heartaches that awaited them in the tapestry of their lives. In those nascent moments, there was no inkling of fate, just the sheer marvel of being alive. In the beginning, Gaia's landscapes were like a fresh canvas with rolling hills that gradually transformed into majestic mountains valleys that would eventually embrace flowing rivers and deep caverns that held mysteries far beyond the comprehension of humankind. Uranus looked down upon these features with a wide-eyed wonder. In the harmonious blend of their energies, they gave rise to primordial spirits, fleeting lights that twirled at the edges of existence, visions of future shapes waiting to be crafted. These flickers of life danced with joy, limitless and vibrant, swirling about as if intoxicated by the melody of being. Before too long, though, in the grand tapestry of the universe, it might have spanned eons, more tangible children began to rise from the very depths of Gaia. The Titans, grand and formidable, each one personified a unique aspect of the cosmic energies that surged in their presence. In the beginning, there was Oceanus, who took hold of the primordial waters and molded them into vast seas that defined the contours of Gaia's form. Then Tethys, with her joyous laughter, infused the freshly carved rivers with a timeless spirit of flow. Coeus Phoebe, Thea Hyperion emerged from the depths of creation, each one carrying a timeless essence, gifted by the ancient deities Uranus and Gaia. They stood as giants, their thoughts brimming with wonder, and though their fates remained to be penned, a vibrant energy of possibility danced in the air. Uranus gazed upon this young one, his heart stirred by a blend of wonder and an unfamiliar feeling that danced just beyond his grasp. In their presence, he beheld echoes of his own limitless essence, each titan embodying a fragment of his being, the vast expanse of the sky manifested in vibrant breathing shapes. Yet in that era of celestial simplicity, there was a lack of understanding regarding the intricate layers of fatherhood, an absence of awareness that it could give rise to both affection and trepidation, care, and a sense of ownership. From the rich embrace of Gaia's earth sprang forth fearsome beings, the Cyclopes giants, with a single eye and unmatched might. They sat upon their hecaton chairs, their 100 arms stretching out like colossal branches, towering even above the mighty Titans. In these bursts, Gaia beheld the wonder of her own essence, as her creative power appeared boundless. Yet a subtle tremor of unease stirred within Uranus. The solitary, radiant eye of the Cyclopes evoked within him a searing truth that remained just beyond his grasp, unspoken, yet profoundly felt. The hecaton cherubs, adorned with their multitude of limbs, conjured an essence so foreign that even the boundless sky seemed to draw back in awe. How curious, he mused, that in this immense universe, there existed something that dared to confront his limitless realm. In that moment, a seed of dread took root in Uranus's heart. He started to understand that creation was not just a journey filled with awe. It could also give rise to unexpected and formidable forces. Initially, he stifled these whispers, for how could the heavens tremble? He was a living vault, a boundless expanse that defied all imagination, a cosmic constant that loomed over all. Yet once fear took root, it lingered, refusing to fade away. It lurks in the shadows of transgressions, thriving in the hidden recesses of the psyche, igniting deeds that may one day be deemed horrific. In the embrace of darkness, the heavens begin to stir. Once upon a time, there existed a vast nothingness, an endless void that extended infinitely in all directions, devoid of sky, earth, or ocean. From the depths of the primordial void, Gaia emerged the earth in its infancy, vast and formless. Gradually it took shape, preparing to cradle all life that was destined to flourish within its embrace. Yet Gaia's solitude was fleeting. As she inhaled her first breath of the cosmos, a stirring emerged above her limitless horizons. From the depths of chaos, threads of shimmering azure began to weave themselves, glowing softly, like the first light of dawn breaking the night. Through countless ages, these fragile strands wove together, transforming into a magnificent and awe-inspiring canopy that stretched across the horizon. Behold Uranus, the vast sky, a silent and majestic presence that gracefully arched over Gaia, harmoniously complementing her every curve. In this age of boundless imagination, the concepts of love and fear were yet to take shape as we understand them today. The cosmos unfolded in its purest form, untouched and ancient, where the embrace of earth and sky felt as destined as the twinkling of stars against the night. As Gaia beheld the wondrous transformation above her, very essence resonated with a fresh awareness, a feeling that danced between awe and eager anticipation. Uranus in turn felt the pulse of Gaia beneath him, a vibrant foundation extending endlessly beneath his ethereal realm. Their bond shimmered at the edge where the heavens kissed the earth, hinting at the marvels and heartaches that awaited them in the tapestry of time. In those formative moments, there was no inkling of fate, just the sheer marvel of being alive. In the beginning, Gaia's landscapes were like fresh canvases, with gentle hills that blossomed into towering mountains valleys that awaited the embrace of rivers and deep caverns that held mysteries far beyond the reach of human understanding. Uranus looked down upon these features with a wide-eyed wonder. From the harmonious blending of their essences emerged primordial spirits, fleeting lights that twirled at the edges of existence. Visions of what is to come waiting to be crafted into existence. These flickers of life danced with joy, limitless and vibrant, swirling about as if intoxicated by the melody of being. In a time that, while brief by our standards, could stretch into the vastness of eons in the cosmic realm, the Earth began to give rise to more tangible children from its very core. The Titans, grand and formidable each one, a living embodiment of the cosmic forces that surged through the universe around them. In the beginning, there was Oceanus, who took hold of the primordial waters and crafted them into vast seas that defined the contours of Gaia's form. Then Tethys, with her laughter like flowing water, infused the newly formed rivers with a timeless sense of motion. Coeus Phoebe, Thea Hyperion emerged into existence, each one carrying a primordial spark inherited from the ancient deities Uranus and Gaia. They stood as giants, their thoughts brimming with wonder, and though their futures remained a blank canvas, the air around them buzzed with the promise of what was to come. Uranus gazed upon this progeny, captivated by a blend of wonder and a deep stirring feeling that eluded his comprehension. In their presence, he beheld echoes of his own limitless essence, each titan embodying a fragment of his being, the vast heavens transformed into vibrant figures. Yet in that era of celestial purity, there existed a lack of understanding regarding the intricate nature of fatherhood and absence of awareness that it could give rise to both affection and trepidation, care, and a sense of ownership. From the rich embrace of Gaia's earth emerged fearsome beings, the Cyclopes giants with a single eye possessing strength beyond measure. Alongside them stood the Hecatoncheires, each boasting 100 mighty arms so grand and unwieldy that they loomed even over the Titans themselves. In these bursts, Gaia beheld the wonder of her own essence, as her creative power appeared boundless. Yet a subtle tremor of unease stirred within Uranus. The solitary, radiant eye of the Cyclopes stirred within him a profound truth, one that eluded his ability to express. The Hecatoncheires, with their multitude of arms, conjured a sense of strangeness that caused even the boundless heavens to draw back in awe. How curious, he mused, that within this immense universe, there existed something that dared to confront his limitless realm. In that moment, a seed of dread took root in Uranus's heart. He started to understand that creation was more than just a journey of awe. It might also give rise to unforeseen and terrifying forces. Initially, he stifled these whispers, for how could the heavens tremble? He was a treasure trove of tales, a boundless entity that transcended all realms of thought, the eternal essence casting its shadow over all that existed. And yet, once fear is born, it lingers on, refusing to fade away. It lurks in the shadows of transgressions, thriving in the hidden recesses of thought, igniting deeds that may one day be deemed horrific. Gaia, in her heart, danced with delight at the expansion of her beloved family. With a gentle hand, she shaped her children's unique spirits, imparting the wisdom of their ancestral gifts and leading them through their first adventures. The mountains danced beneath the Titans' mighty steps, rivers twisted and turned under their grasp, and the heavens resonated with their joyous laughter. They embarked on a journey of experimentation, weaving new features into the fabric of Earth. The valleys deepened, the mountains soared to new heights, and the forests spread thick and ancient over the undulating plains. To Gaia, these transformations were the universe unfolding its own narrative, and her heart brimmed with a deep sense of nurturing pride. Yet with every new life that emerged from Gaia's embrace, whether it be a Titan, a Cyclops, or a Hecatoncheire, the shadows of Uranus's anxiety deepened ever so slightly. Under the vast expanse of his starry form, a deep sense of vulnerability gnawed at him. Did these children, brimming with their own power, pose a challenge to his vast reign over the cosmos? Every new child symbolized more than just a mere addition to the tapestry of existence. They held the promise of altering the intricate balance between earth and sky. Perhaps Uranus held a quiet, unarticulated belief that to embody infinity was to remain unchallenged. The very presence of these formidable progeny suggested that there were powers at play that even he might not be able to master completely. In a dance with his own mind, Uranus chose to hide his burgeoning paranoia, tucking it away deep within the shadows of his thoughts. Yet the seeds of insecurity had already taken hold, and in due course those seeds would grow deep roots. As the Titans grew older, they ventured beyond the sprawling terrains of Gaia, reaching out to the ethereal boundaries of Uranus's sky. Hyperion was captivated by the dance between light and shadow, crafting the very essence of day and night. Thea, captivated by the glow and radiance, summoned glimmers of what could one day transform into the sun. In the heart of creation, they crafted a realm of contrasts, a tapestry of dualities where all that followed would find its guiding principles. In the dance of light and shadow, we find the ebb and flow, the rise and fall, the interplay of male and female, the familiar and the mysterious. Yet in those ancient times, Uranus wore a mask of kind curiosity. He spoke to his children in deep, resonant tones that rolled through the air, like distant thunder filling the sky with their presence. He emerged before them like an infinite sky, radiant with the light of countless new stars, captivating and magnificent. Yet beneath this grand facade of celestial guardianship, a discontent simmered. At times, Uranus would unleash storms or unexpected bursts of energy, as if he were putting his children's resolve to the test. Imagine he could have declared the heavens possess the power to unleash forces beyond comprehension. The Titans, filled with reverence and a touch of wonder, discovered how to endure these storms. Yet they viewed their father as a formidable, mysterious presence, one that both enveloped them in warmth and cast a shadow over their existence. Gaia felt the delicate change in Uranus's mood more acutely than any of their offspring. As night fell, she sensed a new tension weaving through the air, a palpable shift that seemed to draw the very curve of the sky closer to the earth, like a secret waiting to be unveiled. In the stillness that enveloped her jubilant salutations, she sensed it. Uranus's responses grew brief, the vibrant celestial sparkle of his essence fading into the background. As Gaia welcomed each new child into the world, Uranus appeared to draw back as though he were safeguarding a cherished part of himself from the relentless advance of time. Gaia, brimming with imaginative energy, could hardly comprehend that it was the act of creation itself that had begun to instill fear in Uranus. With a heart full of hope, Gaia reassured herself that every couple experiences transformations, even if this was the very first union the cosmos had ever witnessed. Perhaps Uranus sought solitude or a moment of reflection, although the concept of time as we understand it had yet to come into being. Yet as the Titans grew in their independence, crafting oceans and molding mountains with ease, Gaia's quiet worry for Uranus's temperament began to intensify. She reached out to him, attempting to tap into the timeless connection that had once resonated with their shared heartbeat, yet her cries returned to her hollow and unanswered. Uranus found itself in a deep introspection, wrestling with feelings that the fresh universe had yet to define, yet which we might now identify as jealousy, fear, and pride. In those early hours, the seeds of discord were sown, yet the eyes of the world remained blissfully unaware. In the eyes of their children, earth and sky continued to dance together in perfect harmony. The transformations in Uranus were delicate, partially concealed by the grand tapestry of starlight that he persistently wove across the cosmos. The Titans spread their rain-molding vast ecosystems, crafting realms of power, with Oceanus and Tethys embracing the waters, while Hyperion and Thea ignited the brilliance above, and the tale unfolds from there. In the ancient times, the Cyclopes with their mighty hands shaped the raw metals and minerals, crafting the very first tools of the cosmos. In the shadowy depths of secluded forests, the Hex and Chaos wandered their myriad arms, weaving intricate labyrinths in the hidden grottos that lay far beneath the Earth's surface. Indeed, everything appeared to be in harmony, yet an unseen equilibrium was teetering on the edge. Gaia, who once reveled in the flourishing of her children, now found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, torn between the joy of witnessing fresh creations and a rising concern about the path that Uranus' spirit was taking. The silence that enveloped each new arrival, the silence that flowed from the infinite horizons above, grew increasingly ominous with every occurrence. A presence loomed on the horizon, and even amidst the untouched purity of the universe, an unmistakable feeling of foreboding hung in the air. As the cosmic tapestry unfolded in a time when the very concept of a day seemed a mere whisper, Gaia experienced a profound ache that resonated through the depths of her essence. Unbeknownst to her, that sharp ache was the fury of Uranus unfurling into a tempest of rage. High above in the distant realms of the heavens, he started to weave his plans. The offspring that Gaia nurtured with such affection would not all wander freely if Uranus had his way. He was powerless to change the moment they came into existence. Once creation stirred to life, it could not be easily undone. Yet he had the power to conceal it, to bury it deep within the earth, ensuring it would not rise to contest his rule. Thus he crafted a scheme that would etch its mark upon the universe, forever tainting it with the first shadow of malice. Gaia, her eyes turned to the heavens, felt a stirring in the very fabric of existence. The horizon darkened in a peculiar way as the stars danced in strange, flickering patterns. She softly cautioned her children, who were too engrossed in the marvels of their growth to listen. The night that followed was wrapped in an eerie silence, as if the very winds had decided to pause their dance. Deep beneath her mountainous folds, Gaia sensed a stirring, a primal call echoing through her, being a mother's instinct awakening. Something ominous loomed on the horizon, and while the specifics eluded her grasp, she sensed its origin. Uranus, her once cherished companion, the progenitor of all these vibrant marvels. In that serene moment when silence blankets the universe before chaos erupts, everything was poised for what was to come. In the vast expanse of the infinite sky, Uranus made a solemn vow to safeguard his realm against what he deemed as looming threats, even if they were of his own kin. Gaia, the earth, prepared herself for a calamity beyond her wildest dreams. In a time long past, the Titans Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires, with hearts full of ambition and minds brimming with creativity, toiled away on their grand designs, blissfully ignorant of the tempest that was about to unfold upon the untamed world around them. In that fleeting moment of charged stillness, the cosmos shifted on an unseen axis, leaning into the monumental fracture of divine heritage, a moment destined to resonate through tales and time long after the echoes of Uranus and Gaia faded into mere murmurs among humankind. As the moment unfolded, it resonated with the force of a celestial thunderclap. Uranus swept down to earth in a tempest of rage, transformed from the soft celestial body into a grand shadow cloaked in shimmering starlight. One by one, he captured the children he considered too monstrous for the world outside, those who stirred within him an unsettling fear he could not tolerate. The formidable Cyclopes, with their fiery, piercing gazes, let out thunderous roars and deep bellows as their father seized them from the rugged mountains and the vast seas they called home. In a tumultuous display, the Hecatoncheires, adorned with 100 flailing arms, were engulfed by a force that overshadowed their vast might, leaving them in a state of bewildered fury. Uranus compelled them to descend into the earth's concealed abysses realms, where even the gentle caress of Gaia's sunlight dared not venture. It was a transgression that defied the very limits of human understanding. Though these children possessed great strength, they could never have fathomed that their father, the very sky, would unleash such fury upon them. Their roars and cries reverberated through the very essence of Gaia, resonating in hidden chambers that had long remained untouched. Gaia experienced every tremor as if it were a deep personal injury. With a voice that echoed like rolling thunder through the valleys, she implored Uranus, "What are you doing? They are our beloved little ones." Yet Uranus remained silent, choosing instead to confine the fearsome progeny within shadowy depths where their wails faded into the abyss. The Titans, the elder kin of the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires, gazed in astonishment. Though some made attempts to intervene, the wrath of Uranus remained unconquerable. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive, stifling any effort to step in. Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, stood as a silent observer, his keen gaze absorbing every act of treachery that unfolded before him. A clever spark danced in his eyes. In contrast to the others who appeared frozen in disbelief, Cronus sensed a fresh force awakening inside him, a powerful blend of fury and aspiration. Perhaps it was the initial flicker of that cleverness, which would eventually shape his part in the grand tale of the universe. With the deed accomplished, Uranus withdrew into the distant corners of the sky, cloaked in a shroud of somber contentment. He thought he had secured his realm by eliminating the most obvious dangers. Yet in a twist of fate, his actions sowed the seeds of rebellion within the hearts of those titans who still roamed free. Gaia's deep sorrow and fierce fury echoed across the land, intertwining with the pained cries of her captive children. The verdant woods, once vibrant, now showed signs of sorrow as though the very essence of nature wept for what was lost. In a time long past, the bond between earth and sky, once filled with beauty and harmony, was shattered by a deed so cruel that it left a stain on the very fabric of existence. Gaia was determined to pursue the matter further. She was indeed the original matriarch, the source from which infinite wonders flowed forth. Should she possess the ability to bring forth offspring of such diverse might and shape, then surely she could also devise a scheme, one that could liberate them from the oppressive rule of Uranus. As the Titans wandered through the vast expanse of the earth, Gaia called upon them, her voice resonating from the depths of ancient caverns, the gentle curves of rolling hills, and the majestic heights of towering peaks weaving a tapestry of sound that enveloped them all. She wove a tale of her outrage, her heartbreak, and her unwavering resolve. It is a grave injustice for a father to confine his own offspring merely for their strength or uniqueness. Not a single mother should endure such profound grief. Alone, I cannot reverse his actions. Will you join me on this journey? The Titans cast wary looks at one another. In their wildest dreams, they could never have imagined a reality where they would stand against Uranus. He was the vast expanse above the eternal guardian, the one who illuminated the night with countless stars. Yet now he stood as both their siblings' captor and the embodiment of their mother's fierce gaze, which overflowed with a righteous fury that cried out for justice. Yet a tight grip of fear held sway over the hearts of many. How could they possibly dare to confront the limitless expanse of the sky? It was only Cronus who boldly stepped forward, unflinching in his resolve. A spark of boldness danced across his face. "I shall embark on this journey," he declared. His voice resonated through the quaking ground. "Grant me the power, dear mother, and I shall make certain that Uranus never again commits such acts of cruelty." The seasoned Titans, ever so wary, paused in their deliberation. Yet there was an undeniable pull in Cronus's determination that drew them nearer, a blend of intrigue and unease swirling in the air. Gaia beheld the perilous gleam in her son's gaze, a fierce cleverness that could very well be the advantage they sought. In the heart of Gaia, where the Earth's embrace is both fierce and nurturing, she crafted a weapon of unparalleled strength, a sickle born from the very essence of her stony depths. The blade shimmered with a chilling glow, mirroring the vast expanse of the starry night above. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, there emerged a weapon unlike any other, a tangible embodiment of Gaia's wrath. Upon its completion, she gently placed it into the hands of Cronus. A surge of raw power coursed through him, and a grin twisted his lips, caught in a dance between triumph and unease. In that grin, Gaia discerned the shadow of something ominous, yet she chose to cast her doubts aside. In a world where hope seemed lost, the call for bold actions echoed through the air. The remaining Titans gazed in wonder. Some made hushed promises of support, yet their participation remained shrouded in uncertainty. They would weave the plan for the ambush if Cronus took the helm, yet they were not prepared to confront Uranus head-on. Cronus nodded thoughtfully, his mind weaving a tapestry of strategy and cunning. He was far from a brutish cyclops. His true talents resided in cunning and manipulation. From the swirling mists of that ancient night, a plan emerged destined to reshape the very fabric of myth for all time. The dust descended, or perhaps it was the ancient essence of twilight enveloping the world in an eerie calm. In a secret glade nestled at the edges of Gaia's realm, the Titans set the stage, a tranquil haven where the very starlight seemed to whisper softly. Gaia allowed her essence to flow freely, soothing Uranus into a comforting familiarity, drawing him down to her, as was their customary union. Cronus and his siblings lingered in the shadows, every breath thick with anticipation. Among the group, Iapetus and Creus shifted uneasily, their minds swirling with doubt about whether they should engage in such an act. Others, like Hyperion, gazed with fierce resolve, intent on putting an end to Uranus's reign of oppression. And thus Uranus, blissfully unaware of the cunning trap being woven, approached the earth oblivious to the lurking presence of his children poised and ready. He believed that Gaia had mellowed, maybe even accepted his new decrees. As he descended, his essence enveloped the land, the vast starry sky drawing closer and closer. In that fateful moment, Cronus grasped the sickle with determination. In a flash, with a fierce intensity, he sprang forth from his concealed spot. The blade forged from the toughest substance our planet has to offer, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek reminiscent of the very fabric of the universe tearing apart. What ensued was a torment that echoed throughout the universe. Cronus unleashed his fury upon Uranus, cleaving the heavens in a moment of brutality and significance that would echo through the ages. The mighty roar of Uranus reverberated through the cosmos, stirring both the fabric of matter and the essence of the spirit. The starlight flickered and danced in the vast expanse of the night sky. In the vast expanse of the universe, cosmic energies danced, flaring brightly before fading into the shadows. In the depths of that unfathomable agony, Uranus shuddered, his vast essence quaking as he sought to retreat. Yet Cronus remained resolute, driving the dreadful strike to its grim conclusion. A haunting, otherworldly wail echoed through the vast expanse of the starry night, a call that resonated with authority. The essence of Uranus, if one could truly call it essence, cascaded into the oceans and onto the earth, each droplet crackling with untamed creative power. In the very spot it landed, new beings occasionally ignited into being. Amidst them danced peculiar sprites and nymphs, fleeting guardians that wandered through the woods and meadows. In certain versions of the tale, it is told that from the tumultuous depths of this swirling cosmic sea, the goddess Aphrodite would emerge, a radiant embodiment of beauty forged from the chaos of unimaginable violence. In the wake of the tumult, Uranus withdrew, bearing wounds that transcended human understanding. As Cronus retreated to the highest heights of the sky, he observed the figure departing, the bloodied sickle gripped tightly, his breaths heavy and labored. He cast a quick look at Gaia, anticipating a spark of appreciation in her eyes. In her gaze, he discovered a tapestry of relief woven with threads of sorrow. She had woven the threads of this rebellion, yet the harshness of its brutality pressed down upon her time-worn heart. Now devoid of their guiding presence, the Titans formed a solemn circle, their eyes fixed upon the vast night sky where Uranus had once reigned supreme. They had achieved the unimaginable by toppling the heavens. In their actions, they had woven a tale that would loom ominously over the days to come. Power once grasped through violence seldom remains untainted. Cronus demonstrated that no one, whether parent or offspring, could escape the piercing grasp of ambition. With a swift and determined heart, Gaia set forth to liberate her captive children. From the depths of their hidden chambers, the Cyclopes and Hecatoncheires emerged, bruised and seething with rage, yet bound by a sense of gratitude. They raised their eyes to the scarred, far-off heavens. And even as the memories of their father's cruelty weighed heavily upon them, and an unfamiliar sorrow hung in the air, the universe would forever be altered. Something unchangeable had shattered. The essence of pure innocence, if it had ever truly existed, had vanished into the ether. In the hushed stillness that ensued, Cronus proclaimed himself the sovereign of the universe. He felt no need to soften his words or pretend to be humble. Who among the Titans dared to challenge Uranus? The others, tired yet intimidated by his audacity, reluctantly agreed. What they failed to understand was that Cronus had not only taken Uranus's throne, but also carried with him the very seeds of distrust and fear that had plagued their father. Those seeds, resting in silence, held the promise of life yet to unfold. Gaia observed, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, relief that Uranus had ceased his torment of her monstrous offspring, yet gripped by the dread of a new tyranny that could emerge in the shadow of Cronus. It appeared that the cycle was already in motion, though the signs of its repetition had yet to dawn on anyone. From his lofty perch, Uranus remained attuned to the whispers of the earth below. Though injured, he remained a force to be reckoned with. In his deep despair, he unleashed a curse upon Cronus and his lineage, foretelling that one day a son of Cronus would rise up against him, mirroring the rebellion Cronus had once staged against his own father. Those who have sown the seeds of betrayal shall in time reap the bitter harvest. Uranus's voice echoed through the shadows, a curse that would linger through the ages. The Titans recoiled, burdened by the gravity of those words. Many brushed it off as the incoherent musings of a vanquished deity. Yet Cronus lingered, his grip on the bloodied sickle growing ever more resolute. He sensed a nameless unease, a haunting echo of the dread that had once gripped the heart of Uranus. The curse hung heavy in the air, infiltrating the new order like a quiet poison, marking the end of Uranus's primal reign, the once magnificent sky that had embraced all. The cosmos rested in a fragile stillness, like the quiet that follows the final clash of swords on a battlefield. As Cronus and his siblings set about claiming their reign, Uranus withdrew, resembling a wounded creature retreating into the shadows. Always there, yet somehow removed, he lingered on the fringes of awareness, tending to his grievances in a quiet, unyielding manner. Even Gaia, the architect of his demise, experienced fleeting pangs of guilt within her. The union of earth and sky had given rise to marvels beyond comprehension, only to witness love transform into tyranny and tyranny descend into violence. In the ages that unfolded, Uranus would never again grace the streets of Rome, nor reunite with his offspring. He transformed into an idea rather than a being, the far-off expanse of stars eclipsed by the emerging order of Titans. In the hushed embrace of certain nights, if you tuned your ears just right, you could catch a whisper of the wind weaving through the mountaintops as if the timeless sky was mourning forever, holding on to the memory of that fateful moment when he fell at the hands of his own kin. In a realm where the cosmos had shifted beyond recognition, an unseen tension brewed, whispering of the monumental clash that lay ahead, though the world remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm. The new order under Cronus took root, though perhaps "took root" is too firm a phrase for a cosmos still quaking with the remnants of Uranus's fall. Cronus and his fellow Titans ascended to their thrones, symbolic as they may be in realms that perfectly match their true essences. Oceanus and Tethys ruled the vast waters that embraced the shores of Gaia. In a realm where light danced and shadows played Hyperion, Thea held dominion over the essence of illumination, skillfully weaving the delicate balance between the sun, the moon, and the shimmering steelite. Kos and Phoebe embarked on a captivating journey through the enigmatic realms of prophecy and the mystical art of oracular powers. Each Titan wove their influence into the fabric of existence, leaving their mark on the once untouched tapestry that Uranus and Gaia had originally laid out. Despite their teamwork, it was Cronus's voice that ultimately held the final say. He carried the sickle, a symbol of his triumph, and a cautionary tale, a testament to the way he had grasped control. Whispers danced among the Titans, hinting that Cronus bore differences from their father that went beyond mere temperament. Uranus may have existed in a state of quietude. He loomed like the vast sky, always there, yet largely detached until the grip of fear took hold of him. Cronus, on the other hand, played a pivotal role in shaping the world around him. While Uranus wielded his might to keep his offspring in check, Cronus relied on a keen eye and clever strategy, ensuring that no Titan rose to unmatched strength or garnered excessive admiration. Gaia in that moment discovered herself in a peculiar circumstance. She stood as the Earth, the eternal mother, yet her bond with Uranus was broken in ways that transcended mere symbolism. Yet she could still sense his presence far away and contemplative amidst the vast tapestry of stars above. In the hushed embrace of twilight, she sought to reach him, her thoughts ascending like whispered prayers into the stillness of the evening. He seldom replied, and when he did, it came out as a heavy, sorrowful breath. That sigh was laden with guilt, regret, and a deep, unspoken sorrow. Despite his imperfections, Uranus had once reveled in the act of creation, watching with pride as the first Titans ventured into their blossoming realm. Once upon a time, the imprisoned Cyclopes, along with her companions, Cato and Shiras, found their freedom. Indeed, yet their souls bore the weight of profound wounds. They wandered through the enchanting terrains of Gaia, treading lightly, unsure if the rule of Cronus would be any more merciful than the oppressive reign of Uranus. Cronus, in his wisdom, recognized the hidden potential within these fearsome siblings, particularly the Cyclopes, who wielded extraordinary talents in the art of forging and craftsmanship. He gently urged them to direct their untamed energy into crafting extraordinary marvels, creating formidable weapons, erecting towering edifices, and mastering the very forces of nature. Perhaps Cronus thought that by keeping them busy, he could secure their loyalty, or at the very least deter them from joining any uprising. Though the surface appeared tranquil, an undercurrent of tension brewed within the Titan's new order. Gaia watched Cronus with keen eyes, sensing the familiar fear that had once dominated Uranus. In that moment, Cronus stood as the patriarch, acutely conscious that the very treachery he had witnessed could easily turn against him. She noticed it in the way he embraced Rhea as his beloved, yet kept their children close, not allowing them the freedom to wander. One by one, as his children came into the world, Cronus consumed them resolute in his quest to thwart any chance of rebellion. This unspeakable act gnawed at Gaia's conscience, and she came to a chilling realization the pattern was repeating itself once more. Ah, but that was the tale of Cronus. Uranus's tale was unique, often overlooked in these modern times, as the new generation of gods saw little purpose in uttering the name of a fallen sky. Yet Uranus continued to exist, a distant figure, too immense to simply disappear. In the stillness of night, those who walk the earth in a distant future will gaze upward, their eyes drawn to the stars that shimmer in familiar patterns, echoing tales long lost to time. Little do they realize that beyond those luminous points lies the quiet lament of an ancient father, his realm wrenched away, leaving only whispers of his sorrow in the cosmic expanse. In those rare twilights when the boundary between earth and sky shimmered with an ethereal glow, Gaia would sense a stirring akin to the awakening of dormant thunder. She felt the whispers of Uranus, eager to share its secrets. As she embraced that timeless connection, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, each one vying for attention. Rage against Cronus, a deep sorrow for his own missteps, and a lingering affection for Gaia, colored by regrets that words could never truly express. In these hushed exchanges, Gaia glimpsed a world that could have been a realm where fathers, mothers, and children harmoniously thrived together, free from the shadows of violence and tyranny. Yet that possibility seemed like a distant dream, forever eluding my grasp. In these intimate moments, Gaia unearthed a change in Uranus's celestial viewpoint. Compelled to dwell mainly as the grand canopy, he found himself contemplating the boundless expanse that even the Titans could scarcely grasp. He beheld the dance of swirling galaxies, the allure of distant star clusters, and the wonders of cosmic phenomena that stretch far beyond the familiar tales of Earth. His mind soared to dimensions beyond the grasp of the new gods, exploring realms that were once thought to be mere figments of imagination. This bestowed upon Uranus a peculiar sense of comfort. Though he had relinquished his immediate realm, he had acquired a perspective that transcended the limited preoccupations of Cronus's rule. He gazed upon creation, a serene understanding illuminating his eyes. Yet heartbreak lingered like a dark cloud, casting its shadow over that wisdom at every twist and turn. Gaia, in her wisdom, endeavored to impart these profound revelations to her Titan offspring, yearning that the understanding of the cosmos would instill humility within them, guiding them away from the relentless cycle of fear and violence. Yet Cronus remained fixated on his quest for power, oblivious to the mesmerizing dance of the far-off galaxies. The listeners, much like the thoughtful Titans, took in the information with a sense of wonder, yet found little use for it in their own lives. After all, what purpose did the distant stars serve when the affairs of power were so immediate? Yet the presence of Uranus cast its gentle influence upon the world, weaving its effects in quiet, unseen threads. From his celestial perch, he wove the threads of starlight, planting subtle signs that could steer the observant on their journey. In those fleeting instances, he would unleash a dazzling meteor shower, a breathtaking display that served as a reminder to both mortals and immortals that the heavens had not been completely subdued. While the Titans may have brushed aside these occurrences as mere cosmic coincidences, Gaia possessed a deeper understanding. She sensed the familiar touch of her estranged mate, a gentle ache stirring within her soul each time he sought to reveal himself. Whispers floated through the ages, carried by the winds that danced among ancient being spirits of the mountains, and elusive nymphs nestled in their concealed caves. It was said that Uranus, in moments of celestial grace, would converse with them, imparting the arcane wisdom of the cosmos. It is said that these spirits acted as his quiet observers, silently witnessing the reign of Cronus and the Titans. Perhaps Uranus envisioned a time far ahead when this concealed wisdom would emerge at a pivotal juncture, steering the universe toward a kinder fate. Yet uncertainty lingered in the air as the relentless Titan rain continued to pour, casting a shadow over every other worry. As Cronus relentlessly consumed his newborn offspring, the tension in the cosmos grew ever more palpable. Rhea, her heart heavy with sorrow from the loss of her children, turned to Gaia in her time of need. In response, Gaia embraced her nurturing spirit once more, devising a plan to rescue her lineage from the clutches of a cruel father. Visions of Uranus surged forth, a blend of sweetness and sharpness that tugged at the heartstrings. In a time long past, she joined forces with Cronus, embarking on a daring quest to liberate the Cyclopes and bring down the mighty Uranus. In this moment, she would join forces with Rhea, embarking on a quest to rescue a child fated to challenge the reign of Cronus. The script bore an uncanny resemblance. The cycle spun like a celestial wheel, relentless and sorrowful. From his celestial perch, Uranus observed as Gaia and Rhea wove their clever plot to deceive Cronus, allowing him to consume a stone cloaked in swaddling cloth instead of the newborn Zeus. Cronus, convinced of his own victory, remained blissfully unaware of the clever ruse at play, allowing the newborn Zeus to thrive in the safety of a concealed cave. As the sands of time slipped through the hourglass, the child blossomed into a formidable force, standing boldly against Cronus. With a fierce determination, he compelled the Titan to regurgitate his long-lost siblings, setting the stage for an epic clash that would echo through the ages, the Titanomachy. In the course of that, in the midst of a cosmic conflict, Uranus stood as a silent observer, watching the unfolding drama from afar. He witnessed the grand spectacle of titans and new gods in a fierce clash with the Olympians, under the command of Zeus and the Cyclopes, tirelessly crafting lightning bolts to serve as instruments of battle. He beheld the Chiton chairs casting boulders in a tempest of stone. Amidst the unfolding events, Uranus discerned the familiar threads of treachery, dread, and aspiration that had ultimately led to the downfall of his own rule. With each new cycle, the essence of power appeared to be honed and sharpened, revealing deeper truths and nuances. Where Cronus had relied on his wits, Zeus employed careful planning and forged powerful alliances. While Uranus wielded the sheer power of the cosmos, the Olympians brought forth a dazzling array of specialized forces, each with its own unique flair. As Zeus emerged victorious, banishing the Titans into the shadowy abyss of Tartarus, the universe itself shifted once more, marking a pivotal moment in the grand tapestry of existence. From the heights of Mount Olympus, a new pantheon emerged, crafting new laws and igniting fierce rivalries among the divine. In the grand tapestry of existence, the mortals fresh to this celestial realm turned their reverence towards the divine, weaving tales that eclipsed the fading echoes of Uranus. Perhaps he lingered in their memories as a shadowy ancient figure, a fragment of the intricate tapestry connecting them to the Olympians. Yet the essence of Uranus lingered on, never truly fading away. He was the vast expanse above the celestial canvas upon which these fresh tales unfolded. In this moment, he was more silent than ever before, seldom intruding, finding solace in observing the intricate ballet of deities and humans with a timeless, melancholic distance. In the bright embrace of day, when the gaze of humanity turned skyward, they beheld a familiar azure expanse that appeared utterly ordinary. Unbeknownst to them, beneath that serene surface lay a primordial force, a being that had once unleashed its thunderous wrath upon the cosmos. Nor did they understand that each star flickering in the night sky was in a way a fragment of Uranus's essence, glowing steadfastly as the ages passed by. Yet there existed those with the gift of foresight, visionaries and sages, who perceived an unseen essence lurking in the shadows. In the stillness of the night, they sensed the whisper of a long-held sorrow carried by the wind, as though the very heavens were lamenting a bygone era of brilliance that could have existed. As the Olympians rose to prominence and crafted the world according to their vision, the tales of Uranus gradually faded into the background, becoming little more than a whisper in the grand narrative. Mortal narrators reveled in the enchanting tales of Zeus' thunderbolts, Poseidon's tempests, and Hades' shadowy realm. They wove the tale of Persephone's sorrow and the mighty feats of Heracles. Uranus, the progenitor of the Titans, hailed from an era so distant that it felt almost beyond comprehension, existing in the hazy time before time itself had taken shape. In the stillness of particular nights, one might find shepherds observing an unusual arrangement of stars, while wanderers could catch sight of a shooting star that seemed to speak directly to their hearts. In those brief, shimmering moments, with a spark of cleverness and a touch of awe, they might just surmise that Uranus lingered, still silently observing a parent to a lineage that had long eclipsed his own presence. In that vast cosmic stillness, Uranus discovered a semblance of tranquility tinged with threads of regret and yearning. As Cronus met his downfall at the hands of Zeus, Uranus came to grasp a poignant reality. The dread that once compelled him to confine his fearsome progeny mirrored the very dread that led Cronus to consume his own children, and it was the same dread that would eventually haunt Zeus whenever he sensed a threat to his dominion. The tale would weave itself through the fabric of time, echoing endlessly through the ages. Once a father stripped of his crown by his own son brings forth a new father destined to face the same fate of being unseated. In a moment of reflection, Uranus considered that perhaps the only way to truly break free was to elevate himself above the chaos, to broaden his awareness beyond the trivial battles for power. It was a perspective he had gained, though it came with a heavy price. And so Uranus floated into the tapestry of cosmic legend, a far-off witness who had once stood as the very foundation of existence. He could still sense the love of Gaia infused with a hint of sorrow rising from the earth beneath him, and at times he would respond to her in the gentle whisper of a midnight breeze. Their bond persisted, though it was splintered beyond mending, and thus the ages passed, each new era weaving fresh tales over the ancient ones. Yet for those who truly observe and listen, the quiet sorrow of Uranus endures, inscribed in each star, resonating in every whisper of wind that stirs through the desolate expanses of the realm he once molded. In the time that followed the Teutonymy, as the Olympian gods took their rightful places in the grand halls of Mount Olympus, the world of mortals began to thrive beneath their watchful gaze. In the heart of the land, magnificent temples emerged, each one a tribute to the mighty Zeus, the regal Hera, the wise Athena, the radiant Apollo, and the rest of the divine assembly. Their grand pillars soared towards the heavens, a testament to the reverence held for this newly established pantheon. In the quiet corners of ancient temples and the bustling halls of thought, priests and philosophers engaged in a dance of ideas, exploring the profound mysteries of existence. They spun tales and crafted logic, each thread a glimpse into the vast cosmos that surrounded them. Among them were a few who, in their deep reflections, glimpsed beginnings that predated even the Olympians, even the Titans' beginnings, that murmured of a time long past steeped in raw, unfathomable energies. At times, these contemplative minds would whisper the name of Uranus as if sharing a secret among themselves. They whispered of him as the starry one, the primordial sky progenitor of the Titans, who ruled in an era so far removed, it danced on the edge of myth. They endeavored to weave together the conflicting portrayals: Uranus as both a magnificent creator who brought forth marvels and a harsh figure who confined his very own progeny. Their scrolls and discussions ignited a flame of curiosity, yet seldom led to a satisfying conclusion. Uranus lingered as a captivating mystery, an age-old puzzle that appeared to elude straightforward moral interpretations. Was he a ruler of iron, or a soul ensnared by his own shadows? It could be one, or it could be the other. Or maybe it is something entirely different altogether. High above in the celestial realm, Uranus observed this earthly wonder with a gentle intrigue. Through the passage of countless ages, his once boundless passions had been refined, the sharpness of his fury and remorse softened into a form of quiet acceptance. The cycle pressed on relentless, yet humanity introduced a new element, a gift for reflection and the art of weaving tales that could uncover profound truths. He observed the way humans wove tales not only of the gods' grandeur, but also of their flaws, how they endeavored to glean wisdom from the divine's misfortunes. In their tales, the lines separating the mortal from the immortal frequently faded, revealing timeless truths about power, love, and fear. In the hushed realms nestled between the shimmering star clusters, Uranus pondered the essence of existence itself. He had relinquished a physical throne, yet in its place he embraced the vastness of the cosmos. Released from the pressing duties of fatherhood, a freedom forged in conflict, he began to see the intricate patterns dancing through existence, vast enough to overshadow even the grandest of aspirations. In the vast expanse of the universe, stars flickered to life only to fade away, galaxies danced in a celestial embrace, and the remnants of ancient cosmic dust gathered together, giving birth to new worlds filled with endless possibilities. In the vast expanse of the universe, life blossomed, transformed, and at times vanished as swiftly as a fleeting thought in the grand tapestry of existence. In the vast expanse of Uranus, all these phenomena wove together a magnificent tapestry where Earth and Olympus were merely delicate threads in the grand design. Yet those threads, though tiny in the grand tapestry of the cosmos, sparkled with the vibrant tales of free will and the essence of consciousness. In the realm of earth, the sands of time shifted. In the grand tapestry of existence, mortals wove together, cities clashed in battles, forged trade routes, and crafted timeless tales. In days of yore, there were mortals such as the venerable poet Hesiod, who wove the intricate tales of the gods into genealogies, capturing in verse the grand saga of Uranus's ascent and eventual decline. Yet the intricacies were seen through the eyes of humanity, distilled into cautionary narratives of fatherly oppression and the defiance of youth. Uranus occasionally found a flicker of delight in observing how the intricate dance of cosmic happenings was distilled into verses or stage spectacles. And amidst it all, there lingered a sense of gratitude that the mortals held him in their thoughts in whatever shape that may take. Memory weaves a tapestry of immortality, particularly in a realm that endlessly marches onward. Gaia transformed in the perception of humankind. They began to refer to her as Terra or Mother Earth, honoring her abundance and her nurturing spirit. Uranus lingered in the realm of the abstract, a far-off idea painted across the canvas of the sky. In the shadows of ancient rituals, there existed a sacred moment when the earth and sky intertwined, calling forth blessings of renewal and weaving the threads of cosmic harmony. In those sacred rituals, Uranus sensed the delicate flicker of the ancient connection with Gaia, as if the weight of centuries filled with sorrow and strife could momentarily fade away, giving way to a profound moment of celestial harmony. He chose not to descend to reclaim any throne or to walk among mortals, yet in these fleeting echoes of worship, a glimmer of reconciliation danced between them. On a night when the stars danced in the sky, a solitary astronomer named Thales found himself perched upon a desolate promontory. With simple tools in hand and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Thales embarked on a journey through the night sky, meticulously recording the stars' locations, their luminosity, and their intriguing paths across the heavens. He bestowed names upon specific star clusters, some of which echoed the ancient tales of the Titans. A cluster that brought to mind an ancient sickle was dedicated to Cronus, while a swirling array of scattered lights conjured the image of the hundred-armed Hecatoncheirus. Above it all, a vast expanse of the heavens was named Uranos, honoring the legendary skyfather of old. Night after night, Thales found himself drawn back to his humble observatory, where he meticulously charted the subtle movements of the stars above. Through the passage of time, he cultivated a deep and respectful bond, with the sky perceiving within it a presence that rose above the worries of the earthly realm. Though he was no mystic, there were times when he sensed the sky communicating with him in a quiet, unspoken way, a gentle hum that lingered just out of reach of his ears. In those fleeting moments, he felt he could see the sorrow and awe of a presence that had once roamed among its children, only to be cast away by the shadows of fear and violence. Thales would later weave together his observations into a treatise incomplete yet deeply insightful, in which he suggested that the sky was not just a canvas of lights, but a vibrant realm that could hold intelligence far older than any deity known to man. To the mighty Olympians, such ponderings held no significance. Zeus, Hera, and the others were entangled in their own dramas, and the devotion of mortals weighed heavily on their minds. The pantheon flourished with tales of valor and the fierce competitions among gods. In an age and expanse far beyond the trivialities of everyday life, there existed Uranus, a realm so grand that it seemed untouched by mortal worries. Yet in a twist of fate, it was the mighty thunderbolts of Zeus and the tempestuous storms of Poseidon that wove their way through the vastness of Uranus's kingdom. Had any Olympian taken a moment to ponder this truth, they might have experienced a brief spark of humility, yet such introspection was not their forte. As the ages passed, Uranus transformed from a vibrant player in the grand tapestry of the cosmos to a quiet sentinel watching over the myriad possibilities that lay ahead. He ceased to weave the threads of fate. He discovered that meddling directly often planted the roots of conflict to come. Instead, he watched closely, feeling a deep sense of contentment as life thrived beneath the watchful gaze of the sun and moon once governed by the mighty Titans. In the vast tapestry of the universe, his fatherly sorrow transformed into a serene acceptance, lingering like a whisper in the night, never truly fading away. He recalled each of his children, the Titans who had once soared with dreams, the Cyclopes whose singular gaze burned with strength, the Hecatoncheires whose fearsome shapes concealed a unique purity. He remembered how fear had led him down a path of cruelty, how that cruelty had sparked rebellion, and how that rebellion had given rise to a new cycle of power and ultimately uprising. In a grand cosmic dance, an eternal serpent consumed its own narrative. From the boundless expanse, Uranus came to understand that the essence of creation lay in transformation, in the endless rhythms of ascent and descent. Even the most magnificent cosmic formations would eventually face their fate, transforming or evolving into something entirely different. Gaia, the eternal nurturer, brought forth life in myriad forms, plants, animals, and ultimately, the humans who spun stories of the divine. At times she sensed the presence of Uranus, a soft pressure brushing against the fringes of her existence. In the midst of raging storms, one could hardly discern if the thunderclap echoed the mighty voice of Zeus, or if it was merely a distant sorrowful cry from Uranus. Though mortals often overlook the latter possibility, Gaia was fully aware. She felt the ancient pulse that once bound earth and sky together still resonated, albeit softly, in every creature that breathed. In the stillness of a starry midnight, Gaia and Uranus would engage in a silent dialogue, exchanging their thoughts and reflections without uttering a single word. Perhaps they journeyed back to the scars of the past, the sorrow of their broken bond, the misfortunes they had encountered. In those hushed moments, they reveled in the marvel of fresh beginnings, the rise of new civilizations, and the emergence of deities that blossomed in the vast cosmic garden. In a curious twist of fate, the earth and the far-off sky nurtured a bond that, though transformed over time, continued to resonate with a deep-seated respect. In a time yet to come, shaped by the fires of creation and the echoes of loss, it is whispered that after the last tales of mortals have been woven and the deities have slipped into the shadows of memory, even the earth and the sky will transform into something unrecognizable. Once upon a time, the sun, a magnificent star cradled by the Titan Hyperion, would swell in its fiery embrace, and the fate of life on Earth would hang in the balance, either to evolve or to fade away into the cosmos. Yet Uranus will continue to linger in some form, perhaps elongated even more, across the vastness of cosmic space, having endured the many transformations of the solar system. Gaia, should she persist in any discernible form, may find herself adrift in that vast cosmic sea. In the vast tapestry of existence, the mother and father of the ancient pantheon stood together, quietly observing the unfolding of yet another magnificent cycle of cosmic death and rebirth. In ages long past, the tale of Uranus might be recounted by minds yet to be imagined, or perhaps it will fade into oblivion. Yet in this moment, as a mortal ventures into the night and gazes upon the twinkling canvas of stars, they find themselves in the company of the ancient father, a being who once wielded immense power and harbored great pride, only to be brought low by fear, ultimately discovering an unexpected redemption in the limitless expanse of the universe. And so it may be that Uranus leaves behind a tale of caution intertwined with a glimmer of hope, a reminder that even the strongest can be brought low by the shadows of their own fears. A glimmer of hope that beyond the trials and tribulations of each era, there exists a vast universe teeming with boundless possibilities waiting to be discovered. For those who dare to gaze past the limits of their own strength or sorrow, a fresh viewpoint awaits one that rises above the endless loop of conflict and vengeance. In that sense, Uranus continues to murmur through the ages, and the cosmos, revealing that creation knows no bounds. Life is a journey of constant transformation, and even the deepest scars can, with time, unfold into a richer, albeit bittersweet, comprehension. The father of the Titans, once the very embodiment of the sky, now stands as a silent observer, a celestial reminder of the profound tragedy and awe woven into the fabric of both divine and mortal lives. In the humble town of Iliessa, where the sky hung heavy with ruddy clouds, Kratos came into the world, a place that held neither grandeur nor shame. Iliessa's name was absent from any illustrious map of the realm. Once upon a time, there existed a tiny settlement nestled within the rugged embrace of a hillside, gazing down upon a valley where tumbleweeds danced and goats roamed freely. Even in the shadows, murmurs suggested that something extraordinary was afoot at the moment of his arrival into the world. A sinister breeze swept across the fields, leaving farmers to ponder over strange dreams, while dogs lamented in restless howls throughout the dark hours of the night. None could truly grasp the weight of these signs yet, as the first light of dawn broke his mother's weary cries, faded into silence, revealing a swaddled infant in her arms, silent and still untouched by the world's noise. He locked his gaze on her, with such intense black eyes that it caused those nearby to draw back in unease. From the very beginning, Kratos emerged as a figure shrouded in unease. His father, a farmer named Arion, walked the line between cruelty and kindness, neither tipping too far in one direction nor the other. Arion held a strong sense of responsibility, believing that fatherhood was about providing the essentials: food to fill the belly, a sturdy roof overhead, and the guidance needed to steer the child clear of mischief. From a tender age, Kratos revealed a spirit of unyielding independence. He rarely shed tears or made a fuss. Instead, he quietly took in the world around him, as if meticulously cataloging everything before choosing his rightful place in it. At the tender age of 5, he started to trail behind his father into the vast fields, sometimes shuffling along with a little tin pail in hand, ready to nourish the young sprouting crops. Orion found himself devoid of both the time and the patience for tales woven with whimsy. He held the conviction that tales of old could gently bend a boy's resolve. Yet in a twist of fate, it was the seasoned Zenobia, a wandering merchant and self-styled seer, who first spotted a strange sparkle in Kratos' gaze. As she wandered through Iliessa, her steps slowed near the orchard, where Kratos knelt diligently, removing weeds from the earth. She observed him for a moment, feeling an unsettling presence surrounding him. Her voice rasped as she murmured, "This child's fate is like an unstruck anvil capable of forging chaos if hammered wrongly." Whispers fluttered like leaves in the wind among the restless villagers. Some scoffed at Zenobia's declarations, viewing them as yet another of her schemes to peddle sacred relics at exorbitant prices. Yet as the months unfolded, whispers began to take shape. Unusual happenings danced in the air around the boy. In a season of peculiar wonders, the orchard burst into bloom not once but twice, while a fierce drought ravaged the neighboring fields, leaving Orion's land untouched and thriving. A traveling stonemason recounted a tale of witnessing Kratos motionless beneath the luminous full moon, as if he were engaged in a profound dialogue with the unseen forces of the heavens throughout the entire night. Though these little marvels were meant to inspire wonder, they instead sparked doubt. In the heart of Iliessa, a silent understanding lingered, woven into the very fabric of life in towns like it across the region. The more ordinary, the more appealing. Individuals embraced the comfort of routine, finding solace in its predictability. A child with an otherworldly presence dared to disrupt that cozy monotony. Before the whispers of speculation could swell into a tempest, Kratos' father took a somber stand. If the boy was truly graced by the unseen, it would be wise to fortify him in both body and spirit. It is wiser to transform that peculiar energy into focused effort and hard work, rather than let it simmer and grow into something wild and unmanageable. At the tender age of 8, young Kratos found himself under the watchful eye of Sidon, a seasoned mercenary whose past whispered tales of battles fought in the Emperor's vanguard. In a tale of valor and misfortune, Sidon bore the scars of battle, having sacrificed his right hand in a fierce skirmish. In its place, he wielded a cleverly fashioned iron hook, a testament to his resilience and ingenuity. With a fierce demeanor marked by scars and a temper to match the old soldier, took it upon himself to teach the village children the fundamentals of self-defense for a handful of coins. Yet Kratos' father sought something more demanding, a rigorous apprenticeship that would forge a true warrior. Sidon put the boy's bravery to the test through various humiliating trials. He compelled Kratos to ascend the steep hill, burdened with heavy sacks of gravel, endure the chilling cascade of an icy waterfall until his teeth chattered, and grapple with older youths, bringing them down to the ground. Though Kratos stood shorter than many around him, a fierce fire ignited within his chest, a determination that would not yield, a curious blend of unwavering resolve and untamed spirit. As the days turned into weeks, he forged a sinewy strength, his reflexes honed to a razor's edge like a cornered cat ready to pounce. A deep-seated wariness took root within him, stretching far beyond mere physical dangers. As Kratos turned 13, the whispers of his unnaturalness faded into the background, giving way to a newfound, albeit reluctant, respect from those around him. Though he wore a somber expression often lost in thought, there was no denying the remarkable skill he possessed. In a time long past, 3 older boys found him in a secluded spot behind a barn, convinced they could bring him down a notch. With a swift motion, he disarmed them, snatching a practice blade from one boy's grasp. In a heartbeat, he dispatched each opponent with a single decisive blow, all while a field crow called out twice in the distance. From a distance, Sidon watched the unfolding scene, a sense of pride swelling within him. Yet he remained an observer untouched by the chaos around him. To the seasoned mercenary, Kratos stood as his crowning achievement, a living testament to every harsh lesson carved from the chaos of war. However, a crucial distinction existed. In the days when Sidon donned the armor of a soldier, he was intimately acquainted with the shadows of pain, the sting of bitterness, and the grip of fear. Kratos showed a remarkable absence of fear. In that void, an unsettling tranquility enveloped the scene. Thus, the cadence of Kratos' early days took shape. In the early hours, he wandered through his father's fields, embraced by the gentle whispers of nature. As the sun climbed higher, he endured the relentless training with Sidon, pushing his limits. When night fell, he would find solace in the vastness above, lost in the shimmering tapestry of stars. From time to time, the very wind that heralded his arrival, a curious and swirling breeze, would dance through the orchards, prompting Kratos to halt his tasks, sensing an unseen rhythm in the atmosphere. He found himself unable to articulate the feeling, yet it felt like a call, an invitation from somewhere far off beyond the distant edges of reason. He kept all of this to himself as his father was preoccupied with the relentless struggle against the arid conditions that frequently afflicted the fields of Ilyessa. Nor did he share it with Chidon, whose perspective was limited to the clashing of swords and the jingling of coins. In the shadows, Kratos tended to it with great care, keeping it hidden from the world. At times, following long hours of intense training, he would find solace by the creek. There, resting upon a smooth boulder, he would shut his eyes and feel the gentle whisper of the flowing water, the soft embrace of twilight, and the secret existence of every scuttling insect. Gradually, he found himself in harmony with the delicate whispers of the natural world, as though the universe was a grand tapestry, and he could gently caress the unseen threads that wove it all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a rosy hue across the hills, he sensed something profound, a quiver from a world beyond the ordinary whispers of far-off souls, woven into the gentle sigh of the breeze. Uncertain of their words or even their existence, he felt a stirring within him, a force that had lingered since his birth, patiently awaiting the moment he would be strong enough to sense its presence once more. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kratos made his way back to his dwelling, his expression etched with deep contemplation. Upon catching sight of the expression, his mother felt a shiver run through her, even though the words had never crossed her lips. She recalled the instant of his arrival when his wide-open eyes appeared to drink in the glow of the lamplight. Even now, she found it hard to shake the lingering fear that her son was unique in ways that no amount of a mother's love could completely protect him from. As he approached the age of 14, a letter found its way to their humble abode, adorned with the crimson wax seal of the local region. Ilyessa may not have been a city of great renown, yet every territory was bound by duty to furnish a certain number of recruits for the king's wandering militias. Whispers floated through the air, hinting at the rising tensions with a desert confederation to the south, where skirmishes were becoming more frequent. Kratos was, by the official count, still beneath the minimum age for conscription. Yet the letter revealed that the regent had been captivated by tales of a remarkable young lad who could battle with the prowess of someone far beyond his age. In the quiet corners of the village, a name must have danced on the lips of the townsfolk carried by the winds of rumor. Arion found himself in a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, the boy was a precious asset in the realm of work. On the flip side, turning down a direct request from the regent could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, he could not overlook the possibility that there was treasure hidden within, especially for the father of a talented recruit. And thus, with a heart weighed down by silence, Arion embraced the decision. He envisioned presenting Kratos to the militia, convinced that such a move could carve a new path for the boy, one that transcended the limitations of farmland and whispered tales. If the child truly held a grand destiny, if there was an extraordinary spark within him, surely the king's men would forge it into a formidable weapon. In the serene embrace of the orchard, Sidon, having caught wind of the impending summons, imparted one last lesson to Kratos, weaving wisdom into the air like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Gather round," the seasoned mercenary urged as he anchored his iron hand into the sturdy bark of a tree. Once you step into this realm, you must cast aside any hope for kindness or pity. Warriors take lives for motives that may forever elude your grasp, and your only choice is to endure. Do not let the shimmering mirage of glory lead you astray. Glory weaves a tale of deception. In the heart of the wild, where danger lurks in every shadow, true survival rests solely in the unwavering bond between oneself and the sharp edge of a blade, alongside the primal instincts that guide the soul. Kratos nodded, his gaze steady, taking in the wisdom without a flicker of doubt. Though his exterior remained calm and composed, within him danced a tempest of unease and exhilaration. Perhaps the whispering wind was beckoning him away from this forgotten corner of the world. Perhaps amidst the vast battlegrounds of conflict, the enigma brewing within him would at last discover its expression. On the eve of his journey, as he rested upon his humble straw pallet, a gentle knock echoed through the stillness of the night. As she stepped into the room, her gaze carried the weight of unvoiced worries, a silent story etched in her expression. As she knelt beside him, her fingers gently caressed his dark hair, weaving a tender moment between them. "My son," she murmured softly, "I hope that those who wield your gifts do not steal away your spirit." Silence enveloped the moment as he chose not to respond. They both understood that if he were truly influenced by powers beyond human understanding, no earthly institution, no army or monarch, could ever hope to restrain him completely. It brought solace, yet it also bore a heavy burden. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, Kratos readied a modest pack, securing a simple blade bestowed upon him by Sidon. With determination in his heart, he departed from Iliessa alongside a few fellow recruits. He pressed on, never glancing over his shoulder. In the crisp morning air, the gentle swirl of wind caressed his face once more, urging him onward into a future as unpredictable as the ever-changing horizon. The militia camp lay nestled against the searing dunes of the southern frontier, a vibrant tapestry of tents, makeshift barricades, and weathered banners that danced in the relentless desert breeze. A constant veil of dust lingered in the atmosphere, pricking the eyes of those who had just arrived. Amidst the weary landscape, soldiers, many of them gaunt from thirst, wandered among the horses' wagons and the sullen attendants who stood by their spirits, as heavy as the air around them. Upon each crest, the king's emblem, a hawk soaring through the skies, was displayed, yet the paint had faded and worn a testament to the struggles of a realm stretched to its limits. With a firm step, Kratos stepped down from the weathered wagon that had borne him and a handful of fellow recruits from the distant land of Iliessa. The adventure spanned weeks, winding through rugged paths and scarce sources of refreshment. Even in the grip of fatigue, he held an unsettling calmness about him. At the age of 14, his slender figure exuded a palpable energy, like a tightly wound spring ready to unleash its force. The seasoned recruits whispered among themselves, chuckling, as they dubbed him Farm Boy, their laughter hinting that he would be the first to shed tears when faced with the harsh realities of true battle. Yet a single piercing look from Kratos silenced any further jests. As Kratos approached the registration desk, the quartermaster, a no-nonsense woman named Cerise, regarded him with a piercing gaze, her skepticism palpable in the air. "They are sending children now," she whispered, her foot striking the official parchment with a determined thud. Yet she observed his strange demeanor, the empty yet determined gaze, the slight movement of muscle beneath his tunic. She placed him in the 5th Company, a unit known far and wide for its grueling training and the perilous odds it faced in battle. The captain of the 5th Company was Neridas, a tall and lean figure marked by an old burn that scarred his left cheek. While those in authority shouted commands without pause, Neridas seldom elevated his tone. Instead, he led the recruits through arduous drills with a disquieting serenity. With arms crossed, he observed, intently scrutinizing each soldier for any hint of vulnerability. To him, the 5th was more than a mere band of foot soldiers. It was a formidable anvil where the inept were forged into nothingness. Kratos approached the training with the ease of a seasoned warrior, as if it were a natural continuation of Sidon's teachings. Yet this time, the weight of urgency hung heavily in the air, intensifying the challenge before him. Under the relentless gaze of the desert sun, they toiled through the sweltering heat of daytime drills. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply, wrapping them in a bone-chilling embrace, while they engaged in spirited sparring beneath the flickering torchlight. Numerous recruits fell to the ground, overwhelmed by dehydration or sheer fatigue, once bustling now fading into the shadows as night envelops them. Kratos stood firm, silently taking in the intricate methods. He quickly became adept at the complexities of pike formations, mastering the art of bracing a shield wall and wielding twin short swords with deadly precision in the heat of close combat. What distinguished Kratos beyond his formidable strength was an elusive sense of intuition that guided him through the shadows of his journey. In the midst of simulation battles, he would deftly evade an enemy strike just a heartbeat before it landed. As Narita dispatched the recruits into the twisting canyons, a test of their navigation skills, Kratos emerged as a beacon for his group, guiding them back in half the anticipated time as though an unseen force directed their path. Some murmured that the farm boy had stumbled upon fortune, while others began to cast wary glances his way. As the months rolled on, I found myself caught in a relentless cycle of rigorous training, scant meals, blistering days, and bone-chilling nights. In a world where bonds were rare, Kratos walked a solitary path, seldom forging connections with others. He shared a few words with just one other recruit, a seasoned youth by the name of Damaris, who had bent the truth about his age for a second enlistment. With a gentle hand, Damaris guided Kratos in the art of mending torn leather boots, sharing the secrets of stitching that would make them whole again. She also revealed the ancient wisdom of brewing a robust tea from desert herbs, a remedy to ease the aches of weary muscles. In exchange, Kratos offered his quiet presence, a solace that Damaris discovered to be strangely reassuring in a realm where words were rarely exchanged, save for the necessities of survival. At long last, the call was made. As the sun rose, the Fifth Company set forth their path, leading them eastward into the heart of the contested lands. In a daring move, the Desert Confederation struck at one of the king's outposts, nestled close to a crucial oasis, severing the lifeline of supply routes. Whispers filled the air, painting a picture of a confederation under the sway of a magnetic warlord, a figure said to wield authority, not only over men, but also over mighty creatures. In their hubris, the king's generals were convinced that a grand display of might would send these desert raiders fleeing into the sands. As the first light of dawn broke, a sea of soldiers from various companies stood in formation, the horizon glistening with the promise of heat. Whirling gently, the dust devils danced across the sun-kissed dunes. Kratos and Damaris strode together, their footsteps echoing in the silence, each bearing a pouch filled with the remnants of stale bread-dried fruit and a slender water skin, a testament to their journey ahead. The parched air cracked against Kratos' lips, yet within him stirred a thrilling sense of expectation. As the sun began its ascent, he felt once more that elusive energy that had whispered to him in Elias's orchard. A gentle breeze danced through the desert sands, softly murmuring secrets into his ear. Time stretched endlessly as the journey unfolded, days blending into one another on the march. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, whispers of unease spread through the camp. Scouts with eyes sharp as hawks returned with tales of swift-riding desert tribes, their silhouettes cutting through the golden sands like shadows of impending storm. As the king's forces drew near the disputed oasis, a precious gem of verdant life nestled among the sands, the twilight began to weave its enchanting spell over the land. Weary from their travels, the Fifth Company quickly established a defensive circle with pointed stakes ready to face whatever lay ahead. They took but a brief pause. As the clock inched closer to midnight, the haunting sound of horns echoed through the vast dunes, weaving a tale of mystery and anticipation. Shadows danced playfully against the starlit skyline. In a flash, the foe came crashing down upon us. In the vast expanse of the desert, these fierce warriors mounted their slender steeds, moving with an elegance that was almost ethereal as they released arrows in swift, lethal bursts. Amidst the chaos, the king's men hurriedly sought to establish their shield walls, yet turmoil enveloped them. In a moment of unity, Kratos stood side by side with Damaris and three companions, their shields forming an unbreakable barrier. The sharp clatter of arrowheads echoed against the wood and metal, some piercing through to find their mark in flesh. A tumult of cries and the pounding of hooves overwhelmed the shouts of authority. Kratos experienced a rush of adrenaline, yet beneath it all, he maintained an extraordinary sense of calm. Amidst the shield wall's sturdy embrace, he caught sight of shadowy figures darting through the gloom, enemy riders poised for another strike. As the command echoed through the ranks, the Fifth sprang into action, unleashing a fierce and determined counterattack. With a fierce determination, Kratos surged ahead, his twin short swords gleaming in the light. In the shadowy depths, sparks danced to life as steel clashed against steel. A lone horseman galloped toward him, a figure of determination and speed. The scimitar gleamed, held aloft in a commanding stance. With a swift motion, Kratos evaded the swing, his blade finding its mark on the horse's flank, a savage maneuver that sent the rider crashing to the ground. In a heartbeat, Kratos descended upon him, driving the blade deep into his chest. The sharp clash of metal echoed, the iron scent of blood lingered, and the gritty wind swept through, stretching on for what seemed like an eternity. In reality, the clash unfolded with remarkable speed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the desert raiders melted back into the shifting sands, leaving behind a scene of chaos and loss among the king's forces. Wails of the injured reverberated around the edges of the oasis. The fifth company gathered once more, weary and marked by the dust of their trials. Damaris bore a deep gash across his arm, yet he still drew breath. Alas, not all were blessed with such fortune. Captain Narita arrived, his scarred face glistening with sweat as he took in the scene before him. He cast a fleeting look at Kratos, observing the unsettling lack of fear reflected in the boy's gaze. With a hushed command, Narita directed everyone to take up a defensive position for the night ahead. As the night deepened, rest eluded everyone, haunted by the looming specter of yet another raid. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, the full extent of the devastation revealed itself. A multitude of tents lay in ruins, their fabric blackened, while supplies were either taken or left in tatters. Amidst the endless dunes, the Desert Confederation faded away, leaving behind not just wounded soldiers, but a haunting reminder of their fragility. In a fit of fury and indignation, the king's generals rallied together, demanding a swift and decisive strike into the heart of the desert. Narita, aware of the perils that come with pursuing a slippery adversary in their own domain, urged a careful approach. Yet within the ranks of authority, it was often pride that overshadowed the whispers of caution. And so the fifth was commanded to push onward to the east, joined by two other companies on this journey. They journeyed beneath the unyielding sun, their water supply dwindling, spirits low. With every step taken across the sweltering sands, the tension thickened, as each rustle of the wind seemed a whisper of an impending ambush. With each heavy step, Kratos pressed forward, casting aside the weariness that clung to him. The whisper of destiny urged him onward, as if the vast expanse of the desert concealed a silent promise crafted just for him. One evening, as the unit settled in near a wind-sculpted rock formation, Kratos ventured beyond the flickering watchfires, finding solitude beneath the expansive, star-studded sky. On those chilly desert nights, the sky unfolded like a grand tapestry, adorned with countless sparkling lights that danced above. As he breathed in the fresh, invigorating air, he felt an undercurrent stirring in the universe, akin to a melody strummed just out of reach of the ear. He gently shut his eyes, surrendering to the moment. In that moment, an unusual stillness wrapped around him. The wind appeared to fade away into nothingness. The evening's coolness faded away. A whisper danced through his thoughts, vague yet inviting, much like it had in Ilyessa. Could it be the very essence of the desert beckoning him forth? Or could it be a profound echo from the domain of deities and fiends that ancient tales alluded to? He nearly lost the rhythm of his breath. For a heartbeat, he sensed a vast presence far away, yet intimately near, observing him with a gaze that held mysteries beyond comprehension. Suddenly, the wind came rushing back, its icy fingers nipping at his skin once again. As he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld Damaris standing just a few paces away, a look of concern carved deeply into his features. "Are you doing okay?" Damaris inquired. His voice was a soft whisper. With a cautious nod, Kratos chose to respect the stillness that enveloped him. Yet in the depths of his thoughts, a flicker of understanding began to blossom. A mysterious force caught in the balance between good and evil was intricately woven into the fabric of his existence. From his earliest days, he felt its presence, a whisper of something extraordinary just beyond the ordinary veil of life. In this untamed desert, it whispered to his very essence. 2 nights later, that elusive bond came close to preserving his very existence. In the heart of the canyons, the king's forces, ever vigilant in their search for the enemy, found themselves ensnared in a sudden and overwhelming ambush. With a resounding fanfare, the Desert Confederation, armed with their intimate understanding of every concealed nook, launched a fierce onslaught of fiery projectiles from their catapults. Fiery missiles soared through the heavens, exploding amidst the ranks of the king's forces. The scene unfolded in a whirlwind of turmoil with men engulfed in flames, horses wailing in terror, and tents succumbing to the fiery onslaught. At the vanguard, Kratos stood with the fifth, sensing a delicate change in the atmosphere, just before the inaugural firepot arched through the sky. With a swift motion, he brought Damaris down to the earth beneath them. In the blink of an eye, a searing inferno burst forth from the very spot where Damaris had just been. The blazing inferno consumed a half-dozen brave souls. Molten rain cascaded down as burning tar dripped from above. All around him, the world erupted in a cacophony of fire and the haunting echoes of fading cries. Yet Kratos ascended with unwavering determination, his gaze sweeping the cliffs in search of strategic heights. He caught sight of a rocky ledge, the very place where the catapults unleashed their mighty projectiles. Gathering a small group of the untouched, he dashed into a slender gorge that wound its way behind the enemy's defenses. They all understood the harsh reality of their situation, yet in that fleeting moment, the only path forward was to either stand and battle or succumb to the flames. With flames dancing around him and the echoes of fallen comrades in his ears, Kratos made his way to the base of the cliffs, each leap a testament to his relentless spirit. A small band of desert warriors, their pikes gleaming in the sun, stood resolutely in the way. Their eyes grew wide as they beheld the somber young man wielding a pair of swords with fierce determination. With a fierce determination, Kratos surged forward, skillfully navigating the gaps in their defenses. In the vast expanse of the desert, one brave warrior succumbed to a severed artery, while another staggered, clutching the brutal wound that marred his stomach. The ground was stained with blood, slick and dark against the rugged stones. The valiant king soldiers forged ahead, ascending the rugged slope in their quest to reach the enemy's catapults. Upon reaching the summit, they encountered a lesser number of defenders than they had anticipated. It seems that the primary power was engaged in a different battle far from here. Driven by a fierce urgency, Kratos and his allies charged at the catapult crew, swiftly dispatching them before they had a chance to prepare another firepot. With hands that quivered like leaves in the wind, they ignited the siege engines, transforming the foe's own might into a fiery spectacle of retribution. With a fierce dance, the flames soared into the night, while the wooden frames groaned and splintered under the heat. As the sun dipped low in the sky, the Desert Confederation, sensing the shift in their fortunes, retreated into the embrace of the winding canyons. As dawn broke, the king's forces had managed to grasp a fragile foothold. The scent of scorched flesh and smoldering tar hung heavily in the air. The canyon floors were strewn with bodies, a haunting mix of friends and foes, united in their final resting place. Captain Narita emerged from the fray, though a deep gash now adorned his shoulder, a testament to the battle he had faced. With a heavy heart, he recognized the makeshift attack that Kratos spearheaded. In that fleeting instant, he met the boy's gaze, offering a subtle nod of approval, a silent acknowledgement that Kratos' instincts had indeed shifted the balance. Before long, fresh troops came pouring in to strengthen the weary remnants of the Fifth and other beleaguered companies. Yet the Desert Confederation stood resilient, unbroken by the trials they faced. They had quietly vanished, leaving the king's men in a most precarious predicament. As the sun beat down mercilessly, the water supplies began to dwindle, and the wounds of the weary soldiers festered under the relentless heat. In the shadows of the shifting sands, the warlord of the Desert Confederation, a mysterious figure known only as the Basilisk, remained shrouded in secrecy, evading all who sought him. A tumultuous struggle simmered within Kratos' thoughts. The more he danced with the specter of death, the more that unseen force within him roared with fervor. At times he fancied he could hear a chorus of voices, each one weaving together to call out his name. In the dance of the flames, he occasionally caught sight of elusive shapes swirling just beyond the edge of his vision. He found himself pondering whether the desert was stirring something primordial within him, or was he merely slipping away from the fabric of reality molded by the terrors of battle. In the shadow of the smoldering catapults, where the haunting cries of the wounded lingered in the air, Kratos found himself standing solitary amidst the desolation. With a thoughtful gaze, he looked eastward, where the desert unfurled into mysterious lands beyond the horizon. Even with the outcome hanging in the balance, he found no inclination to turn back. A relentless whisper beckoned him deeper into that fiery expanse, as though his fate awaited him beyond the waves of blistering sand and dancing mirages. He had spilled blood for the king, yet it was not loyalty that fueled his actions. In reality, the essence of the tale was never about rulers or fields of crops. Maybe it was always tied to that gentle breeze from his childhood orchard, the quietude of a realm beyond the visible. Or perhaps it was the alluring promise that within this wild landscape the true essence of his spirit would rise from the crucible of strife. As he pivoted to aid the injured, the desert breeze began to rise, swirling the ashes into dancing eddies around his feet. It murmured to him once more a timeless voice that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires and the trivial squabbles of men. In a moment of quiet solitude, Kratos let his eyelids fall shut, hidden from the gaze of the world around him. Menelaus did not come into this world wrapped in the fabric of fame. In the vast tapestry of fate, he emerged forever marked by the formidable presence of his elder brother, Agamemnon. From a young age, he sensed the murmurs that floated through the grand halls of Mycenae, where voices filled with hope and admiration spoke of a future where Agamemnon would rise to become a great king. Ah, Menelaus, he is indeed the younger of the two. Yet Menelaus was far from a timid child. From the moment he took his first steps, he grasped a spear, and as he matured, he became a man who recognized that life required a blend of might and cleverness. Yet it was evident that he did not possess Agamemnon's commanding presence. He was the brother who pondered deeply, preferring to resolve conflicts through words rather than the clash of steel, and possessed a remarkable talent for negotiation. For Menelaus, the power of words often eclipsed even the sharpest bronze, as their father Atreus had woven a tapestry of turmoil for their lives. In the shadowy corridors of time, the house of Atreus stood as a monument to misfortune, yet each new generation clung to the hope that they might escape the grip of its ominous past. Menelaus often mused that his status as the younger son might grant him a subtle edge, a notion that perhaps the Eumenides, those relentless spirits shadowing their bloodline, would have their sights set on other matters. In those hushed moments, he understood that no one could truly evade the ancient transgressions of their ancestors. His mother Erop implored him to seek a formidable union in matrimony. A union forged in wisdom can serve as your mightiest armor, she imparted to him. In his younger days, Menelaus regarded that counsel as rather tedious. In the depths of his soul, the romantic spirit longed for love's embrace, steering clear of the tumultuous waters of politics. Yet fate often dances to its own unpredictable rhythm, and the aspirations of the poet would soon face the harsh trials of reality. As Menelaus stepped into the realm of manhood, tales began to weave their way through every corner of the Greek kingdoms, speaking of Helen, the enchanting daughter of Zeus, or so the whispers claimed, and Tyndareus. Her beauty was rumored to make the sun halt in its journey at midday, hesitant to gaze upon anything of lesser splendor. Suitors flocked to Tyndareus's palace in Sparta, a multitude eager to win favor. Majestic rulers, wise monarchs, and crafty commanders, each presenting treasures that sparkled with allure. Menelaus, a man untouched by the whims of love, approached with humble hopes. He arrived with a splendid tapestry crafted in the renowned looms of Mycenae, accompanied by a devoted band of loyal companions. In contrast to Agamemnon, Menelaus viewed conquest and marriage as distinct endeavors, each with its own significance. He yearned for a companion who resonated with his values of dignity and empathy. Helen, in her own way, held her cards close to her chest. Menelaus immediately perceived the gentle warmth in her voice as she addressed him. Genuine straightforwardness, unmasked confidence. He spun a delightful tale of a clever fox who outsmarted a lion, and her laughter rang out, not the rehearsed chuckle of royalty, but a true melodious burst of joy. That laugh echoed in his mind a melody that lingered through the years. As the days unfolded, the dance of courtship continued, each moment steeped in anticipation and longing. Some suitors proudly proclaimed their riches, while others displayed their trophies from distant victories. Menelaus extended a gentle and unwavering warmth. He absorbed Helen's worries about Spartan politics, acknowledged her insights, and allowed her voice to flow without interruption. Eventually, Tyndareus arrived at his decision. It was widely believed that those with greater riches or a more intimidating presence would emerge victorious. Yet in a twist of fate, the Spartan king cast his lot with Menelaus, leaving many in awe and envy. Yet Tyndareus was no simpleton. He came to understand that Helen's union could ignite jealousy among her other formidable admirers. In a bid to avert the looming bloodshed, the wise old king called upon them all, compelling them to pledge an oath crafted by the clever Odysseus. Whomever Helen chose to wed every suitor would stand resolutely by that union. They would come together a formidable force against anyone daring to disrupt the sacred bond of Helen's union. Menelaus, moved by profound emotion, pledged the same vow, unaware that it would eventually spark a conflict of unimaginable devastation. In the annals of history, Sparta emerged as a kingdom of remarkable governance. Menelaus adjusted with remarkable ease, demonstrating that although he lacked his brother's bold demeanor, he possessed a true gift for building alliances. And Helen, vibrant and elegant, appeared to cherish her new husband with a depth of affection that went beyond simple obligation. As they meandered along the serene banks of the Eurotas River, their conversation flowed effortlessly, weaving through topics like the intriguing customs of the Spartans and the majestic architecture of far-off realms. In their quest for prosperity, they envisioned a flourishing local trade, sought to forge stronger diplomatic bonds with Mycenae, and aimed to quell the ever-looming menace of piracy that haunted the Aegean seas. As darkness fell, they would perch upon the palace walls, their eyes drawn to the moonlight dancing over the far-off hills. For a few golden years, Menelaus savored the essence of true happiness. He sensed that the weight of the ancient family curse had lost its grip on him, and by embracing a life filled with justice and love, he could navigate a path far removed from his father's wrongdoings. In the shadows, he remained a steadfast ally to Agamemnon, dispatching small contingents of Spartans to bolster Mycenae whenever the need arose. After all, blood was blood. As the days unfolded, Menelaus discovered a richer bond of family within his marriage, one that surpassed the connections he had known in the grand halls of his early years. Ah, but that was a time long before the fateful arrival of the Trojan prince Paris upon the sacred land of Sparta. It was proclaimed as a diplomatic visit indeed. In the ancient realm of Troy, King Priam was weaving connections with the Greek states, envisioning a future where trade routes across the Aegean flourished and prospered. With open arms, Menelaus greeted the young prince, extending the warmth of his hospitality. He offered the finest seat at the grand banquets, took the time to introduce him to the esteemed officials of Sparta, and proudly showcased the city's most cherished temples. Menelaus found himself blissfully unaware of any lurking betrayal. He possessed a keen awareness, neither gullible nor excessively trusting. Yet who among mortals would be bold enough to defy the hallowed laws of Xenia, the divine code of hospitality established by the gods themselves? Unbeknownst to Menelaus, a dark and dreadful scheme was already unfolding in the shadows. Paris's gaze frequently lingered on Helen, while her returning looks grew ever more hesitant. In those days, the palace corridors remained untouched by whispers of intrigue. The Trojan guests continued to share pleasantries with their Spartan hosts, while Menelaus, a figure of pride yet composed, detected merely the slightest whisper of unease in the air. He would carry with him always the memory of how Helen's laughter rang with a fragile quality on that final morning, how her fingertips quivered for a moment as she laid a wreath of violets upon the altar of Hera. Once more, destiny wove its intricate tapestry, whispering to him that tranquility is but a delicate illusion, easily disrupted by the fires of ambition, the sting of envy, and the capricious hands of the divine. Not long after Paris made his entrance, Menelaus received word that he must journey to Crete, summoned for a grave obligation, a funeral for his beloved maternal grandfather. On a gentle day, Menelaus embarked on his journey, gazing toward the horizon, a quiet unease stirring within him. With a serene smile, Helen offered him her farewell. With a gentle touch, she placed her hand on his cheek, urging him to come back quickly. With a graceful gesture, Paris, positioned just behind her, inclined his head in a courteous bow. Menelaus expressed his gratitude to them both, striving to dispel the dark shadow looming in his mind. In that instant, the idea of betrayal seemed like a distant fantasy, almost too surreal to grasp. Upon his return to Sparta a few weeks later, the palace lay still, as silent as a grave. Whispers traveled quickly through the air. In the stillness of the night, Helen slipped away, entwined with the Trojan prince, her presence fading like a whisper. All that remained were a handful of garments strewn about and a haunting note of apology, if one dares to trust the tales that have been spun. The servants quaked in their boots, caught in a web of uncertainty, fearing the weight of blame for either negligence or complicity might soon fall upon them. Menelaus was presented with a tapestry of tales, each weaving a different account of how Paris ships had stealthily departed the harbor, cloaked in the shadows of night. Whispers of tempest filled the air, while tales of ethereal lights twinkling upon the waves captivated the imagination, yet one truth remained undeniable. Gone were the days of Helen in Sparta. A tempest of fury engulfed Menelaus. He raced down the hallways, bursting through doors and shouting for the truth. Not a soul would brave the intensity of his stare. He was not one to succumb to wild outbursts of rage, yet this act of treachery was beyond understanding. In a twist of fate, Helen, his cherished wife and queen, was taken away. Or had she embraced the journey with open arms? The thought coiled around his heart like a vine tightening with each passing moment. Yet there was scant time for sorrow. In the span of just one night, everything transformed. A solemn vow lay shattered, and Menelaus found himself driven to take action. He dispatched a message to Agamemnon, who arrived in haste. In unison, they journeyed to Mycenae and ventured further, summoning all those who had once pledged their sacred oath in the hall of Tyndareus. The suitors, having lost Helen, found themselves compelled to come together against the one who had taken her away. Among them stood Odysseus of Ithaca, a man of great wit who initially sought to escape the call by pretending to be mad. Yet in a game of wits, his cleverness met its match, and he found himself compelled to fulfill the vow he had made. In the land of Phthia, the young demigod Achilles finally spoke up, but not before engaging in a clever dance of diplomacy with his mother, the enchanting sea nymph Thetis. Other champions, noble rulers, and esteemed lords emerged, each one filled with a sense of pride and a burning ambition. Diomedes of Argos, the mighty Ajax Telamon, the cunning and steadfast Ajax Aurelius, along with a multitude of others. Votes were cast, armies gathered, and armor was readied for the impending clash. In the midst of a world that hummed with tension, much like a hornet's nest stirred from its slumber, Menelaus found himself at the very center of this vibrant assembly. He frequently found himself in the shadow of Agamemnon's formidable presence. Agamemnon ascended to the role of High King of the Greeks, a position earned through the might of Mycenae and the strength of his character. Menelaus embraced this notion, directing his attention solely toward the quest to reclaim Helen. His heart was not set on personal accolades. Rather, he yearned for justice and the chance to reclaim his life. At the outset, the journey to Troy appeared to be a simple endeavor. In a tale of betrayal, the Trojans shattered the sacred bonds of hospitality by taking away a guest's beloved wife. Surely the guardians of the city would find it difficult to muster the courage to stand in defense of Paris. Yet Troy stood in its splendor, a city of riches, its formidable walls said to be crafted by the very hands of the gods. In the grand city of Troy, there were princes of great renown, each a formidable warrior in their own right. Hector, the valorous, Deiphobus, the stalwart, and the venerable King Priam, whose wisdom was forged through years of leadership, stood as pillars of strength. As the Greek armada embarked from Aulis, a shadow of doubt loomed over Menelaus, for he sensed that the impending conflict might not unfold as the swift campaign many had anticipated. At Aulis, the first bitter omen made its presence known, as the last whispers of the breeze faded away. Week after week, the grand fleet lingered in stillness, sails drooping like forgotten dreams, while the soldiers stirred with unease. Whispers filled the air, some claiming that Artemis had unleashed her wrath upon Agamemnon for his hubris, while others spoke of ancient curses awakening once again within the veins of the house of Atreus. As the air thickened with unease, the men cast their hopeful gazes upon their kings, seeking the wisdom and direction they so desperately needed. Though Menelaus may have felt a tremor of fear at the sight of these otherworldly signs, he maintained a steadfast demeanor. In a moment of sheer desperation, Agamemnon found himself driven to commit an act that would forever alter his fate, all in a bid to win the favor of Artemis. In a heart-wrenching twist of fate, he offered his beloved daughter Iphigenia, a sacrifice that cast a shadow over them all. Menelaus found it unbearable to gaze upon the father's countenance after that fateful day. All hopes that this conflict would be steered by principles of honor vanished when the breeze finally began to stir. The journey across was fraught with peril, as fierce squalls unleashed their fury upon the ships, claiming the lives of many brave souls who found themselves engulfed by the merciless waves. Yet a vast host of warriors gathered at the shores close to Troy, their numbers swelling like the tide. The Trojans stood their ground steadfast in their resolve to keep Helen close at hand. In a moment steeped in tension, an envoy from the Greeks approached Prince Hector, seeking to weave a tale of diplomacy in a last-ditch effort to stave off the looming specter of war. In the grand halls of Troy, Menelaus found himself face to face with Helen, her gaze cast downward, a veil of distance shrouding her features. Some tales recount how she cast her eyes upon him, brimming with remorse. Some say she was captivated, lost in the allure of Paris, or perhaps under the spell of Aphrodite herself. For reasons unknown, the negotiations came to an unsuccessful end. And so the siege began. Along the coastline, a myriad of Greek tents unfurled like a vibrant tapestry, their colors dancing in the bright sunlight that sparkled upon countless shields. In a flurry of swift skirmishes, the Trojans found their resolve tested only to retreat once more into the shadows. Menelaus felt a deep unease wash over him as he confronted the overwhelming tide of violence around him. He had prepared for battle indeed, yet he never envisioned leading armies in a distant realm due to a treachery that cut deep. Time flowed like a river, with days transforming into weeks, weeks into months, and months cascading into years. In a time of great endeavor, the men set about constructing sturdy fortifications, weaving intricate supply lines that stretched from the distant Greek isles, and bravely ventured forth on daring raids to procure cattle and grain. Troy emerged as a fierce adversary. The conflict solidified into an unending standoff, a tumultuous ballet of relentless attacks and equally fierce defenses. For Menelaus, the conflict transcended mere pride or the acquisition of land. It was a deep, unsettling feeling of injustice that surged within him. His beloved had been taken from him, and his honor lay in ruins. Time and again he dared Paris to face him in a duel, invoking the gods as witnesses to a fair resolution. At long last, the challenge was embraced. On that fateful day, the two armies stood poised on either side of the vast plain, momentarily setting aside their hostilities to witness the duel that could determine their fate. Menelaus stood beneath the blazing sun clad in gleaming bronze armor, spear poised and ready driven by a fierce desire to restore his honor in a battle that ought never to have arisen. Though the idea of a solitary duel to resolve a conflict appeared overly simplistic, almost optimistic, Menelaus steeled himself to embrace the possibility. The relentless cycle of bloodshed from the Trojan War hung heavy upon him, a burden as weighty as a millstone. Perhaps a duel between champions could save countless souls from perishing, beneath the relentless sun from decaying in distant sands. On that fateful day, the Greek and Trojan armies drew apart, creating two semicircles around the battlefield, resembling the gaping jaws of a great beast poised to devour the defeated. Menelaus confronted his despised adversary, Prince Paris, who, in spite of his misdeed, seemed composed and almost delicate, embodying the essence of a poet rather than that of a warrior. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. A stillness enveloped the soldiers on either side, the only sound the whisper of the wind as it danced through the dust. Menelaus felt a tempest within him, a storm of unspoken sorrow and simmering rage. This tale transcended the simple notions of a vow or a bride taken away. This tale unfolds with every mocking whisper he had faced, every servant's hesitant gaze, and every lonely night spent in Sparta, grappling with the bewildering collapse of his world. This was Menelaus' moment to show himself that he was not destined for the shadows, that he could face challenges head-on, shaping his own destiny. With a clash of metal and a surge of adrenaline, the duel began, spears poised and ready for the first strike. With a swift motion, Paris launched his first projectile, the sound of it echoing as it harmlessly bounced off Menelaus' shield. With a heart ablaze, Menelaus struck back his sights, set on the gleaming breastplate of Paris. With a fierce blow, he struck the point, shattering upon impact, yet forcing the Trojan prince to stagger back. With a surge of determination, Menelaus charged ahead, his sword lifted triumphantly above him. The air was thick with tension as the Greek king's blade struck down repeatedly, each blow chipping away at the shining armor of the Trojan lines. It appeared inevitable that Menelaus would strike a decisive and lethal blow. Indeed, there are whispers that Paris faltered, sinking to his knees, while Menelaus seized him by the crest of his helmet, pulling him across the battlefield like a creature stripped of its dignity. Cheers rang out from the Greek ranks, a jubilant sound that filled the air, while the Trojans remained frozen in disbelief, each one hesitant to step in and disrupt the sacred vow of single combat. And then in a twist of fate, the most peculiar event unfolded. A swirling mist wrapped around Paris as if the air itself had become a thick veil of mystery. Menelaus grasped the helmet, feeling the chin strap come loose effortlessly in his hands. As the mist began to clear, the prince had disappeared, whisked away by the enchanting hand of Aphrodite, or so the tales whispered. Menelaus found himself bathed in the relentless sunlight, his breath coming in ragged gasps, and his sword arm quivered with the thrill of adrenaline coursing through him. His adversary had vanished into thin air, leaving behind an air of mystery and uncertainty that lingered in the silence. The Trojan archers, noticing that Paris had vanished from the battlefield, cautiously advanced, and the fragile truce began to fracture. Once again, the world was engulfed in chaos. In the aftermath of that fateful duel, Menelaus found himself engulfed in a haze of frustration. Whispers floated through the air, suggesting that Paris thrived, concealed behind the towering walls of Troy, cradled by the favor of the gods. Menelaus seethed with fury at the interference of the gods. A mere mortal, he understood, could scarcely hope to exact revenge upon a being of the Olympian realm. Yet as the war unfolded, he charged into the next chapter with a fervor that ignited his spirit. He took command of small raiding parties, launching daring strikes against Trojan outposts and deftly disrupting their supply lines. His desire burned brighter than ever, a fierce determination to compel the Trojans to surrender. Yet the conflict stretched far beyond the grasp of any single individual. Even Achilles, the greatest of the Greek warriors, found himself in fierce disputes with Agamemnon, conflicts that eclipsed the very reason the war began. In time, Achilles chose to pull back his troops, and what was meant to be a swift campaign in the Trojan War transformed into a relentless deadlock that stretched on for 10 long years. Menelaus witnessed the heartbreaking loss of cherished companions and loyal commanders in battles that barely pushed the Greek front forward by mere yards. Whispers reached his ears, tales of Helen's hidden regrets, a deep yearning for the comforts of home stirring within her heart. Some claimed she was completely tied to Paris and had no desire to come back. Alas, the gods were cruel, for Menelaus was blind to the depths of her heart, unable to grasp the truth that lay within. On a fateful night, deep into the 8th or 9th year of the war, the details had begun to blur, leaving everyone uncertain. In a serene watchtower nestled among the Greek ramparts, Menelaus stood, his eyes sweeping over the vast expanse of the Trojan plain. Fires flickered in the distance, resembling a constellation woven from sorrow. He pondered whether he would ever set eyes on his beloved homeland once more. If the vow called for the downfall of Troy, how many more nights would he bear witness to the fall of men for a cause that had expanded beyond the confines of his own sorrow? In the grand tapestry of heroes where the mighty Achilles and the clever Odysseus captured the limelight, there stood Menelaus, unwavering and resolute in his own right. Once upon a time, in the age of heroes, Achilles met his fate at the hands of an arrow shot by Paris, a deed whispered to be guided by the god Apollo himself. In the shadows of this grand tale, the clever Odysseus crafted a masterful ruse, the Trojan horse. Among those who nestled within the wooden giant's hollow belly was none other than Menelaus, ready to play his part in the unfolding saga. In that fateful moment, he stood witness as the Trojans, convinced that the Greeks had fled, triumphantly brought the colossal horse within their seemingly invulnerable walls, celebrating what they believed was their hard-won victory. In the stillness of the night, he lingered in the shadows, his breath a whisper, beads of sweat tracing down his temple, attuned to the boisterous revelry of the Trojans. As darkness enveloped the land, Menelaus and his chosen warriors emerged from the shadows, unfastening the gates to the Greek forces poised beyond. With a fierce resolve, they unleashed a tempest of destruction upon the unsuspecting city, turning the night into a canvas of chaos. Amidst the chaos of Troy's demise, with flames dancing from rooftops and anguished cries resonating through the narrow streets, Menelaus was driven by a singular purpose: to seek out Helen. Whispers filled the air. Some spoke of a heart ablaze with fury, while others insisted that a tender love still glimmered within his soul. In the tales that emerged, many recount the moment he trapped Helen within the shadowy corridors of the palace, his sword poised for the fatal strike. Her eyes, nearly devoid of tears, locked onto his, and with a swift motion, she ripped open the front of her robe, exposing her chest to his blade. Menelaus, faced with the living embodiment of the love he thought he had lost, found himself in a moment of uncertainty. With a deliberate motion, he let his sword drop, the weight of the moment hanging in the air. In the midst of Helen's tearful plea, her undeniable beauty, and the echoes of their shared moments, his fury began to soften. But that was merely the beginning of a new chapter. Menelaus did not merely walk out of Troy with Helen by his side and proclaim the tale concluded. The Greek camp buzzed with a whirlwind of emotions, a fierce anger directed at the defenders of Troy, a sigh of relief that the long war had finally come to a close, and an insatiable hunger for the treasures that a decade of struggle had rightfully earned them. For Menelaus, the last strike of the Trojan War marked merely the dawn of a new adventure, one that would challenge him even more. In a realm where the divine playfully meddle in the affairs of humankind, it was declared that his journey back would be a tapestry woven with tempests, unexpected turns, and peculiar meetings. With Helen by his side, Menelaus stepped aboard his ships, heavy with the spoils of Troy and the captives they had taken. Deep within him, a flicker of hope remained, whispering that perhaps happiness could still be found back in Sparta. He never considered that drifting across the vast oceans, subject to the whims of wrathful gods, could be a form of punishment in itself. Agamemnon emerged from a world steeped in complexity. As he first blinked awake to the dancing flames of Mycenae's great hall, a world of intrigue and legacy enveloped him, drawing him into the rich tapestry of his heritage. House Atreus, a lineage marked by both abundance and a notorious curse, bore a tale woven with lavish banquets of treachery and deeds so vile that even the deities themselves were rumored to turn away in horror. For young Agamemnon, these dark tales were but distant echoes, whispers that reverberated against the towering stone walls, where the shadows of the flickering torchlight twisted and turned in eerie ballet. From a young age, he discovered the dark tale of his father Atreus, who had once prepared a feast for his own brother Theastrus that no human mind could ever imagine. In the shadows of the temple, whispers floated like autumn leaves, carrying tales of a family forever marked by a dark legacy. The priests, with their solemn faces, spoke in hushed tones of the Tantalid curse, a weight that pressed upon the shoulders of every descendant of Tantalus, entwining the fates of Agamemnon and his younger brother Menelaus in a web of sorrow and destiny. Yet for a curious child wandering through the winding passages of the palace, separating whispers from reality proved to be quite the challenge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Agamemnon would often sneak away from his tutors, who endeavored to instill in him the complexities of interpreting omens and recounting the lineages of legendary heroes. He found solace in the stables, where the rich aroma of horsehair and hay embraced him like an old friend, far more inviting than the suffocating sense of the palace's perfumed corridors. With the shadow of impending punishment hanging over him, he would ascend the crates, his eyes fixed on the stable hands as they tended to the majestic steeds. In these small acts of rebellion, Agamemnon felt a spark of life, a welcome escape from the heavy tales that bound his family's fate to a relentless cycle of misfortune. On occasion, the stablemaster, a rugged fellow known as Oileus, would take a moment to share his wisdom on soothing a skittish mare or demonstrating the art of tying a proper halter knot. Agamemnon absorbed that knowledge with an insatiable thirst far surpassing any lesson drawn from the city's genealogical archives. Even amidst his adventures, a lingering shadow of foreboding always trailed behind him. In every corner, a servant's anxious gaze lingered, and a priest's enigmatic caution echoed, serving as a constant reminder that he was not merely a carefree child. He was the rightful successor to a kingdom steeped in blood and retribution. On a blistering afternoon, he caught wind of a dialogue unfolding between his father and a wandering oracle. Concealed behind a slightly ajar door, Agamemnon pressed his back against the frigid stone as the oracle's voice drifted forth low and somber. When the lion roars, the kingdom listens. Yet let not the mighty lion be deceived by its own strength, for it may find its own jaws clamping down upon its own flesh. He recalled the sound of Atreus's footsteps echoing sharply on the marble floor, as though the king himself was seeking to flee from the burden of the prophecy. Though Agamemnon grasped not the full weight of the words, their essence would linger in the shadows of his thoughts for many years ahead. In the passage of time, Atreus met his end shrouded in mystery, much like the enigmatic tale of the house itself. The palace's official announcement revealed that his passing was due to an unexpected fever. Yet within the confines of those closed doors, Whispers darted about like arrows released from a skilled archer's bow. Whispers floated through the air, suggesting it was the wrath of Theasts, who had stealthily returned from exile cloaked in shadows. In hushed tones, the townsfolk spoke of a long-forgotten god, one who sought vengeance for past transgressions. Agamemnon stood at the funeral pyre, his jaw clenched, gazing into the flames that danced and flickered, casting eerie oranges and reds across the night sky. Once upon a time, a young boy named Menelaus grasped tightly to the fabric of his older brother's cloak, fear gripping his heart. In that fleeting moment, Agamemnon experienced a curious blend of numbness and unwavering determination. He was just on the cusp of understanding, yet he felt the weight of change settle around him, knowing that life would never be the same again. In the wake of the funeral, the palace stewards rushed to solidify allegiances. From the various corners of the Peloponnese ambassadors arrived, each carrying thoughtful gifts and offering their heartfelt condolences. In their eyes, the house of Atreus found itself in a delicate state, with its heirs still in their youth, and the throne hanging by a thread. With the wisdom of seasoned advisors and the support of clever allies, Agamemnon and Menelaus held fast to Mycenae each day, unfolding as a quiet triumph in its own right. The townsfolk familiar with whispers and intrigue began to feel a growing admiration for the steadfast resolve of the brothers. Yet the tapestry of fate was beginning to weave itself into unexpected patterns. Ominous signs in the innards of sacrificed creatures and enigmatic visions shared by the village priestesses foretold a future fraught with disaster. On a fateful night, as the coming-of-age ceremony for Agamemnon drew near, he found himself solitary in the Hall of Ancestors, a grand chamber adorned with the statues of Mycenae's most revered warriors and kings. Every alabaster figure appeared to gaze down upon him, assessing the width of his shoulders, the fortitude of his determination. At the heart of the hall, a brazier glowed its golden flames, dancing and crackling with life. Tradition held that at the tender age of 16, the heir to Mycenae would bow before the everlasting flame, making a solemn vow of devotion to the revered gods of the city, Hera, Poseidon, and Artemis. The promise held a significance that transcended mere custom. In the quiet shadows of destiny, a profound connection lingered, one that destined the future king to embrace the roles of both protector and warrior, etching Mycenae's legacy into the very fabric of his being should the need arise. As Agamemnon strode into the chamber, his footsteps resonated like a drumbeat, filling the air with a sense of purpose. The aroma of burning cedar wafted around him, rich and heady, wrapping him in its warm embrace. He knelt down, his heart racing with anticipation. For weeks he had rehearsed the vow, each word carefully crafted under the keen gaze of his tutors. Yet in this moment, an undeniable force urged him to let go of the scripted lines and speak from the depths of his being. His fingers brushed against the frigid marble of a statue depicting his grandfather Pelops, famed for his legendary victory over a king in a chariot race, aided by the whims of a capricious deity. That marked the beginning of countless curses and blessings intertwined in a complex dance. With a trembling breath, Agamemnon murmured, "I dedicate my life not only to Mycenae, but to the legacy of all those who have come before me. With unwavering resolve, I pledge to wield my strength in the name of justice, no matter the cost to myself." He gazed into the dancing flames of the brazier, where the reflection of his face wavered, elusive and unsure. The vow whispered softly, nudging him forward into the mystery of an undiscovered journey. Not long after, a messenger from Sparta appeared, bringing tidings that would alter the course of the brothers' destinies. In the land of Sparta, Tyndareus, the king, was weaving a tapestry of alliances that stretched across the shimmering Aegean Sea. Menelaus, having honed his skills in swordsmanship under the watchful eyes of Mycenae's most formidable captains, felt an insatiable yearning to explore the vastness beyond his homeland. Agamemnon found himself in a moment of uncertainty, keenly aware of the delicate balance that held their city together. Yet the allure of the opportunity was hard to resist. In a splendid display of grandeur, Tyndareus extended an invitation to a magnificent tournament celebrating his stepdaughter Helen, whose beauty was whispered to be a divine blessing from the gods. In the grand tapestry of Greece, a gathering of its most illustrious heirs and princes awaited a perfect setting for the weaving of alliances, or perhaps merely a chance to keep watch over potential rivals. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the colonnaded courtyards, an older palace scribe named Argus made his way to Agamemnon, his footsteps echoing softly on the stone floor. Argus had chronicled the tales of the city for decades, his face etched with the marks of countless late nights spent by flickering candles poring over dusty scrolls. With a firm grip, he seized Agamemnon by the arm. "My prince," he began, his voice trembling with emotion. "You must remember the words of that oracle your father sought counsel from, the powerful jaws of the lion. Keep their memory alive. Not every bond you create will serve your interests. Some might consume you if you let your guard down." Agamemnon acknowledged with a courteous nod, yet within him stirred a tumult of pride and unease. He had become tired of the constant reminders from others about prophecies and curses. As Argus shuffled away leaning on his wooden cane, Agamemnon found himself pondering whether the remainder of his days would be consumed by the pursuit of escaping the haunting shadows cast by the sins of his forebears. Yet the call of duty echoed in his ears, and with Menelaus at his side, Agamemnon set forth from Mycenae, journeying toward Sparta. Ah, the road stretched ahead, a serpentine path meandering through rugged passes and valleys, adorned with clusters of olive trees, each twist and turn whispering tales of the land. At each rest stop, they were met with a warm yet careful excitement. In a quaint village, the locals presented humble tokens of their appreciation, ranging from clay jars filled with fragrant olive oil to a simple tapestry that beautifully illustrated the proud lion crest of their beloved city. In exchange, Agamemnon would offer a handful of coins and a reassuring smile. He grasped the significance of fostering connections with the public. For his reign to flourish, he required not only the loyalty of the people, but also the support of formidable allies nearby. In the midst of it all, Menelaus, lacking the finesse of his peers, seized every chance to showcase his prowess with a sword, engaging in spirited duels with the local youths, their wooden practice swords ringing out in the air. In this light-hearted way, the weight of Mycenae's court life was briefly set aside. Yet the shadow of the vow he had made lingered in Agamemnon's mind, refusing to fade away. Every night he found himself stirring from restless dreams. A lion, fierce and regal, moved stealthily across a battlefield, ravaged by storms, while a sword stained crimson whispers the visage of a cherished soul long gone. He guarded these dreams closely, particularly from Menelaus, who had enough burdens to bear without adding to his concerns. As the first light of dawn kissed the mountaintops with golden hues, Agamemnon would awaken gently, shoving those shadowy thoughts to the recesses of his mind. He reassured himself that there would be ample opportunity to grapple with destiny. In this moment, the pressing task was to safeguard Mycenae's destiny, to fortify their lineage against the burdens of curses and plots that threatened to unravel their legacy. As the brothers set foot in Sparta, they were met with the vibrant energy of a city alive with the anticipation of a grand celebration. Above the towering walls, banners of purple and gold danced gracefully in the breeze. In the twilight, the enchanting melodies of flutes and horns danced through the narrow streets, weaving a tapestry of sound that beckoned the curious to listen closely. Agamemnon took in the scene with a subtle intrigue, his eyes dancing over the unfolding events. Sparta was a world apart from Mycenae. In the grand tapestry of ancient Greece, Mycenae stood as a beacon of architectural brilliance, its intricate palace corridors weaving tales of elegance and complexity. In stark contrast, Sparta emerged as a bastion of unwavering martial discipline, where the clang of training yards drowned out the whispers of libraries and the echoes of ancestral halls. A unique energy thrummed in this place. Strip away the mystery and let the sheer force take center stage. Yet despite the stark differences of Sparta, Agamemnon could feel the familiar currents that stirred within his own city. In a world where rivalries are veiled in the guise of polite conversation and alliances, dance under the pretense of simple friendships, the true nature of relationships unfolds like a carefully crafted tale. Tyndareus, perched upon a beautifully carved wooden throne in a sunlit courtyard by the temple of Artemis Orthia, greeted them with eloquent words and thoughtful smiles. By his side stood his beloved Leda, the queen of his heart. Her expression was warm, yet her eyes pierced through examining every nuance of the Mycenaean visitors. And then came Helen, the stepdaughter, whose beauty was said to rival that of any goddess. With just one look, Agamemnon grasped the reality behind the whispers that had circulated. She radiated in the Spartan sun, her hair shimmering like finely polished bronze. Menelaus, typically so relaxed, seemed nearly at a loss for words when she was near. Agamemnon shot his brother a sidelong look, stifling the laughter that bubbled within him. It was a delight to witness Menelaus so enchanted by something beyond the clash of swords. In the days that followed, the city came alive with the vibrant spirit of tournament celebrations. Brave warriors from every corner of the Greek realm gathered to showcase their strength and skill in the arenas of wrestling, archery, and the thrilling chariot races. Agamemnon took part, yet his motives were far from seeking glory. He found himself deeply engrossed in the quest to discern who might stand by his side and who could pose a danger. He recalled the words of Argus echoing in his mind. In the heart of the savannah, the lion's powerful jaws held secrets untold, intertwined with the threads of destiny foretold in ancient prophecy. Every handshake loomed before him a possible snare, waiting to ensnare the unwary. But what other means could he employ to ensure the loyalty essential for safeguarding Mycenae? In the intricate dance of leadership, he found himself at the threshold, just starting to savor its rich and layered complexities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Tyndareus extended an invitation to a select few, beckoning them to a more intimate assembly within the grand palace. Agamemnon stood in a breezy colonnade, gazing out over a courtyard, illuminated by flickering torches. In the soft glow of candlelight, musicians strummed their lyres, weaving melodies that danced through the air, while guests exchanged whispers, their voices barely rising above the enchanting notes. In that fleeting moment, he found himself ensnared by Helen's gaze, a brief yet powerful connection. There she stood beside Menelaus, who was animatedly recounting his latest exploits in the wrestling pit, his enthusiasm palpable in the air. Yet for a fleeting moment, her gaze darted to Agamemnon, as if she could perceive the intricate web of thoughts he was desperately attempting to hide. In that fleeting moment, Agamemnon experienced a stirring of noble pride. He came to understand that not every contest for power unfolded in the heat of battle or during tense negotiations. Some battles were fought in the secret recesses of the human heart, where a single unguarded glance had the power to ignite entire kingdoms. Little did he know that moment was the first loose thread in a grand tapestry of events that would soon pull him into the epic theater of a war unlike anything the Greek world had ever seen. In that moment, he found himself beneath the flickering Spartan torches, surrounded by Menelaus, and a gathering of courtiers from distant realms, blissfully ignorant that a solitary vow uttered long ago before a crackling brazier in Mycenae was poised to extract a dreadful toll. The tale of Agamemnon was just unfolding a journey intricately crafted by curses, prophecies, and an unquenchable desire for dominion. Upon their return to Mycenae, they carried with them not merely tales of the Spartan tournament, but a tapestry of experiences woven with intrigue and adventure. Menelaus returned, his heart burning with passion for Helen, yet he found himself too timid to voice his feelings openly. Agamemnon's worries stretched far and wide. In the shadows of destiny, the chance to weave stronger bonds with Sparta loomed large, accompanied by the delicate dance of uneasy alliances essential for the safety of their throne. An unsettling feeling hung in the air, as if time itself was guiding them toward a momentous confrontation. During his brief sojourn at Tyndareus' court, he discovered that he had woven together a rich tapestry of Greece's many rivalries in his mind. In a gripping moment of tension, Argos found itself locked in a standoff with Corinth, while Thebes observed from a distance, weaving its own web of intrigues. Meanwhile, the smaller city-states of Phocis and Elis held their breath, ready to respond to the shifting tides of power that could either rise or fall before them. Yet Mycenae was not without its own challenges, chief among them the haunting presence of Thyestes, the exiled uncle of Agamemnon. Whispers floated through the air, suggesting that he continued to wander the fringes of the Peloponnese, surviving on the meager remnants of loyalty from a handful of devoted followers. In the whispers of ancient prophecies, it was said that as long as Thyestes drew breath, the sanctuary of tranquility would endure. As he journeyed back from Sparta, a deep sense of foreboding enveloped Agamemnon, growing ever more intense with each passing moment. Letters awaited him, crafted by far-off allies, cautioning of peculiar events unfolding at the edges of Mycenae. His advisors whispered of strange nocturnal incursions upon humble farms, each time departing with a solitary black feather left in their wake. Whispers filled the air thick with superstition as tales spread that the black feather was Thyestes' signature, or perhaps a message from a dark deity exacting retribution for long-forgotten transgressions. Menelaus found his thoughts consumed by the dream of uniting with Helen. He would weave tales for hours detailing every conversation, every fleeting glance that Helen had bestowed upon him, all in search of his older brother's wisdom. Agamemnon endeavored to maintain his composure, for love was a puzzling affair, and in the world of royalty, it frequently acted as a tool of cunning strategy. He sensed that Tyndareus had subtly suggested a desire for a formidable alliance, yet whenever he attempted to guide Menelaus toward the broader geopolitical benefits, Menelaus would inevitably drift back to the enchanting memory of Helen's eyes, or the melodious sound of her laughter resonating through the Spartan halls. Agamemnon envisioned a different future, one where Menelaus, engaged to the princess of Sparta, united the two realms in a pact of shared strength and flourishing together. It was a captivating vision, one that could greatly strengthen Mycenae's standing, yet destiny often took unexpected turns. As the day began to fade and the sun dipped below the grand palace walls, a mysterious hooded figure made their way into the private audience chamber of Agamemnon. In the dimly lit room, only a handful of flickering torches cast their wavering glow. As the figure stood there in silence, she slowly pulled back the hood, unveiling the visage of a gaunt, middle-aged woman. Once upon a time, there was a woman named Aegidria, a seer whispered about in hushed tones, said to possess the extraordinary gift of conversing with the spirits that lingered in the shadows. With no hesitation, she sank to her knees before him, her forehead touching the chill of the stone floor. As she stood, her voice carried a hauntingly ethereal quality. Blood beckons to blood, my sovereign. At the intersection of fate and destiny, the house of Atreus looms large. To navigate the shadows that pursue you, one must embark on a journey to the underworld for wisdom and insight. In a world where the ordinary had been turned upside down, Agamemnon would typically have waved away such dramatics, yet these were no ordinary times. The relentless black feather raids persisted, and unsettling dreams haunted him nearly every night. In a moment tinged with urgency, he implored her to share more details. Aegidria wove a tale of a hidden cave nestled along the shoreline by the Gulf of Argolis, a mysterious site where the ancients delved into the dark arts of necromancy. Should Agamemnon dare to tread that path, she vowed a message from the spirits would await him, offering guidance to escape the curses that plagued his bloodline. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, Agamemnon set forth on his steed, accompanied by a select few of his loyal companions. Menelaus was eager to join, yet Agamemnon gracefully turned him down, stating it was merely a matter of looking into possible infiltration. Deep down, he wished to keep Menelaus away from whatever shadowy ritual might unfold. Let his brother hold on to his musings about Helen and the Spartan alliance. Agamemnon had long sensed that the intricate web of curses and omens was a weight he alone must bear. As they journeyed along the coastal road, they soon found themselves at a barren expanse of rugged shoreline, where the land met the restless sea. The sea roared fiercely against the rugged cliffs, casting salt spray high into the sky. In that secluded spot, nestled between two towering limestone formations, lay the entrance to a mysterious cave. The entrance was fiercely protected by the jagged teeth of stone. The retinue established their camp at a careful distance, with torches dancing in the gentle sea breeze. In the dim light of the lantern, Agamemnon and Aegidria stepped into the cavern, their sole companion, a vigilant guard illuminating the path ahead as they ventured into the narrow tunnel. The air was thick with the musty scent of damp earth and algae, weaving a tale of forgotten places and hidden secrets. As they ventured further, the sound of their footsteps reverberated against the smooth, glistening stone beneath them. As the journey continued, the narrow tunnel gradually opened up, revealing a spacious chamber that cradled a serene underground pool. A gentle beam of soft daylight filtered through a natural skylight, casting a faint glow upon the ancient symbols etched into the walls. Spirals, crescent shapes, and twisted figures that seemed to defy the boundaries of humanity and divinity. Aegidria gestured for the guard to pause by the mouth of the tunnel. With a gentle pull, she guided Agamemnon to the water's edge, where her voice began to weave a soft, melodic chant that echoed through the shadows. At the beginning, there was a stillness, a quiet that enveloped everything. Agamemnon experienced a flicker of doubt, pondering if this was merely an intricate ruse. Yet the tranquil surface of the pool started to quiver, as if touched by an unseen force. A dense, frigid fog ascended, twisting and dancing around them. In the ethereal haze, Agamemnon perceived the faint silhouettes of faces, their features twisted, revealing expressions of anguish. As a chill swept over him, he sensed a ghostly caress against his arm. Instantly, he tensed, fighting to keep his rising dread at bay. In an instant, the rhythmic chanting fell silent. Aegidra's voice resonated throughout the chamber, deep and rich, weaving a tapestry of sound. Speak, ethereal voice of House Atreus. Your essence yearns for a revelation. With a dramatic flare, her eyes fluttered back, and her body writhed in a captivating dance of convulsions. As she began to speak once more, the words flowed from her lips, not as her own, but as if channeled from an entity whose voice resonated with the weight of ages and a haunting familiarity that tugged at the heart. He was the grandson of Tantalus, his voice a haunting blend of fury and grief. There you are, poised delicately on the brink of a sharp divide. To shatter the curse, the lion must first rend its own jaws asunder. Yet in this pursuit, the crimson tide shall flow without restraint. Agamemnon's heart raced with fervor. He sought a beacon of understanding, a clear guide to navigate the shadows of impending doom. In the heavy, musty air, he uttered with a quiver in his voice, "Spirits revealed to me the way to protect my city and my lineage from endless retribution." The mist gathered, swirling and twisting, until it formed a vague silhouette, a tall figure cloaked in shadows as if summoned from the depths of a forgotten tale. As the winds from the east sweep away, a bride taken against her will, a door to power swings wide. But beware, the price you pay may be higher than you ever imagined. Take heed, brave cub, for the treasures bestowed by the divine often wear a mask of illusion. Agamemnon found himself gasping for air. The whisper of a stolen bride carried with it a tale as old as time. Was it Helen of Sparta, or perhaps another lady of equal fame, whose story was about to unfold? Just as he was about to voice his desires, the figure vanished into thin air, leaving Aegidra to crumple onto the cave floor, gasping for air. The chill of the mist faded away, revealing just the soft, lingering sound of water droplets falling in the stillness. Agamemnon stood by the sea, her thoughts swirling like the waves filled with a torrent of questions. What if Helen were to be seized by a distant land, casting Greece into the depths of turmoil? What would be the cost of such a move, and how might it grant him the edge he desperately desired? This enigmatic prophecy resembled a winding maze rather than a beacon of clarity. Yet beneath the surface, he felt an unsettling reality lurking. In the heart of turmoil, House Atreus found its strength, as if the very curse that bound them sought the wild dance of chaos to liberate its grip. That night he made his way back to Mycenae, shrouded in the secrecy of his encounter. Menelaus found himself deeply absorbed in the task of crafting a letter to Helen, searching for just the right words to convey his heartfelt sincerity. Agamemnon offered him a brief nod, masking his true feelings of approval. The city lay still beneath the shadowy expanse above, yet there was an unsettling tension in the air. Whispers began to spread of shadowy figures, armed and lurking near the southern border. Even within the palace, an undercurrent of tension danced in the air. Amidst the clamor of advisors, their voices rose and fell like the tides, arguing over trivialities such as tax revenues and harvest yields. Yet deep down, Agamemnon understood that this was merely a diversion, a means to avoid confronting the growing shadow of unease that loomed over them all. In the weeks that followed, the fate of Mycenae hung in the balance. A small plague swept through ravaging cattle herds and finding its way into the most destitute corners of the city. The grain reserves began to dwindle, a slow but steady decline that whispered of challenges ahead. Agamemnon and his council acted with urgency, sealing off the afflicted areas and summoning skilled healers from nearby lands. Yet it seemed as if one were attempting to stem the relentless surge of the ocean with nothing but a fragile basket. An air of unease settled among the people as whispers of the Tantalid curse began to circulate once more, igniting their superstitions. In this moment of heightened anticipation, a messenger burst forth from Sparta, gasping for breath and cloaked in a veil of dust. He arrived with news that would alter the fate of Mycenae and echo throughout all of Greece. In a time long past, Helen found herself destined to unite in marriage with Menelaus. Tyndareus, recognizing the sagacity in uniting Mycenae and Sparta, had given his assent. The messenger spun a tale of the betrothal ceremony set to unfold in a fortnight, extending an invitation to Agamemnon and Aretinu to join in the joyous celebration. Menelaus's face lit up with the joy of a child on a bright solstice morning. Agamemnon experienced a sense of relief, yet beneath it lay a whisper of unease. In the tale of fate and desire, the beautiful Helen was destined to be the bride of Menelaus, but lurking in the shadows was the possibility of an unforeseen force that could alter her path. Though uncertainty lingered in his heart, Agamemnon chose to seize the moment with courage. In a twist of fate, the alliance held the promise of rekindling Mycenae's glory, shielding him from looming dangers such as Thyestes. If a far-off breeze from the east dared to whisk Helen away, that would surely be a conflict for another time. In the realm of leadership, there are moments when one must embrace the uncertain, and so it was that Agamemnon felt the weight of destiny urging him forward. The return to Sparta unfolded like a tale of grandeur, a stark departure from their previous passage shrouded in quietude. This time they rode forth with a splendid retinue, soldiers proudly displaying Mycenae's lion crest shields, while chariots brimmed with treasures of gold and exquisitely crafted tapestries. The path was adorned with villagers, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they gathered to witness the wedding caravan pass by. Menelaus sported a grin so expansive it appeared as though it could shatter from the sheer force of its joy. Agamemnon observed his brother's happiness, a blend of warmth and worry stirring within him, aware that such joy was a delicate flicker in a realm frequently molded by tempests of violence and treachery. As they arrived in Sparta, a vibrant scene unfolded before them, alive with the hustle of wedding preparations. Courtyards were adorned with colorful flower garlands, while tables overflowed with an abundance of fresh fruits, wine, and honey cakes, creating a feast for the senses. With careful hands, the musicians adjusted their lyres, weaving together enchanting melodies that would set the perfect backdrop for the grand feast ahead. Tyndareus, adorned in a ceremonial robe that depicted the rich tapestry of Sparta's martial legacy, welcomed them into the grand throne hall. Leda stood beside him, exuding an air of majesty while maintaining a certain distance, as though the moment stirred within her a blend of pride and maternal worry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a grand feast was prepared, inviting all to gather and celebrate. Agamemnon found himself nestled among the esteemed Spartan nobility and a select few foreign dignitaries. On his left stood Odysseus of Ithaca, a man with a clever visage renowned for his cunning and sharp intellect. To his right sat Nesta of Pylos, the esteemed old king celebrated for his wisdom. They wove tales of naval routes and shared wisdom on the finest ways to strengthen city walls. Agamemnon leaned in, absorbing every word, seeking wisdom that could shape the destiny of Mycenae's grand ambitions. As the melody transformed, Helen made her entrance adorned in a gown of shimmering sea-green silk. As she stepped into the room, a palpable silence enveloped the hall, as if the very air held its breath in anticipation. Menelaus advanced, his chest puffed out with unmistakable pride. In a sacred moment, the couple stood before the priest, their hearts intertwined as they exchanged vows, while the divine blessings of Olympus enveloped them in a celestial embrace. With cups lifted high, a toast echoed through the air, and the celebration carried on, weaving tales and laughter deep into the night. Yet Agamemnon found himself unable to fully immerse in the joyous celebrations. He recalled the spirit as haunting words in the cave, "When the winds of the east claim a stolen bride, the path to power shall unveil itself." The words lingered in his mind, particularly at this moment, as he observed Helen entwine her arm with Menelaus's, a subtle display of unwavering affection. He sought to quiet the tumult of his mind with wine, chuckling politely at Odysseus's clever quips and Nesta's elaborate tales. Yet in the depths of his thoughts, a soft whisper lingered. "This is too perfect. A moment will break apart." The stone's weight remained constant, unchanging through the passage of time. Regardless of how often he shoved it, regardless of how many times he heaved it up, the daunting incline, it remained unchanged. His palms, rough and seasoned by the relentless march of time, met the rugged, time-worn surface. The rock, colossal and steadfast in its silence, met him with a timeless defiance. Yet he was wise to its cunning ways. He had devoted countless years to mastering the delicate art of shifting his weight to finding the perfect placement of his feet in the soft dust of the mountain, and to maintaining a steady breath as he labored against the boulder's immense bulk. Sisyphus let out a heavy sigh, the sound fading into the still arid atmosphere of the underworld. His tunic, frayed and worn, clung to his form, soaked with the sweat of unyielding toil. With a deliberate step, he advanced and exerted his strength. The boulder let out a deep, resonant groan, its low vibration, reverberating across the desolate terrain. The sound danced in the air, a blend of the known and the chaotic, carrying with it a weight that felt both trivial and profound, rising ever upward, always reaching for more. With unwavering focus, he stared straight ahead, where the winding path led up to the summit of the hill. The slope became sharper, the challenge intensified, yet he pressed on without hesitation. His body had long ago forsaken the very notion of fatigue. In the tapestry of his life, this was the thread of his existence woven with strands of punishment and the weight of fate. In a time long past, or maybe in the echoes of many pasts, he had worn the crown of a king. His name danced on the lips of those who admired him, yet lingered in hushed tones among those who feared him. He was a master of cleverness, a weaver of schemes, a charmer who danced around the truth, a man who had played his cards so well that even the gods found themselves outmaneuvered. Yet the deities looked upon those mortals who dared to frolic within their sacred realm with disdain. For each act of trickery, for every fleeting grasp of strength, there existed a cost, and his cost had been the endless passage of time. The peak was within reach, merely a handful of steps away. Though his muscles screamed in protest, he pressed on unwaveringly. He had walked this path before, and he would tread it once more. The boulder quivered in his hands as though it were alive, struggling against the destiny that awaited it. And then, just as it always does, the moment arrived. The stone just a breath away from the summit trembled ever so slightly. It began as a gentle whisper, a barely noticeable alteration in the equilibrium of things. With a grip that tightened like a vice, his body coiled in anticipation, while his thoughts echoed a desperate plea for it to endure. Yet it slipped away like sand through fingers. As the rock lost its grip, it began to slide away. Sisyphus surged forward, his body straining against the relentless weight, yet the momentum had already taken hold. With each desperate grasp, his fingers danced over the jagged surface, slipping and faltering as the colossal boulder commenced its unstoppable plunge. Down, down it tumbled, crashing against the mountainside, stirring up plumes of dust that danced in the stillness of the air. Sisyphus kept his gaze fixed ahead, ignoring the boulder as it tumbled down the slope. He was aware of the conclusion, familiar with the way it had always unfolded. He lingered for a moment, his chest rising and falling, though not from any toil. He was enveloped in a void untouched by anger, sorrow, or even resignation. Only the unwavering certainty of what lay ahead remained. He pivoted and made his way back down the incline. The trail bore the weight of countless journeys, each imprint a whisper of the past, blending seamlessly into a tapestry of shared moments. The earth beneath him felt known, much like the echo of his own name, which had faded into the past, a ghost of a life that had slipped away. As he arrived at the bottom, the boulder sat in its familiar spot, quiet and still, patiently awaiting its next moment. With a firm grip, he set his hands upon it and gave it a determined push. Ah, the initial step, a challenge that looms larger than life itself. The stone stood firm as though it grasped the hopelessness of its ascent. Yet he forged ahead, his muscles taut, his thoughts a blank slate. He let the past slip away, for here it held no significance. The deities had ensured it was so. Upward, ever upward. The relentless heat of the underworld surrounded him, yet it no longer held the same power over him as it once did. His body had forgotten the warmth of genuine heat, as well as the soothing embrace of cool shade. All that lingered was the ache in his limbs, the sharpness of the rock against his skin, and the weight of eternity bearing down on him. And yet deep within the recesses of his mind, hidden beneath the layers of monotony, a thought remained quietly persistent. Imagine this. What if this time unfolded in a way we never expected? He understood the odds were against him, yet he pressed on with determination. The peak towered above a familiar sight, yet in this moment it seemed to drift further away than ever before. With determination etched on his face, he clenched his jaw, anchoring his feet to the earth, pushing the massive boulder ahead, step by arduous step. The atmosphere hung thick, wrapped in a hush that seemed to stretch on forever. In the stillness where the air held its breath, only the soft, haunting scrape of stone against stone broke the silence. In a world untouched by the hands of time, a realm existed where moments merely cycled endlessly, echoing the past. And yet deep within him there lingered a spirit that would not bow down. Maybe it was a spark of rebellion, or perhaps a glimmer of optimism, or just the sheer tenacity of a man who once had the audacity to challenge the divine. The boulder quivered under his fingertips. The peak was close at hand. His breath flowed steadily and calmly, even though it was unnecessary. With a determined step, he advanced, exerting his strength, and the stone gave way beneath him. It tumbled, rolling away from him, unraveling hours, days, and years of toil in a fleeting moment. He remained still, a statue against the backdrop of stillness, as the dust lay gently upon the earth and the mountain held its breath in serene silence. With a deliberate motion, he pivoted and began his descent once more. The rock stood patiently, as it always did, awaiting his arrival. His hands touched the surface, rugged and warm from the endless labor of time itself, and he pressed onward, reaching for the heights ever ascending. The trail was well trodden, a comforting presence underfoot. The peak glimmered in the distance, a tantalizing destination, forever out of reach, a dream lingering just beyond the horizon of possibility. Yet he ascended, for there was no other path, for this was his destiny, for the divine had decreed it thus. Upward, ever upward. And yet somewhere deep within, a faint echo of something long forgotten danced in his mind, a fleeting thought, a distant memory, a name waiting to be recalled. Once he had worn the crown of a king, once he had savored the sweet nectar of triumph, once he had stood boldly against the gods themselves. And though they had condemned him to this unending suffering, though they had stripped away all that he had been, there remained one thing untouched: his indomitable will. With determination, he laid his hands on the boulder and exerted all his strength to push it forward. Sisyphus grasped the stone, its rugged texture familiar beneath his fingers, the deep grooves a testament to the relentless passage of time and toil. His muscles, defying the passage of time, stood strong and unwavering, ever prepared for the relentless journey that lay ahead. He pressed his heels into the parched, crumbling ground, leaning against the great boulder, preparing himself for the well-known battle ahead. The first step was often the most challenging, yet his body was familiar with the rhythm of the motions. He had walked this path before, he would tread it again, he would continue to do so for all time. The rock stood firm at first, almost as if it were taunting him, but before long it relented, its mass shifting just enough to liberate itself from its slumbering spot. With each determined step, his feet sank into the earth, arms taut with effort, as he propelled himself onward, the boulder inching upward in a relentless climb. The slope began with a soft embrace, a false sense of ease that coaxed him into a cadence that seemed familiar, almost tolerable. Yet deep down he understood the truth. The mountain whispered to him, a constant reminder that true victory was a mirage, a deceptive game orchestrated by the gods themselves. With each careful step, he ascended, his gaze unwaveringly set on the path before him, never casting his eyes downward or glancing back. Counting his steps held no significance, nor did measuring the distance carry any weight. The peak loomed ever near, a tantalizing promise just beyond grasp. With each step, his bare feet danced through the dust, while his fingers explored the rugged terrain, and his breath flowed in a calm and rhythmic cadence. Should he permit his mind to wander, to linger on the meaninglessness of it all, the burden would grow too heavy to bear. Instead, he concentrated solely on the next push, the next moment, the next heartbeat, weaving each into the fabric of his journey. The air hung heavy, stagnant, and unyielding, devoid of wind, sun, or the twinkling stars that usually danced above. In the depths of the underworld, time stood still, a realm where growth was but a distant memory, where decay was a concept lost to the shadows, and change was a whisper carried away by the silence. In a realm where the currents of life seemed to bypass him, there stood Sisyphus, a figure caught in an eternal struggle. His burden, a task that ought to have drained his spirit, instead became the very essence of his being. Against all odds, he persisted, a testament to resilience, forever enduring the weight of his fate. Though the gods had stripped him of his kingdom, his freedom, and even his mortality, they could not extinguish his indomitable will, and so he pressed on. As the slope steepened, the weight of the rock seemed to increase, or so it felt in that moment. Though his shoulders seared and his legs throbbed, he pressed on undeterred. The burden felt known, the ache a steadfast companion that had journeyed alongside him through the ages. With determination etched on his face, he moved ahead, his teeth gritted and his eyes fixed with unyielding resolve. He was well aware of the cunning game the mountain would unfold fully, understanding the fate that awaited him as he approached the summit. He had battled against it with every ounce of determination, altering his stance, tightening his grip, perfecting his timing, and exploring every conceivable method to evade the inescapable. Yet the truth remained, inevitability was unyielding. The boulder would tumble down as it always had in the tales of old. With determination, his fingers clutched the stone as he approached the final stretch. His thoughts roared within him, urging him to remain resolute, to exert more effort, to compel the deities to recognize his rebellion. With clenched teeth, he felt his body quiver, and his breath hitched in his throat. He gazed at the summit, the spot where his journey could find its conclusion, where he could finally inhale deeply, where he could finally declare his triumph. Only one more step, only one more moment, only one more. The boulder trembled, his grip faltered, and the burden shifted just before he could respond. The stone heaved backward, pulling him down into its depths, snatching away each hard-fought moment, each flicker of triumph. The thunderous crash of cascading stones echoed across the barren expanse, rattling the earth beneath, drowning the stillness in the haunting melody of his defeat. Dust swirled into the atmosphere, wrapping around him in a ghostly embrace. He chose not to glance back at its descent, for he had witnessed that moment far too often in the past. His body lay motionless, muscles aflame, breath uneven and erratic. For a long moment he stood there, gazing at the peak, at the very place he had nearly conquered. His hands dangled by his sides, fingers curled tightly, nails encrusted with grime. He held his tongue, and his eyes remained dry. The deities were attentive, poised for the moment he would falter, yearning to hear his cries, his pleas as he crumbled under the burden of forever. Yet he refused to grant them that pleasure. His feet danced ahead of his thoughts. He turned the dust continuing to dance around him, the silence descending once again thick and hollow. The descent was a breeze, a stark contrast to the arduous ascent, yet it seemed to stretch on endlessly. The boulder rested at the base, patiently awaiting his arrival, steadfast and unyielding, oblivious to the turmoil he endured. It would remain steadfast regardless of the countless falls, regardless of the many climbs he undertook. With a measured exhale, he drew closer, extending his hands to the stone, sensing its warmth, a lingering trace of the journey it had taken to arrive here. He was aware of the journey ahead, the first thrust, the struggle against the weight, the gradual ascent, the deceptive sense of advancement, the overwhelming defeat. He was aware, and still he pressed on. The rock let out a low groan under his weight, shifting forward as if it were alive, yielding to his force. With each pulse of his muscles, he surrendered to the familiar cadence, allowing his thoughts to drift away, consumed by the relentless flow of motion and the infinite cycle of repetition. He advanced one step at a time, each footfall echoing the last, each motion reflecting the one that came before. He wandered through the shadows of his thoughts, unaware of the summit that lay ahead, untouched by the whispers of transformation, and oblivious to the possibility of an alternate conclusion. Yet hidden away in the depths of his consciousness beneath layers of enduring conflict, a faint echo of a distant memory stirred a notion, an inquiry, a glimmer of potential. He had wandered through countless lifetimes ensnared in this relentless cycle. Yet what if there lay a possibility he had yet to explore? He had bested the deities in the past. He had defied the very essence of mortality. Did his punishment have a hidden flaw? Could there be an escape from this predicament? The thought danced in his mind, yet he chose not to linger on it too long. He found himself unable to do so. The mountain remained indifferent to the whispers of hope. The deities turned a blind eye to inquiries. Once upon a time there lay a rock that yearned for a gentle nudge to set it in motion. With each step, the earth beneath him felt the weight of his journey, his limbs pushed to their limits, yet his breath flowed like a calm river. He ascended the heights. The summit lingered far away, biding its time, and the deities observed, quiet and enduring, aware that regardless of his attempts, regardless of his struggles, regardless of his contemplations, the result would eternally remain unchanged. Yet Sisyphus remained unyielding, refusing to give in. And thus he pressed onward. He pressed forward, for there was no other choice. He pressed forward, for the pressure beneath his hands was the sole anchor in a realm where the flow of time had become a mere illusion. He pressed on, for even in the face of futility, even with the understanding that this moment would vanish the instant he reached the summit, there remained a spark within him that would not yield. With meticulous care, the deities wove his fate a tapestry of torment, where each effort spiraled into despair, and every victory was swiftly snatched away, leaving only echoes of hope. Yet amidst the shadows of loss, they had granted him one treasure: his will. As long as that flickered within him, their victory was not complete, not truly. The mountain loomed ahead, its trail a tapestry woven with the imprints of many who had come before his own steps, mingling with theirs, a symphony of journeys infinite and intertwined. He could not recall the very first moment he had tread upon this path. That memory had been consumed by the endless passage of time. Yet he recalled the sensation of struggle, the way the stone had pushed back, the way his body had quaked beneath the burden, before it finally learned to bear it. He had not always realized that this would last for eternity. At some moment he must have held on to the hope that there was a conclusion, that if he exerted enough effort, ascended high enough, he would find his liberation. He found himself unable to pinpoint the moment that belief had faded away, yet it had, or so he believed. The slope became more daunting. His muscles, ever resilient, felt the weight of the challenge. With a careful adjustment of his grip, he shifted his weight, the boulder's jagged edges biting into his palms, a reminder of the challenge ahead. The stillness of the underworld enveloped him, immense and stifling. In that stillness, where the air held its breath, only the quiet scrape of stone against stone and the soft shuffle of his own feet broke the silence. In this desolate realm, crafted by the hands of the gods, he found himself ensnared in solitude, a poignant reminder of his isolation. Here no one would bear witness to his anguish, no ears to catch the echoes of his cries, should he dare to let them escape. Yet he remained silent, refusing to give them the satisfaction of a cry. As he ascended, the dust danced around him, stirred by his every step, swirling gracefully in the air, before gently returning to its resting place. The summit loomed ahead once more, the ridge of the hill where for a fleeting instant he could nearly convince himself that the journey had reached its end. With determination in his heart, he steadied his breath, clearing his mind of all distractions, focusing solely on the stone, the incline, and the exertion ahead. As the clock struck, the familiar moment arrived, just as it always had. The boulder quivered, caught in a moment of uncertainty, teetering on the brink of victory and defeat. He pressed onward, his fingers, gripping tighter, muscles aflame, every fiber of his being, battling against the unavoidable fate that loomed ahead. He yearned to trust that this time would unfold in a new way, that the burden would remain steadfast, that the deities had finally grown weary of their endless play. Yet the deities remained steadfast, their resolve unwavering, as firm and enduring as the very stone beneath our feet. With a subtle movement, the stone began to shift. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, desperately attempting to grasp it, to impose a sense of stillness upon it. Yet despite his efforts, it was already in motion, slipping through his fingers. His hand brushed against its surface, the coarse texture gnawing at his skin as it eluded his grip. It began to roll, moving with a gentle grace. He remained still, a silent witness, as it tumbled down the mountain, unraveling each moment, each step, each breath taken. The air was alive with the sound of its descent, a thunderous echo that mocked the stillness, only to vanish too soon, consumed again by the quiet of the underworld. The dust lay still, a quiet shroud over the scene. In that moment, the world embraced a profound silence, as if time itself had paused to listen. Sisyphus let out a slow breath, the tightness in his body melting away into a feeling that resembled acceptance, even though he understood it was not quite that. Had he surrendered to this destiny, had he genuinely embraced it, would the burden of his own rebellion still linger within him? He spun around. The descent was effortless, as it always had been. His feet danced along a path etched by the rhythm of his own ceaseless journey. He wandered without counting the steps or measuring the time, moving through the world with a mind as tranquil as the serene landscape that enveloped him. The deities, should they still gaze upon us, revealed no hint of their delight. He had long ago ceased his search for them in the vast empty sky. At the base of the mountain, the boulder rested just as it had for ages, poised in stillness, anticipating what might come next. It remained unscathed by its descent, unchanged, and devoid of any signs from the many times it had plummeted back to the ground. It stretched on forever, much like his existence. He arrived at it, his hands marked by battles yet unyielding, resting against its surface once again. The warmth from its descent still lingered, slowly dissipating beneath his touch. He took a deep breath, a remnant of a distant time from a form that had once craved the essence of life. The deities had stripped him of his mortal form, yet his instincts remained untouched. With a determined shove, he pressed forward. The rock stirred hesitantly at first, as if it were weighing its options, as it always did. His feet sank into the ground, his shoulders tensed, and his body swayed to the familiar cadence that resonated deep within him. The weight was known, the tug of gravity, a long-standing foe. With each careful step, he ascended his surroundings, fading away, until all that remained was the pure essence of movement, the struggle against gravity, and the unwavering spirit of determination. He understood that there was no conclusion to be found, yet he ascended regardless. In the hidden recesses of his being, a flicker of curiosity lingered. He had wandered through the endless loop of time, yet what did eternity really mean? In a twist of fate, the deities bestowed upon him a punishment from which there seemed no reprieve. Yet one must ponder, had they truly accounted for every eventuality, he had bested them. Once he had danced with death, had challenged destiny, had traversed a road no human was destined to tread. Had they really considered every detail, a fleeting notion danced in the shadows, vague and undefined. It held no significance, not at this moment. In that moment, the stone was all that existed, and thus he began his ascent. In the days of old, the heavens above Greece unfurled like a grand tapestry, painted in the soft shades of twilight as the sun gracefully sank beneath the edge of the world. The air was heavy with the fragrance of olive trees, while the distant murmur of the Aegean Sea wove together the remnants of a prophecy that had slipped through the sands of time. In the embrace of a vast sky cradled by gentle hills and majestic cliffs, a young shepherd named Callias watched over his flock. His days unfolded like a tapestry woven with the gentle hum of nature, where the leaves whispered secrets, distant birds sang their rhythmic melodies, and the soft bleating of his sheep added a comforting chorus to the serene landscape. As the night draped its velvety darkness across the sky, Callias often found himself staring up at the stars, yearning for something more than the familiar life he had always lived. As the full moon hung high in the sky, bathing the world in its silvery light, a haunting quiet enveloped the landscape, creating an atmosphere thick with anticipation. The familiar chorus of cicadas had fallen silent, and the leaves too appeared to pause in their gentle dance. Callias, feeling a strange presence, stood among his flock, his heart echoing the stillness around him. A sudden gust of wind swept through the valley, whispering a voice gentle yet persistent. Callias, it murmured his name, floating through the air like a long-lost tune. With a sudden twist, he scanned the dimly lit corners, yet discovered only silence lurking in the dark. "Who is there?" He called out, his voice unwavering, yet tinged with intrigue. A flicker of light danced in the distance. It was neither the warmth of fire nor the soft glow of the moon, but something otherworldly, something that transcended the limits of human comprehension. With careful strides, Callias moved forward, his breath coming in quick bursts, his heart racing with anticipation. As he neared, the light grew swirling like ethereal fog until it coalesced into the shape of a woman. She was a vision unlike any he had ever encountered. Her robes, crafted from the essence of the universe, sparkled with the light of countless stars. Her eyes, rich with wisdom, bore the burden of ages. "Callias," she repeated, her voice a harmonious echo of the ages. "You are chosen." "Chosen," he echoed, came the soft murmur, barely rising above a whisper. The woman reached out her hand, revealing a pendant, a small ancient medallion adorned with symbols that danced just beyond the grasp of his comprehension. "The world has turned its back on the ancient deities," she went on, "and as their light diminishes, shadows begin to creep in. You must hold them in your heart, Callias. You must awaken the slumbering gods before it is too late." He paused, his gaze fixed on the pendant, lost in thought. "I am merely a shepherd," he whispered softly. The woman's lips blossomed into a soft smile, a reminder that even the mightiest of heroes start as mere mortals. The wind howled, dancing around him, and just as he was about to voice another inquiry, the light dimmed and she vanished into the ether. The night wrapped itself in a serene embrace, leaving Callias solitary beneath the vast expanse of stars. The pendant cradled in his palm throbbed gently, a whisper of an age-old force. Before him lay a decision to remain in the comfort of his pastoral life, caring for his flock, or to venture into the mysterious beyond, pursuing a fate that beckoned him from the annals of history. Before he even had a chance to ponder, the decision was made. He slipped the pendant beneath his tunic, tightened his grip on his staff, and began his journey toward the temple ruins that awaited beyond the hills. With each step, the air thickened heavy with the weight of ancient magic long since forgotten. The ancient ruins towered ahead, their crumbling pillars and statues polished by the relentless passage of time, whispered tales of a forgotten era. In the very center of the temple, an altar awaited its cracked surface, still resonating with a latent energy. With a sense of reverence, Callias stepped forward and laid the pendant gently upon the altar. The earth shook beneath them, a chorus of whispers swirling in the atmosphere, countless and indistinct. Shadows danced and contorted, and from this dark ballet a figure arose, a man of great stature and undeniable strength, his very essence causing the air to vibrate, his gaze fierce and radiant, like liquid gold fixed intently on Callias. Who has the audacity to break the tranquility of Olympus? The deity's voice thundered, reverberating through the remnants of a forgotten world. Callias took a deep breath, his resolve unshaken. I am Callias, and I have come to wake the gods. A hush fell between them, and then the god erupted into laughter, a booming sound that echoed like thunder across the vast expanse of the heavens. Then you are either brave or a fool. Perhaps both, Callias confessed. The god's expression softened. Very well, mortal. To rouse the deities from their slumber, one must demonstrate their worthiness. The road that lay before them was fraught with peril, a series of challenges that could shatter the resolve of the mightiest warriors. I am prepared, Callias declared, his heart racing like a drum in his chest. The deity regarded him intently for what felt like an eternity before finally giving a nod of approval. Then let us begin. With a flourish of his hand, the night fractured, and Callias stood at the brink of an infinite, boundless ocean. There beneath the shimmering surface, the first trial beckoned, concealing a legendary creature, poised for its moment. With unwavering resolve and the gentle nudges of destiny at his back, Callias took a bold step into the unknown, the distant murmurs of ancient deities observing from the celestial realms. Callias took a step forward, feeling the cool, damp sand yield beneath his feet as the gentle waves caressed his ankles. The air hung heavy with salt as the aroma of the ocean intertwined with the far-off calls of gulls. With the god's presence now a mere whisper in the wind, Callias found himself standing solitary, gazing into the infinite horizon that unfolded before him. The pendant nestled against his chest began to radiate warmth once more, its steady pulse urging him onward with a gentle insistence. He stood at the edge, gazing into the depths, unaware of the mysteries that swirled below. All he knew was the whisper of a warning about a challenge that awaited him. He cast his eyes upon the water, a deep, swirling abyss full of secrets yet to be revealed. A fierce wind howled through the air, and in response the sea erupted with a thunderous roar. The waves rose, cresting with a newfound intensity, and from the abyss a presence began to awaken. The water quivered, swirling in a grand spiral, as a figure rose from its depths. Not a creature of the night, but a woman, if one could truly call her that. Her body glistened as if kissed by the ocean's embrace scales, catching the moonlight and dancing with an enchanting glow. Her long hair cascaded like tendrils of ink through the water, while her eyes, rich with understanding, fixed upon him. You have come seeking the gods, she murmured, her voice flowing like the rushing tide. Yet the deities have long forsaken this realm. Callias held her gaze steady, unflinching. Then I shall return them to where they belong. A fleeting smile danced upon her lips, yet it carried no warmth within its embrace. Your words carry a weight that is uncommon for one of your kind. With a graceful flourish, she reached out a long, webbed hand, her fingers sparkling with pearls that shimmered like distant stars in the night sky. Yet in this place, words hold little weight. To rouse the slumbering souls of the past, one must first demonstrate their worthiness to capture their gaze. Callias nodded, his fingers curling firmly around his staff, a silent promise of the tale yet to unfold. Share with me the path I should take. The sea witch inclined her head, pondering his presence. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the waters surged forth, wrapping around him like a shimmering embrace. Deep in the ocean's embrace, a mysterious being lingers in anticipation, a keeper of the abyss ensnared by a spell as old as the deities that roam the heavens. Release it, and you shall have conquered the initial challenge. Callias took a deep breath, his throat tightening as he prepared for what lay ahead. What is the way to liberate it? Her expression turned shadowy. One must tread the path that the deities themselves would shy away from. One must embrace the virtue of mercy. With that, she transformed into water, her essence flowing back into the sea, leaving Callias standing solitary once again. The waves danced at his feet, inviting him to take a step closer. With a deep breath filling his lungs, he ventured forth into the water. The chill bit into his flesh, yet he forged ahead, plunging further and further until the ocean enveloped him entirely. In the depths below, an expansive and hushed world awaited, filled with remnants of the past and ethereal silhouettes that danced in the stillness. In the depths, schools of silverfish flitted gracefully, their shimmering scales, reflecting the faint light that trickled down from above. As he descended further, the silence enveloped him like a thick fog, constricting his ears and weighing heavily on his chest. In that moment, his gaze fell upon it, a colossal being bound to the depths of the sea. Its shape was like that of a serpent winding in upon itself, its scales worn and faded by the passage of time. Its eyes, once ablaze with fury, now reflected a deep weariness, burdened by the weight of countless centuries, resting heavily upon its broad shoulders. This was not just a mindless creature. Once upon a time there existed a creature of legend, a being that had roamed the earth with wild abandon until the gods in their wisdom decided it was too dangerous, too unpredictable to be left free, and thus they had secured it, allowing it to fade away in the depths. The pendant resting against Callias' chest throbbed with a rhythmic pulse once again. With a deliberate motion, he extended his hand toward the chains, letting his fingers glide over the frigid iron, feeling its weight in history beneath his touch. Upon them were etched symbols, celestial in essence, shimmering softly despite the passage of ages. "I shall set you free," he murmured softly. The creature's eye darted in his direction, observing, poised in anticipation. With a determined set to his jaw, Callias steeled himself for what lay ahead. Though he possessed neither divine strength nor celestial power, fate had deemed him worthy of a remarkable destiny, and surely that held a deeper significance. With determination coursing through him, he seized the first chain and yanked it with all his strength. A jolt coursed through him, burning fiercely as if the very deities were still in defiance. Yet he held on tight. The agony surged through his limbs, yet he summoned all his strength, pulling once more harder with every ounce of his essence. A crack sliced through the water, echoing like the rumble of distant thunder. With a resounding crack, the first chain broke apart. The creature roused, raising its colossal head as the burden upon it began to fade. With a spark of determination, Callias extended his hand toward the next chain. Though his vision wavered and his arms cried out in agony, he pressed on undeterred. One by one, the bindings unraveled, releasing their hold. As the last chain broke free, the sea shuddered with a deep, resonant pulse. A power unlike any Callias had ever experienced flowed through the water, emanating from the liberated being. For a long moment they remained still, caught in the silence of the unfolding tale. The creature looked upon him, its golden eyes shimmering with a depth of ancient wisdom, a hint of gratitude lingering within their depths. In that moment it turned silently, slipping away into the shadows, lost to the depths of the abyss, where even the gods could not follow. The stillness that ensued was immense, and then a voice, soft yet commanding, enveloped Callias like the very waves of the ocean. "You have achieved what even the gods could not, and in doing so, you have captured their attention." A powerful current enveloped him, lifting him toward the surface. In an instant, he found himself elevated, cradled by mysterious forces, until at last his head emerged above the water once again. With a sharp intake of breath, he struggled for air, his eyes fluttering open to the shimmering glow of the moonlight. Once more the sea witch appeared before him, her face a mask of mystery. She pondered, "You stand apart from the rest. Perhaps a glimmer of hope remains on the horizon." Callias took a moment to gather his composure, his breath coming in quick bursts, yet his resolve remained unyielding. Did that stir them from their slumber? After a prolonged gaze, she finally shook her head, as if the weight of her thoughts hung in the air between them. Numerical value. Ah, but this marks the dawn of something new. The water below her danced and swayed, a living tapestry of movement. Venture forth, for your next challenge beckons. The waves surged once more, and Callias sensed a force drawing him in, not by water, but by an unseen presence, something steeped in ancient mystery. As the world swirled in a haze, he found himself caught off guard, and just like that, the sea vanished from sight. As his vision sharpened, he found himself no longer upon the shore. The aroma of salt and brine had faded away, giving way to the invigorating chill of the mountain air. Rugged mountains towered above their summits, shrouded in a veil of fog. Underneath his feet lay a rugged expanse of stone, fractured and unpredictable. Before him, in a hush that spoke volumes, stood a figure adorned in armor that glimmered with the brilliance of the morning sun. With a helm shrouding their features, they stood resolute, an unmistakable aura surrounding them, a champion forged in the fires of divinity. Callias took a deep breath, his fingers curling firmly around the staff. The initial challenge had been conquered, and now the next one was just unfolding. Callias found himself momentarily still, his breath weaving delicate tendrils in the crisp mountain air. The warrior before him stood motionless, resembling a statue hewn from divine metal, their gleaming armor shimmering softly under the gentle glow of the moonlight. The wind whispered through the peaks, laden with the echoes of an ancient presence, a watchful gaze lingering in the shadows. In that moment, the warrior sprang into action, a swift flash of silver and steel. In the blink of an eye, they bridged the gap, unleashing their strikes with the swiftness of a lightning flash. Callias scarcely had a moment to lift his staff before the initial strike struck him, the overwhelming impact causing him to reel back unsteadily. As he traversed the rugged terrain, his feet whispered against the rocky ground, sending loose pebbles cascading over the cliff's edge. The warrior pressed on, unwavering in his resolve. With another strike, it was as if time paused, precise and effortless, a moment etched in the air. With a swift movement, Callias narrowly evaded the danger, his heart racing wildly within his chest. He had faced many foes, wolves lurking in the hills, thieves lurking in the bustling markets. Yet nothing had ever moved with such grace. Nothing had ever borne the heavy essence of divinity in its blade. The warrior's sword danced through the air, descending with a graceful yet deadly precision. In a heartbeat, Callias spun aside, narrowly escaping the lethal strike, yet the blade grazed his tunic, tearing the fabric with a whisper of danger. A cautionary thought lingered in his mind. He had to ponder deeply to seek out a chance to act. The pendant nestled against his chest radiated a comforting warmth, its steady pulse echoing the reasons for his presence, urging him to remain steadfast and not succumb. He took a moment to calm his breath, observing intently. The warrior moved in a graceful arc, every step calculated and intentional. In their every action, there was a calm resolve, a steadfast commitment, devoid of anger or doubt, simply the weight of responsibility guiding them forward. Then Callias beheld it, a transformation unfolding. In a fleeting instant, their posture revealed a vulnerability. When the next blow came, Callias stood his ground. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself ahead. His staff clashed with their blade, the force echoing through his very bones, yet he stood firm, unyielding. With a deft twist of his weapon, he pushed upward, compelling their grip to yield. The warrior paused, if only for a fleeting moment, yet that brief hesitation was all it took. With a deft pivot, Callias shifted his weight and delivered a low strike. The warrior wavered in his stance. In a fleeting moment, Callias caught a glimpse beneath the helm, a face that seemed to transcend time, with eyes shimmering like molten bronze, and a scar elegantly tracing the curve of their cheek. And just like that, the moment slipped away. With a swift motion, the warrior sprang back, their blade poised high once again. Yet a shift had occurred. They had lost that once unyielding momentum. There lingered an intriguing essence, a spark of curiosity, a challenge not of might but of the very soul. Callias stood tall, his breath coming in heavy gasps, every muscle in his body protesting with fatigue. "Pray tell, who might you be?" he insisted. The warrior inclined their head, a gesture steeped in contemplation. "I am a figure who rises in the wake of divine missteps." With a voice that flowed like a gentle stream, they spoke with a calm certainty. "I was tasked with assessing your value." Callias brushed the sweat from his brow, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. "So tell me, did I make the cut?" The warrior eased their grip on the blade, allowing it to dip just a fraction. "Your journey has not yet met with defeat." And so they gracefully moved aside. As they moved forward, the air danced with a shimmering light, and the mist gracefully parted, to unveil an archway intricately carved into the ancient stone of the mountain. A pathway lay ahead, winding its way downwards, leading into the very depths of the earth. Callias paused, caught in a moment of uncertainty. Here we were embarking on yet another journey, facing yet another challenge. The warrior remained silent, a watchful guardian, as he ventured forth into the mysterious embrace of the unknown. As he stepped over the threshold, a palpable change enveloped him, as if the very atmosphere had come alive. The biting mountain wind faded away. With a sudden hush, the sky vanished from view. As the light faded, shadows enveloped everything around, swallowing the world whole. It was not the soothing kind of darkness, nor the gentle caress of night. Rather, it was something immense and timeless, a darkness that stretched infinitely without either a start or a finish. Then came the whispers, a chorus of voices countless and overlapping each one, weaving a tapestry of words that Callias could not decipher. The sound enveloped the air, embracing him like invisible hands caressing his skin, stirring his thoughts. A whisper of movement echoed through the emptiness. A figure, no, a presence began to emerge from the shadows. Neither flesh nor bone, but something ancient, a swirling mass of shadows, a shape that never found rest, with eyes that glowed like embers in the depths of darkness. Before Callias stood a presence that defied description, yet he felt deep within that he had crossed into a domain untouched by the hands of mortals. The murmurs intensified, intertwining, crafting a tapestry of meaning that at last revealed its clarity. In your quest, you pursue what has slipped through the cracks of memory. With a heavy swallow, Callias nodded in agreement. Indeed. Ah, the desire to rouse them from their slumber stirs within you. A subtle acknowledgement. A shadow drew near, its presence unmistakable. Then share with me, dear one. What compels them to come back? The question lingered in the silence, weaving its way into his thoughts, insisting on a response. Callias pondered the deities, their once magnificent temples, now left to the whispers of time, their names lingering only in ancient tales, their might diminishing with every fleeting era. Yet his mind wandered to the vastness of the world, to the pain, the conflicts, and the void that remained when the divine chose to look elsewhere. In hushed tones, he recounted how they were revered. They inspired both dread and a sense of necessity. The figure stood in silence, biding its time. Callias tightened his grip, his fists balling up with determination. We find ourselves adrift in their absence, he continued, his voice gaining strength. In a time of chaos, the fabric of our existence begins to fray, and harmony slips through our fingers. If they do not return, all will crumble into chaos. A quiet expanse unfolds in the emptiness, and then the sound of laughter filled the air. Neither cruel nor mocking, yet resonating with a profound depth. With a hint of amusement, perhaps. Do you believe they will come to your rescue? The shadows danced and swirled around him, weaving an intricate tale of mystery. The deities you envision are not as you think. They do not stir to life merely at your request. The presence drew nearer, and for the first time a chill of fear began to slither beneath Callias's skin. Do you desire to rouse them from their slumber? Then you must journey onward, plunging into the depths. A powerful wave enveloped him, the shadows twisting and curling like an ominous tide. Seek out those who have stumbled along the way. A sudden invisible force struck him, sending the world into a dizzying whirl. The final sound that reached him before the world dissolved was a solitary whisper, winding its way like tendrils of smoke into his ear. Seek them out before the sands of time slip away. And then a hush fell over the scene. And so the world transformed yet again. The stillness lingered as if time itself had paused, enveloping everything in a heavy hush. The darkness enveloped Callias, heavy and stifling, as if it were a living entity seeking to consume him whole. Yet it was far from empty. It throbbed with a vibrant energy, as if the essence of existence itself was swirling and transforming in his presence. And just like that, it broke apart. A sudden gust of wind surged into his lungs as he plummeted through the air. No, not falling, but rather being drawn through the infinite abyss. His senses danced in a haze, light and shadow weaving together in a wild tapestry, until with a sudden jolt, he found himself firmly planted on solid ground. In a realm transformed, everything felt anew. The mountains had vanished, the ruins faded away, and the sea was no more. Instead, he found himself in a timeless realm, a sanctuary where the echoes of the past lingered in the air. Great monolithic statues, half buried in the earth, stood around him watching like silent guardians of an ancient tale. The air was thick with a sensation he had never encountered, neither celestial nor earthly, but a curious blend of both. And then he beheld them, shadowy forms faintly discernible at first, awakening from the depths of their dreams. From the depths of the earth they emerged, their shapes cloaked in dust and shadow. From the depths of the stone figures began to rise their eyes, shimmering with a newfound brilliance, as they inhaled the air for the first time in ages, the long-lost souls of the past. The deities who had succumbed to the passage of time inscribed their names upon the annals of history. All eyes were fixed on him, their faces a mystery, their aura commanding. Callias sensed the heavy burden of their scrutiny, the vastness of his actions looming over him. He had rescued them from the depths, rousing them from their eternal slumber. And now he stood at the threshold, ready to confront them. As the first of the gods emerged, their voice resonated with the weight of ages, rich with both intrigue and caution. "Ah, you have summoned us once more, dear mortal." The onlookers stood in hushed anticipation, their energy crackling in the atmosphere, as if a tempest was poised to unleash its fury. "Now share with us, what will you create with what you have brought to life?" With a deep breath, Callias steadied himself, preparing for what lay ahead. He had journeyed to this point. There was no way to retreat at this moment. With the gods stirring from their slumber, a new chapter in the world's tale was about to unfold, forever altering its course. The waves caressed the shore, rolling softly, as if they were waiting for the footsteps that would soon grace the sands. Behold the sun, a magnificent golden chariot pulled across the vast expanse of the sky by none other than Helios himself, painted long shimmering streaks of light upon the boundless waters. And there at the very brink of a realm where mortals and deities meet stood Icarus, a figure poised between two worlds. The boy's hair, tousled by the playful sea breeze, mirrored the wild dreams that danced in his heart. Behind him, his father Daedalus labored with unwavering dedication, adding the last intricate details to a masterpiece that challenged the very laws of nature. Wings fashioned from fragile feathers held together by wax, intertwined with the brilliance of a mind graced by Athena, yet weighed down by destiny. "Do not fly too high," Daedalus had cautioned, his voice steady, yet tinged with an unspoken weight, a profound understanding that lingered in the air. As the day unfolds, the sun's warm embrace will gently soften the wax, transforming it under its radiant gaze. "Not too low, for the sea shall take you." Icarus nodded, his eyes not fixed on the wings or his father, but rather on the sky, an endless expanse that defied confinement, ownership, or control. It beckoned to him not as a caution, but as a vow. The murmur of the divine did not bring warnings, but rather lured with sweet seduction. As the moment arrived, the wings were secured, and for the first time the burdens of the world slipped away from his shoulders. His feet, long familiar with the weight of stone, soared from the ground, and in that fleeting instant, gravity let him go. The initial rhythms wavered, delicate, as a young fawn discovering its footing, then gaining confidence, a second pulse followed by a third, until the breeze embraced him, elevating him further, swifter, into the beyond. The world beneath diminished, the maze, the barriers that had once held them captive, reduced to mere designs of winding routes, unable to restrain him any longer. Daedalus glided alongside him, each movement deliberate and precise, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his son. "Ah, but Icarus, dear Icarus." His laughter danced with the wind, free from the weight of fear, unshackled by restraint. As he ascended higher, the wind transformed from a foe into a warm embrace, a lover's gentle touch propelling him forward. The sun, once perceived as an adversary, now revealed itself as a guiding light, the divine gaze from above the radiant throne of Olympus, casting its golden glow upon him. Below, Daedalus called out, his voice a whisper carried away by the currents, a fragile thread coming undone, unraveling into the depths. Icarus, lost in his own world, either did not hear the warnings or had chosen to disregard them entirely. He ascended, soaring ever higher with a speed that quickened the heart. The light ignited, gradually beginning as a warmth that caressed his skin, reminiscent of the comforting embrace of a nearby hearth. Then the warmth began to shift, transforming into a sense of discomfort. The wax, once steadfast, yielded to the warm, radiant gaze of the Titan. A solitary feather quivered for a moment, then floated away, carried off by the whispering wind. One more, and then yet another. Yet he ascended. A final gust embraced his wings, and in that moment a heartbeat, just one ephemeral heartbeat, hung in the air. He was not merely a boy, he was a being of the heavens, ethereal and celestial, floating with an otherworldly grace. And so the wings faltered. In that fleeting instant, panic was a luxury none could afford. There was only the descent, a silent surrender to gravity's embrace. The very air that once buoyed him now became his adversary, howling past his ears, a cacophony of cruelty and deafening force. The sea, once a mere whisper on the horizon, surged forth to embrace him, steadfast and unrelenting, like ancient rock. His father's voice, once a mere whisper in the distance, pierced through the howling wind, yet the gods remain unmoved by the sorrows of mortals. The ocean beckoned, a vast expanse of blue embracing him in its depths. And then silence fell. Yet in another realm, far from the grasp of human perception, an unseen force began to awaken. In the shadowy depths, where the sun's rays could not reach, a whisper of movement stirred the waters. In the shadows of time, a presence lingered, veiled in the mists of memory. A spirit had descended, yet remained unclaimed by darkness. In the embrace of shadows he found companionship. Shadows danced gentle as silk upon his skin, their caress neither harsh nor tender. The deities had forsaken their gaze, yet the ocean remained steadfast. A voice flowing like the gentle waves whispered through the depths of the void. Not just yet. His lungs ached with fire, yet the air eluded him. The world bore down upon him a heavy burden, yet there were gentle hands, invisible yet steadfast, that cradled him in the depths, keeping him safe. The sea, a silent guardian, held its breath and shared its mysteries in a language that transcended mere speech. From the shadows, a figure began to take shape, a presence twisting in the darkness, neither human nor divine, but something far more ancient. A woman, her hair flowing like seagrass, her gaze deep and mysterious as the ocean's depths. A nereid born of the ocean's embrace, a whisper of the waves, a spirit dancing with the tides. She observed him closely, this young lad who had ventured past his limits, who had bravely sought to embrace the heavens. A glimmer of amusement danced upon her lips, followed by a wave of pity, and then an enigmatic shift in her expression. With a breathless sigh, she leaned in her fingers, gliding over the boundary where human desire intertwined with the reckless dreams of greatness. And then the sea quivered with a mysterious energy, a rhythm, a life force stirring beneath the surface. From the depths, a tremor echoed, and the waters began to swirl anew. The surface high above started to shimmer, and then his eyes fluttered open, not gazing at the sky, nor resting upon the land, but immersed in the depths below. A breath caught in his throat, yet he remained afloat. His lungs, once ablaze with pain, now felt a soothing calm. His limbs, once burdened, glided effortlessly through the water. He lingered in a state between life and oblivion, transformed, yet still breathing. The Nereid tilted her head, observing with keen interest. "Do you long to ascend once more?" she inquired, her voice resonating like the gentle whisper of a far-off sea. Icarus opened his mouth, but the words slipped away like sand through his fingers. Did he truly? The sky had forsaken him. Though the realm of men had cast him aside, the sea had embraced him in its depths. As his fingers curled, a gradual understanding washed over him, enveloping him, like the gentle currents that embraced his being. He had tumbled into darkness, yet in this embrace of the void he discovered his liberation. And thus he chose to remain silent. He descended further into the depths while the ocean's melody echoed around him. The sea held Icarus gently, its touch a balance of warmth and chill, neither harsh nor gentle. It existed as a boundless chasm extending far beyond the reaches of thought and the echoes of memory. His body floated light as a secret, his breath calm, even though he ought to be silent forever. Above the realm of mortals, life continued its dance. The sky lay pristine. The sun journeyed on its timeless path, and Daedalus, accompanied only by the memory of his father, glided toward a far-off land. Did he cast a glance behind him? Was he aware that the sea had claimed his son, yet allowed him to linger in a realm between life and death? Icarus was unaware, and for the first time he felt no concern. The Nereid drifted before him, her eyes holding the weight of ages, her form undulating with the rhythm of the sea, a spectral presence barely taking shape. She pondered, her voice dancing like a gentle breeze. "You are unlike the others who stumble. Many descend into the dark depths, their eyes filled with terror, their bodies surrendered to the insatiable hunger of the abyss. But you, she extended her hand lightly, grazing his bare shoulder with her fingertips. A shiver coursed through him, not from the chill of the air, for warmth enveloped him, but from a stirring within something profound and mysterious. A mystery yet to be unveiled. You draw in air from places that are forbidden, she continued. In a realm where hearts are strangers, yours pulses with a rhythm all its own. Pray tell, dear wanderer, do you yearn for a return to the light? The question hung in the air, a shimmering pearl ensnared in a delicate web. Come back to what end had the sky turned against him? In that land he had once been a captive long before his wings ever soared into the sky. With a deliberate motion, he gently shook his head as if pondering the weight of unspoken thoughts. Absolutely not. A smile gentle as the arc of a far-off wave graced the Nereid's lips. And so you shall join our journey. With a silent grace, she pivoted, her silhouette fading into the shadows like vapor over a still lake, and he, compelled by an unseen force, trailed behind her. The ocean unfurled before him, immense and mysterious, yet he faced it with unwavering resolve. His limbs danced with a familiarity that felt timeless, his lungs embracing a substance that defied definition, a breath that transcended the ordinary. He glided through the water not with struggle but with an innate grace, as though the ocean had been his long-lost companion, patiently anticipating his return. In the dim light, forms danced in the shadows, neither human nor divine, but beings from the abyss, smooth and flowing, covered in scales and devoid of shape, shimmering like fleeting dreams upon the water's surface. In the depths of the shadows, eyes gleamed with a captivating intensity, some filled with intrigue, others with a ravenous desire, yet none dared to draw near, for he was not a prize to be seized. As the Nereid guided him further into the depths, the final glimmers of sunlight dissolved into the azure, and the water enveloped them in a profound hush. Then from the shadows a city emerged before him. It was a realm beyond the wildest imaginations of those who dwelled above. Columns of coral reached for the hidden sky, their surfaces teeming with shimmering fish that flitted about like dancing flames. In the heart of the ancient realm, archways of luminous stone glimmered, softly bathed in the ethereal glow of unseen moons. Their edges intricately carved with symbols that time had long since obscured, whispered tales of a forgotten past echoing through the ages. Majestic spires, crafted from the remnants of long-forgotten leviathans, spiraled skyward like the slumbering teeth of deities. Ikra came to a halt, his breath hitching in his throat. This was not a mere ruin. It thrummed with life. The Nereid faced him, a spark of mischief dancing in her sea-glass eyes. "Welcome to the city that lies hidden beneath the tides," she whispered, her voice weaving a tapestry of intrigue. "Greetings, traveler, to the land of Nerethus." The name danced lightly on the breeze, a melody sung by the very waves of the sea. It wound its way through his mind, coiling around his ribs like a hidden wave. A flicker of something deep inside him awakened. This place, it beckoned to him. The Nereid called to him, and he ventured forth, crossing through the majestic gates of Nerethus, moving beneath arches adorned with pearls the size of a man's fist. Shadows glided through the streets, beings of both man and woman, yet not entirely of either. Their skin glistened like the scales of a fish, while their hair floated gracefully interlaced with threads of silver and jade. Some possessed gills at their throats, while others showcased webbed fingers, their forms gliding gracefully as they navigated the water with effortless fluidity. They cast a fleeting look in his direction, their faces a tapestry of mystery. Whispers floated through the air, while others stood by, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. "You are the first of your kind to tread upon these ancient halls," the Nereid proclaimed, guiding him onward. "It has been ages since someone from the heavens has graced this place with their presence." "What prompts such a question?" Icarus inquired, his voice sounding peculiar even to himself. With a moment of stillness, the Nereid took a breath before she spoke. "For the sea is a stern keeper of its secrets, offering no easy reprieve." They paused before a grand edifice, its surfaces adorned with tales that eluded his comprehension. A grand palace, but also a sacred temple, a majestic throne, a realm where deities and humans once converged in an era long forgotten. At the entrance stood a figure towering above the rest, his presence heavy and profound, like the ocean's depths. His skin shimmered with the deep blue of the abyss, while his hair flowed like a cascade of kelp and foam. Eyes gleamed like polished obsidian as they locked onto Icarus's gaze, and a voice deep and resonant as the ocean's tide rolled through the air. "You are the lad who tumbled," the figure proclaimed. Icarus took a deep breath, his heart racing with anticipation. Indeed. The figure cast a gaze upon him, their expression a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Then with the deliberate rhythm of the waves, he began to speak, "And now you shall ascend." Icarus found himself before the imposing figure, the ocean's weight enveloping him, not through sheer force, but through an undeniable presence. The creature's gaze was devoid of hostility or kindness, instead revealing a profound, unyielding essence of the ages, a witness to the ascension and decline of civilizations long before humanity learned to carve the earth. "You shall rise," the figure had proclaimed. Ah, but what could that possibly signify? The Nereid lingered beside Icarus, a quiet sentinel, her gaze steady and observant. The waters danced around them as the city pulsed with a hidden melody, alive and vibrant. The figures of Nereithes lingered at the temple's entrance, their glowing eyes intently observing the landborn who had stumbled into their realm. Icarus locked eyes with the figure and discovered his voice. "Pray tell, who might you be?" The deep blue gazed at him for a moment, contemplating before responding. "In the realm of shadows I am known as Thaler, the keeper of the abyss, the steadfast guardian of Nereithis." His words cascaded through the water, more a sensation than a sound, echoing deep within Icarus's very bones. "And you born of the earth are a riddle that the ocean has yet to unravel." Icarus frowned. "What is it that you wish to ask?" Thaler advanced his very essence, compelling the water to dance and flow in response to his movement. "The sky turned its back on you, the earth would have abandoned you to your fate, yet the sea in its boundless wisdom embraced you and welcomed you into its depths." He inclined his head ever so slightly. "The ocean, with its vast depths and ancient wisdom, does not make such choices lightly." The words hung in the air, enveloping Icarus like a gentle wave rolling in to kiss the sand. He had not pleaded with the sea for salvation. He had merely succumbed, anticipating nothing but the embrace of oblivion. And yet he stood here complete unscathed by the grasp of death, inhaling a world that ought to have choked him. "You ought not to be," Thaler pressed on, "and yet here you are." Icarus took a deep breath and swallowed hard. What could that signify? "It signifies," Thaler remarked, his expression, "a mystery that the sea has taken you, and now the choice lies before you. Will you take it back?" At long last, the Nereid who had remained quiet until this moment found her voice. "He is still in the dark. Indeed he shall," Thaler responded. With a swift motion, he beckoned Icarus to come along. "Gather round." Icarus paused, caught in a moment of uncertainty. He had already ventured into the depths alongside the Nereid, crossing a threshold from which there was no return. Yet an undeniable force within him beckoned him onward, a pull that eclipsed both fear and reason. And so he began his journey, taking one step after another. The temple enveloped them in a profound hush, its expansive halls resonating with the echoes of ancient tides that had long since receded. Walls sculpted from mother of pearl glimmered softly in the twilight, adorned with symbols that danced as if they were alive. As they journeyed forth, they encountered towering columns of obsidian stone, each intricately carved to depict a figure, some resembling humans, others monstrous, and some caught in the haunting liminality between the two. As Icarus glided through the air, their eyes remained fixed upon him, unwavering and timeless. He refrained from inquiring about their nature. He found himself hesitating, uncertain if the truth was something he truly wished to uncover. Finally, they arrived at the very core of the temple, a grand chamber where the ceiling seemed to dissolve into the infinite darkness above. At its center lay a massive pool, a deep expanse of water, darker than the deepest abyss. It remained still, untouched by the world around it. It felt like it was not water at all, but rather something else, something poised in anticipation. Thaler approached the precipice and pivoted to meet Icarus's gaze. Here lies the curtain of the abyss, the boundary that separates the present from the past, the realm of the living from the everlasting. Icarus gazed intently at the tranquil surface of the water. "What is it that you wish for me to undertake?" Thaler's voice flowed with a soothing calmness. "Come on in." A chilling heaviness took root in Icarus's chest. "What if I choose not to?" Thaler observed him intently. Thus you persist in your current state, a creature of the earth adrift in a realm that was never intended for your kind, a wanderer ensnared by the currents, forever unanchored to the land or the abyss. Icarus sensed the words pierce through him. He envisioned his father soaring toward a realm where Icarus had faded into myth. He reminisced about the sky, once vast and radiant, now a mere memory fading into the distance. He reminisced about the sea, how it had embraced him, how it had murmured secrets to him in the shadows. And then, in a moment of quiet resolve, he stepped forward. The water remained still unyielding as it quietly embraced him, drawing him in without a sound. As his foot made contact with the surface, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift and sway. The chamber dissolved into nothingness. The city slipped away into the shadows, leaving only the vastness of the deep, followed by a brilliant light. Neither the golden radiance of the sun nor the pale glow of the moon. This was unlike anything before, a luminous presence without origin, dancing, twirling, enveloping him, and flowing through him simultaneously. He inhaled sharply, yet no air filled his lungs. He extended his hands, yet they felt as if they were made of air lacking substance. His form, oh, it was transforming. The whispers emerged, soft voices caressing the fringes of his consciousness, timeless and shapeless, devoid of both kindness and malice. He has stumbled, he has been captured, and now a choice lies before him. A tremor coursed through him. The murmurs were not mere sounds. They were the very essence of the sea, speaking in its own ancient language. The light danced and twirled, and from its embrace, shadows started to emerge, forming into something more tangible. Visages and forms swept along the flowing tides of time, some familiar from the ancient engravings in the temple, while others remained a mystery to him. In a world where a woman possessed eyes that shimmered like molten gold, a man stood with skin as dark as the midnight sky, his body adorned with silver scars that told tales of battles fought. Nearby, a child danced, her hair flowing like strands of ink, her smile hinting at a mystery that felt almost otherworldly. They encircled him, eyes fixed, anticipation hanging in the air. Then the woman with the golden eyes stepped forward. "You were not meant to rise," she whispered, her voice like the soft caress of a distant tide. "And yet here you are, fallen into our hands. Speak to me, Icarus." With a gentle touch, she extended her hand, her fingers softly brushing against his forehead. "What will you transform into?" Icarus parted his lips, ready to share his thoughts. Yet the vastness of the deep consumed his words before they could take flight. The water swirled around him, neither pulling him under nor causing him pain, but transforming him, and in that instant clarity washed over him. This was neither a punishment nor a salvation. It was a transformation into something new. The light danced around Icarus, swirling, enveloping, transforming. The murmurs of the abyss faded gently, blending into the flowing waters, until only stillness lingered in the air. The woman with golden eyes stood before him, her face a mask of mystery, as if she were poised for him to grasp a truth that was already unfolding. And then the pain arrived, not the sharp, searing agony of flesh tearing, nor the cruel burn of the sun's betrayal. This was unlike anything before, a tugging, a remolding, as if the ocean itself was weaving its essence into his very being. His limbs became feather-light, floating effortlessly, and his breath slipped away no longer under his command. He raised his hands, or what had once been hands, and discovered that his skin glimmered, undulating, like the scales of a fish flowing with a silver-blue radiance. His fingers, once awkward in the water, now danced with elegance, weaving together like the fine threads of a net shaped by the sea's gentle embrace. His chest, which had once risen and fallen in a desperate dance for air, now lay still, free from the need to gasp, liberated from the longing for the breath of the sky. He had transformed into a being of this place, a creature that truly belonged among its shadows and whispers. The woman with golden eyes observed her look, keen with understanding. "Ah, I see you have grasped the essence of it, have not you?" She spoke with a gentle cadence. Icarus raised his eyes to meet hers, a silence enveloping them, for words were unnecessary. With a gentle curve of her lips, she smiled. "Destined to remain grounded, the heavens were never your calling." He sensed the weight of the truth nestled deep inside him, a force that had quietly beckoned him even in moments of unawareness. The skies had scorched his spirit, the earth had turned its back on him, yet the ocean, oh, the ocean had embraced him, and it would hold him forever in its depths. As the water danced behind him, the figures of Nereus stepped forth from the shadows, their gazes upon him not filled with caution, but rather with an inviting warmth. He had shed the skin of an outsider, leaving behind the shadows of a boy who had stumbled from grace. Now he stood among them, embraced by their fold. Thala advanced his deep blue eyes, locking onto Icarus, carrying the profound depth of the abyss within their gaze. Arise, he commanded, his voice a whisper, yet powerful, echoing like the relentless waves. Awaken anew, emerging from the depths of the sea. Icarus turned, his body flowing with a newfound elegance that felt almost otherworldly. He soared through the air without the need for wings. Once upon a time, there was a moment that sparked a flame of rebellion. Prometheus, the clever titan, whose intellect burned bright like the flame he adored, gazed upon humanity with a warmth that was rare for one of his kind. On the lofty heights of Olympus, the gods had chosen to withhold the sacred fire, casting mortals into a chilling embrace of cold and shadow. Yet Prometheus, the cunning one, could not stand idly by and watch such injustice unfold. He ascended to the lofty peaks of Olympus, where the everlasting flame flickered with brilliance, and with a mix of daring and caution, he deftly took it for himself. When the flame was bestowed upon humanity, it was not merely warmth that was granted, it was wisdom advancement, the very essence of civilization ignited. They stood tall, no longer hiding in the shadows, no longer subject to the whims of the elements. With hands skilled and hearts determined, they shaped their destiny, weaving together the threads of their own story. Yet the deities, those vigilant and haughty beings, perceived this as a slight. Zeus, the mighty ruler of Olympus, whose fury stretched across the heavens, would not let such insolence pass without retribution. Thus a scheme began to unfold, not aimed at reclaiming what had been taken, but rather to offer something in exchange, something irresistible, something that would ultimately lead to humanity's downfall. He summoned Hephaestus, the celestial artisan, the master of creation, to forge a being unparalleled in existence. A woman molded with divine perfection, endowed with a beauty that captivated both mortals and immortals alike. Her form was divine, her presence enchanting, yet it was not merely her appearance that held the magic. It was the treasure that resided within her soul. Every god gifted her a treasure, a distinct and extraordinary offering. Athena bestowed her wisdom, sharing the profound knowledge of the world in its intricate ways. With a touch of divine grace, Aphrodite bestowed upon her a beauty and charm so captivating that it could sway even the most steadfast hearts. Hermes, the clever messenger, infused her with the gift of speech, the power of persuasion, and the skill to spin words like a delicate tapestry. Hera bestowed upon her a boundless curiosity, an unquenchable thirst that could never be fully satisfied. And thus, from the depths of creation, Pandora emerged into the world. She came into being not from a place of malice, nor was she fashioned with cruelty as her foundation. She was a treasure, a marvel, a blend of the celestial and the earthly, and deep within her essence, she bore the strength of the divine. As she stepped down into the world of mortals, a sense of wonder enveloped the air around her. Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus, gazed upon her with eyes full of admiration and a heart brimming with desire. Despite the wise counsel of Prometheus, who had foreseen the dangers, Epimetheus found himself unable to turn away from the allure of Zeus's gifts. She was a vision of perfection, a marvel beyond compare, and so he opened his home and his heart to her embrace. Yet there was one more treasure she held close, a box modest and unassuming, appearing plain at first glance, but brimming with the promise of all that lay ahead. The gods had bestowed it upon her, warning that it was not to be opened, a precious gift meant to be cherished, safeguarded, and left undisturbed. Yet the flame of curiosity within her flickered relentlessly, refusing to be extinguished. As the days unfolded, Pandora wandered among mortals, savoring the world in ways that even the divine could only dream of. As she strolled through the golden fields, the sun embraced her with its warmth, and the joyous laughter of children danced in the air around her. Yet despite her efforts to dismiss it, the box beckoned to her, a soft murmur in the shadows, a mystery lingering in the air. What secrets awaited within? Could it be yet another blessing from the divine? Could it be wisdom, hidden truths, or something extraordinary that defies all imagination? In the quiet of the night, she cradled it gently, her fingers gliding over its surface, exploring the delicate grooves and markings as if they were whispers from the divine. Ah, the allure of a fleeting glance, a mere heartbeat in time. What mischief could possibly arise from such a simple act? And so on that fateful evening, with the stars twinkling above, and the world wrapped in silence, she found herself unable to resist any longer. With fingers that quivered in anticipation, she gently raised the lid. The stillness that ensued was not one of tranquility, but rather a suspended breath, as if something primordial was stirring from its slumber. And then, with a fierce intensity, the wind began to howl. A power unlike any she had ever encountered erupted from the bricks, swirling and twisting, shrieking into the night air. Shadows danced through the air, silhouettes of despair twisting and reaching their way into existence. Illness, suffering, hopelessness, jealousy, conflict, demise. What was once shrouded in mystery now ignited the imagination of all, spreading like wildfire. They had stepped into the realm of pain, leaving behind the sweet embrace of unawareness. Once the world shimmered with golden hues, but now it carried the heavy burden of mortality, revealing its essence in the most profound way. Pandora stumbled backward, a wave of terror crashing over her as the weight of her actions sank in. She attempted to seal the box to trap the fear that had been unleashed, but alas, it was too late. From the shadows, the dark forces slipped away, borne on the breeze, finding refuge in the souls of humanity, murmuring their grief, intertwining their destinies. Yet amidst her sorrow and the shadows of devastation, a different sound reached her ears. A whispering, tender melody. A gentle murmur, yet devoid of sadness. A delicate glimmer, subtle, yet undeniably present. Once upon a time, there was a glimmer of hope. It lay nestled in the box, quivering with anticipation, biding its time. With trembling hands, Pandora cradled it tightly, her heart racing in her chest. Even in the depths of night, the divine presence lingered, casting a faint glimmer of hope. They had bestowed upon them this a tiny ember, a delicate creation, yet mighty in its own essence. In that moment, she understood that while suffering had been set free, and the world would never return to its former state, there remained a glimmer of hope, the one force that could withstand any storm. With a spirit ignited by purpose, she ventured onward, softly sharing its name with anyone willing to hear, transferring it from one soul to another. Thus, even amidst the deepest shadows, even when despair lingered at the fringes of existence, it would remain forever cherished. And so the world transformed before our very eyes. Gone were the days of ease, and the shadows of grief now lingered close. Yet it was not left behind. In the midst of trials, struggles, and loss, humanity held tightly to the one beacon that could illuminate their path ahead. A soft murmur in the shadows, a flicker amidst the darkness. In the quiet moments when the world seems still, there lies a flicker of something profound, a promise of better days, a whisper of possibility that dances on the edge of our dreams. It is the gentle light that guides us through the shadows, urging us to believe in the beauty of what could be. This is the essence of hope, a thread woven into the fabric of our lives, reminding us that even in the darkest times, there is always a chance for renewal and joy. Thus the tale of Pandora unfolded not as one of despair, nor as one driven by ill intent. Once upon a time, there unfolded a tale of change and transformation, a narrative that spoke of a world coming into existence imperfect, yet undeniably real. From their celestial perch, the deities observed with quiet contemplation their intentions now unfolding in the tapestry of fate. From his lofty throne, Zeus gazed upon the world below, witnessing its fresh chaos, its battles, its victories, and a smile crept across his face. For the world, woven with threads of suffering and hope, had indeed taken its first breath. Though Pandora unleashed suffering upon the world, she also held hope delicately in her hands, nurturing it like a fragile ember, ensuring it never flickered out. Yet deep within her heart, a heavy burden of guilt lingered. She had witnessed the deep sorrow reflected in the eyes of the mortals, had listened to their lamentations as illness and hopelessness gripped them tightly. She sensed the cold grip of sorrow weaving through the very essence of humanity, and a question lingered in her mind: was this her fate to bear? To dwell in their midst, to behold their suffering, aware that it was she who had unlocked the entrance. She roamed the vast expanse in search of peace, yearning for absolution from a world that had once basked in the light of innocence. The fields that once danced with vibrant blooms now lay heavy and still burdened by the trials of time. The rivers, while they continued their journey, now bore the weight of hard work and struggle. The laughter of children lingered in the air, a melody intertwined with the bitter-sweet notes of tears, echoing tales of loss and the strength to carry on. Amidst the shadows of her suffering, Pandora's eyes caught a glimpse of an unexpected light. In her gaze, she beheld the spirit of resilience. Humanity, despite its burdens of grief, stood resilient against the tide of despair. They discovered the art of crafting not merely shelters, but connections that would last a lifetime. In the stillness that followed despair, they unearthed a profound strength within each other. A mother gently cradles her child, her voice weaving a lullaby that dances through the air, even as the shadows of hunger linger nearby. A father with hands skilled in the ancient art-shaped tools, from stone crafting a path through the harshness of the land that offered no mercy. A sister gently holding her brother's hand, softly assuring him that the dawn of tomorrow would bring light and hope. Pandora observed intently, and the meaning unfolded before her eyes. In a time long past, the deities did not simply cast a shadow upon humanity, they compelled them to evolve to shape their own fates, to extract significance from their trials. Yet amidst the turmoil, a flicker of hope endured. Yet there existed those who spoke ill of her, casting glances filled with fury and bitterness. In her they beheld the wellspring of their anguish, the harbinger of destruction. She held no blame against them for it. With a serene heart she embraced their disdain, fully aware that no words of remorse could ever mend the past. As the sun gracefully sank below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, she wandered to a serene riverbank where the water mirrored the celestial beauty above. She knelt by its edge, her fingers dancing along the surface, enveloped in a world of contemplation. Do you wish you had made a different choice? The voice flowed gently, yet resonated with a strength that spoke of deep wisdom, born from a life rich in experiences. As she glanced over her shoulder, an old man emerged from the shadows, his robes worn and frayed by the passage of years, his eyes shimmering with the weight of untold stories. He regarded her not with anger or pity, but with a sense of intrigue. She pondered his question for a long moment, the gravity of it resting heavily on her, much like the heavens burdening the shoulders of Atlas. She finally confessed, "I do, and yet I do not." The old man nodded, a knowing glimmer in his eyes, as if he grasped the weight of the moment. He settled beside her, hands gently placed on his knees, his gaze fixed on the river that meandered endlessly, a constant flow, never pausing, never glancing back. "Can you behold the shimmering water?" he inquired. With a gentle nod, she acknowledged. "It journeys onward." He pressed on with his tale. "Onward we go, ever pressing ahead. Regardless of what has been cast into its depths, regardless of the burdens it bears, it continues on unwavering." This is how the world unfolds. Pandora absorbed his words, allowing them to take root in her mind. "You might have opened the box," he remarked, "but in doing so, you also set hope free, and hope is quite the enigmatic force. Though it may be small and often overlooked, its strength surpasses that of all the evils combined." Have you ever wondered why, with a gentle shake of her head, she dismissed the notion? For in the depths of suffering, men find their connection to the earth, yet it is hope that elevates them to the heavens. It bestows upon them the gift of flight even when their spirit feels too shattered to soar. His words enveloped her in a tender embrace, easing the pain she had borne for what felt like an eternity. As she spun around to inquire about his name, she found herself staring into the empty space where he had just stood, for he had vanished without a trace. Only the river persisted, its waters gliding forward, unceasing and eternal. And so Pandora stood tall, gazing upon the world she had influenced, not with pride or sorrow, but with a deep sense of understanding. Though the past was unchangeable, she could move ahead much like the river flows onward. She bore hope like the wind cradles the soft murmurs of yesteryears, and so she did. As the days unfolded, tales of Pandora began to weave their way through the hearts and minds of many. Some whispered of her as a harbinger, a living echo of the anguish that had touched the world. To the eyes of many, she was not merely a person, but a living emblem, a shining proof of humanity's resilience. Yet regardless of how her narrative unfolded, one undeniable truth stood firm. Hope had woven itself into the fabric of the world, and as long as it endured, no darkness, no suffering, no shadow could ever truly claim dominion over the hearts of men. And thus the world pressed on while the river danced onward, ever flowing. And so Pandora stepped ahead, a figure caught in the delicate balance between divine and human, crafted by the very hands of Olympus, yet bound to the destiny of humanity. She discovered that regret could not alter the past, nor could sorrow wipe away what had transpired. Yet she could forge ahead much like the river flows and time marches on, and in that journey she could hold hope as a beacon against the shadows. She roamed through quaint villages and bustling cities, traversing majestic mountains and serene valleys where the whispers of Olympus lingered in the air. She witnessed the unwavering spirit of humanity, how they labored beneath the sun, chipping away at stone and tilling the earth, molding their existence with their very hands. They crafted abodes in the voids of existence, tilled the soil in realms where untamed nature had once held dominion. And while illness and pain had woven themselves into the fabric of their existence, so too had love, and so too had laughter. Yet not every place embraced her with open arms. In the shadows there were whispers of fear, curses softly spoken as she glided by. They believed she was a harbinger, a figure sent by the gods to weave threads of destruction into their lives. In certain villages, her presence elicited fierce glares and whispered invocations meant to keep her at bay. A woman cloaked in the whispers of yesteryears. She was the harbinger of despair, and as she walked by, some men spat at her feet, while others hastily shut their doors, refusing to gaze upon the one who had unleashed anguish upon the world. She held no resentment towards them. Yet in the hushed corners, there were those who recognized her for the essence she truly embodied. In a quaint little town, a small girl no older than 5 dashed toward her, her bare feet dusted with the earth beneath her. Pandora knelt, bracing for fear, bracing for hesitation. Yet to her surprise, the child reached up, placing a single wildflower gently into her hand. The petals, soft and ethereal, glimmered like moonlight, quivering gently in the whispering breeze. "Do you feel a sense of sorrow?" the child inquired, her head tilted, eyes wide with wonder. Pandora gazed at the delicate flower, her eyes tracing the small fingers that had presented it with such generosity. "At times," she confessed, "my mother believes that those who are sad require flowers," the child remarked earnestly, "for they bring a smile to their faces." And at long last, after what seemed like an endless stretch of time, a smile graced Pandora's lips. She held that flower close, tucking it between the pages of her mind, a gentle reminder that while sorrow had seeped into the world, kindness still lingered unforgotten. It resided within the souls of humanity, manifesting in their appreciation for the delicate wonders around them, in their relentless pursuit of brightness, even when darkness loomed eager to engulf them entirely. Yet a question danced in the shadows of her mind. What was the reason the gods bestowed upon her the gift of hope? What could have compelled them to leave that one delicate item in the box after having released such a torrent of sorrow? Could it have been a mere twist of fate, a wicked jest perhaps? Or had they always been aware that humanity would crave it, that they could not survive without it? She remained silent. The deities danced in the shadows, their intentions as elusive as the ever-changing sea. Yet as she wandered through the realm of mortals, a deeper understanding began to unfold within her. Hope was not something to be bestowed upon others. It was a power to be embraced, to be safeguarded, to be cherished. It was not a gift from the divine to humankind. It was a treasure that humanity had always carried deep within their souls. All they had to do was hold on to it in their minds. And thus her adventure continued. She meandered through realms where temples towered like majestic peaks, their columns reaching for the sky, as priests softly intoned prayers to the deities, yearning for wisdom, yearning for compassion. She journeyed through enchanted woods where the very air vibrated with an ancient magic, and nymphs observed her with cautious glances, murmuring her name as if it were a tale woven into the fabric of myth, a fragment of truth shared in soft whispers. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she wandered into the remnants of an ancient temple forsaken by time. The stones, polished by the years, stood silent while ivy embraced the shattered pillars, weaving through the fissures like the lifeblood of a forgotten era. In this serene realm, silence reigned unbroken by the clamor of humanity. She knelt before the crumbling altar, her fingers dancing over the forgotten carvings, each touch whispering tales of a time long past. "Who am I?" you ask. In the stillness, her voice floated softly, a query, not directed at deities or her own heart, but rather to the breeze, to the celestial bodies, to any mysterious power that intertwined the destinies of both humans and divine beings. And yet from the shadows an answer emerged. From the depths of the shadows, a voice whispered, "You are neither a curse nor a blessing." With a sudden twist, she halted, her breath momentarily stolen away. A woman emerged, her silhouette cloaked in rich blue robes, the material flowing gracefully like a gentle stream as she advanced. Her face held the essence of time, a canvas that defied the bounds of youth and age, while her eyes mirrored the ever-changing depths of the ocean. It was clear as day that she transcended the realm of mortals. "Pray tell, who might you be?" Pandora inquired, her voice unwavering, even as a sense of unease danced across her skin. With a gentle smile, the woman tilted her head ever so slightly, inviting curiosity into the moment. "Throughout my journey, I have been known by various titles, yet in this very moment I stand before you simply as a bearer of words. Herald of what you ask." With a knowing glance, the woman stepped closer, speaking of truths and of journeys yet to be taken. Pandora observed her with keen interest. "Were you sent by the divine?" The woman chuckled gently, her laughter reminiscent of waves softly caressing the beach. "The deities do not guide my steps to any destination. I wander along the paths the breeze guides me to the places the universe calls for my presence." Pandora paused, her heart racing as she prepared to voice the question that had lingered in the shadows of her mind for what felt like an eternity. Was it their intention for hope to stay locked away in the box? The woman looked at her with an understanding glimmer in her eyes. "Is it of significance?" Pandora parted her lips only to seal them once more. "Oh, did it truly happen? Maybe it was destined to be there from the very beginning," the woman went on. "Maybe it was a twist of fate, a stray glimmer amidst the vast shadows. Yet what truly holds significance is its endurance and the way you have nurtured and shared it with the world." Pandora took a deep breath, her throat tightening as she prepared for what lay ahead. "But you are not a mistake, dear Pandora." The woman spoke softly, her voice wrapping around the words like a warm embrace. "You are not a consequence to bear. You are the dawn of something new, once upon a time in a world yet to unfold." The words nestled deep inside her, blossoming gently, like a flower awakening to the caress of the morning sun. For what felt like an eternity, she wandered in pursuit of forgiveness, yearning for clarity. And yet maybe the solution had been right in front of her the entire time. She was not just the one who had opened the box. She was the bearer of hope that transcended its confines. And so she stood, her eyes fixed on the horizon, where the sun sank beneath the hills, casting a golden glow over the vast expanse that lay before her. She was Pandora, a beacon of hope, not a curse nor a burden, but something far greater. With that realization, she pressed on her step, unwavering, her heart buoyant. In a world where shadows of suffering lingered, there also glimmered a light of hope, and as long as that light shone, humanity would find a way to persevere. As the moon gracefully descended towards the Aegean Sea, it painted the surface with shimmering silver ripples, enchanting all who beheld its beauty. A solitary silhouette lingered at the water's edge, the breeze playfully dancing through the drapes of his cloak. Perseus, the offspring of Zeus, had always understood that his destiny was intricately crafted by the divine. Yet tonight, under the vast expanse of stars, the threads of fate seemed to draw near. The waves called to him, their gentle murmur suggesting that the very essence of the sea was beckoning him onward. His journey stretched far and wide, the burden of his quest pressing down on him like a heavy cloak. Beyond the distant horizon, nestled among the rugged isles, rested the secret abode of the Gorgon. Medusa, the enigmatic one, her eyes casting a spell that transformed all who dared to meet them into unbreakable stone. Perseus tightened his jaw, a storm brewing within him. He was bestowed with celestial treasures to assist him, winged sandals from Hermes, a gleaming shield from Athena, and the elegantly curved blade crafted by Hephaestus. Yet as he stood at the precipice of the world, the air heavy with the briny scent of the sea and the weight of destiny, he found it impossible to ignore the soft whisper of fear echoing within his heart. As he stepped onto the waves, the winged sandals embraced him, lifting him with grace above the shimmering surface, guiding him toward the shadowy island that awaited in the distance. The night breathed with hidden beings. The wind sang a haunting melody through the sharp stones, and the far-off calls of owls echoed from the towering cliffs. As he approached the island, the world around him began to stretch and linger, each moment unfolding like a delicate petal in the breeze. The air hung thick, laden with the murmurs of curses that had been passed down through the ages. The land appeared abandoned, with gnarled trees stretching their bony limbs skyward as though begging for compassion. Perseus touched down gently, mindful to remain silent. With a firm grasp, he held the shield, its gleaming surface capturing the faint glow around him. He averted his gaze from Medusa, unwilling to meet her eyes directly. Athena had foreseen this moment and cautioned him about it. Instead, he would wield the shield as his compass, carefully traversing the mysterious realm of shadows. The cavern entrance awaited a shadowy expanse nestled within the island's core. As he crossed the threshold, the rich aroma of moist soil mingled with a whisper of the past enveloping him completely. In the tunnel, silence lingered like a thick fog, the air stagnant as though the very walls were pausing to listen. Then came a sound, a gentle rhythmic hissing that danced through the air. It stood there, neither inviting nor menacing, a subtle hint that something otherworldly lingered just beneath the surface. Perseus advanced each step, absorbed by the profound silence that enveloped him. His heartbeat roared like a tempest in his ears. The cavern expanded, unveiling a grand hall filled with statues, each one a frozen figure captured in their last moments of fear. Brave souls, wayfarers, and creatures alike, frozen in time, their expressions eternally contorted in mute terror. A chill danced along his spine. These were not just sculptures, nor the creations of a skilled artisan, but the echoes of those who had bravely gazed upon her. In that moment of quiet, a shadow danced into motion. The hissing intensified, a gradual, mesmerizing sound that wove its way through the shadows. With a deft motion, Perseus lifted the shield, tilting it at just the right angle, and in the gleaming surface of the bronze he caught sight of her. Once upon a time, in a realm shrouded in mystery, there lived a figure of both beauty and terror, known as Medusa. Her hair, a twisting tangle of serpents, danced with a life of its own tongues, darting eyes sparkling like fragments of polished jade. Her face, once of this world, had transformed into something otherworldly, a countenance marked by divine wrath, evoking dread in every heart. Ah, but those eyes! Even through the shield's reflection, he glimpsed a truth that transcended mere monstrosity. A sorrow deep and vast like the ocean, a solitude that had lingered through the ages. For a fleeting moment, the burden of her being bore down on him. Was she really a villain, or just a pawn in the hands of cruel fate? With a firm grip on the blade, Perseus readied himself for the challenge ahead. He stood firm, the hissing ceased. She felt it, the serpents coiled, attuned to the subtle change in the air. Medusa turned her eyes, scanning the shadows, while Perseus stayed concealed behind the gleaming bronze shield. One solitary breath, a pulse in the silence. In that moment he made his move. The blade danced through the cavern, a soft melody of steel embracing flesh. The hiss transformed into a piercing, urgent wail, and then a hush fell over the scene. Perseus averted his gaze. He was unable to do so. He bore the burden of his duty, yet he found no joy in it. With great caution, he extended his hand, grasping the severed head and gently placing it into the satchel bestowed upon him by the gods. As he retreated into the night, the wind wailed through the desolate hall, bearing the whispers of a lost spirit. The statues remained steadfast, their muted laments everlasting guardians of a tale's conclusion. The winged sandals soared beneath him once again, whisking him away from the island, away from the curse, and away from the persistent ache that tugged at his heart. Yet his adventure was far from complete. As he ascended into the heavens, the threads of destiny were weaving a new tale. In the shadows of eternity, the deities observed their fingers, weaving silently through the threads of time. And on the distant shore, a new tale was poised to unfold. The cool night air caressed Perseus's skin as he glided above the shadowy waves, the satchel's weight a constant reminder at his side. The vast expanse of the sea unfurled beneath him, a dark void shimmering under the ethereal light of the moon. He endeavored to push aside the weight of his burden, the severed head of Medusa, the once cursed woman whose destiny had been determined long before his journey began. A peculiar energy coursed through him, emanating from the satchel, a presence that seemed to exist outside the realms of the living and the dead. Her gaze held a captivating strength, both restrained and undeniably powerful. He hesitated, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him, for he would not dare to unveil what lay within. In the distance, a whisper of land emerged from the horizon. Seriphos, the island where his mother Danae remained, ever under the watchful eye of King Polydectes, a presence she did not welcome. The thought stirred his heart. Polydectes, the man who had thrust him into this daunting quest, never believing he would come back, a man who desired to possess Danae, indifferent to her rejections, her trepidation. With determination etched on his face, Perseus vowed to come back, and he would do so with treasures in hand. Time slipped away wrapped in the embrace of the howling wind and the dance of the ever-changing stars. As the first rays of dawn painted the horizon, the beloved coastline of Seriphos gradually revealed itself from the shroud of mist. As dawn broke over the island, the fishermen began their day hauling in their nets with practiced hands. Merchants bustled about arranging their goods with care, while the invigorating aroma of salt and sun-warmed stone filled the atmosphere. With a gentle descent, Perseus arrived at the shore, the magical sandals retracting gracefully as his feet met the ground. With a deep breath, he let out a sigh, rolling his shoulders back and giving his satchel a final adjustment before setting off toward the grand palace. The path once known now carried an air of transformation. He had transformed from the boy who once departed with unwavering resolve. He had traversed the boundaries where deities and beasts dwell, sensing the heavy hand of destiny upon him. He had transformed. As he drew near the palace gates, the guards stood tall, their eyes widening in astonishment. His return was a surprise one that none had anticipated. He remained silent, his lips sealed tight, a gaze so unwavering that it compelled them to step aside without a word of protest. The grand hall buzzed with a cacophony of sounds. Whispers of courtiers filled the air, adorned in their finest, as they gathered around the majestic throne. With a twinkle in his eye, he leaned back against the armrest, a playful smile dancing on his lips. His eyes sparkled with a keen intensity as he caught sight of the solitary figure advancing. "Perseus," he said, with a theatrical flair, pretending to be taken aback. "Ah, the essence of existence, how it unfolds before us. Ah, what a delightful surprise to cross paths once more." A sly grin danced at the edge of his mouth. "I gather you've come back without any treasures to share." The atmosphere in the hall crackled with an electric tension. Perseus sensed the heavy gaze of every onlooker, as if their collective attention bore down on him. He inhaled deeply, grounding himself in the moment. "I have come back," he stated with a quiet certainty. His voice remained steady and unwavering. Polydectes arched an eyebrow, his amusement blossoming into a playful mockery. "Is that so? And have you brought me a prize to validate your story?" He let out a hearty laugh, brimming with self-importance, casting a glance at the assembled nobles, who responded with their own amused chuckles. Perseus remained silent. With a measured grace, he extended his hand toward the satchel. The laughter gradually ebbed away, making room for a growing sense of curiosity. With a deft motion, he loosened the strap, his fingers gliding smoothly over the fabric, a gentle touch that spoke of anticipation. "A gift I bring to you, King Polydectes," he proclaimed. "However, I must caution you, steer clear of gazing directly at it." Polydectes let out a derisive laugh, leaning in closer. "Ah, is that so? What is there to fear from a simple ruse?" Perseus chose silence over dispute. In one fluid gesture, he pulled the head of Medusa from the satchel, raising it triumphantly for all to see. Whispers of astonishment filled the air, reverberating through the grand hall. Some instinctively averted their gaze, protecting their eyes from what lay before them. Yet Polydectes, with a sneer and a glint of skepticism, fixed his gaze upon it. In a heartbeat, his body became rigid, the smirk on his lips solidifying into an unyielding mask. Inhale, exhale, the rhythm of life unfolds. Then came the stone. In the wake of those words, a profound stillness enveloped the air. The court held its breath, some quaking in fear, while others gazed on with wide, unblinking eyes, captivated by the unfolding drama. Perseus found no joy in the moment. With a gentle motion, he bowed his head, placing it back into the satchel, the atmosphere thick with the weight of its lingering essence. And finally, he made his turn. In the dim light of the hall, there stood Danae, a figure of quiet strength. Her hands were gently clasped over her mouth, and her eyes sparkled with a mix of relief and a profound emotion that seemed to transcend mere words, pride perhaps, or something even more profound. With each step, Perseus approached her, a buoyancy in his heart that had been absent for far too long. "Mother," he murmured, and she collapsed into his embrace, her breath a trembling whisper against his shoulder. "It has come to an end," she declared. "At long last, the journey has reached its conclusion, And yet as Perseus cradled her in his arms, a whisper of certainty echoed in his heart. This was far from the conclusion of their tale. The deities observed him with keen interest, their influence steering him along his path. His destiny lay in the shadows, the journey before him a mystery yet to unfold. Yet in this tranquil dawn, bathed in the soft glow of morning, he embraced this fleeting moment, a cherished pause of serenity. Beyond the grand palace walls, the sea persisted in its timeless murmur, weaving the echoes of untold legends into the air. The golden light of dawn enveloped the island of Seriphos as the salty breeze wove through the streets, carrying with it the murmurs of transformation. The palace, a former bastion of tension and fear, now stood in hushed silence, echoing the aftermath of Perseus' return. Polydectes, the tyrant who had long loomed over his mother's existence, now stood as a lifeless statue, a stark reminder of his own hubris. Perseus stood at the palace steps, his heart unwavering from the moment of destiny. In the midst of the assembly, the nobles and servants exchanged hushed murmurs, their gazes darting between the still figure of their once reigning king and the brave young hero who had boldly challenged destiny. He felt no longing to claim dominion over this realm. The burden of a throne was not meant to rest upon his shoulders. With a calm determination, he faced the crowd and began to speak. Polydectes has met his end. You have escaped his grasp. Select your next leader with care, one who will usher in tranquility instead of dread. A soft whisper floated among the gathered crowd, a blend of relief and uncertainty dancing across their faces. Some nodded their heads, moving in quiet accord, while others lingered in uncertainty, still ensnared by the astonishment of the events that had unfolded. Without a moment's hesitation, Perseus pressed on, leaving the question hanging in the air. His journey had reached its destined conclusion. He glanced at his mother Danae, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It is time we take our leave," he murmured gently. With a subtle nod, a quiet strength took root in her gaze. For far too long, she found herself ensnared by the caprices of those around her, caught in a destiny she had never embraced. At last, she had broken the chains that held her, stepping into a world unbound. With a gentle hand, Perseus guided her through the grand palace doors and into the bustling streets where the curious eyes of the Seriphos people were fixed upon them. Soft murmurs trailed behind them, some uttering his name with deep respect, while others gazed in wonder at the hero who had come back bearing the head of a Gorgon and the favor of the gods guiding his path. Yet Perseus found no joy in the heaviness of their gazes. He was neither a monarch nor a warrior of great renown. He was just a son bringing his mother back to the life that had been taken from her. Upon arriving at the shore where his adventure first took flight, the vast sea unfurled endlessly ahead, whispering that their journey was far from complete. "Come, let me guide you to Argos," Perseus declared, addressing his grandfather, King Acrisius. "There he will greet you with open arms." Danae paused, the echoes of her past shimmering in her gaze. "Ah, your grandfather, a figure of wisdom and tales from days gone by. Long ago he cast us into the sea, wishing to be free of our presence." Perseus nodded. "Ah, but destiny has a curious knack for intertwining journeys in ways we could never foresee." Danae gently rested her hand on his arm, her eyes scanning his face for answers. "And what about you? What tales does your journey hold?" Perseus cast his gaze toward the horizon, where the gods lingered, observing from their lofty thrones far away. The journey was far from complete. The head of Medusa, now securely tucked away in the satchel, continued to exude its dreadful might. He was unable to hold on to it. It was a gift from Athena, the divine guide who had illuminated his journey, the very one who had set him on this destined path. At long last, he declared, "I must take this back to Athena," and from that point onward, the path ahead remains a mystery shrouded in the hands of destiny. With a subtle glimmer in her eyes, his mother offered a small, knowing smile. Text: "The gods weave their destinies, my son, yet I perceive a spark within you, a force beyond their reach." Perseus remained silent, yet her words took root within him, a subtle truth he had yet to articulate. With the sandals of Hermes still fastened to his feet, he ascended from the earth once more, taking his mother along as the winds whisked them away from Seriphos, away from the past, and toward a future yet to be penned. As they traveled to Argos, the landscape unfolded like a vibrant tapestry, a swift blur of lush greens and shimmering golds beneath their feet. Upon their arrival, the city walls loomed majestically adorned with the fluttering banners of Acrisius dancing in the gentle breeze. Yet destiny had already taken its place. King Acrisius, a man haunted by his own actions, had once cast his daughter and grandson into the unforgiving sea. Since that fateful day, he had lived in a state of restless fear, unable to escape the shadows of his past. Long ago, an oracle had whispered a chilling prophecy into his ear. He would meet his end at the hands of his own grandson. Despite his desperate attempts to elude this grim fate, to weave a different tale by forsaking his lineage, the threads of destiny remained tightly woven around him, unyielding and relentless. As whispers of Perseus' approach echoed through the halls, a chill of foreboding gripped the old king's heart. He found himself unable to confront the very thing he had been evading for an eternity. He made his escape. In the land of Argos, the eyes of the people were fixed upon their ruler, a figure who had once stood tall and formidable, now reduced to a mere shadow as he slipped away into exile, fleeing from an inevitable destiny that lay beyond his grasp. Perseus, upon hearing this, was filled not with anger, but with a deep sense of understanding. Long before his first breath, the gods had intricately crafted this moment. His grandfather held a deep-seated fear of him, not for his past actions, but for the potential of what lay ahead. And yet Perseus had never pursued retribution. His sole quest had always been to guide his mother to safety. Yet destiny would not be thwarted. Legend has it that many years later, during the games of Larissa, Perseus, in a moment of fierce competition, sent a discus soaring from his own hand, only for it to veer off course and strike a member of the crowd. A grave error, a heartless turn of destiny. For among those who had come together was Acrisius. The oracle's prophecy had unfolded not through wrath or retribution, but by the very hands of fate weaving its intricate tapestry. And thus the echoes of the past found their peace. Yet the tale of Perseus continued beyond that point. With his mother secure and his grandfather's kingdom now in his hands, he faced a pivotal decision. He chose not to ascend to the throne of Argos. The land was steeped in shadows resonating with the whispers of long-held fears. Instead, he journeyed to the enchanting lands of Tiryns, where he crafted a new abode, a fresh kingdom, Mycenae, a city destined to endure long beyond his days, a city that would weave itself into the fabric of legend. And so it was that Medusa's head, the fateful weapon that had brought down a tyrant and determined the destinies of kings, was borne by Perseus to the temple of Athena, where he humbly placed it at the feet of the goddess herself. With a voice that danced like whispers through time-worn corridors, Athena proclaimed, "You have done well, son of Zeus. Your name shall echo through the ages. Your actions celebrated in timeless tales." With a steady hand she lifted the head and set it upon her shield, the aegis where it would rest, a testament to divine fury, a mark of strength held in check, a tribute to the hero who had confronted the Gorgon and emerged victorious. And thus Perseus, the vanquisher of Medusa, the architect of cities, the offspring of divine and mortal lineage, embarked upon his journey into the annals of legend. Yet the stars, always vigilant, understand that every tale, no matter how grand, must eventually reach its conclusion. As the waves gently caressed the shores of Mycenae, and the wind wove the echoes of history into the night, Perseus finally surrendered to the embrace of rest. In the celestial realm, the deities observed with keen eyes while the weavers of destiny crafted their intricate patterns. In a serene corner of forever, his name shimmered, etched among the constellations. And so beneath the expansive skies where deities once roamed and destiny spun its indomitable strands, the tale of Perseus found its place in the whispers of history. His name a melody on the tongues of bards, and a secret shared by the breezes over the Aegean, would linger in memory forever. The stars kept their vigil, observing each soul brave enough to weave their own tale through the intricate fabric of fate. The sea, timeless and wise, bore the echoes of his voyage far past the shores of Mycenae, beyond the grand halls of kings, and out of the grasp of mortal beings. As the night deepened and the world surrendered to slumber, his legend lingered, woven not just into the tales of men, but also into the hushed dreams of those who still dared to listen. A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it the fragrance of far-off waters, a whisper that in this realm tales and myths hover in the atmosphere, eager for an attentive ear. As you nestle cozily under your blankets, a gentle weight settles on your eyelids, and your thoughts start to meander, taking you to a realm where valiant heroes and divine beings reign over the enchanting landscapes of legend. Once upon a time on the sun-drenched shores of ancient Greece, the waves gently caressed the golden sands while the vast sky unfolded above boundless and eternal. In this serene landscape, a young prince named Theseus found himself poised at the threshold of a remarkable journey. Under the vigilant gaze of his father, King Aegeus of Athens, he had blossomed into a figure of strength both in body and spirit. His future, much like that of countless young champions, was shrouded in mystery and doubt. Yet one truth stood undeniable. Theseus was fated for extraordinary deeds. Though he had not yet donned the crown deep within his heart, he felt the stirring of destiny that whispered he would wear it one day. He had already demonstrated his courage, might, and insight, yet there loomed a singular challenge before him, one that would lead him into the very depths of darkness, a realm where even the most valiant souls dared not venture. It was a trial that would push him to his limits in ways he had never envisioned. Aegeus the father was a ruler beloved by his people, yet he bore a heavy heart burdened by a curse that had cast a shadow over Athens for countless years. In the ancient city of Athens, a grim fate awaited its youth. Each year, the people were compelled to send forth 7 of their bravest young men and 7 of their fairest young women to the distant shores of Crete, where they would meet their end at the hands of a fearsome beast known as the Minotaur. In the depths of a twisting labyrinth, there resided a beast hidden away in a maze so intricate and bewildering that no soul had ever managed to escape its grasp. Once the fateful step was taken into the cursed maze of Crete, no soul had ever emerged again, leaving the people of Athens to grieve in sorrow with each lost hero. In the shadows of sacrifice, Athens found itself bound to a grim agreement, a burden that weighed heavily on its heart. Yet as fate would have it, there came a day when Theseus the brave soul could no longer endure the weight of this dark covenant. With a solemn vow to his father, he set forth on a quest to vanquish the monster that had terrorized their land. He would journey to Crete, step into the labyrinth, and confront the Minotaur, regardless of the price to be paid. In the stillness of the royal chambers, Theseus busied himself with preparations for the journey that awaited him, his heart thrumming with the excitement of the adventures that lay beyond the horizon. Though he was young, the fire in his eyes spoke of a wisdom and spirit that transcended his age. With a heart full of mixed emotions, Aegeus, though hesitant, offered his blessing to his son. He gifted him a ship manned by the boldest souls of Athens, and a solemn promise that Theseus would return triumphant, alive, and full of strength. Ah, the voyage to Crete, a tale of endurance, where the waters often tested the spirit of the brave souls aboard. As Theseus and his brave crew set sail, they found themselves battling fierce storms, towering waves, and the unyielding winds of the Aegean Sea. Yet regardless of how tumultuous the waves became, the brave soul continued onward, his gaze locked on the far-off shore, where his destiny lay in wait. Every evening he would position himself at the front of the vessel, peering into the infinite expanse, as if on a quest for a signal, a fleeting vision of the future that awaited him. As they approached Crete, the burden of his mission grew heavier, pressing down on him with each passing moment. Though his determination stood firm, a whisper of uncertainty began to slink into his thoughts, chilling him to the core. Yet he brushed aside the doubt, for he was Theseus, and he understood the path that lay ahead. As the ship gracefully glided into the welcoming embrace of Crete's shores, Theseus and his brave companions were greeted by the island's inhabitants, their faces alight with curiosity and anticipation. With eyes wide and trembling voices, they recounted tales of the Minotaur, each word dripping with fear. Whispers floated through the air, tales of its merciless nature, of how it pursued those brave enough to trespass into its realm. The labyrinth transformed into a legend, a place shrouded in mystery where no soul man or woman had ever found their way back. With a frosty demeanor, King Minos of Crete welcomed Theseus, fully cognizant of the age-old tradition and the grim sacrifice that loomed ahead. Yet there was an undeniable allure to the young prince that captivated his imagination. Maybe it was the blaze in his gaze or the resolve that emanated from each stride he took. Minos, a king of formidable might, found himself grappling with an unexpected feeling of admiration for the young man who stood before him. "Your people have sent you here," Minos declared, his voice resonating through the vast expanse of the grand hall. and you stand ready to confront the beast that lurks within the labyrinth. But heed my words, young prince, for many have ventured forth, yet none have found their way back. What leads you to believe you stand apart from the rest? Theseus held his gaze steady, unwavering in the face of challenge. I am different from the rest, he responded. I shall confront the Minotaur and emerge victorious, for the citizens of Athens shall endure no more anguish. Minos fixed his gaze upon him, the silence stretching between them like a taut string, before finally giving a slow, deliberate nod. With a graceful turn, he beckoned Theseus to follow, guiding him through the labyrinthine halls of the palace. They arrived at an expansive chamber where the entrance to the labyrinth awaited them. There stood a magnificent stone edifice, its surfaces adorned with time-worn symbols, and the atmosphere surrounding it was heavy with enigma. "Behold the labyrinth," declared Minos. "Within its walls dwells the fearsome Minotaur, and doom awaits all who dare to cross its threshold. Yet if your heart is set on triumph, there is one truth you must hold close. Once you step inside, there is no turning back. There exists no way out." With a firm nod, Theseus embraced the moment, his heart unwavering and his thoughts sharp as a blade. "I shall not retreat. I shall confront the creature and put an end to this affliction." With a final deliberate glance, Minos beckoned him to follow, guiding him into the depths beyond. The labyrinth unfurled ahead, its winding corridors vanishing into the depths of darkness. With unwavering resolve, Theseus advanced his steps, quick and purposeful, as he wove through the intricate paths of the maze. The chill in the air deepened, wrapping around him like a shroud, and an unsettling feeling crept in, yet he stood his ground, unwavering. He was propelled by the vision of his people, haunted by the enduring suffering that had cast a shadow over Athens for ages. As he ventured further into the twisting maze, Theseus sensed the heavy shroud of darkness closing in around him. The walls appeared to constrict, and the stillness was overwhelming. Each footfall reverberated through the empty halls, yet silence reigned untouched by any other presence, save for the rhythm of his own breath. The labyrinth unfolded like a tale woven from the threads of time, an ancient beast of stone and shadow crafted to ensnare and bewilder any brave enough to step within its grasp. Yet Theseus found his way undeterred by the shadows that surrounded him. He crafted a scheme. With a sense of purpose, he held tightly to the ball of thread, a precious gift from Ariadne, the beloved daughter of King Minos. In that fleeting moment, she caught a glimpse of the fierce determination that danced in his eyes, and it was then that she found herself captivated, falling in love at first sight. With a gentle spirit, she extended the thread to him, sharing her wisdom that if he secured one end at the entrance and unwound it as he journeyed through the maze, he would forever have a path to retrace his steps. With each step forward, Theseus carefully fastened the thread to a sturdy pillar, making certain it was firmly in place. With careful hands, he unraveled it, the slender thread a beacon of hope that would lead him back if the need arose. With determination, he navigated the intricate maze, embracing each twist and turn, confident in the journey he had chosen. Time slipped away as he journeyed further into the very core of the labyrinth. Though his body ached and fatigue settled in, his spirit stood tall and resolute. From time to time, a sound would reach his ears, a whisper, a movement in the darkness. Yet he reassured himself that it was merely a figment of his imagination. With unwavering determination, he forged ahead, his thoughts locked onto the destination that lay before him. Just when he believed he had reached his limit, a sound pierced the silence, heavy breathing, deep and primal, echoed in the air. It resonated through the hallways, bouncing off the ancient stone walls. Theseus came to a sudden halt, his heart pounding with anticipation. In the shadows the Minotaur lurked, its presence felt like a whisper of dread in the air. With each step he took, the sound swelled, building anticipation, until finally he found himself face to face with the creature. In the heart of a sprawling chamber, a colossal figure loomed, its fearsome silhouette casting shadows in the muted glow. Its form was that of a man, yet atop its shoulders rested the head of a bull. Majestic horns arched gracefully from its skull, while its eyes shimmered with a fierce, otherworldly light. The creature let out a snort, its breath coming in uneven bursts, and it pivoted to confront Theseus, their eyes meeting in a fierce exchange. The Minotaur roared, a thunderous echo that reverberated through the twisting corridors of the labyrinth, and lunged at him with a ferocious swiftness. Yet like a flash of lightning, Theseus swiftly sidestepped, just escaping the deadly horns of the beast. With a heart racing like a wild drum, he unsheathed his sword, his gaze locked onto the creature before him. The Minotaur charged forward, its colossal fists crashing through the air with a ferocity that could shatter stone. With a graceful duck and a nimble dodge, Theseus moved as though every step had been choreographed for this very moment, a lifetime of preparation evident in his every action. He understood that the sole path to vanquishing the creature lay in delivering a blow to its very core. He needed to move with swiftness, accuracy, and an unwavering determination. The clash of titans echoed through the labyrinth as the Minotaur lunged fiercely, while Theseus deftly countered each ferocious strike. Sweat trickled down Theseus's brow, his breath coming in uneven bursts as he navigated the battlefield with a fluidity that masked the burden of his heavy armor. With each step, he took the creature's desperation and fury intensified, yet he stood firm, unwavering in his resolve. In this very instant, he stood at the crossroads of fate, where his true purpose awaited him. At last, with a decisive and forceful blow, Theseus plunged his sword deep into the heart of the Minotaur. With a haunting wail that echoed through the night, the creature succumbed to its fate, crumpling to the earth, its form now still and devoid of life. Theseus loomed over the defeated beast, his breath coming in heavy gasps, a testament to the battle just fought. He had accomplished it. With the Minotaur vanquished, he had lifted the dark curse that had haunted his people for ages. The labyrinth, once a realm shrouded in dread and demise, now appeared to pause in reverence, as if the ancient stones themselves acknowledged his triumph. As he ventured back through the twisting maze, the thread led him steadily toward the light of freedom. He was enveloped by a profound wave of pride and relief, as if the weight of the world had finally lifted from his shoulders. He had woven the final thread of his tale. The citizens of Athens would be freed from their woes, and he would journey back as a celebrated champion. Ah, but the adventure had only just begun. Challenges loomed on the horizon, and adventures awaited just beyond the next turn. Theseus was aware of this. He understood that the world stretched endlessly, and the journey ahead was a winding path filled with possibilities. Yet in this moment he found solace, having embraced his fate, a truth that could never be stripped from him. As Theseus ventured deeper into the labyrinth, the shadows danced around him, the faint light guiding his path as he clutched the thread tightly. The weight of his victory gently enveloped him, a fleeting tranquility that coursed through his being. With each step, he felt a newfound lightness, as if the atmosphere itself had transformed around him. He had transcended the role of a mere prince, evolving into a figure of legend, destined to be etched in the memories of countless generations. Yet amidst the stillness, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He envisioned the citizens of Athens, their voices rising in celebration of his victory, their hearts swelling with pride for his courage. As he reflected on his father, King Aegeus, a wave of emotion washed over him, for it was the king who had entrusted him with this daunting quest, offering nothing but a heartfelt prayer for his safe return. Theseus had vowed to return triumphant, and indeed he had, yet the road before him remained shrouded in uncertainty. As he approached the entrance of the labyrinth, the steady rhythm of his heart began to return, a comforting cadence in the midst of uncertainty. Ah, the labyrinth. A realm where shadows dance with dread, yet within its twisting paths lies the promise of metamorphosis. The walls, once looming and heavy, appeared to recede as he neared the exit, as if bowing to his triumph. The thread that had once seemed trivial now shimmered with purpose, as if it were the very fabric of destiny, intricately woven into the grand narrative of his life. As he emerged into the open air, the brilliance of the sky struck him like a revelation, a stark contrast to the endless hours he had navigated through the shadowy twists of the maze. The aroma of the sea enveloped him, invigorating and brainy, while the rhythmic symphony of waves meeting the sand whispered tranquility to his thoughts. He took a moment to pause, standing still, as the gentle warmth of the sun enveloped his face, anchoring him in the here and now. The tumult of conflict had subsided, and now came the moment for respite. With a keen gaze, he swept across the horizon, on the lookout for the vessel that had carried him to the shores of Crete. In the distance it lay anchored, a tiny silhouette amidst the endless expanse of the sea, patiently awaiting his return. Theseus understood deep within that his journey would not end with him as the sole traveler. He would carry with him the tale of his victory, a tale destined to become legendary. As he journeyed back to the shore, the rhythmic sounds of footsteps resonated behind him. His steadfast crew-brave souls who had ventured with him into the twisting maze had been patiently awaiting his return. With beaming smiles and jubilant cheers, they welcomed him, their voices ringing with a palpable sense of relief. They had trembled at the thought of losing him, but now as he approached with a confident stride, unscathed and triumphant, they realized their belief had been justified. "Sarasur, Theseus," one of them exclaimed, his voice brimming with admiration. With a steady nod, Theseus acknowledged the moment, his demeanor serene, yet his gaze held the burdens of his countless trials. "It is complete," he remarked with a quiet finality. "The Minotaur has met its end." The crew burst forth in jubilant cheers, their voices soaring into the sky, as if to send the joyous tidings across the vast oceans. Theseus wore a smile, yet deep within, he understood that this triumph was not solely his to claim. It was a treasure shared by all of Athens, a legacy from his father, a symbol of resilience for his people who had endured so much hardship. Their victory echoed his own, a shared celebration of success. From Crete, they embarked the ship, gliding effortlessly over the waves, as though the ocean itself embraced their journey, welcoming them back to its depths. Theseus stood at the bow, his eyes fixed on the vast shimmering sea that stretched endlessly before him. He sensed the might of the ocean, the boundless expanse of the earth, and the mysteries that awaited just beyond the distant line of the horizon. He had confronted the shadows and triumphed, yet he understood that this was merely a single chapter in a far grander tale. As the ship glided through the waves, Theseus found his mind wandering to Ariadne, the enchanting woman who had bestowed upon him the thread that led him safely through the twisting labyrinth. He had vowed to come back to her, and even though a weighty sorrow filled his heart, knowing their love was destined to falter, he would honor his promise. It appeared that the deities had woven a tapestry of fate, a design that remained hidden from the eyes of Theseus. As the day gracefully transitioned into evening, the sky above transformed into a canvas of pink and orange, a sunset that whispered tales of both tranquility and yearning. Theseus stood in quiet contemplation, his mind adrift, as the ship glided steadily toward Athens. As the coastline emerged in the distance, a wave of pride surged within him, filling his heart with warmth and nostalgia. After a lengthy odyssey fraught with danger and doubt, he stood at the edge of his homeland, the shores stretching before him. In that moment, he realized that his adventure had not only transformed his own existence, but had also altered the destiny of his people forever. He had kept his word, and in that act, he carved his name into the pages of history. Yet as the ship glided through the waves, Theseus felt a stirring within him, a sense that his adventure had only just begun. There remained skirmishes to engage in, and obstacles yet to overcome. The world brimmed with tales yearning to be told, and his name would forever be inscribed in the annals of time. The voyage to Athens unfolded as a tapestry woven with threads of victory and grief, for while Theseus had vanquished the Minotaur and lifted the shadow of the curse from his kin, his heart bore the weight of unspoken sorrow. Ariadne, the one who bestowed upon him the thread, had envisioned a shared future, a life that stretched beyond the confines of the labyrinth. Yet the deities had other designs in mind. Theseus had vowed to come back to her, yet the whims of destiny had carried her off to a distant isle. He would never lay eyes on her again. As the ship drew near the shores of Athens, Theseus stood at the bow, a figure of quiet contemplation, his gaze locked onto the distant horizon. The wind whispered tales of new adventures on the horizon, yet it also bore the heavy echoes of what had been lost. In the grand tapestry of existence, the deities wove their influence into the lives of humankind, and Theseus came to realize that destiny could be a cruel mistress. As the ship gracefully touched the shores of Athens, a crowd assembled, their expressions brimming with hope and eager anticipation. Whispers of the Minotaur's downfall had traveled far and wide, yet now as their champion stepped back into view, disbelief washed over them like a tide. As Theseus disembarked from the ship, a swell of pride filled his chest, resonating with the cheers of the crowd that surrounded him. His name would echo through the streets, his heroic deeds woven into the fabric of songs and tales, cherished by generations yet to come. Yet as the festivities unfolded, Theseus felt a stirring within him, a whisper that the adventure was far from complete. In the grand tapestry of existence, the valiant souls known as heroes are forever on a quest, never truly finding solace. Another challenge would always arise, a new test of strength and character, waiting just around the corner. As the sun dipped below the horizon of Athens and the stars began to sprinkle the night sky, Theseus found a moment to relish the beauty surrounding him. He had accomplished his mission, and his legacy would echo through the ages, etched in the annals of time. As the shadows deepened and the stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, Theseus found solace in rest, for even the mightiest of heroes must surrender to the embrace of sleep. As the night grew darker and the stars twinkled like distant gems, Theseus rested in his bed, the echoes of his victory still reverberating within him. After a long and arduous journey filled with trials, he finally stood triumphant, having restored peace to Athens. With the Minotaur's defeat, the dark shadow that had loomed over his people for countless years finally faded away. As slumber gently embraced him, Theseus's thoughts wandered to the labyrinth, the fierce battle and the profound sacrifices that had shaped his journey. Yet within the realm of his dreams there existed no monsters, no shadows creeping in the darkness. Instead, he wandered along the tranquil shores of Crete, the breeze caressing his hair, while the waves whispered softly against his feet. For a fleeting instant, the world exuded a serene tranquility, as if the very deities had paused to inhale, granting the earth a moment of respite. And thus Theseus drifted into slumber. As the night unfolded, a serene hush enveloped the world with the gentle whispers of the city and the far-off waves cradling him into a profound sleep. His adventures would echo through the tales shared by flickering campfires and resonate within the grand halls of majestic palaces. His name would echo through the ages, a beacon of strength, courage, and the timeless battle against the shadows. Yet in the quiet embrace of the night, Theseus found a moment to lay his burdens down. His journey had reached a pause, yet like all great heroes, another adventure lingered just beyond the horizon ready to unfold. When the winds of destiny stirred once more, Theseus, much like the heroes of old, would ascend again to meet his fate. For now the hero could rest secure in the knowledge that his tale had been etched into the fabric of time, and the world would forever remember the name of Theseus. Once upon a time, on a day bathed in radiant light, the goddess Aphrodite made her grand entrance, a vision of beauty so profound that even the heavens and earth held their breath in wonder. From the depths of the sea foam, she emerged poised gracefully on a scallop shell that floated smoothly upon the shimmering azure waves. Her golden hair cascaded like liquid sunlight, and her skin radiated a warmth that could rival the dawn's embrace. As the soft breezes guided her to the shore, the deities of Olympus looked down, their eyes drawn to this otherworldly figure. In a grand proclamation, Zeus, the formidable sovereign of the divine, elevated her to the status of a goddess of Olympus, a being of such splendor that she could not be overlooked. From that moment on, Aphrodite emerged as the divine embodiment of love, beauty, and desire, her presence a captivating reminder of the allure of attraction and the enigmatic depths of the heart. Yet Aphrodite was not merely defined by her beauty. Her allure was a powerful enchantment that could ignite the desires of both gods and mortals. As she set foot on the land, blossoms unfurled in her path, and the air became infused with a sweetness as if the very essence of nature celebrated her arrival. She wore a girdle that heightened her charm, a precious gift from Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship who would eventually become her husband. Yet their union was forged from convenience, lacking the fire of passion, for Aphrodite's heart roamed as freely as the wind itself. Among her many admirers stood Ares, the formidable god of war. In a world where passion clashed with propriety, their love affair unfolded with a fervor that was both breathtaking and perilous, a dance of beauty intertwined with the raw edges of brutality, creating a tale that felt both paradoxical and destined. In secret, they wove a tapestry of stolen moments, each thread rich with tenderness, and ignited by passion, their bond unwavering in the face of the world's scrutiny. From their union emerged offspring who carried within them the essence of both affection and conflict, for that was the very fabric of their connection. Aphrodite's reach stretched well beyond the realm of love and desire. She was a divine being crafting fates and spinning tales of love that would resonate forever. Once upon a time, there was a tale of Pygmalion, a sculptor who found himself disheartened by the imperfections he perceived in the women of his world. With every stroke of his chisel, he infused his soul into the creation of a statue, a woman of unmatched beauty sculpted from pure ivory. As he toiled, he whispered his prayers to Aphrodite, beseeching her to bless him with a companion as flawless as the masterpiece he was crafting. In a moment of profound inspiration, Aphrodite, with her boundless love, infused the statue with life, turning it into a vibrant, breathing woman. Pygmalion bestowed the name Galatea upon her, and thus began a tale of love that was both pure and unyielding, a bond that could not be broken. Aphrodite's blessing served as a vivid reminder of her ability to spark desire and forge connections that went beyond the mundane. Yet the offerings of Aphrodite were not always seen as blessings. Her presence was a force to be reckoned with, much like the legendary tale of Helen of Troy. In a time long ago, Paris, the noble prince of Troy, found himself in a momentous decision. He was called upon to determine which of the three goddesses, Hera, Athena, or Aphrodite, held the title of the fairest. It was Aphrodite's alluring promise of the most beautiful woman in the world as his bride that captured his heart and swayed his judgment. But let me tell you about Helen, the woman whose fateful abduction by Paris would set ablaze the flames of the Trojan War, a monumental clash that would forever alter the destinies of empires. Amidst the chaos, Aphrodite lingered in the shadows, a goddess whose whims danced like the ever-changing waves. She stood as a guardian of those in love, an inspiration for creators, and a powerful presence capable of evoking both happiness and sorrow. Both mortals and deities yearned for her grace, their destinies irrevocably altered by her gentle caress. One of the most touching tales of Aphrodite revolves around her deep affection for Adonis, a mortal whose beauty was truly remarkable. Their love danced like a bittersweet melody, echoing the fleeting moments of life while celebrating the timeless strength of love. Adonis, a hunter of remarkable bravery and skill, found his destiny entwined with the envy of the other gods. In a moment of tragic fate, a wild boar unleashed by a wrathful deity struck down Adonis. In a flurry of sorrow, Aphrodite hurried to his side, her anguish resonating like a thunderclap across the celestial realm. In her sorrow, she wove his blood into anemones, those delicate blooms that whispered of life's fragility and its exquisite beauty. She implored Zeus to grant Adonis the chance to dwell with her in the underworld for part of the year, while the other part would be spent among the living, weaving a tale that echoed the rhythm of the changing seasons. Aphrodite's legacy danced between light and shadow. She was a goddess who ignited the flames of love, while also unveiling its intricate layers. Her tales wove together triumphs and tragedies, capturing moments of bliss and heartache that mirrored the essence of humanity. She was a divine being fully aware of the intricate layers of emotion, her own journey, a vivid illustration of love's strength and its dangers. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the enchanting tale of Aphrodite unfolded intricately, intertwining with the threads of history and myth. Her essence remained etched in the hearts of those who loved and were loved, a gentle reminder that beauty and passion are treasures to be cherished even in their flaws. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, emerged as a lasting emblem of the connections that unite us, her tale as ageless as the tides that once brought her to land. Even after countless ages, the essence of Aphrodite lingered, weaving through the fabric of existence, influencing lives in ways both deep and delicate. She embodied not only the essence of romantic love, but also the myriad ways in which connections manifest: the brief exchange of glances between strangers, the profound ties of friendship, and the appreciation of one's own image. In every corner where love and longing ignited, the gentle touch of Aphrodite's presence lingered, weaving her magic through the hearts of mortals. Once upon a time, there was a tale that beautifully illustrated her profound influence: the story of Psyche, a mortal whose beauty was said to rival that of Aphrodite herself. Her brilliance captivated all who beheld her, leading them to revere her as a divine being, forsaking their tributes to Aphrodite herself. In the depths of her heart, the love goddess felt a tempest of jealousy brewing, unable to bear the thought of being eclipsed by a mere mortal. Aphrodite crafted a clever scheme to bring Psyche down a notch, commanding her son Eros, the love deity, to pierce Psyche's heart with one of his arrows, ensuring she would fall madly in love with the most repulsive being he could uncover. Yet destiny plays its games even with the divine. As Eros drew near to Psyche, poised to fulfill his mother's command, he inadvertently pierced himself with his own arrow. In that fleeting moment, his heart was captured by her in a way he had never known before. Though he could not bring himself to harm her, He concealed his true feelings, yet the depth of his affection sparked a chain of events that would forever weave their destinies together. The beauty of Psyche, though heavenly, offered her no happiness. No suitor had the courage to seek her hand, for they all thought her beauty too divine to be claimed by any earthly man. In a moment of deep desperation, her father embarked on a quest to seek the wisdom of the oracle of Delphi, hoping for guidance in his time of need. In a tale woven by the threads of fate, the oracle, under the subtle guidance of Aphrodite, proclaimed that Psyche's path was to intertwine with that of a fearsome creature, lurking in anticipation upon a rugged cliff. With a heart heavy yet accepting, Psyche ascended to the appointed place, bracing herself to confront her destiny. But lo and behold, rather than encountering a fearsome beast, Psyche found herself carried away by a soft breeze to a palace that radiated with breathtaking splendor. In a realm of opulence, she resided surrounded by invisible hands that fulfilled her every desire. Every evening, her enigmatic husband would visit her, his voice gentle and warm, yet he insisted she must never look upon his visage. Though her eyes were blind to his form, Psyche found herself enchanted by the mysterious stranger, whose gentle care stirred her heart. Amidst the blossoming joy that filled Psyche's days, a shadow of uncertainty began to weave its way into her heart. Her sisters, consumed by jealousy over her newfound fortune, wove a web of doubt, persuading her that her husband was in fact a dreadful monster. Driven by a blend of curiosity and trepidation, Psyche bided her time until her husband succumbed to slumber, then ignited a lamp to gaze upon his visage. To her astonishment, she beheld not a monster, but Eros himself, his radiant beauty, rendering her breathless. In her astonishment, a drop of oil from the lamp cascaded onto his shoulder, stirring him from his slumber. In a moment of deep betrayal, Eros, unable to bear the weight of doubt, took flight, leaving Psyche in the shadows of solitude and sorrow. Upon discovering Psyche's deeds, Aphrodite's jealousy ignited into a blazing fury. She set forth upon Psyche a sequence of daunting challenges, each crafted to shatter her resolve. Psyche found herself tasked with the daunting challenge of sorting through a colossal heap of mixed grains before the break of dawn. Her quest was to collect the coveted golden fleece from fierce rams and to brave the treacherous river where serpents stood watch over the precious water. Time and again, Psyche found herself aided in ways she never anticipated. In a world where ants diligently sorted the grains, a river spirit led her to safety, and an eagle soared down to fetch the water. It felt as if the very cosmos had joined forces to support her, acknowledging the sincerity of her affection. Ah, the last challenge loomed ahead, shrouded in peril and fraught with uncertainty. Psyche received a solemn task to journey into the depths of the underworld and bring back a precious piece of Persephone's beauty, carefully contained within a small box. With a heart full of courage, Psyche ventured into the shadowy depths of the underworld, her resolve unwavering, fully aware that she may never find her way back. She triumphed in acquiring the box, yet her insatiable curiosity once more led her astray. With a heart full of hope, she believed the box held a beauty that could earn her the favor of Eros. But as she lifted the lid, a deadly slumber enveloped her, casting her into darkness. Eros, observing from a distance, felt a deep ache in his heart as he witnessed Psyche's torment. With a swift motion, he soared to her side, breathing life back into her, with a tender kiss before lifting her to the heights of Olympus. In that moment, he earnestly beseeched Zeus to grant them the blessing of their union. In a moment of profound compassion, Zeus bestowed upon Psyche the gift of immortality, elevating her to the status of a goddess, allowing her and Eros to unite in everlasting love. Even the goddess of love, witnessing their unwavering connection, cast aside her envy and bestowed her blessings upon their union. Aphrodite wove a tale through Psyche, revealing the challenges and victories that love can bring. Though the journey was often fraught with challenges and discomfort, it possessed a power capable of surmounting even the most formidable barriers. Psyche's metamorphosis from a mere mortal to a goddess illustrated the ascension of love itself, a voyage from the ordinary to the celestial, from uncertainty to unwavering belief. The stories of Aphrodite frequently delved into this intricate nature. Another poignant tale unfolds in the tragic saga of Hippolytus, a mortal who turned away from love and devoted himself solely to Artemis, the revered goddess of the hunt. With a heart heavy from rejection, Aphrodite set out to show him the error of his ways in dismissing her blessings. She ignited a flame within his stepmother Phaedra, a longing that would forever remain unquenched. In a tale of passion and betrayal, Hippolytus turned away from Phaedra's affections, igniting a fire of humiliation within her. In her despair, she wove a web of deceit accusing him unjustly, which set in motion a tragic fate that led to his exile and untimely demise. Though the tale concluded in sorrow, it highlighted a lesson that Aphrodite shared repeatedly. To reject love is to turn away from a fundamental aspect of what it means to be human. Aphrodite danced to her own rhythm, a divine being who defied the constraints of mortal existence. She was a vivid tapestry woven from the threads of love's chaos and unpredictability, a force capable of both creation and destruction, of healing and wounding. Yet she also embodied the essence of hope, a testament to the idea that even in the darkest of times, love could shine a light on the path ahead. Her impact echoed through the ages, leaving a lasting mark on the tapestry of time. Her name floated softly on the lips of those who prayed, her spirit captured in the strokes of art and the melodies of song. In every corner where hearts throb with desire, in every glance exchanged amidst the throng, in every solitary blossom that dares to rise against the cold grip of winter, there she dwelled, her essence intricately entwined with the very essence of existence. Underneath the cerulean skies of Cyprus, where Aphrodite's sanctuary stood as a gleaming testament to her divinity, a new tale began to weave itself into the fabric of time. In the vibrant city of Amethyst, a lively realm where mortals flourished beneath her watchful eye, the people frequently presented gifts of roses, gold, and doves, hoping to earn her benevolence. In the heart of this bustling city, there resided a young woman named Yanthi, her beauty the subject of hushed conversations in every market and courtyard. Despite her grace and kindness, Yanthi never saw herself as anything out of the ordinary. In the heart of the countryside, she toiled with unwavering dedication in her family's vineyard, nurturing the vines that gracefully ascended the hills, all while basking in the warm embrace of the Mediterranean sun. On a warm spring morning, Yanthi's life took a turn as she made her way to Aphrodite's temple, carrying a bouquet of freshly picked flowers to offer. With delicate hands, she crafted a crown of violets and lilies, intertwining each bloom with meticulous attention before gently laying it at the feet of the statue of the goddess. As Yanthi knelt, her whispered prayer floated upwards, a soft melody entwined with the gentle embrace of the warm coastal breeze. She sought not the warmth of love, but the strength to carve her own journey in a world that frequently appeared intent on charting it for her. Little did Yanthi know the goddess Aphrodite lingered in the shadows of the temple, her presence unnoticed as she listened intently. The goddess felt a spark of intrigue ignite within her. Many mortals pleaded with her for beauty, affection, or vengeance against unfaithful lovers, yet seldom did one seek the fortitude of heart. Aphrodite, with a twinkle in her eye, chose to answer Yanthi's prayer, though the outcome would surprise the young woman in ways she could never have imagined. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Yanthi made her way home, only to discover a mysterious figure lingering by the vineyard. Once upon a time, there was a man of remarkable beauty, his dark curls shimmering in the glow of the lanterns and a smile that held both warmth and an air of mystery. "I am Theros," he said, bowing deeply as he spoke, his voice rich with the weight of his name. "Once upon a time, there was a weary traveler seeking a warm haven to rest for the night." Yanthi paused, her heart brimming with kindness, ultimately triumphing over her reservations. With a warm smile, she welcomed him into her abode, presenting him with bread and wine as tokens of hospitality. As they conversed, she sensed an enigmatic quality about him, though she could not quite identify it. His voice flowed like a gentle stream, and his laughter danced in the air like a sweet melody. In a realm where destinies intertwine, Theros emerged not as a mere wanderer, but as a mortal graced by the enchanting Aphrodite herself, chosen to accompany Yanthi on her extraordinary quest. For days he wove his presence into the fabric of Amethyst, tending to the vineyard and walking alongside Yanthi through the bustling markets. As they shared moments together, Yanthi felt a stirring within her, a warmth that both frightened and thrilled her in equal measure. Theros appeared to draw nearer to her, his gaze resting on hers a touch longer with each passing day. Yet every tale of love encounters its share of challenges. Ianthe's enchanting beauty and the blossoming bond with Theros had captured the attention of many. In the midst of those who sought her hand, there was Callan, a merchant of considerable wealth, whose pride was matched only by his insatiable desire for more. He had long yearned for Ianthe, not for the affection she could offer, but for the honor her beauty would bestow upon his home. As he beheld her strolling through the bustling marketplace alongside Theros, her laughter rang out like a sweet melody, igniting a fierce jealousy within him. In a clever twist of fate, Callan crafted a scheme to eliminate his adversary. He wove tales throughout the city that Theros was a cunning thief lurking in the shadows and preying on unsuspecting families. Whispers began to swirl, ignited by Callan's riches and power, until they finally found their way to the local magistrate's attentive ears. Theros found himself in the grip of fate, dragged before the court, as his cries for justice were swallowed by the chorus of Callan's supporters. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Ianthe made her way to the sacred temple of Aphrodite. She sank to her knees before the statue of the goddess, tears flowing freely as she poured out her heart in desperate supplication. "O mighty goddess, if your ears can catch my plea, I beseech you grant him salvation. His kindness shines brightly, and it pains my heart to witness him endure the weight of a crime he did not commit." Aphrodite, observing from her celestial perch on Olympus, felt compelled to acknowledge Ianthe's deep sorrow. In the stillness of the night, while Callan lay in slumber, within the opulence of his grand estate, a divine figure graced his dreams. Her presence was both dazzling and fearsome, her voice resonating like a storm. "How bold of you to turn the pure essence of love into a tool for betrayal and envy," she insisted. "Your insatiable desire shall be your downfall." As Callan opened his eyes to the dawn of a new day, he was met with the bitter reality of his fortune turned to dust, and his once proud abode lying in shambles. The inhabitants of the city, interpreting this as a manifestation of celestial anger, turned their backs on him. In a moment of trepidation, the magistrate, wary of the divine gaze of Aphrodite, chose to free Theros, thereby reinstating his honor. Yet the tale of Aphrodite was far from over. In the soft glow of the moonlight, she emerged before Ianthe and Theros in the vineyard, a vision woven from the night itself. She entered the room like a burst of light, her very essence making the atmosphere dance around her. "I have observed your journey," she said, her voice softening with warmth. "O Ianthe, in the shadow of your loss, your bravery shines like a beacon, and your steadfast heart has shown me that you are truly deserving of my blessing. Theros, your unwavering commitment shines as a beacon for her path. United, you represent the affection I cherish above all, a bond shaped by honesty and strength." As she gracefully waved her hand, the vines surrounding them erupted into a vibrant display of blossoms, their grapes sparkling like precious gems under the enchanting glow of the moonlight. "Your vineyard shall thrive through the ages, a living testament to the strength of your connection. Ah, but let it be known, love is a delicate bloom, flourishing only through the tender care it receives." And with that, she disappeared, leaving a lingering scent of roses and the soft echo of laughter dancing on the breeze. In a land where trials and triumphs intertwined, Theros and Ianthe spent their days nurturing the vineyard, while the nights unfolded beneath a tapestry of stars, their love weaving a quiet yet lasting legacy. In the quiet corners of the world, their tale emerged, a gentle murmur among the people, echoing the ever-watchful presence of Aphrodite, who skillfully spun beauty from the most intricate knots of destiny. As the seasons turned, the vineyard flourished, just as Aphrodite had foretold. With each passing season, the grapes blossomed into ever-sweeter treasures, their wines becoming the coveted delight of wanderers from far-off realms. In the heart of the vineyard, a vibrant tapestry of laughter and music wove through the air, drawing people together. Its growing renown ushered in a wave of prosperity that enveloped the town of Amethyst. For Ianthe and Theros, the true treasure lay not in the wealth it bestowed, but in the beautiful life they crafted side by side. As the seasons passed, their love blossomed, growing richer and more complex, much like the most exquisite of wines. Each day they toiled together, discovering comfort in the steady beat of their work. As Theros worked among the vines, a gentle tune would escape his lips, while Ianthe's laughter danced through the air, a sweet melody accompanying her as she carried baskets brimming with grapes. Their connection was not marked by grand gestures or dramatic moments, but rather by a quiet strength and resilience, embodying the true essence of the goddess's gift to them. Yet even a life touched by the divine carries its own shadows. As the years passed, the vibrant energy that once defined them began to fade. Theros's hands moved with a deliberate slowness, while Yanthi's steps lost their former swiftness. Yet they embraced these changes with the same steadfast bravery they had displayed in their younger days. Their love remained steadfast, and with each passing moment, their appreciation for one another blossomed ever more brightly. As twilight descended, painting the vineyard in shades of gold and crimson, Theros and Yanthi found themselves nestled beneath the venerable olive tree that had long been the soul of their land. With fingers intertwined, they stood together, witnessing the gentle descent of light into the embrace of twilight. Their ears bore the marks of time, yet the glimmer in their eyes remained as bright and inviting as it had always been. Yanthi Theros murmured, his voice gentle as the whispering wind that danced through the leaves overhead. If given the chance to relive this life, I would embrace every moment just as it is. Each moment, each challenge was a treasure to share with you. Tears shimmered in Yanthi's eyes, yet her smile shone brightly. And I, Theros, would choose you again and again, 1,000 times over. You are the very essence of my being, the steadfast anchor in my life, my all in all. As the first stars twinkled into existence in the deepening twilight, a soft breeze danced through the vineyard, bringing with it the delicate fragrance of roses. As Yanthi and Theros stood together, the warmth wrapped around them like a comforting embrace, and in that instant they realized they were surrounded by a presence that banished their solitude. Aphrodite observed from a distance, her eyes filled with warmth as she took in the sight of the couple whose love had withstood the trials of time. With a whisper that danced upon the breeze, she spoke, "You have honored my blessing with your unwavering devotion and open hearts. Now I shall pay tribute to you." Under the luminous glow of the moon, the vineyard whispered its secrets as Theros and Yanthi drifted into a serene sleep beneath the ancient olive tree. As dawn broke, they remained in slumber untouched by the light of day. In a moment frozen in time, their earthly bodies rested in tranquility, their expressions calm and peaceful, fingers intertwined in a gentle embrace. In the heart of Amethyst, a somber air enveloped the people as they grieved the loss of Yanthi and Theros. Yet amidst their sorrow, a vibrant celebration of the enduring legacy of love and courage they had woven into the fabric of their lives began to unfold. The vineyard thrived, and the enchanting tale of the couple favored by Aphrodite transformed into a beloved legend, shared and cherished through the ages. On tranquil evenings, when the gentle breeze dances through the vines, one might still catch the echoes of Yanthi and Theros's laughter, accompanied by the soft notes of a melody drifting through the air. Under the shelter of the olive tree, they found solace. Its stature rose with grace, roots deeply woven into the soil, while its branches stretched out, yearning for the sky. And so their love endured not merely within the vineyard or the tales spun by the townsfolk, but in the hearts of all who listened to their narrative, for ultimately love, as Aphrodite herself had revealed, is everlasting. The goddess, satisfied with the legacy she had woven, cast her eyes toward the horizon, where a multitude of untold tales beckoned for her gentle caress. In a time when hearts were the compass of existence, Aphrodite danced through the tapestry of life, her magic entwining with every thread of the world. In the tranquil city of Trozen, a small but vibrant settlement cradled by the gentle embrace of the Aegean Sea, our tale unfolds. In this serene setting, nurtured by his mother Aethra, a young boy named Theseus blossomed blissfully ignorant of the grand fate that lay ahead of him. His days danced with sunlight and whispered with sea breeze. Yet even in his youth, he radiated an unwavering strength and a boundless curiosity that distinguished him from the rest. As Theseus drew closer to the threshold of manhood, the true significance of his heritage began to reveal itself layer by layer. Aethra, his mother, gathered him close beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient olive tree, weaving tales of his father Aegis, the formidable king of Athens. Once upon a time, in the days before the birth of Theseus, there was a tale of Aegis who departed from Trozen after concealing a sword and sandals beneath a great stone. Aegis had imparted but one directive. Should the child they brought into this world possess the strength to lift the stone, he would earn his rightful place in Athens as the heir to the throne. With unwavering resolve, Theseus pursued his mother to the stone, eager to unveil the truth of his origins. In a serene grove, it stood solitary, its surface marked by the passage of time, yet it remained steadfast and unmoving. The air hung thick with expectation as Theseus drew near his fingers, gliding over the rugged texture. He crouched low, his feet sinking into the earth as he gathered every ounce of strength within him. With every ounce of effort, his muscles strained, sweat beating on his brow, and the very stone beneath him quivered in response. With a last surge of strength, he cast it aside, uncovering the sword and sandals hidden beneath. Aethra's eyes shimmered with a blend of pride and a hint of sorrow. She understood that the journey ahead for her son would be fraught with challenges. With the sword firmly in his grasp, Theseus sensed a stirring of purpose deep within his soul. The path to Athens stretched ahead, fraught with challenges, but Theseus stood firm in his determination. He chose not to follow the well-trodden route by sea despite the counsel of others. Instead, he embarked on a journey by land where peril awaited at every twist and turn. The journey to Athens was filled with challenges, each one pushing Theseus to prove his bravery and cleverness. One by one, he came face to face with the dark forces of the countryside, both men and monsters lurking ready to pounce on unsuspecting travelers. Among them was Poriphates, a fearsome bandit who brandished a colossal club, ready to bring down his unsuspecting victims with a single mighty blow. With unwavering courage, Theseus faced his foe, skillfully disarming him and turning the club against him. From that day onward, the club transformed into Theseus' favorite instrument, a beacon of his burgeoning legend. In yet another gripping trial, Theseus found himself confronting Zeus, the notorious pine-bender, a fiend who ensnared unsuspecting travelers to twisted trees only to rip them asunder. With a clever twist of fate, Theseus turned Zeus's own tactics against him, vanquishing the bandit and liberating the road from his tyranny. He pressed forward, triumphing over obstacles that would have defeated a weaker soul. When he finally arrived in Athens, Theseus had already earned the admiration of many who spoke of his remarkable feats. In the heart of Athens, the moment was ripe with anticipation as Theseus stood before his father, King Aegeus, who failed to see the son he had longed for. Amidst the hushed murmurs of the court, it was the moment Theseus unveiled the sword and sandals that Aegeus finally welcomed him into the fold as his son. In the heart of the city, joy filled the air, but a dark cloud hung over Athens, casting a pall on the celebrations. For many years, the city found itself shackled by the heavy hand of King Minos of Crete. Minos called forth a dreadful offering. Once every 9 years, a fateful selection took place in Athens, where 7 brave young men and 7 courageous young women were chosen to journey to the distant shores of Crete. Their destiny awaited them in the depths of a grand labyrinth, where the fearsome Minotaur, a creature of legend, lay in wait. Once upon a time, in a realm shrouded in myth, there existed a creature of dread, the Minotaur. This fearsome being, a product of a dark curse that befell the lineage of Minos, bore the form of a man, yet possessed the fierce head of a bull. It consumed every soul that dared to cross its threshold, a tribute intended to soothe the fury of the deities. Upon hearing of this tribute, a fire ignited within Theseus, fueling his anger. He felt a deep calling within him, a relentless urge to rise up and protect his people from the shadows of fear that loomed over them. Despite Aegeus's heartfelt pleas for him to remain, Theseus stepped forward, eager to join the ranks of the 14 tributes. His choice cast a shadow over the city, stirring a mix of awe and trepidation among its inhabitants. Before Theseus set sail, Aegeus implored him to hoist white sails upon his ship. If he emerged triumphant, a beacon of hope that he had conquered the challenge ahead. Theseus nodded, embracing the unknown that lay before him. The journey to Crete was steeped in melancholy, the vessel burdened by the palpable dread of the tribute aboard. Yet Theseus stood steady, his determination unwavering. As the tribute stepped into the grand hall, they found themselves before King Minos, a figure whose authority loomed as large as the legendary labyrinth that surrounded them. In this very moment, destiny wove a surprising twist into the fabric of life. Ariadne, the cherished daughter of Minos, caught sight of Theseus among the tributes and felt an irresistible draw toward him. With a heart full of compassion and love, Ariadne quietly made her way to Theseus, seeking a moment of intimacy away from prying eyes. She extended to him a lifeline, a delicate ball of thread woven with care. She wove a tale of a labyrinth, a maddening maze crafted with such cunning that none who dared to enter could ever find their way out. As he unwound the thread, journeying further into the unknown, he found a way to navigate back to where he began. In exchange, Ariadne implored Theseus to bring her along if he triumphed. Thus Theseus consented, and their destinies became forever linked. As darkness enveloped the land, the tributes were guided into the twisting maze. The entrance stood before them, shrouded in darkness, its gaping maw devouring every glimmer of light. The air within was a chill embrace, damp and heavy, while the walls glistened with a coat of moss, whispering secrets of the past. With a firm grasp on the ball of thread, Theseus secured one end at the entrance, ready to embark on his daring journey into the unknown. The labyrinth unfolded like a haunting tale, its winding corridors weaving a web of confusion and despair that seemed to stretch on forever. The stillness was pierced by the far-off growls of the Minotaur, a chilling sound that sent shivers racing down the spines of all who listened. With each cautious step, Theseus advanced his torch, illuminating the darkness, sending shadows swirling and twirling like ethereal spirits upon the stone walls. As he ventured further into the shadows, the growls intensified, resonating with a primal ferocity until at last he laid eyes upon it. In a vast chamber, the Minotaur loomed, its colossal form bathed in the soft flickering light of Theseus's torch. Its eyes blazed with a fierce primal hunger, while its breath erupted in rough, guttural snorts. The creature was a curious blend of humanity and savagery, a striking fusion of power and rage. With a thunderous bellow, the Minotaur surged forward, igniting the clash of combat. With a deft movement, Theseus evaded the beast's menacing horns, a heartbeat away from danger. With a fierce swing of his sword, he aimed for the beast, yet its tough hide resisted the blade, scarcely making a mark. The Minotaur struck back its fists, crashing against the earth, sending tremors through the very walls around it. Theseus understood that mere brute strength would not be enough to conquer the challenges ahead. With keen eyes, he observed the creature's every move, searching for that elusive moment of opportunity. With a fierce roar, the Minotaur charged once more, its deadly horns poised to strike. Yet Theseus, quick as a flash, bent low and thrust his sword upward, narrowly skimming the creature's flank. With a fury that shook the very walls of the labyrinth, the Minotaur unleashed a thunderous roar, lunging at Theseus with a massive clawed hand. The clash of warriors filled the air, the chamber resonating with the fierce symphony of their conflict. Theseus drew in sharp, uneven breaths, his muscles aflame from the relentless strain of his efforts. Finally, the moment he had been waiting for arrived. With a thunderous roar, the Minotaur lunged forward, but Theseus, quick as a flash, sidestepped the beast and drove his sword deep into its heart. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the labyrinth, the Minotaur took its last breath and fell to the earth, a mighty figure brought low. Triumphant yet fatigued, Theseus made his way back, tracing the thread that led him to the entrance. As he journeyed forth, he collected the other tributes, guiding them through the twisting paths of the labyrinth and into the refreshing embrace of the night air. The taste of freedom was a delightful revelation. As Theseus stepped out of the labyrinth alongside the other tributes, the cool night air embraced them, bringing a sense of relief and a spark of renewed hope. Above Crete, the night sky unfurled like a vast tapestry, with stars shimmering as though the deities were observing the drama below. The shadow of the labyrinth lingered in the distance, yet the terror of the Minotaur had finally come to an end. In a tale as old as time, Theseus, steadfast in his promise, ventured forth to find Ariadne, who stood by the shore, her heart racing with anticipation as she gazed upon the Athenian ship anchored nearby. Upon laying her eyes on him, alive and well, a wave of joy surged within her, for she had dared to risk it all to bring him back. As they stepped aboard the ship, they brought along not just the surviving tributes, but also the heavy burden of a victory, destined to resonate through the annals of time. As the ship departed from Crete, the soft undulation of the waves provided a brief respite, a tranquil embrace in the vastness of the sea. Under the vast expanse of twinkling stars, Ariadne and Theseus found themselves in quiet conversation, sharing whispers of their aspirations and desires. Ariadne envisioned a fresh beginning in Athens, a place where her father's heavy hand could no longer reach her. Though Theseus held deep gratitude for her bravery and the bond they shared, a sense of an uncertain future began to tug at his heart. Upon reaching the serene island of Naxos, they found a tranquil refuge, a perfect spot to catch their breath and reflect on their adventures. Here, however, their tale took a bittersweet turn. Depending on who shares the tale, the reasons for what unfolded next may differ. Yet one thing is certain. As the ship departed from Naxos, leaving the shores behind, Ariadne stood alone, her heart heavy with the weight of abandonment. Legend has it that Dionysus, the divine spirit of wine and merriment, visited Theseus in a dream, declaring Ariadne as his destined bride. In a moment of deep respect for the divine, Theseus chose to part ways with her, entrusting her to the watchful embrace of Dionysus. Some weave a more sorrowful tale, suggesting that Theseus departed without her, the ship sailing away in a cruel twist of destiny. Regardless of the truth, the absence of Ariadne cast a long shadow over Theseus as the ship sailed steadily toward home. The Aegean Sea unfolded like a vast canvas, its waters dancing in the golden embrace of the sun during the day, and whispering secrets under the gentle glow of the moon at night. At the bow, Theseus would often find himself adrift in contemplation, his thoughts weaving through the tapestry of trials endured and the sacrifices etched in his journey. As they approached Athens, a wave of triumph started to swell among the tributes. Having braved the terrors of the labyrinth, they were on the cusp of reuniting with their loved ones. In the depths of his fatigue and heartache, Theseus let slip the vow he had sworn to his father. The ship's sails, weathered and worn from the journey, stood resolute and unyielding. From the majestic cliffs that towered over the bustling harbor, King Aegeus stood vigilant, his gaze fixed upon the endless horizon, searching the shimmering waters for the long-awaited return of his beloved son. Upon catching sight of the ominous black sails, his heart felt as though it had been shattered into 1,000 pieces. In a moment heavy with sorrow, Aegeus, convinced that Theseus had met his end, was engulfed by a profound despair. He cast himself into the depths of the sea below his sorrow, so deep that it echoed through the waters the Aegean Sea. As Theseus set foot at the port, the news of his father's demise hit him with the force of a thunderbolt. The thrill of his triumph was dimmed by the sorrow of losing Aegeus, a man he had only just begun to recognize as his father. In the heart of Athens, the people grieved for their fallen king, yet they embraced Theseus, their new leader, with warmth and open hearts. In his role as king, Theseus endeavored to pay tribute to the legacy of his father, all the while carving out a unique destiny of his own. He brought together the diverse communities of Attica, forging Athens into a shining symbol of democracy and culture. Once upon a time, there was a ruler known for his wisdom and fairness, though his time on the throne was not free from trials and tribulations. In the twilight of his life, Theseus encountered challenges that would not be fought with sword and shield, but rather within the depths of his own heart and soul. His bond with Pirate House, a daring and audacious king, swept him into perilous escapades, culminating in a fateful expedition to the underworld. In a daring twist of fate, the two conspired to seize Persephone, the revered queen of the underworld, driven by a wild ambition to wed the daughters of the divine. In a twist of fate, the prideful act stirred the wrath of Hades, the sovereign of the underworld. He ensnared them upon the chair of forgetfulness, shackling them with chains that could not be broken. Though Theseus found salvation at the hands of Heracles, the trials he endured etched deep scars upon him, serving as a poignant reminder of the perils that accompany unchecked ambition. When he returned to Athens, he discovered a city transformed. His absence stirred the waters of discontent, and the reign that was once cherished began to fade into the shadows. Ultimately, the tale of Theseus unfolded in a grand tapestry, woven with threads of both victory and sorrow. On the windswept shores of Skyros, a tale unfolds of a man who met his destiny. In the shadows of betrayal, a jealous rival conspired against him, leading to a tragic plunge into the depths below. Even in the shadow of death, his legacy continued to weave its tale. The Athenians revered him as a hero, erecting temples in his honor and commemorating his exploits in festivals that would echo through the ages. Once upon a time, the tale of Theseus unfolded a narrative woven with threads of bravery and tenacity, yet shadowed by the echoes of loss and the weighty responsibilities of leadership. It serves as a poignant reminder that even the most legendary figures are fundamentally human, molded by their missteps just as much as by their triumphs. As the tale of Theseus reached its conclusion, his spirit and heroic acts lingered on, weaving themselves into the very fabric of legend within the hearts and minds of the Athenians. His tale, intricately woven into the fabric of history, would ignite the imaginations of countless generations, ensuring his name would echo through the ages. The people of Athens revered Theseus, celebrating him not merely as a hero, but as the very architect of their civilization's unity. It was said that Theseus laid the very foundation for Athens, a city destined to shine as a beacon of democracy, culture, and enlightenment. As the ages rolled on, his legendary acts continued to resonate through vibrant festivals, enduring statues, and hushed tales shared under the twinkling stars. Among these cherished customs was the grand celebration of the Thesia, an annual festival dedicated to his glory. In the time of the Thesia, the townsfolk came together bringing forth their offerings to honor Theseus, expressing their gratitude for his bravery and guidance. The streets came alive with vibrant processions echoing with music and laughter as offerings were lovingly laid at the sacred temples devoted to him. In the heart of the land stood the Temple of Theseus, a grand edifice embellished with exquisite carvings drawing in countless souls on a quest for courage, wisdom, and sanctuary. Yet the tale of Theseus, much like the labyrinth he bravely faced, was filled with unexpected twists and turns, some lurking in the shadows. Though Theseus' exploits earned him everlasting renown, they also unveiled the intricate essence of a true hero. His victories danced with the shadows of heartbreak, and his triumphs bore the weight of loss. Ariadne, the brave soul who had dared to risk it all for him, had ventured forth to discover joy in a different existence. Once Theseus departed, she was discovered by Dionysus, the divine embodiment of wine and merriment. Ariadne discovered a love within him that soared above the wounds of her past abandonment. Dionysus took her as his bride, bestowing upon her the gift of immortality as his celestial companion. United, they presided over festivities and the delights of existence, their tale a tribute to the unforeseen journeys that love may embark upon. Yet in the realm of love, Theseus found himself less fortunate. In the tapestry of his life, later relationships wove threads of both joy and sorrow, with his union to Hippolyta, the esteemed queen of the Amazons, standing out as a pivotal chapter. From the very beginning, their bond blossomed with a foundation of respect and admiration, though the path they walked was not free from obstacles. The Amazons, bold and resolute, viewed the union as a deep affront to their cherished principles. In a bold move, they set their sights on Athens, and while Theseus stood valiantly to protect his beloved city, the echoes of battle would forever mark the land. Hippolyta brought forth Theseus' son Hippolytus, a character whose tale would weave yet another tragic strand into the fabric of the hero's legacy. Hippolytus blossomed into a noble and virtuous young man, yet his journey was fraught with misunderstandings and the shadows of jealousy. When Theseus took Phaedra, sister of Ariadne, as his bride, a series of fateful events began to unfold, paving the way for sorrow and tragedy. Phaedra, engulfed in the flames of her unreturned affection for her stepson, wove a tale of deceit, accusing him of treachery. In a moment thick with fury and sorrow, Theseus unleashed a curse upon Hippolytus, invoking the wrath of the gods to bring down their punishment upon him. In the shadows of fate, a curse unfolded, weaving a tale of sorrow, and thus Hippolytus met his untimely end. As the veil of Phaedra's deceit was lifted, Theseus found himself shattered, the gravity of his choices pressing down upon his very spirit. Through the many trials that shaped Theseus's journey, it is his steadfast resolve that weaves the fabric of his lasting legacy. He was a man who confronted each challenge with unwavering bravery, be it the fearsome Minotaur, the burdens of leadership, or the intricate dance of human connections. And so as we delve into the tale of Theseus, we uncover the rich tapestry of heroism woven throughout his journey. A hero is not solely defined by the victories they achieve or the enemies they conquer. It is equally about the courage to confront their own imperfections and the unwavering spirit to persevere in spite of them. Even after his passing, it was whispered that the spirit of Theseus remained ever vigilant, keeping a watchful eye over the city he cherished. In the hearts of the Athenians, a tale was woven of belief that in moments of dire need, the legendary Theseus would return his mighty presence, a shield against the shadows of danger. His name emerged as a beacon of hope and resilience, illuminating the paths for those navigating their own intricate journeys through life. And perhaps that is why the tale of Theseus continues to echo through the ages. It weaves tales of epic journeys and fantastical beings, while also delving into the essence of humanity, the strength to persevere, to evolve, and to create a legacy that transcends our time. And so as the tale of Theseus weaves into the fabric of legend, we find ourselves captivated by a hero whose existence mirrored the intricate twists of the labyrinth he once faced. His victories, grand as they were, carried the weight of loss, and his choices, a blend of honor and imperfection, echo the complex weave of human existence. In the hushed stillness of contemplation, one might envision Theseus poised once again at the threshold of the labyrinth, his torch casting dancing shadows upon the time-worn stone walls. He confronts the shadows driven not by fear, but by a resolute sense of purpose. This vivid image of Theseus, fearless in the face of the unknown and driven by his inner strength, remains etched in the hearts of all who hear his story. It is whispered that the very gods held his spirit in high regard. In the realm of tales, it is said that upon his passing, Theseus was greeted by the Isle of the Blessed, a sanctuary where valiant souls, having faced formidable challenges, discovered everlasting tranquility. There beneath golden skies and surrounded by gentle seas, Theseus would find solace, his legendary feats woven into the very fabric of the stars above. Even now, as the winds dance over the Aegean Sea, rousing the waters that carry his father's name, whispers linger that you can sense the reverberations of Theseus's epic voyage. Though the labyrinth has crumbled and the Minotaur has vanished, the tale endures, shining brightly for those who wander through their own twists and turns, searching for the courage to overcome. And now, cherished audience, as this tale approaches its concluding melody, allow the words to softly nestle within your heart. Picture yourself strolling along the shores of Athens, where the refreshing breeze brings forth the echoes of timeless stories, and the stars above shimmer like Ariadne's thread, leading you through the endless night. Allow the cadence of Theseus' adventure, the struggles endured, and the wisdom gained to gently guide you into a serene and peaceful slumber. In the realm of dreams, you may wander the labyrinth, discovering your own courage and strength amidst its twisting paths, dimmed beneath a sky of profound, eternal blue, with waves softly lapping against the rugged shores of Cyprus. In the gentle caress of the ocean's foam, Aphrodite made her grand entrance, a breathtaking sight that left even the gods momentarily speechless in admiration. From the depths of celestial origins, where the very fabric of existence intertwines, emerged a figure of unparalleled beauty and allure. Born not of earthly lineage, but from the divine remnants of Uranus, the ancient god of the skies, Aphrodite's emergence heralded a new chapter in the grand tapestry of the universe. As the foam receded, she stepped onto the sands, her golden hair flowing like rays of sunlight over her shoulders. Her eyes sparkled like the stars above, and her skin shimmered with a celestial glow. With each step she took, flowers blossomed in her path, and the air around her buzzed with a captivating energy, as if the very essence of nature was enchanted by her presence. The gentle winds, led by the mischievous Zephyrus, whisked her away to the very core of the island, where the Herae, the divine goddesses of the seasons, stood ready to greet her. They clothed her in exquisite fabrics beyond the reach of ordinary craftsmanship, enveloping her in luxurious silks and placing upon her head a crown of gold and glittering jewels. From that moment forth, she transformed into Aphrodite, the divine figure destined to represent love and beauty for all eternity. Her arrival caught the keen eyes of the gods of Olympus, stirring whispers among the divine. Zeus, the sovereign of the divine, was the first to perceive the tumultuous power that her beauty could unleash. He envisioned the battles and sorrow that would trail in her wake as both men and gods vied for her affection. To temper her influence, Zeus chose to bind her to a husband, a man whose demeanor was as unyielding as her allure was captivating. He selected Hephaestus, the divine embodiment of fire and masterful creation. While Hephaestus was celebrated for his remarkable skill and boundless creativity, he was not a deity renowned for his striking beauty. His silhouette bore the weight of a limp, a poignant echo of his youthful descent from Olympus. Yet within him beat a heart of kindness, and his love for Aphrodite flowed with sincerity. Though she hesitated at first, the two were joined in a ceremony that brought together the passionate flames of a forge and the soothing waves of affection. Yet the heart of Aphrodite could not be held captive by the chains of matrimony. Her beauty was a tempest, a wild force that swept through the realms, igniting passions in both divine beings and mere mortals. Among her many suitors was Ares, the fierce god of war, whose blazing passion mirrored her own. Their union unfolded like a tempestuous tale, a captivating dance of passion and strife that neither could escape. The clandestine romance between Aphrodite and Ares soon found its way into the whispers of the wind, no longer shrouded in mystery. Helios, the ever-watchful sun god, observed their secret gatherings and shared the story with Hephaestus. Driven by the green-eyed monster, Hephaestus set to work fashioning a cunning snare, a delicate yet indestructible net of gleaming bronze. He placed it gently upon their shared bed, and when Aphrodite and Ares crossed paths once more, they found themselves caught in its alluring grasp. Hephaestus summoned the other gods to bear witness to their disgrace, yet the laughter of the divine only widened the chasm between husband and wife. Though she found herself in numerous entanglements, the reach of Aphrodite's influence stretched far beyond the confines of her personal relationships. She inspired the hearts of lovers, ignited the creativity of poets, and became the foundation of countless tales. Her gifts danced on the edge of light in shadow for love. In all its myriad forms, passionate, tender, destructive, was the realm she navigated with both grace and turmoil. In a time long past, a captivating tale unfolded, one that spoke of Aphrodite's formidable power, all sparked by a golden apple. At the grand celebration of Peleus and Thetis, the goddess Ares, feeling slighted and unwelcome, hurled a golden apple into the midst of the festivities, its surface gleaming with the inscription, "To the fairest." Three divine figures vied for the title of Hera, the majestic queen of the gods, alongside Athena, the embodiment of wisdom, and the enchanting Aphrodite. In their quest for resolution, they sought the wisdom of Paris, a mortal prince of Troy, to take on the role of their judge. In a grand contest, each goddess endeavored to captivate Paris, weaving tales of power, wisdom, and beauty that danced upon the air like whispers of fate. Hera extended to him the grand gift of sovereignty over all the realms of the earth. Athena vowed to bestow upon him unparalleled wisdom and prowess in the art of combat. Yet it was Aphrodite who captured his heart with a promise so enchanting that no mortal man could ever refuse. She would bestow upon him the affection of the most exquisite woman in existence. Ah, that woman was none other than Helen, the beloved wife of King Menelaus of Sparta. In the heart of Paris, a fateful decision ignited a series of events that would ultimately culminate in the legendary Trojan War, a tumultuous conflict lasting a decade, inflicting immeasurable pain upon both mortals and deities alike. Amidst the tumult of clashing armies and the fiery ruins of cities, the essence of Aphrodite emerged, embodying a captivating blend of gentleness and ferocity. In the midst of chaos, she stood as a guardian for Paris, warding off danger with unwavering resolve while offering solace to Helen, whose enchanting beauty had turned into a heavy burden. Aphrodite's influence extended beyond the grand tales and legendary confrontations. She wove herself into the fabric of ordinary lives, her influence bringing forth outcomes that dance between the unexpected and the deeply significant. Once upon a time, there was a sculptor named Pygmalion who found himself weary and disenchanted with the women of his era. In the quiet of his solitude, he meticulously shaped a statue of a woman, her beauty and perfection so captivating that he found himself enchanted by his own creation. In a moment of profound inspiration, Aphrodite breathed life into the statue, fulfilling Pygmalion's deepest yearning for love. Once upon a time, a statue transformed into a living woman named Galatea, who became a devoted companion. Their love story stood as a shining example of the goddess's remarkable ability to unite the realms of the ideal and the tangible. Yet not all who sought the favor of the goddess of love were greeted with warmth. The narrative of Hippolytus stands as a vivid testament to her fury. In a world where the divine intertwined with the mortal, there lived Hippolytus, a devoted follower of Artemis, the fierce goddess of the hunt. He turned away from the allure of Aphrodite, choosing instead to forsake the sweet temptations of love and desire. Wounded by his scorn, Aphrodite wove a tale of retribution, skillfully guiding the threads of fate that ultimately unraveled his existence. Her tales weave a rich tapestry, reflecting the many shades of love, some filled with joy, others steeped in sorrow, yet each one irresistibly captivating. Amidst the tapestry of existence, Aphrodite stands as a captivating enigma, a goddess whose beauty evokes both reverence and jealousy, whose love weaves a tale of joy intertwined with sorrow, and whose presence resonates in every facet of life. Even now, as her name dances on our lips and her tales weave through the air, the essence of Aphrodite lingers in the world around us. She finds herself enveloped in the tender glow of newfound affection, experiencing the deep yearning that accompanies desire, the exhilarating highs of fervent love, and the poignant sting of heartache. She embodies the joy of lovers and the sorrow of the heartbroken. She is the blossom that graces the springtime and the gentle wave that caresses the coastline. As we traverse the landscape of her narratives, we are reminded that love, much like the goddess of beauty herself, is a dual-edged sword, a gift and a weight, a powerful influence that molds our existence in ways that often elude our comprehension. And while the deities of Olympus may slip into the mists of myth, the strength of love remains timeless and unwavering, shining as brightly as the goddess who personifies it. The goddess's essence transcended the epic tales of heroes and the vast happenings of the divine realm. Aphrodite frequently wandered into the serene nooks of the mortal realm, where her essence intertwined with the daily existence of both men and women. She found herself captivated by the pure expressions of love and devotion, and it was within the everyday lives of mortals that her talents and her fury could resonate most profoundly. In the verdant fields of ancient Cyprus, a tale began to weave itself around a young shepherd named Anchises, who diligently cared for his flock. Once upon a time there lived a mortal named Anchises, whose beauty was so remarkable that it captured the attention of the gods themselves. Yet it was Aphrodite who caught sight of him, and in that moment her heart fluttered a curious twist of fate, for she was the one who typically ignited longing in those around her. With a heart full of longing, Aphrodite made her way down from Olympus, cloaked in the guise of a mortal woman, eager to taste the sweetness of human love. Before Anchises, she emerged as a maiden of extraordinary beauty, her luminous presence amplified by the gentle strength of her divine essence. Anchises, enchanted by her charm, opened his doors to her, oblivious to the secret she held within. On that fateful night, they intertwined their lives, a tapestry woven from the threads of earthly desire and celestial magic. As the first light of morning broke, Aphrodite unveiled her radiant self to Anchises, her celestial beauty glistening like the early sun. Overcome with a profound sense of awe and trepidation, Anchises sank to his knees, pleading for mercy. Yet Aphrodite comforted him, her voice gentle like a whispering wind, assuring him that their bond was a gift, not a burden. From their union emerged a son, Aeneas, destined to become one of the most remarkable figures in the rich tapestry of Greek and Roman mythology. With the watchful eye of his celestial mother upon him, Aeneas would endure the tragic downfall of Troy and set forth on an epic quest that would ultimately pave the way for the birth of Rome. Through him, the legacy of the goddess of love would ripple across the seas, weaving itself into the very fabric of empires yet to rise. Yet even as she nurtured the rise of champions, Aphrodite's deeds frequently led to sorrow and chaos. Her allure and power cast a spell that drew both admiration and jealousy, weaving a tapestry of complex connections with mortals and deities, each thread tinged with tension. Among her most renowned connections was her bond with Adonis, a mortal whose destiny was woven with threads of love and sorrow. Adonis was a young man of remarkable beauty, captivating enough to win the hearts of both Aphrodite and Persephone, the queen of the underworld. In a time of divine discord, the two goddesses found themselves at odds, each vying for the heart of a mortal. It was then that Zeus, the mighty ruler of Olympus, was summoned to step in and restore harmony among the celestial beings. He decided to split Adonis's time fairly between the two, granting him 1/3 of the year with Aphrodite, another third with Persephone, and the last third to wander as he pleased. Adonis, on the other hand, decided to dedicate his leisure moments to the enchanting Aphrodite. Enchanted by her warmth and charm, their love blossomed like a radiant flower, bringing immense joy to the goddess who treasured every moment spent in their embrace. Yet like all tales, their happiness faced a twist of fate that would change everything. In the heart of the wilderness, Adonis, a masterful hunter, met his tragic fate at the tusks of a wild boar during one of his daring adventures. In his final moments as life slipped away, Aphrodite hurried to him, her sorrowful tears blending with the crimson of his blood. From the intertwining of sorrow and affection, a delicate blossom emerged, the anemone embodying the essence of ephemeral beauty and the fragility of existence. Adonis' death etched a profound wound upon Aphrodite's heart, a poignant reminder that even the goddess of love could not escape the shadows of loss and sorrow. Yet it also stood as a testament to the profound depth of her capacity for love, a love that soared beyond the very boundaries of life and death. The tales of Aphrodite, both magnificent and personal, unveil a deity who captures the intricate nature of love in every possible way. She embodies a depth that transcends mere beauty and fleeting longing. She is a whirlwind of energy as complex as the feelings she commands. Her love weaves a tapestry of joy and sorrow, uniting the celestial and the earthly in a timeless dance that ebbs and flows with the passage of time. Through the ages, the veneration of Aphrodite transformed, weaving itself into the rich tapestry of the cultures and beliefs of her devoted followers. In various traditions, she transformed into Venus, the Roman goddess, who embraced numerous qualities of her Greek counterpart, while also evolving into something new and profound. To many, she embodied the essence of the divine feminine, a vivid portrayal of beauty, fertility, and the profound strength of creation. Aphrodite wandered through the verdant hills of Cyprus, where the gentle breeze whispered the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the birds serenaded the world with their harmonious tunes of life and rebirth. She frequently strolled among the mortals hidden from their sight, her fascination with their ordinary lives pulling her nearer. On one of her leisurely walks, she stumbled upon a mortal named Milanion, a young man who knelt in sorrow beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient olive tree. His face bore the weight of frustration, while his hands clutched a small, weathered scroll as if it held the secrets of the universe. Feeling the weight of his sorrow, Aphrodite, disguised as an ordinary wanderer, drew near. "What weighs on your heart so heavily?" she inquired, her voice gentle and inviting, reminiscent of the tender glow of dawn breaking through the clouds after a tempest. Melanion's gaze lifted, taken aback by her sudden appearance, yet he found himself enchanted by the calm allure she exuded. "It is love," he murmured, his voice thick with sorrow. "In the land of Greece, my heart has been captured by Atalanta, the fairest and fleetest of them all. Yet her heart is promised only to the one who can best her in a race, and alas, I find myself no rival to her unmatched swiftness." Aphrodite's lips blossomed into a gentle smile. "Ah, but here you stand, in this sacred grove, yearning for the truths that lie hidden, am I right?" With a thoughtful nod, Melanion acknowledged the moment. "In my moments of desperation, I called upon the divine, yet silence was all that greeted me." Touched by his unwavering devotion and deep longing, Aphrodite chose to step in. From her satchel, she drew forth 3 golden apples, their surfaces shimmering with a mystical glow. "Take these," she said gently, placing them in Melanion's hands. "As the race unfolds, let them fall away one by one to capture Atalanta's attention. She will be captivated by their allure, granting you the precious moments required to secure your victory." Melanion gazed at the apples, a wave of gratitude washing over him, filling his heart with wonder. "What gives you the right to present such a treasure?" Yet Aphrodite merely smiled, her figure glimmering softly in the golden rays of the sun. "A friend," she murmured before fading away like a fleeting breeze in the twilight. As the sun rose on the day of the race, a palpable excitement filled the air, weaving through the crowd like an electric current. Atalanta stood at the starting line, her figure poised and confident, her golden hair tied back, as if the very winds were her allies ready to embark on an epic journey. Melanion stood beside her, a mix of nerves and determination coursing through him, the golden apples concealed within the folds of his tunic. As the race commenced, Atalanta darted ahead like a bolt of lightning, her feet scarcely grazing the earth beneath her. Melanion pressed on each breath, a fiery reminder of the challenge he faced. Yet as guided by Aphrodite's words, he delved into his tunic and retrieved the first golden apple, a glimmering treasure waiting to unfold its tale. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the apple soaring forward, where it landed gracefully on the path, its vibrant hue glimmering in the sunlight. Atalanta, captivated by its charm, paused and bent down to gather it, awestruck by its splendor. In a flash of inspiration, Melanion grasped the opportunity and advanced with remarkable determination. With deft precision, he performed the trick 2 more times, each apple serving as a clever distraction, momentarily hindering Atalanta and bringing him ever closer to triumph. As they approached the finish line, Atalanta surged forward, her heart racing and her eyes alight with fierce resolve. Yet with love as his compass and Aphrodite's favor lighting his path, Melanion surged ahead to claim victory at the finish line. In a realm untouched by the gaze of mortals where the sun-kissed sands of Paphos beckon, the enchanting Aphrodite would often seek solace among sacred groves. Here time itself appeared to linger, and the world was enveloped in an everlasting embrace of beauty. In this serene haven, where the olive branches whispered softly, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming roses, she discovered a profound sense of tranquility. Yet within this haven, the goddess's existence was anything but tranquil. Once upon a time, while she reveled in the pristine waters of a hidden spring, her loyal nymphs whispered tales of a stir among the mortals. Once upon a time, in the enchanting realm of the Aegean Islands, there lived a king named Nisos. In a bold act that shook the very foundations of reverence, he dared to defy the sacred rites of the divine, demolishing a temple that had been lovingly erected in her honor, only to replace it with a formidable fortress. The insult was beyond redemption. Aphrodite emerged from the depths, her golden locks flowing like rays of sunlight draping gracefully over her shoulders. Her eyes, once a gentle embrace, now blazed with an unyielding resolve. She knew she must not let such disrespect linger without consequence. In the guise of a wandering merchant, she embarked on a journey to the fortress, presenting herself as a purveyor of rare and precious treasures. Her wares sparkled like the first light of dawn jewels that caught the eye, perfumes infused with the essence of her divine gardens, and silks that felt softer than the gentlest breeze. The king, enticed by the alluring whispers of riches and dominion, received her with open arms. As the days unfolded, Aphrodite gracefully entered the court, enchanting not only the king, but all who surrounded him. Her laughter danced through the halls, and her presence wove a sweetness into the very air around her. Yet beneath her captivating facade, she schemed her retribution. On a splendid evening, amidst a lavish feast held in her honor, Aphrodite unveiled her true essence. The radiance of her divine presence illuminated the hall, overwhelming and breathtaking. The courtiers sank to their knees, quaking in her presence, while the king remained frozen, his gaze locked in astonishment. "You dared to defile my temple," echoed Aphrodite's voice, resonating with the force of crashing waves. "You transformed my cherished sanctuary into a fortress of cold stone and insatiable desire. For this your bloodline shall bear the weight of your arrogance." As she wove her tale, the fortress walls started to give way. The earth quaked, and from its depths, vines erupted, reclaiming the territory that had once been lost. In a moment of despair, the once mighty king found himself on his knees pleading for mercy. Yet Aphrodite, with an air of unwavering resolve, turned away from him, her judgment final and unyielding. In the shadow of the crumbled fortress, the king's family found themselves cast into a life of wandering forever, haunted by the memory of the goddess they had offended. The temple she had once cherished was lovingly restored by those who remained now more devoted than ever to honoring her legacy. Aphrodite, content that her anger had fulfilled its aim, made her way back to her haven, the serene woods of Paphos. Her mind wandered to the next chapter of her existence, for a goddess of love and beauty was always in motion, never resting. She felt an irresistible pull towards the place where passion blazed most fiercely, where the tangled threads of love and desire spun their elaborate designs. Aphrodite cast her eyes upon a far-off city-state cradled by the Aegean's embrace, a realm where her touch had yet to weave its magic. In the heart of ancient Greece lay the formidable city of Sparta, a realm steeped in unwavering discipline and a fierce commitment to the art of war. Here, amidst the echoes of clashing swords and the resounding thud of shields, the softer whispers of love and beauty often found themselves lost in the shadows. Yet Aphrodite, ever compelled to venture to the realms where her blessings were most essential, resolved that the moment had come to etch her influence upon the world. In the heart of Sparta, there resided a mortal woman named Helen, a princess celebrated for her beauty, which was said to rival that of the gods themselves. Helen's brilliance was the subject of many hushed conversations, and Aphrodite observed her from a distance filled with both wonder and intrigue. In a world where the divine and the mortal intertwine, there existed a woman named Helen. She was not just an ordinary soul. Within her lay the extraordinary potential to channel the very essence of Aphrodite's ideals. Helen was destined to become a radiant embodiment of love's profound power, a force capable of inspiring and transforming all who crossed her path. Yet Helen's existence was not solely hers to command. In a tale woven through the threads of fate, she found herself bound to Menelaus, the king of Sparta, their marriage forged not from the flames of love, but from the cold steel of political necessity. While Menelaus was captivated by her beauty, their affection was devoid of the passionate flame that Aphrodite held dear. In this tapestry of limitation, Aphrodite set forth to craft her celestial influence. It was a momentous occasion when Paris, the noble prince of Troy, graced the shores of Sparta as an envoy. Ah, Paris, a city that despite its earthly nature has felt the gentle caress of divine beings. In a moment of great significance, he found himself tasked with the judgment of a contest that pitted Hera Athena and Aphrodite against one another. With careful consideration, he declared Aphrodite the fairest, sealing his fate with a promise that would grant him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. In a twist of destiny under the watchful gaze of the goddess, Paris stood before the enchanting Helen. Aphrodite graced the mortal realm unseen by human eyes, yet lingering in the very air that enveloped them. She softly breathed life into Helen's heart-stirring emotions that had been hidden away for far too long. To Paris, she bestowed the bravery to utter words that would set his fate in motion. As the days unfolded, the connection between Helen and Paris deepened, weaving a tale of affection and intrigue. A bond ignited transcending the confines of obligation and custom. Aphrodite, hidden in the shadows, experienced a wave of delight wash over her. This was love as she imagined it, vibrant, steadfast, and life-changing. As the moment approached for Paris to journey back to Troy, his heart ached at the thought of departing without Helen by his side. With the favor of the goddess, he whisked her away their exit, a tempest of desire and rebellion. Yet the divine being was aware that this deed would not escape attention. Ah, love, that intricate dance frequently entwined with the shadows of conflict. When Helen was taken, it sparked the Trojan War, a monumental conflict that would alter the course of history in the ancient realm. As the armies assembled and the heavens grew heavy with the smoke of conflict, Aphrodite kept a vigilant eye on Paris and Helen, her guardianship steadfast and resolute. With a steady hand, she directed the arrows of Paris, guarding him against danger, and nurturing a love that would withstand the tumult of the world around them. Yet Aphrodite's influence in the war reached far beyond her affection for Paris and Helen. In the midst of the battlefield, she glided like a whisper, subtly shaping the hearts of both warriors and leaders. With a soft whisper, she spoke of longing and despair, wielding the power of emotion to shift the course of battles, transcending the need for brute force. However, her participation carried a price. On a day steeped in destiny, the enchanting Aphrodite graced the battlefield, her presence a beacon of love and valor as she stepped forth to shield her cherished Paris. In a moment of fierce valor, she stood before him, deflecting the fierce strikes of the legendary Greek hero Diomedes. Yet in this act of protection, she bore a wound, a rare mark of vulnerability for one of divine nature. From her arm, blood flowed like golden sunlight, and she made her way back to Olympus. Her pride was wounded, a sharp ache that mirrored the pain coursing through her body. In her moment of vulnerability, Aphrodite stood firm, her resolve unyielding. She came to realize that love could be a tempest, fierce and unyielding. It had the power to be both fierce and unyielding, inspiring both men and gods to undertake acts of remarkable bravery and profound foolishness. The war raged on, and though Aphrodite ultimately faced defeat, the goddess held firm in her resolve. Helen made her way back to Sparta, her existence irrevocably transformed by the passion that had carried her off into the unknown. Paris as well etched his legacy into the annals of time, his tale a reflection of the extraordinary measures one might take for the allure of love. Aphrodite, with her keen eye, cast her attention towards uncharted territories and fresh tales, for the world stretched endlessly before her, woven with countless strands of love and longing. In a time long past, there lived Achilles, the greatest warrior among the Greeks. He was the son of Peleus, a king of mortals, and Thetis, a goddess of the sea. Long before he drew his first breath, Thetis received a foreboding warning of a dire prophecy. Once upon a time, a young boy was born with the promise of a remarkable future, yet his journey would be shadowed by sorrow. In her quest to shield her beloved child, Thetis embarked on a journey to render Achilles invulnerable. With a firm grip on his heel, she lowered him into the depths of the river Styx, where the waters whispered promises of invincibility. Thetis was convinced she had ensured her son's protection, yet the heel by which she grasped him had not been immersed in the holy waters, rendering it exposed to danger. In the annals of time, Achilles emerged as a paragon of unparalleled strength and beauty, his golden locks and captivating gaze distinguishing him from all others. In his youth, he was guided by the venerable centaur Chiron, who imparted knowledge of warfare healing and the profound secrets of existence. Under the watchful eye of Chiron, Achilles honed his skill with the spear, mastering its deadly precision, while learning to balance his fierce spirit with the wisdom of restraint. Yet even as he honed his skills, the ominous shadows of destiny hovered nearby. As the echoes of the great Trojan War began to resonate across the land, the Greeks summoned their bravest warriors to embark on a legendary quest against the mighty city of Troy. It was prophesied that the Greeks would falter without the mighty Achilles by their side. Yet Thetis, filled with a mother's desperation to protect her beloved son from the looming shadows of destiny, took on the guise of a young girl, cleverly concealing him among the daughters of King Lycomedes. In the shadows Achilles dwelled, yet his indomitable spirit refused to be silenced. With a sharp mind and a heart full of intrigue, Odysseus, ever the strategist, pondered the hidden paths of Achilles, crafting a scheme that danced on the edge of brilliance. In a clever ruse, he donned the guise of a merchant, artfully displaying an array of exquisite goods with a gleaming sword and a sturdy shield nestled among them. As the daughters of Lycomedes sifted through the trinkets, the essence of Achilles revealed itself, unmasking the hero beneath the surface. Attracted by the allure of the weapons, he stepped forth, unveiling his true identity as a warrior. And so it was that he found himself drawn into the ranks of the Greek forces, his fate sealed and unavoidable. With the winds of fate guiding him, Achilles stepped onto the shores of Troy, embodying the Greeks' most fervent aspirations. His armor shimmered with the brilliance of flames, and as he strode onto the battlefield, a chill of dread swept through the ranks of his foes. By his side stood his steadfast companion and cherished friend Patroclus. In the heat of battle, they stood united, their connection unwavering, even as the storm of conflict raged around them. For 9 arduous years, the conflict unfolded with neither faction able to seize the advantage. Even with his unparalleled skill, Achilles found himself entangled in the web of politics and pride that shadowed the Greek camp. A fierce conflict ignited between him and Agamemnon, the Greek leader, sparked by the presence of a captured maiden known as Briseis. Feeling deeply wronged by Agamemnon's actions, Achilles chose to step back from the battlefield, leaving the Greeks to face their fate alone. In the midst of the unfolding saga, his absence cast a long shadow as the Trojans, under the valiant leadership of their noble prince Hector, began to seize the advantage. In a moment that would echo through the ages, the war found its pivotal moment as Patroclus, clad in the mighty armor of Achilles, stepped into the chaos to inspire the Greeks. In a fierce battle, he displayed unmatched bravery, yet in the end it was Hector who brought his journey to a tragic close. The news of Patroclus' death struck Achilles like a thunderbolt, leaving him in a state of profound despair. Consumed by sorrow and fury, he swore to seek retribution. With a fierce determination, Achilles cast aside his previous retreat and charged back into the fray, his wrath unparalleled. With the fury of a tempest, Achilles stormed back onto the battlefield, his wrath driving him as he sliced through the ranks of the Trojans. His armor, crafted by the divine hands of Hephaestus, radiated with a brilliance akin to the sun, and no mere mortal could endure the wrath that he unleashed. The air quivered with every arc of his spear, while the earth lay strewn with the fallen who had the audacity to confront him. Achilles was driven by a singular purpose, Hector, the one who had stolen Patroclus away from him. Hector, steadfast and unwavering, held his ground within the mighty walls of Troy. Though he sensed the approach of Achilles, he stood firm, refusing to yield to fear. Once upon a time in the grand city of Troy, there lived a noble prince, a man of unwavering honor. He did not seek glory on the battlefield, rather his heart beat for the safety and protection of his beloved people. As the echo of Achilles' fierce war cry approached, Hector's family implored him to remain sheltered within the protective embrace of the walls. Andromache, his beloved wife, embraced him tightly, her tears cascading down as she cradled their precious infant son in her arms. Yet Hector found himself unable to conceal his presence. He understood that confronting Achilles was his obligation, regardless of the price to pay. As Achilles drew near the mighty gates of Troy, Hector emerged to confront him. As the two warriors stood before each other, their gazes met, sealing their destinies in a fleeting instant that would echo through the ages in tales yet to be told. With a visage etched in rage, Achilles moved forward, embodying the unwavering resolve of a hunter on the prowl. Hector, despite the heavy cloak of fear draping over him, held his ground, his spear unwavering in his grasp. The ensuing battle unfolded like an epic confrontation between giants. Hector engaged in battle with unwavering courage, each action meticulously planned, yet Achilles surged forward propelled by a sorrowful fury that rendered him nearly invincible. Their weapons met in a grand display of steel, each blow resonating with a powerful echo that rippled through the atmosphere. Hector sought to outsmart Achilles, yet the Greek champion's swiftness and prowess were truly unparalleled. With each strike, it became increasingly evident that Hector was no match for the overwhelming power that loomed before him. At long last, Achilles discovered the moment he had been waiting for. With a skill refined through countless encounters, he drove his spear deep into Hector's chest. The Trojan prince faltered, his vigor waning, and with a heavy heart he succumbed to the earth beneath him. As the light of his life began to fade, Hector implored Achilles to grant him the mercy of returning his body to his family, so that he might receive the dignity of a proper burial. Yet Achilles, engulfed in a tempest of fury and sorrow, stood resolute in his refusal. With a grim determination, he bound Hector's lifeless form to his chariot, parading it around the mighty walls of Troy. This brutal display was not just an act of vengeance, but a calculated move to instill fear in the hearts of the Trojans and to dishonor his defeated adversary. From their lofty perch on Mount Olympus, the gods looked down with fury as Achilles committed the grave act of dishonoring Hector's lifeless form. Even Zeus, who had long held a fondness for Achilles, deemed the act utterly unforgivable. He reached out to Thetis, the mother of Achilles, urging her to offer guidance to her beloved son. Achilles, still engulfed in his fury, found himself swayed by the heartfelt words of Thetis and the quiet plea of King Priam, who approached him in the shadows to implore for the return of his son's body. Priam's sorrow resonated profoundly within Achilles, leading him to consent to the return of Hector's remains. In that fleeting instant, the warrior revealed a rare spark of humanity, offering a brief yet profound insight into the man hidden beneath the layers of legend. With Hector's departure, the war continued its relentless course, yet the spirit of the Trojans lay in ruins. Achilles pressed on in battle, his name echoing through the ages as a harbinger of dread and devastation. Yet even as he reigned supreme on the battlefield, the ominous specter of his own destiny loomed ever nearer. In the shadows of fate, it was whispered that Achilles' days would be numbered following Hector's fall. Yet aware of this grim prophecy, he forged ahead, propelled by an unyielding thirst for glory. The divine beings wove their influence into the tapestry of Achilles' destiny. Apollo, nursing a deep-seated fury towards Achilles for the dishonor he brought upon Hector's lifeless form, embarked on a quest for retribution. With a deft touch, Apollo guided the hand of Paris, ensuring that the arrow struck true, piercing the one vulnerable spot on Achilles' body, his heel. With a swift thud, the arrow found its mark, and the valiant warrior crumpled to the ground, his form sinking into the dust of the fierce battlefield. With a heavy heart, Achilles sank to his knees. The fateful arrow, blessed by Apollo's celestial hand, found its mark in his heel, the one vulnerable spot that had escaped the sacred embrace of the river Styx's waters. In that fleeting instant, the battlefield appeared to come to a standstill. With eyes wide and hearts pounding, the Greeks, once certain of Achilles' unmatched prowess, found themselves frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the Trojans, emboldened by a flicker of hope, began to dream that perhaps, just perhaps, the winds of war were shifting in their favor. Even as crimson life poured from his injury, Achilles stood unwavering, a formidable presence to behold. He stood tall, a fierce fire burning within him, his face a canvas of both fury and unwavering resolve. From afar, Paris, the one who had released the deadly arrow, observed with a heart full of uncertainty, torn between the urge to rejoice and the instinct to escape. In contrast to Hector, Paris lacked the spirit of a warrior. With a clever mind and the blessings of the divine, he had vanquished the Greeks, yet a shadow of uncertainty loomed over him, whispering of what challenges lay ahead. Achilles, despite his wounds, emanated the essence of an indomitable warrior, and the mere thought of his potential vengeance sent a chill down Paris's spine. Yet deep within, Achilles held the truth close to his heart. This wound was a burden too heavy to bear, and as his strength faded like the setting sun, he began to delve deep into the recesses of his mind. His journey was a tapestry woven with threads of victory and sorrow, adorned with the splendor of conquest, yet tinged with the somber awareness of his fleeting existence. From the very start, he was aware that the path he chose would ultimately guide him to this pivotal moment. Upon joining the war against Troy, he found himself at a crossroads laid out by the fates to embrace a long, uneventful existence, or to seize the chance for eternal glory, even if it meant a young death. With unwavering resolve, Achilles embraced the path of glory driven by an insatiable longing to etch his name into the annals of history. As he lay upon the battlefield, his comrades hurried to his side, their hearts heavy with concern. Among them was Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, whose intellect was as keen as Achilles' spear. Odysseus knelt beside the fallen warrior, his demeanor unusually grave. "You shall be etched in memory, Achilles," he murmured gently. "Your name shall echo through the ages long after the dust of this conflict has settled."